ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year, forever. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, maybe that's where I've gotten my inspiration, because you know, I always want to be in the top of my game in wrestling, and I think that's where ASICS is and wants to be as well. ASICS has been there. They've been the lifeblood of the sport. It's been a long time, and they've been at the top of the game every year.
I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder. I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear. I live this sport of wrestling as a lifestyle. It's not a hobby for me. You know, I live it day in and day out. I picture it as a gladiator sport. You're walking out there, a gladiator, and you got 10 other comrades that you're going to war with. Cradle Gear, you know, they're nothing but class act people, and they want nothing but the best from me and the rest of their athletes, and Cradle Gear is top quality. Cradle Gear, creating a legacy. I'm John Reeder, I work Cradle Gear.
train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled, every win, a friendly hitchhiker, every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station, your canvas, your metronome. You traverse the road less traveled. Every win, a friendly hitchhiker. Every loss, an unwanted stowaway. Your cable bridge, the steel threads of your past, suspending the blueprints of your future. Defend what you have built. Go to defensesoap.com to learn more. This is your train station.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That moment?
It was a moment that changed my life. I'd been training with my team for months, and now we had been called up for the first time. The real deal. Wildfires were getting dangerously close to homes. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at nationalguard.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that.
Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University,
Georgetown
University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University, the University of Texas Southern University,
California, Berkeley,
Old Dominion University, Harvard University,
the University of Virginia,
Texas A&M, Norfolk State University, Georgetown University, Arizona State, Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University.
Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State. Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown University.
Arizona State.
Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown
University. Arizona State.
Pennsylvania
Does this interrupt your signal at all? Okay. Just listen to what I'm sending you. As I'm talking, put me on cue or something like that so you can hear what I'm sending you off air. I just made a change. I just need to know if it made any change in what I'm sending you. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Sound muffled? Okay. So I can't plug this in. I was thinking I could plug the audio stream in. Just make.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University.
Georgetown
University. Arizona State.
Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University. University. Arizona State.
Pennsylvania State University.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
The Ohio State University.
The University of Texas Southern University.
California, Berkeley.
Old Dominion University. Harvard University.
The University of Virginia.
Texas A&M.
Norfolk State University. University. Arizona State.
Pennsylvania State University.
Okay. All right, thanks, bud. Hello again, everybody, live from our studios, our mat side studios, the Brute Studios. This is Takedown Wrestling. We come to you live today from the venerable Welsh-Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University. It's the 50th edition of the Ken Kraft Midlands Championships, where the elite meet to compete. I'm Scott Casber, Steve Foster, now Greg Zafros joins in, and fellas, this has been a wonderful first 2 hours, but now we switch to the internet, and it looks like we're not just on the air, but we're broadcasting on the air, courtesy of our sponsors out there, including Takedown Sportswear and Sunflower Wrestling. Takedown and Sunflower. Thanks, guys. And fellas, now we can catch them up. Greg Zafros jumps in and catch them up on what has happened, at least through the early rounds of wrestling here at Welsh-Ryan.
Well, thanks, Scott. We've just had 90 minutes of pure excitement and electricity at Welsh-Ryan Arena here on the campus of Northwestern University. We're just about at the end of the first round. Getting some 197 pounders out there. Wrestling started about 90 minutes ago. In the first round, as I mentioned previously, I don't know if you want to call that a pigtail round or a regular round, in that the 64-person bracket in each weight class, and about half the wrestlers in all the weight classes combined wrestled in that, including a lot of the top seeds at 141 pounds. Both Kendrick Maple, the number 1 seed, and the number 2 seed, Devin Carter, had to wrestle. They all won handily. At 149, Nick Bracetta of Virginia Tech and Steve Santos of Columbia, the number 3 and number 4 ranked seeded wrestlers, had to wrestle in the round. And in that one also, Donnie Vinton, the number 2 seed, had to wrestle. So at 149 pounds, 3 of the top 4 wrestlers and that had to wrestle in that first round. Most of the top seeds won comfortably, but we have to say that one of your friends, Steve, Luke Gettle, did a pretty nice job, I'd have to say, against
kept up with
Kendrick Maple at 141 pounds. The final score was, I think, something like 6-2 or whatever. But Luke Gettle of Iowa State did a nice job of pushing him on that.
He's one of the few people that can say he defeated the likes of Kendrick Maple, who was last year's OW here at the tournament.
Right.
Not only seeded number 1 here, but I believe overall the nation, he's ranked number 1 in the nation as well. So, but yeah, he looks good and doing a tough wrestling there for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yeah.
And Coach Mark Cody.
Yeah, and I should mention the final score on that actually was 11-5, but they were at 6-2 going into the third period.
Yeah.
I think it was. So it was a really good match. And so we're
tough draw for first round.
Yeah. Hey, I know that.
Some chances
that happened to me when I was here. You know, you get the number 1 seed, defending Big Ten champion, all that kind of stuff. I know what it feels like.
You've been in Luke Gettle's place.
I have.
You know what he went through.
Unfortunately, too many times. So we're just about finishing that first round. One of the things I want to fill you people in right away, the brackets are being posted on the internet. And I'm supposed to be telling you that you go to NU Sports for Northwestern University Sports, or you can go to the Midlands websites. I don't know what that one is to get those brackets, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to make it easy on you. I posted the link to the brackets on my own website. There's nothing else on it except a link to those brackets. So if you go to gregzafros.com, you're going to be able to link directly to the bracket sheets. They're in PDF format. So that's gregzafros.com. I know it's a weird name. I've had to suffer with that my whole life. It's GregZafros.com.
And that's actually a shorter version of the real name. You got to give it to us at least once.
Okay, Grigorios Zafropoulos. Okay,
so that is as Greek as it gets.
Yeah, fortunately it's not GregZafropoulos.com. It's gregzafros.com. GregZafros. www.canvas.com, and you'll be able to link right to the brackets. Now, those brackets have not been updated yet, but they will be updated after every round. So print them out each time and then listen in, because we're going to be giving you some results, and those results will also give you the bout numbers on that. You'll be able to keep track of what's going on.
Bout numbers are great at this stage of the tournament. When we get to the wrestlebacks, the bout numbers get a little bit scrambled. That's when it gets more challenging.
Right.
So we got to try to fill it out with our ink pens as we go. Otherwise, there's so many mats and so many matches going on.
Yeah,
it makes it tough.
Let's take a minute for those people who haven't gotten their bracket sheets yet to give them the seeded wrestlers and fill them in. But they'll be able to get that once they get the brackets. At 125 pounds, the number 1 seed from Pitt, but wrestling unattached, Anthony Zanetta, and the number 2 seed, now not unattached, but wrestling for Virginia Tech this year as opposed to last year, Gerard Garnett. So the number 1, number 2 seeds.
Should we go through the top 4? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's
do top 4. Yeah.
Okay, now I'll tell you what. Let me do the number 1, 2. You can do 3 and 4 because I don't have enough fingers to count up that out.
Corey Clark at 125 is the 3rd seed, and he's unattached, and he's a true freshman, by the way. And rumor has it he's a point or 2 away in wrestle-offs in the Iowa wrestling room against two-time national champ Matt McDonough. So he's going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be fun to see how Corey Clark does. And then somebody he's defeated is number 4 seed. They wrestled already this year, and that's a real good wrestler, Jesse Delgado from the Fighting Illini of Illinois. He is the number 4 seed.
Right, who wrestled in the All-Star tournament. At 133 pounds, Scotty Sentis of Central Michigan, the number 2 ranked wrestler in the United States, or collegiately, I guess, is going against Daniel Dennis. And we all know Daniel Dennis from this, a former Iowa wrestler. One of the things about the Midlands tournament is that postgraduates are allowed to wrestle in this tournament, and that's what brings some of the excitement on. So we're going to have Scott Sentis, number 1, Daniel Dennis, number 2. What else do we have?
And then Tyler Graff coming down from 141. He was traditionally a 33-pounder for years.
He was.
Wisconsin.
Right.
I believe he redshirted last year.
Yep.
Started at 41 this year. Now he's down to 133, so he's going to be tough. He's the number 3 seed for Wisconsin. And then A.J. Shop
from Edinburgh.
From Edinburgh, Mr. Shop is the number 4 seed for the Edinburgh Fighting Scots, and so he'll be wrestling for a team from out east.
Right, and A.J. Shop won the All-Star meet in his match against
tough kid
Chris Dardanes of Ohio State.
Minnesota Gophers.
Minnesota. And so in this one, between the top 4, any one of those 4
isn't that going to be fun to watch? Yeah. We're going to have a lot of fun keeping track of that one.
Number 40 at 141, one of our favorite wrestlers, Kendrick Maple of Oklahoma. No question about it. He's ranked number 1 in the country, number 1 seed here, and he's going. This could be a barn burner. He's the number 2 seed, wrestling unattached this year because he's redshirting, is Devin Carter of Virginia Tech. I just watched him wipe out his opponent in the first round here about a half an hour ago. He was the winner of this tournament last year at 133 pounds, and so he is moving up. Let's see what happens on this. 2 great wrestlers, a lot of excitement, a lot of scrambling with both of these. It's going to be a great match if they end up in the finals.
And then another Illinois Illini, the Fighting Illini out of Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, just down the interstate there. I think it's Interstate 57, I believe. Heads down to Champaign. B.J. Futrell is wrestling for the Fighting Illini. Real tough kid. We've watched Futrell for years wrestle. He'll be representing Coach Jim Heffernan and country, and then Michael Port, I believe it is. Is that right?
Right.
Yep, Port from Edinburgh. So another 2 Edinburghs are number 4 seed in a row here for the weight class at 141 pounds.
Okay, at 149, Montel Marion, a graduate of the University of Iowa, was in the finals last year. He lost to Kendrick Maple in the finals in one of the great matches of the tournament last year. And he's going against number 2 seed, Donnie Vincent. He's maybe going to go. Good potentially. Right. Donnie Vincent of Binghamton he didn't necessarily come out of nowhere, but Donnie Vincent is ranked like number 3 in the country or something like that. I just watched him wrestle a few minutes ago. He's an outstanding wrestler, and if those guys meet in the finals, that'll be really exciting. But there are a couple of pretty decent wrestlers at 3 and 4 too.
And then Steve Santos from Columbia. Right. Santos from Columbia is the number 3 seed, 149 pounds. He'll be and then number 4 seed is Nick Bracetta from Virginia Tech, one of the Hokies here wrestling.
Right, and
Bracetta.
Right, and I've seen Bracetta. I think he's lost one match this year. Bracetta's an outstanding wrestler. I watched Steve Santos for the very first time from Columbia. The guy is really a stud, and he did a nice job.
Yeah, Santos is good. Yeah, he's tough.
He's really strong.
Physically
strong, and he's a pretty darn good wrestler.
It's going to be hard for guys to defeat Mr. Santos.
Okay, and just so that you know, we're getting close to the end of the first round. After that, we'll start picking up and going in order. We just want you to give you time. Remember, go to gregzafros.com, GREGZAFROS. ROS is in Sam.com, and you'll be able to get the brackets and follow along with us. So we're giving you some time to do it. 157 could be a barn burner. Jason Welch, who won it last year, one of the funkiest wrestlers around, along with Ivan Lopachenko of Purdue. And the number 2 seed is James Fleming of Clarion, who just seems to get better every single year, doing a great job. So that's what we've got at number 1 and number 2.
Napoli, Mr. Joey Napoli is for Lehigh, the number 3 seeded wrestler here at 157 pounds. And then Walter Peppelman from Harvard. It's good to see some kids from Harvard here wrestling. And it increases our IQ just walking around them and seeing them and brushing shoulders with them. Well, I feel my IQ's getting up there.
Well, I see them walking around with slide rules trying to figure out the sine and cosine of the angle of the armbar type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, at 165 pounds, this could be really interesting. The number 1 seed is Bekzad Abdurrahmanov. I believe he's wrestling unattached. The bracket doesn't show that right now, but I'm sure he graduated from Clarion last year.
Yeah.
He's the number 1 seed, the brother of Muzaffar Abdurrahmanov, who wrestled at American University and was an outstanding wrestler. Number 1 seed. And the number 2 seed is Peter Yates, who was in the finals here last year against Steve Fittery and gave him a go for it. But Fittery, an outstanding wrestler, still in the Chicago area now. And that excuse me, he's in the Washington area now around American University. So Peter Yates, who this is the 165-pound weight class. If he's the number 3 ranked wrestler in the country, and in any other year, he would be the number 1 ranked wrestler in the country. But just his luck, he's got a couple of guys, Kyle Dake, and David Taylor out there.
Caldwell from Oklahoma.
Yeah, and who are really, truly outstanding. Peter Yates, I've watched him for years. He gets better all the time. If he had one more year besides this one, which he doesn't, okay, he would certainly be the contender for the national title.
Yates is definitely a good one. You said it right, Greg Zafros. And the number 3 seed, 165 pounds at the 50th annual Midlands, is Bubby Graham, who gave Mr. Caldwell of Oklahoma a good match. Put him into overtime in the Bedlam down there when Oklahoma State dueled out. And he's going to be good for the Sooners. And then a young man I got to watch, and he's your sleeper, I say, at 165 pounds. Gave Dake a good match in Vegas. Steve Monk from North Dakota State, being coached by Roger Kish.
Yeah.
And Monk, keep an eye on him because, boy, he's got some vicious cradles.
Yeah, I watched him. He was good. Okay, at 174 pounds, Jordan Blanton of the University of Illinois. We had Coach Jim Heffernan on an earlier show.
He was talking about him, of course.
And Blanton is always right around the top. He always has his ups and downs. It depends on whether he's having a good day or not. He's going against, he's the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed, Robert Kokish of Nebraska. I watched him wrestle a little bit ago, and he did a really, really nice job. I'm not that familiar with seeing him wrestle, but I know he's always been up there in the rankings and has an outstanding record.
He is real good. He wrestles good. He's got Enan at another weight right by him that we'll talk about here later, I'm sure, in the tournament. And Kokish and Enan is a good 1-2 punch for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And Lee Munster's back for Northwestern University Wildcats, the number 3 seed for Coach Drew Periano and the others here, and he's the number 3 seed, number 3 seed, 174, and then Dan Yates from Michigan is the number 4 seed for the Wolverines.
Well, to give credit where credit is due, you have to remember that Lee Munster of Northwestern University won this tournament last year and came out of nowhere to win it. He was a freshman last year, won the thing, wrestled the matches of his life, and really, he certainly deserved it. So, again, here's 4 wrestlers here. Any one of them could win this thing.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have the privilege, Greg Zafros, of watching them sort it all out right on the mat.
Right. Okay, 184, Robert Hamlin of Lehigh. Okay, we watched him in the All-Star meet going against the number
monster.
Right, and the number 2 seed, Ben Bennett of Central Michigan. Ben Bennett always does better than I expect him to do. Yes. And I'm very he should be very proud of that. I mean, I'm giving him some accolades on this. I'm not that familiar with him. He's from Central Michigan, and he just he seems to always do better than I expect.
Chippewas always bring it. In Central Michigan, Chippewas always bring it. Tom Borelli doing such a good job with them, and like you said, Greg Zafros seems like he always just steps up to the plate, hits what he needs to do for him. And then at number 3 seed, Greg and listeners, is Jimmy Shiptock from Maryland, the Terps, and Coach Kerry McCoy coming from out in the East Coast out there, and Jimmy Shiptock be your number 3 seed. And then a dark horse maybe here a little bit, or a sleeper, I think, is Travis Rutt, who's on he's unattached, but we all know that he is a transfer from Wisconsin to Oklahoma, and he's in a redshirt situation, but he's entered this unattached, and Travis Rutt's one tough guy for the Badgers back in the day, now unattached for the Sooners, but he could make some noise here.
Yeah, no question about it. And Jimmy Sheptock I saw wrestle about 2 weeks ago at American University when they wrestled Maryland, and he was just outstanding. So again, we have 4. I feel very balanced. These top 4 are very balanced. Any one of them could win it. You know,
Hamlin's always tough, Vermonster, as we've been calling him over the years, out of the state of Vermont. He's a tough one. Greg, what do you see at 197?
Okay, 197, no question about it. Top dog here is Dustin Kilgore. That guy's got muscles on top of his muscles on top of his muscles. I think his eyelid muscles are stronger than my arms are. The guy is phenomenal. Of course, a defending national champion from Kent State University. But he is going against, possibly will be going against the number 2 seed, Matt Wilps of Pittsburgh, who is just outstanding. I saw him at the All-Star meet. He did a real job on the Penn State wrestler, you know, and just really kind of surprised everybody. And so, you know, there's no question that he's there. But Dustin Kilgore, Quentin Wright. I'm sure Quentin Wright doesn't want us announcing that, but
Quentin will be back. He don't go away very far.
Matt Wilps wrestled an outstanding match. He's not necessarily that big, and that, but he is really good. But Dustin,
tough on top. They have heard he's a real tough rider.
Right.
And 3 and 4, you ready? A veteran wrestling for the Lions Wrestling Club, Hudson Taylor. We've seen him before. He's a former Maryland Terp.
University of Maryland Terp.
But Hudson Taylor is one of those veterans who has decided to come back and mix it up here in Evanston, Illinois. And it's going to be fun to see how Taylor does. And you ready? Mario Gonzalez is your number 4 seed for the Jim Heffernan, Mark Perry coach team out of Champaign-Urbana. Mario Gonzalez,
a
Big Ten champ, I believe.
But Mario has the potential to do it all. It's just he has to break out. Maybe this tournament will be it for him. You know, I just talked to Jim Heffernan about 20 minutes ago or so. We talked about Mario a little bit, and you know, I think Coach Heffernan is waiting for him to break out as well. The guy has all the potential in the world. He just has to realize that he can do it all if he really puts his mind to it.
As far as names go, one of my favorite matches last year, Greg, real quick, was Mario Gonzalez against Alfonso Hernandez.
Right.
From Wyoming, and we got to do the Alfonso Hernandez-Mario Gonzalez match, and maybe we'll be able to do that again in Des Moines
Are we going
at the Nationals.
We're going to have to get a Spanish interpretation on
That's
that.
right. So.
Okay, at heavyweight, nothing new here. Gerard Trice of Central Michigan is the number 1 seed, and he wrestled unattached last year. Now he's back with Central Michigan, so he's getting some points for them. Outstanding wrestler. Number 2 seed is Mike McMullen of Northwestern. They were in the finals last year. They're both short wrestlers. McMullen is not that big of a wrestler. Tice has the weight, but he's not tall. He's he's got some heft to him and that. And these guys pounded it out last year with Trice winning it.
Wearing his Pillsbury Doughboy singlet, I believe.
I didn't want to phrase it that way, but since you did, that's the way it is.
They call him Doe, I've been told, in practice.
Okay.
That's his nickname is
So
Doe,
that should be good there. And then a couple good guys at 3 and 4.
Zach Thomasette from Pitt, of course, and then Chad Hankey for the Oregon State Beavers and Coach Jim Zaleski and Troy Steiner. So that could be fun too. Hankey's tough.
Right.
Thomasette's tough for Pitt, and it's going to be fun to see how that all shakes out.
Right. One of the things you have to remember is that Hankey of Oregon State spent the last couple of years getting pounded by Clayton Jack.
Yeah, Clayton Jack. Lumberjack.
When they make the movie of Andre the Giant, his life story, and that Clayton Jack will probably play Andre the Giant. Guy was a huge monster, but he actually an outstanding wrestler who did a lot of Olympic-style throws and lateral drops and that. He
Big,
was very
strong legs, the Lumberjack did.
Okay, now that's the lineup for the outstanding, for the seated wrestlers, and we're just getting ready now to start. The heavyweights are walking off the mat now, being replaced by 125-pounders. I've given you time to get the brackets. Again, this is Greg Zafros along with Steve Foster. We're with Takedown Wrestling Radio. We're glad you're listening to us. Let me give you a couple results, and then we're going to start going through. In fact, why don't you check out and see where our number 1 and number 2 seeds are. We're getting results in fast and furious now. Let me read a couple of them to you while we get set up to do the first round. About 62, Cameron Croy of Harvard. Decision, Mike Kelly of Harper, 18-4. That's about 62, 63.
That's Kelly was your what weight class was that?
That's that's 174, and he has just broken the record.
16 in a row.
He has wrestled in this tournament for 16 years in a row. Mike Kelly, he wrestled previously for Harper. I hope he still isn't in school and it's taking him 16 years to graduate, especially since it's a junior college and there's only 2 years in there. But Mike Kelly holds the record there.
That's amazing. We had him on Takedown earlier, so it was great.
Right. Okay, about 64, Cody Caldwell of Northern Iowa. Decision, Matt Mugen of Northern Illinois, 6-3. Let's get you a couple of others down here. Number 7, Bryce Hammond of Cal State Bakersfield. Decision, Cheney Dale of Indiana. Major decision, 11-0. And then about number 70, when I told you about number 2, Robert Kokish of Nebraska. He won by fall over Ryan Darsh of Clarion. Fall in 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay, let's check it out. Let's look on the mat and see, are we back to all? We still have a couple heavyweights there, but let's start checking out and look at our number 1, number 2 seeds. But we'll also focus on some of the other wrestlers too, because you're probably going to see these number 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds in later rounds. Okay, Anthony Zavetta at 125 pounds is the number 1 seed. It's bout number 92. Let me see if that's out there right now. We have one scoreboard we can't see from sitting here, so I'm periodically going to have to get up and move to it and see. But we'll look for a Pitt uniform. I don't see it right now. The number 2 seed is Jared Garnett of Virginia Tech, and he's bout number 107 for my good friends out in the East Coast, and that will bring you some play-by-play on that. That'll probably be coming up in the next group of wrestlers coming out.
And I'm going to keep track here, too, maybe of this Sprinkle for he's so good from North Dakota State. He's, I think, the sleeper here, the number 5 seed. He's out here wrestling against Columbia's Pin Gottfried, and Gottfried trails already. Sprinkle's already gotten the takedown, and he's really been wrestling good for the Bison here.
Sorry about that. In bout number 94, Dom Malone of Northwestern just won his match against Abru or whatever, Alex Abru of Lehigh. I don't know what the score was on that, but I'm sure the hometown folks here at Northwestern University are always glad when one of their own wins.
Yes. So I see Patterson coming up here for Oklahoma. Unattached, I would imagine, because I know he's redshirting this year, I believe. Patterson he's the number 6 seed, and he's going to be down here on match number 103. He takes on a Harvard wrestler, Jeffrey Ott from Harvard. And Sprinkle still up just 2-0, 55 seconds riding time, just about a minute of riding time. There's his minute of riding time with 1 minute and 34 seconds to go in the first period. A real tough wrestler from North Dakota State. Yeah. Sprinkle leads.
Matches number 99 and 100 are the number 3 and the number 4 seeds, so we'll watch for those. We have match number 99 going right now, and it's Jesse Delgado out in front of us here, and he is wrestling. Let's check and see if
it's going to be either Northern Illinois or Nebraska.
Okay, and that's number 99 right out in front of us.
I think that's a Husky.
Red uniform. Looks like Nebraska. Yeah, Northern Illinois is that same color or similar colors.
Nebraska's going to be a little bit brighter red, so I'm going to say that's a Husky.
Okay.
Northern Illinois, which means that his opponent is Derek Elmore.
And over in the far corner, we have match number 100, and that's Corey Clark, and he's going against Hicks, Trey Hicks of Clarion, over on the far side. Right, that match just ended. Okay, just as I was speaking here, that one went off, or are they just starting? Let me just check and see. Well, we'll get this all settled down in a minute when things slow down. It looks like there's a Clarion uniform out there, so that looks like that match is just starting.
Copford got an escape and sprinkle in on a quick takedown there for North Dakota State. Now leads 4-1. Delgado is still scoreless down here. The number 4 seed for Illinois against, we're still pretty sure it's Elmer from the Northern Illinois Huskies.
Okay, and for our East Coast fans and our Virginia fans, I want to mention again that we'll be bringing you some play-by-play on the Jared Garnett match, bout number 107. I've just gotten a couple scores in here too. Anthony Zanetta's match, he won that by a score. Listen to this one. The score for the number 1 seed going against Kyle Garcia of Oklahoma, the final score was 16-12.
Wow.
16-12.
Fantastic.
Wrestling against the number 1 seed.
They burned up some calories, Greg Zafros.
That was a good one. I wouldn't have lasted that long. Then the other one we talked about, Don Malone of Northwestern winning in a fall in 1 minute and 55 seconds. So that was pretty darn quick.
Sprinkle up 6-2. Delgado leading 2-1. Minute and 1 second to go in the first period here between the two Illinois schools battling, actually, Illinois and Northern Illinois, down here on mat number 6, match number 99.
I would want to mention to you that should you want to, you can get in touch with me or Steve Foster by emailing me. It's a simple one. If you deal with weird names, it's Greg at gregzafros.com. Okay, the same website that you're getting the brackets off of. So it's Greg, G-R-E-G, at Greg Zafros. That's all together, GREGZAFROS.com. So if you'd like to email me on that, give you a request, either give you the play-by-play on your favorite wrestler, or maybe have Steve Foster sing a song for you, whichever you want to do.
Way down upon the Swanee River.
Right, go ahead and do that. We'll be glad to hear from you. I'm going to log on to that right now.
Patterson's leading now over his Harvard opponent, Jeffrey Ott. It is 4-2. Patterson gets another takedown. He is redshirting, though, so he's wrestling unattached for, well, not really officially for the Oklahoma Sooners, but Ott doing a good job trying to cut the corner. He's in a Whitterser situation, gets a reversal and closes the gap. It's now 6-4 at the end of the first period. So smart wrestling there by the Harvard wrestlers.
Well,
as if they were going to wrestle intelligently.
Yeah, who would have thunk? Okay, Jesse Delgado is winning his match out on mat number 6 by a score of 4-1. That's just after the first period, but he has a bit of a comfortable lead there. He already has 57 seconds of riding time. So we'll keep you abreast of that match as well.
And Sprinkle, look at my kind of dark horse here at 125 pounds. I think he's going to surprise some people. He's just a tear. He's up 10-4 and has his Columbia opponent in a cradle, but Gutfeld gets out of it. And they're on the edge of the mat. I don't know if the cradle is going to be able to be pulled back in, but a lot of riding time here for Sprinkle as well. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of riding time. And I think Sprinkle's ranked 5th in the nation. He's seated 5th here. So it's going to be fun to see him and Zanetta. They're going to be on the same side of the bracket. Delgado will be on the same side of the bracket as Sprinkle as well. So it'll be fun to keep track of him. And I haven't seen, have we seen Corey Clark out here yet for the Hawkeyes unattached officially. He's wrestling unattached. That'll be match number 100. I know we always have a lot of Iowa Hawkeye listeners. And want to feed our fans today. Try to become your eyes here. And Boy, Harvard's closed the gap. You're ready 6-5 here now between Ott of Harvard and Patterson. So Ott doing a good job wrestling very intelligently for the Harvard.
Again, I want to remind you of a couple of things. One is you can get the bracket sheets. The easiest way to do it is go to gregzafros.com, GregZafros.com, and just click on the link. There's nothing else on that page except the link to take you directly there. The other thing I want to mention, something I mentioned earlier, is that there are 8 mats out there right now. Mat number 8 at the far end is blocked. The scoreboard for that is blocked from us.
It's going to be tricky to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. We're going to have to stand up behind us or whatever. We're going to try to keep you up to date on that one as much as we can.
Match number 101.
Okay. Jesse Delgado is now leading 5-1 at 15 seconds to go in the second period. He, again, is the 3rd or 4th seed at that weight class. And, well, so far, there really haven't been any upsets that I'm aware of.
No, Patterson's caught back out in the lead against Ott of Harvard here, 8-5 on match number 103. So, this referee is Steve. I can't remember his last name. Good guy from Appleton, Wisconsin. Got to talk to him in the lobby of the Orrington Hotel this morning. 13-4 now. Sprinkle, the number 5 seed from North Dakota State, leads now in 3 minutes and 25 seconds of riding time.
Remember, if you have any special requests, just email them to me, greg@gregzafros.com. And we'll do what you can. If you're going to ask for money, make sure you address it to Steve Foster.
Yeah, I'll take care of the financial.
Foster.
Yep, just right on there. Just leave a blank check and we'll fill in the gaps.
Yeah, Jesse Delgado now is up by a score of 7-2. 1:40 to go in the third period, and looks like he might get another reversal here and increase that lead.
He's up by 5, like you say, Greg Zafros, and Sprinkle up by 9, so he's got a major decision, plus 3:55 of riding time there for Sprinkle out of North Dakota State, who you and I both like keeping track of what people are doing during the season, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on this kid. He has just been burning up the mat so far this year for North Dakota, and he gets another takedown. He's been on fire. They got him ranked high, nationally, but I think he's going to make a lot of noise before the year's over here.
Right, and Jesse Delgado got that takedown that we saw him start. Okay. He's now up by a score of 9-2 with 1:12 to go in the third period, so he's got a pretty comfortable lead on that right now. How's our Harvard wrestler doing?
Harvard, Ott's going to start on top. Patterson up to his feet. Patterson leads 8-5. A little set-through situation here for Patterson. Real good tight waist ride here, and some wrist control by the Harvard wrestler. Riding kind of parallel, tough on Patterson. Now, they are in the third period there, Greg, and there's 1:30 to go in the third period. Getting rid of some riding time is Ott, because Patterson has the riding time, 1:35. Cross-body ride, Patterson up to his feet. Both wrestlers, Patterson in, nice hip heist, nice hip action there, set-out situation by Patterson. He gets the escape, so it's now 9-5 in favor of the unattached Oklahoma Sooner. Wrestling unattached for them. He's redshirting this year, as well as Rutt, Andrew Howe. A lot of guys redshirting for Oklahoma this year. They're going to release some big horses next year.
Okay, Jesse Delgado now up by a score of 11-4.
Okay.
On mat number 6, and on the far side over there, we've got kind of an east-west duel. We've got Oregon State going against University of Pennsylvania, and
they've crossed some time zones to meet one another.
Right. That's Rappo, R-A-P-P-O for Penn, Pennsylvania, and for Oregon State, this Joey Palmer. And the score right now is 2-1 in favor of Joey Palmer, and it's just started the second period. And Palmer has 51 seconds of riding time, but we just have an escape by Palmer, and that increases his lead to 3-1 with about 1:45 to go in the second period.
So with 1:07 of riding time, Delgado does get a major decision, 12-4. So Delgado wins and moves on. So that's your number 4 seed. Moving on to face his next opponent for the Fighting Illini. And he does pick up some bonus points there, getting the major.
Right.
So
If you're listening to our Midlands broadcast for the first time, remember this is the first rounds on this, actually starting into what might be called the second round, and things start to shake down a little bit and get a little bit more organized as things go along, and there are fewer and fewer mats. So just bear with us. We're doing the best we can. But again, we have the airwaves open for suggestions by you and for information. We'll do our best. Jared Garnett has just gone out on mat number 6 in front of us. He's the number 2 seed. He was in the finals last year as an unattached wrestler. Now he's back wrestling for Virginia Tech, and he's shot right in there. I thought I was going to tell you right that he got a takedown in nothing flat, but his opponent on this one, who is Jake Papke from UW Parkside, that's the University of Wisconsin. Let's see. Is that the Parks? Is that, yeah?
I believe that is Wisconsin, Parkside, yep.
No, it's Nebraska. It's the Nebraska wrestler.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Eric Kufel of Nebraska. And Garnett, I watched him wrestle earlier this year. Oh, man. Kufel just shot in, and Garnett just spun around. Garnett actually still at 125 pounds, looks a little even smaller than last year. Not necessarily small, still very muscular, but really very trim, like he's in better condition than that.
He's definitely going to be a scorer, point scorer for Virginia Tech this year.
Yeah, he's gone out there with with a objective on his mind here. He's chopping that arm. He's got the 2-point takedown. He's got 2 minutes to go in the first period, and he keeps chopping at that arm of the Nebraska wrestler. Then the Nebraska wrestler stands up, and Patterson lifts him right off the ground and dumps him close to on his head. Not enough for a penalty or anything, and they go back to the center. So with a minute left to go in the first period, the score is 2-0 for Gerard Garnett of Virginia Tech. Now you might be wondering, Virginia Tech, like so many other teams, plays the game of redshirting. And that last year, Devin Carter wrestled for them and scored points for Virginia Tech, winning the 133-pound weight class. And Garnett was
now they've kind of reversed roles here.
Right, and now they've exactly returned. So between having Peter Yates, and having Jared Garnett, and then also if they had Devin Carter, they could possibly have 3 champions in this.
Yeah, they could.
And I don't know if I could say that'd be enough to win this thing, but they could be very close in that.
Be way up there.
They also have Nick Bracetta, who's the number 3 seed, and so they could have 3 to 4 wrestlers place in the top 3 or be in the finals. So this could be the year for. The only unfortunate thing is that Devin Carter is redshirting
this year. Yes,
and we always it's a crapshoot. What can I say? Whether you do that or not.
And he won it last year in the midst of that. I believe that was when his father had a heart attack.
Right.
In the news that his father had just been rushed to the hospital.
Right.
So he talked about a strong young man. He dedicated that whole tournament performance to his father, who was having heart issues and was rushed to the hospital, and quite a story. I read that whole story about that situation. So
we are
to see Devin Carter back.
We are starting some of the 133-pound matches right now. Ryan Mango of Stanford is out over on mat number 1. Let me see who he's wrestling. It looks like he's wrestling Mango from Stanford, and he's wrestling against Bruno of Michigan. And right now the score is 0-0. That match actually just started. I watched Ryan Mango in the finals of the junior division of the National High School Championships in Virginia Beach a few years back, and he wrestled at the fellow who's now back to wrestling 125 pounds for Wyoming, Tyler Cox, I believe it was. It was the best match of that whole tournament, with 20 mats going at one particular point.
Wow.
Those two guys, Mango and Cox, had the best match of the whole tournament.
That's
and it was really good. I'll tell you what, I'm not even going to tell you who won that one, because they both wrestled so well. It was an exciting
Sometimes
match.
it's almost unfortunate one has to be the loser, when you get these 16-12, 15-13, or some matches don't have a ton of points, but there is a lot of action.
Right.
I've seen 3-2 and 2-1s that were just shots and reshots and counters. And
Okay, Gerard Garnett of Virginia Tech up by a score of 4-1 now. He's right in front of us, so I'm going to use that as an excuse for giving his scores, even though I live close to Virginia Tech and spent a lot of time there. But they happen to be right in front of us. On the far side, Ryan Mango is up. I was just going to tell you it was 4-1, but the wrestler from Michigan just got out, so now it's now 4-2 with 1:30 to go in the first period.
Garnett putting his opponent from Nebraska on his back with a big throw and a power.
Oh, right.
Half Nelson there. Now really tying up the legs and kind of got a, oh, he's really putting a closure here on the Nebraska wrestler. Garnett really riding tough. And
oh, there's the pin.
Kevin Tan calls it. It's a pin. It's a fall for Garnett with bonus points.
Right, 1:10 to go in the second period, and he puts him down. And quite a match. Garnett, no question why he's the number 2 seed. And, the question is whether he should be number 1. But shouldn't make really that much difference. But
he'll sort that out.
Yeah, a really good dominating match by him. Not a lot of high scores and scoring in that, but really good. It's still 4-2 for Ryan Mango on the far side, and over near us on mat number 5, just off to our right, we have mat 105, and that's Derek Nelson from Pitt. That Pitt is quite a team here, and against the number 10 seed, Joe Roth of Central Michigan.
Mango's still leading, I believe, right now, 4-2. Mango's up by 2 points, and against Bruno of Michigan. So Stanford doing real good over there on mat number 1. And I believe we have Tyler Graff up here again for match number 106.
Yeah, that's going to be 133 pounds.
Yeah, 133 pounds.
116 it looks like.
Yeah, 116.
And that's coming. Oh,
that's going to be coming up.
Yeah, it's already started. It's right in front of us. 30 seconds in. Tyler Graff, an outstanding wrestler at 133 pounds. If you heard us earlier, any one of the top 4 could win this. Tyler Graff. At this point, the best wrestler on the University of Wisconsin team, and no question about it.
And he's dropped down a weight because he started at 41 earlier this year.
But he is a 133-pounder. I think it just took him a little bit of time. Now remember, he redshirted last year, and that's
Olympic red shirt.
Right. So he had to come back. Okay, we're going to give you a couple of scores that we just got.
And his opponent, by the way, is Logan Artis from Illinois for Fighting Illini.
Yeah, let's give you a couple of quick scores. Okay, at 125 pounds, Sprinkle, the match of the number 5 Sprinkle, who you had going against Penn Gottfried of Columbia. Sprinkle was a winner by a score of 18-6.
He's a sleeper.
Okay, bout number 98, that's Dylan Peters and Thomas Gilman. Thomas Gilman of Unattached for Iowa was a winner 5-3 over Dylan Peters.
The red shirt for the Hawkeyes. Gilman's tough.
Bout number 99, we just told you about that. Jesse Delgado, the number 4 seed, beat Tim Lambert. Okay, we said it was Kufel, but it's Tim Lambert. Okay, the brackets were not right. Tim Lambert of Nebraska by a score of 12-4, so he's got a major decision on that one, an extra team point. And then another one we talked to you about, number 6 seed Jared Patterson of Oklahoma, but wrestling unattached, defeated the Harvard wrestler Jeffrey Ott.
Patterson in a red shirt year?
Yeah, by a score of 12-7. Bout number 107, this is the one, it was Kufel was Nebraska who wrestled Jared Garnett. So the match with Jared Garnett was a fall in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. You heard that first here at Takedown Wrestling Radio. And here's one, somebody looked like they did it with a crayon over there. The winner, the number 1 seed, Scotty Sentis of Central Michigan, defeated Danny Sabatello of Purdue by a score of 6-0.
All 7 feet of Sentis.
Right. And then our last score that we have right now, Jesse Thielke of Wisconsin, but wrestling unattached, defeated Derek Steele of Binghamton by a score of 6-5. So pretty close match. That's about 109 at 133 pounds. So let's go back out of the mat. Got a match down here with Michigan and Clarion. Let's see what that one is.
Another takedown for Graff. He's up now 4-1 with 49 seconds to go in the first period, and some riding time here by Graff too. Tyler Graff riding on top. Real tough against Artis, Logan Artis of Illinois. So Graff leaving off picking up right where he left off at 133 pounds. Really looking good is Tyler Graff. So for the Wisconsin Badgers.
Okay, we got a match could be a good one down here on mat number 5. That's Pizzo of Michigan. And he's going against, what is it, Watko?
Watko, yeah,
Clarion, Joe Watko. Neither one of them are seeded, but sometimes those are the best matches.
It's not uncommon to see that happen. Some of them are the most entertaining ones. Levi Wolfensberger's up on mat number 113, I believe it is. Or mat 2, match number 113, pardon me. And he'll be wrestling Josh Rodriguez from North Dakota State. Ison. They just wrestled Iowa State at Hilton, so I got to watch some of their guys earlier on this last week. So.
Okay, I just want to check on the Clarion wrestler in about 117.
Yes.
Is that Waltko?
Waltko, yep, that's what I thought.
I think at the break I'm going to have to get my glasses here. Tyler Graff with a 6-2 lead going into the second period. He chooses standing, the neutral position. He got that takedown not right away, but he did it with great force. Let's put it that way.
80 seconds of riding time.
He's right in again on this takedown. Double leg just drives him, knocks him down 2 points. He's up now 8-2. Okay.
Kraft looking good. He's got to be close to a senior. Seems like he's been up to Wisconsin for a while. I remember him and Hochstrasser having some great matches over the years. So Hochstrasser and Kraft had some great battles. They had a real Donnybrook there at the Unidome in the national duels once. Still sticks in your mind some of those matches like you brought up earlier with Cox of Wyoming and the other one.
And Ryan Mango,
Mango from Stanford. So, yep. Some of those matches are just such battles. They just are forever engraved in your mind.
I'm going to see if I can look up and see what year. I have that here, the Tyler Graff is. Let me just check and see.
Speaking of matches are great, do you remember the Joe Johnston, Jeremiah Jarvis?
Oh, jeez.
That was what, 17-16?
Something like that.
Jeremiah Jarvis against Joe Johnston. Those were some great ones. And then we had some what we called the Boston Marathon of the Midlands back, and I think it involved a Virginia Tech Hokie. Pretty sure it did. One of those matches did back in the day, but that went on. I forget how many overtimes, but that was a blast.
I'm sorry. Tyler Graff is listed as a junior.
Wow.
On the rankings that I have, he's ranked like number 8 at 141.
Sure.
But when he gets done here in this tournament, that he's going to be ranked right up there, no matter what he does, at 133 pounds, having just moved down to that weight class.
He's leading 12-4 right now. He's got a major decision going, 2 minutes and 4 seconds of riding time.
Yeah, my friends out there, Pizzo and Welko from Michigan and Clarion, respectively, and they're 2-1 after the first period, and they were rolling around with a whole bunch of funk wrestlers. It looked more like a tumbling match than it did actual wrestling. And starting the second period, and Pizzo is down.
And Rodriguez and Wolfensberger from Northern Iowa, Rodriguez from North Dakota State, they're still tied up 1-1 with 1 minute 30 seconds to go in the third period. So real tough match here between Rodriguez and Wolfensberger. Wolfensberger is the seeded wrestler for Northern Iowa Panthers, and Josh Rodriguez comes in for North Dakota State unseeded, but wrestling a real tough match here. Just 1 second of riding time, which is very unusual to have 1 second of riding time, but minute and 10 seconds going to third period down on mat number 2, match number 113.
We better be on our good behavior. Kerry McCoy, head coach at the University of Maryland, has just come up here, and he's keeping an eye on us to make sure that we say all nice things about those Maryland wrestlers. And I'll tell you, that Maryland team is tough. They rebuilt just a little bit and brought some guys in, and they're doing really well. And
soon to be in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and this Christian Boyle of Maryland is an outstanding wrestler, highly ranked, and doing a great job. So Boley,
Yep, he does a good job.
Boley, So, but right now it's 12-5 for Tyler Graff. He's kind of starting to cruise on it now. He's in the third period.
And Wolfensberger and Rodriguez could go to sudden victory here. Maybe it's 1-1, 34 seconds to go. Wolfensberger with a double underhook here. Rodriguez doing a good job, though, keeping them all on the side of the mat. Nice trip attempt there by Rodriguez. And Wolfensberger, them both tied up here, 18 seconds to go. 1-1's the score, so what you see is what you get. Referee calls no stalling. Rodriguez did step out of bounds, but gonna get a fresh start back here in the middle of the mat. See if anybody takes a shot here with 10 seconds to go. Northern Iowa and North Dakota State.
And
Bison against the Panther.
And that Michigan-Clarion match is tied 2-2 now with almost no riding time, 14 seconds to
That's match number 117.
Yeah, to the
Clarion against Pizzo.
Yeah, and these guys are doing a nice job. Very competitive, good wrestling to watch.
We do. We got a 1-minute sudden victory here. Coach Randy Pugh up in the corner. Doug Schwab for the Northern Iowa. I believe that is Roger Kish over there for the North Dakota State Bison. And so we're going to see who can get the takedown here in sudden victory.
That's match number 113 on your program, which you are supposed to be getting at gregzafros.com. The link is right there. I went to the trouble to put it out there for you, so let's make sure that you utilize it. Another takedown by Tyler Graff. He's now up 22-9 with 12 seconds to go, so I would guess that he's going to win that one.
Ready for somebody really in the driver's seat here. Ready for this name. You've heard him. You've watched him. A.J. Shop.
A.J. Shop.
13-0. 1:43 to go in the third period. Ready. 2 minutes and 5 seconds of riding time for Shop.
Wow. And he did an absolutely phenomenal job at the All-Star meet. And I got a chance to talk to him briefly before. A very nice young man and very intent on
Graff
doing
wins
a good job.
23-9. Yeah. Graff wins 23-9. Yeah, Shop doing a good job, as you said, in the All-Star, and now he's up 14-0. And he gets the pin. So some bonus points there for Edinburgh. And the number 4 seed, A.J. Shop, moves on for Edinburgh with a big pin.
Well, that win by Graff, 23-9, I believe it was.
23-9, yep.
That's how my matches were, too.
Yeah?
Of course, I had the 9.
Oh, what you know.
So what you know. But I was never, never concerned about that. It was the
getting out there and doing your best.
Was doing the best I could every once in a while.
One of my favorite coach's quotes was, "Steve, as long as you do your best, you never lose."
Yep.
Boy, I had to reapply that one to a lot of my results. Should have put that on my singlet.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's 2-1 right now, and your leader between Wolfensberger and Rodriguez is Wolfensberger because he got out. He got the escape and in the ride out. So I got to believe he'll start on top. Just 6 seconds to go, and we are in the ride-out situation. And sudden victory here between the Bison and the Panther, match number 113. And that might be Kendrick Maple, is that right? Match 124 possibly, or not? That sure looks like him. 124 maybe?
Over on mat 8.
Mat 7.
Well, he just got taken down.
Mat 7 maybe. I think Kendrick Maple just got the takedown actually for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Sure, that's him.
So we have 2-0.
Yep. So we have the number 1 seed at 141 out there, Kendrick Maple, and he's going against Matisek.
Last year's Midlands OW.
That's right.
Wrestler.
Not only a winner but of this weight class, but the Outstanding Wrestler Award. And I have to say, he probably got 95% of the votes on that.
Yeah.
He really was terrific. And one of the nicest young men that we've ever
good interview
and stuff.
Yep. Has a strong faith and good morals, and just had him on Takedown Radio, in fact, last week. Live on the radio show. So
and he's
out of the state of Kansas.
And he is crunching his opponent out there. He's only up 2-0 in the first period, but he got that takedown. He's just kind of
meanwhile, Wolfensberger trying to ride Rodriguez out here. 15 seconds to go in the ride out. So a caution against Wolfensberger for Northern Iowa. And the North Dakota wrestler trying to get up to his feet. He does. Can he get his hands cleared? Nice inside stand up there. He got it. Now we're retied 2-2. 6 seconds to go. And I believe we could head into our second sudden victory here. Wow, yes. These guys are evenly matched. Greg Zafros between Wolfensberger and Rodriguez. It's 2-2. We're going to go into our second sudden victory. Kendrick Maple, by the way, is up. He's just got the riding time up over 1 minute. 1 minute, 3 seconds of riding time for Kendrick Maple. 1:21 to go in the first period. 2-0 is the score. So the Oklahoma Sooner and last year's OW just kind of picking up right where he left off last year at this tournament. Really looking tough and hoping to probably pick up some bonus points for Oklahoma. And no takedown yet on the sudden victory. In on a shot is Wolfensberger. He's got Rodriguez's leg up in the air. Does he come around for two?
That's it.
That's it.
And he wins it.
2
Wolfenberger.
points. Wolfensberger. Strong German name.
Yep. That's one of those matches you talked about, 1-1, 2-2, all that stuff, but an exciting match from start to finish. It was a great one.
Levi comes out on top over a real tough wrestler there, Josh Rodriguez from North Dakota State. Wolfensberger will move on for the Panthers of Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Okay, a couple of scores here. I've got that Ryan Mango score. We told you that he won that match against Bruno Rossi of Michigan, or Rossi Bruno, I don't know. They've got here. The final score is 13-6, but the interesting thing here is they have Ryan Mango listed as unattached for Stanford.
Oh,
okay, so maybe he's in a redshirt year.
That was bout 112.
Yeah, that was bout 112. So Ryan Mango listed as unattached for Stanford, wins his match 13-6 over Rossi Bruno, the way they have it here, of Michigan. Okay, and another AJ Shops match, which we talked to you about. That was a pin in
a pin
5:43. So right toward the end of the match, about 15 seconds to go.
And he was up 14 or 16 to 0 at the time. So he's just getting ready to do instead of getting the tech fall, he got the pin.
Okay, and we told you number 3, Tyler Graff of Wisconsin, won that one 23-9 over Logan Arliss of the University of Illinois, 23-9 for the third rank. And Jimmy Malone at 133 pounds, about 111, is the winner of Joe, his name is scratched out, Moda of Columbia.
What match was that?
That was 111.
Okay. And it was Malone that won, right?
Right. And then one last one here at 133 pounds. Number 9, Daryl Thomas of the University of Illinois. About 110 at weight is 133. Daryl Thomas, who we watched wrestle here last year at number 9 seed against Lakey Gardner of Lehigh.
He's tough. He had a good match.
Gardner was the winner on that one, but they have the scores listed as 3-3.
Oh, so Gardner won.
Yeah,
Gardner was victorious with Lehigh.
Down at the bottom it's saying that he won by a score of 5-3. So the scorecard.
So Lehigh was victorious. Gardner
was.
Right.
The match bout sheet is a little bit.
Haven't had a chance to watch Gardner wrestle, but I have Thomas and him beating Daryl. Well, Thomas was the seeded wrestler, so big win there for Lehigh and Gardner.
Yeah. And we've
had the slight upset.
Yeah, we've had Jim Heffernan, the coach at the University of Illinois, on our show many times.
Yes.
And he's really expecting this to be a breakout year. He says it better be. He's got all the horses. He's got a bunch of good guys coming in next year, but he's got an experienced crew this year, and he said if he's going to make it any time, this is the year for it. So let's see. He is gunning to win this tournament this year. That's Jim Heffernan, the new coach, a couple years now at the University of Illinois.
Daniel Dennis, I believe, is that match number 123, I believe. Is that right? The number
Dennis
2
down
seed.
At the bottom, yeah. 123. No, that's different.
And he leads Smith, I believe, Nick Smith of Northern Illinois now. Another takedown, 7-1 already for Daniel Dennis, wrestling unattached, former Iowa Hawkeye. And so he's winning his match down there. That is the mat in the other time zone down there. Mat number 4.
Right.
In the corner.
I'll get my telescope out.
Yeah. Those are harder to keep track.
We don't see Daniel Dennis in the traditional Iowa black and black and yellow uniform and that. So
he's wearing the green anklet. Yeah. He's actually wearing a red singlet this tournament. Dennis is, so it's a little harder to keep track of him. Maple is up now 5-0. 4 minutes of riding time here for your number 1 seed in last year's OW, Kindred Maple. So
with that, we've moved into the 141-pound weight class. As soon as this round is over, we'll go right into another round, and that this wrestling is going to last for another, I'd say, at least 3.5 hours today. This first session is a long one.
Yeah.
Oh, we have the Penn wrestler out at bout number 121, and we see a nice crew out there. Jack Riffin, former national champ for Northwestern University, right here, the home stand, and Matt Valente, his assistant coach there, and a great job that they've done bringing Penn back to the fame that it had a few years ago when it was wrestling here at the Midlands tournament.
All right, their auditorium, I like it. It's named, its definition of what their auditorium is named is a House of Wrestling.
Okay.
That's the name of their gyms there. So that's always been sentimental to me. And Oklahoma Sooner leading down on mat number 2, match 120, is Cody Brewer. Brewer leads now 6-2 going in the second period. Brewer for Oklahoma has 2 minutes and 6 seconds of riding time, and he's wrestling Erzman. Erzman for PU, Penn University, Kyle Erzman. And Erzman's actually wrestling unattached, so.
Okay, we got a note here from Sarah Mitchell. Thank you, Sarah. She writes, Grandview fans would like to hear an update on the Marion Tatum match. Go Vikings. Good luck from all of your fans.
Yeah, I think they had 3 entries here, the Vikings did. Last year's national NAIA champions.
Right. And so let's check that out. Maybe we can check and see what his bout numbers are and try to give you an update on that. And Sarah, thank you for letting us know. I remember years back when we gave out the Squeaky Wheel Award on the Midlands broadcast and that. The team that called in the most got the award, and I think Penn State, when they were wrestling here, excuse me, that's Marion Tatum.
Tatum. Okay. And what weight class? I've seen Tatum wrestle here.
Right. One of the things we'd like to ask you, if you do recommend that we follow a wrestler for you, please give us not only his name, but his weight and his school. So
I know Eric Thompson's their heavyweight. He's here. He'll be coming up. He's a stud for the Grandview Vikings as well. But Tatum, if you want to give us his weight, it'll help us. We got 8 mats going, and we sure appreciate you listening today. And we love the requests like that. Good job. Sarah Mitchell. Good job, Sarah. Thank you for joining us today. And we'll keep track of Tatum as well as the other. I'm pretty sure, if I'm right, Sarah might know this. I think they had 3 entries, I'm pretty sure. Grandview Vikings did. I know Grant Turner real good, one of the coaches, and Nick Mitchell's the coach, and I believe they're hosting the national championships again this year. They've really, boy, I tell you, that program's either in its 4th or 5th year. They're in Des Moines, Iowa, and man, have they taken off. They have just exploded. And this Eric Thompson, by the way, for them too, as well as Tatum, I look him to be the sleeper here. And tough at heavyweight this year here at the tournament, but Tatum will be doing good.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sarah Mitchell just informed us that Tatum is at 149 pounds, so we are going to check it out.
Going to be coming around the corner.
And you win the award for being the first to call in to us, so we're going to give you some play-by-play on that match if we can do that. Let's find, and we shouldn't be at that match yet, but we will update you. So Sarah, keep listening in. Get all your friends and relatives, your people out on the street, get them all in there to listen to that match.
That'll be coming up here soon.
And we'll get that bout number. Okay, Isaiah Tatum, he's about 140. And he
gets to have a lot of fun, doesn't he?
Yeah, he gets to go against Montel Marion, the number one seed.
So that'll be fun.
I can see where you're concerned about that one, but we'll see. And we will be bringing you the play-by-play on that one. Our highest match out there right now is 134, so we have about 6 matches. They are assigned by mats, so you can't exactly go by that.
Daniel Dennis was victorious. I didn't see the final score. I know he was up by quite a few, but he was victorious for former Iowa Hawkeye wrestling on a tab, so Dennis moves on.
And we'll be bringing you that score in just a moment. We want to thank Jeff Kreider and all the Kreider family who run Kreider tournaments and that for getting us all these scores that we can't necessarily follow. We have, let's see, bout number 127. We have a Virginia Tech wrestler out there against North Dakota. No, it might be a new match. Let me just check that out.
Cody Brewer got another takedown. He now leads 13-4. He intentionally releases Ehrman. And so Ehrman gets the escapes 13-5, 52 seconds going to the 3rd period. So Cody Brewer, the number 7 seed for Oklahoma, trying to pick up some bonus points for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Okay, the interesting thing out there, and I think we just missed it, they haven't changed the bout number, but bout number 127 featured Angelo Silvestro of Finger Lakes, it says, and he was going against, Timmy Box of Cal State Bakersfield going against Jason Surtsis of Northwestern. And of course, is the brother of Alex Surtsis, who wrestled for Iowa. And Jason Surtsis, besides being Greek, like me, was the #1 high school wrestler in the nation last year and was recruited by Northwestern University. He's
redshirting, I believe.
Yes, he's wrestling unattached.
And that was match number 127.
We didn't get the score on that.
It'll be coming.
I'm going to track that down. We'll let you know as soon as it comes out for all our Northwestern fans. And we hope you're listening in. And I will check again for any messages.
17-6 now is the score and the lead here in favor of Cody Brewer of Oklahoma. So Oklahoma, and that's the final with 3 minutes and 24 seconds of riding now, 18-6. So picking up some bonus points is Cody Brewer for Oklahoma. Okay, 18-6, and he moves on.
And some good information here again from our friend Sarah Mitchell. Grandview has 3 guys in the tournament. He's got Martinez at 141, Tatum at 149, and Thompson at 285. So thanks for that information. We'll be watching those matches. We got bout number 129 coming on in front of us here, and that's going to be Steven Rodriguez from the University of Illinois, and he's going against Tyler Small of Kent State. Now remember, Kent State's a pretty tough team here, and they have Justin Kilgore coming up, 197-pound weight class.
They just got 3 entries. Small came over with our good friend here, Tab Miller.
Yeah, I should say that Small is wrestling unattached. That's Tyler Small.
Yeah.
And Kent State, of course, wins the championship for the most outrageous uniforms out there. I can't even figure it out. Say Scooby-Doo on it, you know.
Scooby-Doo.
Of course, he is wrestling unattached, so he can wear his own uniform as opposed to the school uniform. So I don't begrudge or besmirch Kent State University.
They're official singlets.
They're
going to be Scooby-Doo ones.
The first NCAA wrestling championships I went to were at Kent State University in Ohio. It was wonderful. I still have memories from it. I believe it was like 1962, something like that.
That goes back a couple days.
Yep, a couple
Greg
days.
Zafros, you never look your age, my friend.
Well, I'm old
You've
enough
aged good, so.
Yeah, well, I'm old enough to be your father, if not your grandfather.
Yeah,
at this point.
there you go.
Well,
1962, my friend. I was 2 years old. So.
Okay. So, okay, let's go around and see who we've got here, try to pick up some matches here and give you some information. And again, you can be in touch with us for requests at this point. You know, in this first round, there's no pattern to follow on this one, so we're doing the squeaky wheel approach on this one. You let us know, we're going to try to do it. And we've got, what was that match, 140 that we had to do for Sarah?
Yes,
Sarah Mitchell?
coming up 149 pounds.
Okay, so we have to make sure, I hope it's not down on mat number 8, because that's the one we really can't see very well.
Down a long ways, yep.
That's
32.
Okay, and that was the one with Montel Marion, so, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hooting and hollering when Montel Marion.
It'll be noisy down there.
So
BJ Futrell is down on mat number 2, and he leads now 5-1. He gets another takedown here, Futrell does, the number 3 seed.
Yeah, Futrell moved up a weight class, and he wrestled in the All-Star tournament. Did not win, but wrestled a good match. And, you know, you got to give him credit for that. He's adjusting to this new higher weight class. He was a little smaller than his opponent at the All-Star tournament, but a great job by him. He did wrestle 2 times in the All-Star tournament, so, you know, you can't complain about that. I didn't even make it once. I don't know why they didn't ask me, but I'm just not going to worry about it.
He leads Eric Roach right now of Indiana as his opponent. Roach from Indiana. Yeah. So, but
he's leading 7-1. He's just going to turn over 2 minutes of riding time pretty soon.
Minutes,
so
yeah.
Another point. We're only in the first period on that BJ Futrell match. So what can I say on that one? That's bout number 132, and he's going to pick up, probably at this rate, some bonus points for the University of Illinois. And as I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago, Jim Heffernan, the coach there, really would like to win this thing this year. Remember that Northwestern came in second last year, a surprise second, and they have almost their whole team back.
Yes.
So, you know, they're going to be gunning for it too. So you've got several teams here.
They'll be scoring a lot of points before the day's over, before the tournament's over.
Yeah, and I don't know that we're going to know who's going to win this thing until we get down toward the end on that.
Well, if I can interrupt,
Gary Davis.
I'll tell you right now who's going to win.
Who's leading and who's
not. The team with the most points, and it's Scott Casber jumping in to join you guys. Right now, the team points, 10.5 as Lehigh and Northwestern. They sit tied for first. But interestingly enough, Binghamton, Central Michigan, Maryland, and Rider and Virginia Tech are all tied for third. So
fantastic.
early points have Lehigh and Northwestern in the tie for the lead with 10.5 points each.
Yeah. And remember that Devin Carter is wrestling unattached for Virginia Tech. But again, Virginia Tech is strong. All these teams are strong. Like I said, we don't know what's going to happen, but we'll have a little bit better idea when the next round finishes, but it could go right down to the wire. I know last year it came down to who was going to come in second place, and the finals really determined it.
Yes, it did.
And Jason Welch's win was a big factor in that one.
Well, it was. He had that victory over DeAngelis, and of course an opportunity rather to wrestle DeAngelis coming up in bout 407. That'll be up a little bit later on, but Jason Welch, the #1 seed for Northwestern University.
Boy,
okay, and we just got
ranked nationally high too as well.
Yep.
Mangrum now leads 2-0 for Oregon State over him. Mat number 3, Michael Mangrum. So Mike Mangrum leading the Northern Illinois wrestler 2-0 with 1 minute and 45 seconds riding time. Greg Zafros.
We just received a couple more official scores. Kendrick Maple, we told you, won that one over Joe Matasik.
Match 124.
Right, match 124
And
at 141.
Kendrick is undefeated on the day then?
Yes, he is.
And I talked to him in the back, by the way, and Kendrick is coming off of 4 days of sickness.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, bad cold type thing, just draining the energy from the body.
Oh, that's going to be tough because if things go true to form and he has to wrestle Devin Carter in the finals, Carter's in excellent shape, even though he is redshirting this year. I did go down and watch a practice at Virginia Tech, and he is working as hard as anybody is. At 141 pounds, about 125, Frank Goodwin of the University of Maryland, and we mentioned that they're a really skyrocketing team, defeated Quentin Murphy of Indiana. That was a fall in 40 seconds, so a quick one there. At 141 pounds also, about 126. Number 9, Luke Vaith of Hofstra, V-A-I-T-H, sorry if I mispronounced that, defeated Ryan Lubeck of Wrestling Unattached for Wisconsin by a score of 6-1. And one of the ones that, this is the one we were going to ask you about, a win by Jason Surtsis, Wrestling Unattached for Northwestern.
Wow, you know, their red shirt freshman.
Their star recruit beating Timmy Box of Cal State Bakersfield. That score ended in, it looks like it ended in a pin, but...
minute 55.
Big pin there for Sursis.
I guess it says a minute 55 up on top and not in
Went
the...
right to work, didn't he?
Yeah, did that. So a big win for the redshirt freshman. Again, the top recruit in the nation last year, and Northwestern landed him. Again, he's from Indiana, not too far away from Chicago. And our last bout at 141 also, about 133, Gustavo Martinez of Grandview. Okay, yes. This is the Martinez that Sarah wanted. Gustavus Martinez, a winner 7-5 over Patrick Hogan of Harvard, and I know that Sarah's jumping up and down, spilling her cans of spaghetti and all that stuff. And we're going to be looking for about 140, which is just starting.
Just getting going, Grandview Vikings.
Grandview Vikings, and let's just check that bout, make sure we have that, because we're going to. You asked for it, and you got it, Sarah. Okay, that's going to be Montel Marion
against Tatum.
Against Tatum.
Yep, Isaiah Tatum. Right now I see Mark Manning in one corner. And
it's odd to see Montel in a blue singlet.
Yes, right.
Okay, we've got the green, I guess, for Grandview. Grandview, of course, doesn't do me any good. I'm colorblind, but I guess the best I can. There's a kind of a little bit of clinching out there, and to tell you the truth, the Grandview wrestler really took it to Marion on that one. He kind of came back and re-clinched and broke that one up. They're going back and forth. They're working real high. This looks like it's a Greco match out there. There's been nothing toward the leg
shots.
They're all working on clinching and pummeling out there. It's been good. No real shots yet, but a lot of pummeling going on. So a nice job by Tatum and Montel Marion.
No score yet, just a lot of pummeling.
Right. 1 minute gone in the first period, and Sarah, you asked for it, and you got it. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. This is Greg Zafros, along with Steve Foster and Scott Casber, and we're just thrilled to be here at this 50th annual Midlands tournament. Okay, they go out of bounds back to the center.
Score.
Minute and 45 to go, no score.
So, doing a good job there's Tatum, hanging with the #1 seed.
Yep.
An Iowa graduate.
And again, all upper body stuff, a lot of heavy hands on the, going back and forth, heavy hands on the head, pulling down, but no shots at the legs yet, not a single shot. There's been no level changes at all, and they are just pushing and shoving. Now, Marion is grabbing wrists with both of his hands of Tatum, and Tatum breaks it on, but again, no shots yet.
Martinez really looking strong. He's got strong looking legs. He looks real thick and strong for 149 pound, and be interesting to see if Montel Marion can break through that. Nice reshot there by Martinez. Has Montel Marion kind of in some trouble. A little reluctant maybe to finish it there was Martinez. Marion goes out of bounds. We got a fresh restart. 56 seconds to go in the first period.
Okay, so the Grandview wrestler has wrestled him even for the first 2 minutes of this match, so a nice job right there. Enough to be proud of at this point with 45 seconds to go in the first period. Again, still no shots. Now they're grabbing each other's wrists. They're forehead to forehead. They're still in the center of the mat, just kind of nudging on each other. A little breakaway now. A little hopping around by Tatum. Remember, this is the second of the 3 wrestlers from Grandview. The third one is a heavyweight, and we'll try to bring you updates on that one as well. And I'll ask Steve Foster while I'm watching this match to just check the other match to see what's going on. But again, for Sarah Mitchell and the other fans from Grandview, you asked for it, and you got it. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio.
We got Shane Welsh against Capizio from Indiana here on mat number 2, match 142. Welsh, actually, they're scoreless with 2:25 to go in the first period there. Welsh, real tall wrestler, Shane Welsh is for Lehigh.
Yeah.
Very tall for a 149-pounder.
Yeah. Okay, we finished the first period 0-0 on that match number 140, Montel Marion and Isaiah Tatum. And Marion takes down, he immediately stands up, and Tatum lifts him up, throws him down to the mat. Marion's back up again. He's peeling the hands on it. Another lift by Tatum, another lift by him, and he throws Marion down right along the edge. What a great move on his part there. And they break away at the end. Montel Marion gets the 1-point escape, but great moves by Isaiah Tatum. And I can tell you right now, he is not afraid of Montel Marion.
No, he's doing a good job. Tatum is.
He did manage to get 20 seconds of riding time on that. 20 seconds
riding time. Montel Marion got the escape, so Tatum needs to be on the attack here. And he does.
There's a double leg shot.
That is by Tatum.
That is the first leg shot that we've seen so far. And I should mention that of the 20 seconds riding time that Tatum got, I think he had Montel Marion up in the air 18 seconds out of those 20. It was a really exciting match. It has been so far, even though the score is just 1-0.
Tatum doing a good job hanging with Montel Marion here. Nick Mitchell in the corner, coaching for Grandview Vikings. Still 0-0 between Indiana and Lehigh over here on mat number 2, match number 142. So there's no, I thought Welsh was going to get a takedown there. Shane Welsh for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks, but he didn't get that takedown. Now just some upper body, double underhooks here by Welsh. And Welsh now going for the trip here. Real tall and lean wrestler here for his weight class at 142 pounds.
Okay, we did see another shot now by a shot by Montel Marion. It was a duck under actually right at the edge.
Tatum seems like he's kind of been doing more of the shooting than Marion actually. I mean, Tatum's done a good job for Grandview.
Yeah, and that was about the first real move by Montel Marion, but that's not uncharacteristic of him. You know, he'll go in there for the big move to beat you at the end, so it's not over with yet. There was another shot by Tatum, so they're starting to get a little bit more active now, but there's only 10 seconds left in the second period. Again, the score is 1-0 for Montel Marion, but I'm sure that Tatum is going to choose the down position in the third period.
Capizio gets the takedown, the unseeded wrestler against Shane Welsh of Lehigh, so Indiana gets the takedown. Capizio gets that takedown for Indiana, and now he leads. Nope, they waved it off. They got talking about it, and they just haven't awarded it yet because Shane Welsh did get the escape, so the scorekeeper's falling asleep over there. It's officially 2-1.
The highest number
on the board.
The highest number match out there right now is number 144, and the third and fourth seeded wrestlers are at bouts number 147 and 148. Nick Bracetta Virginia Tech is number 4, and Steve Santos of Columbia. Both really good wrestlers at this weight, and we're going to try to bring you an update on those. Oh, and there is a takedown for Montel Marion with 1:30 to go in the third period. So he now leads. We got the escape there for Tatum, and then a takedown by Montel Marion. He is up 3-1 now with 1:15 to go.
I think match 147 is going to be Bracetta against maybe Bart Ryder.
Okay.
Of Northern
Yes,
Illinois.
it is.
Of Northern Iowa,
and
yeah.
Santos will wrestle Hada.
Yeah, Hada, right.
Josh Hada of the University of Chicago, one of Leo Coker's boys. I talked to him earlier. He says they have a 2-1 record so far this year, so a good start for the University of Chicago.
Coker doing a good job there.
I probably shouldn't mention that both my father and my son wrestled for the University of Chicago.
Chicago back in the day, huh? Leo did a great job, some good columns on Title IX.
Right, he did.
Real smart about the issue with Title IX.
Okay, Sarah, 33 seconds to go, and there was an escape there by Tatum, by Isaiah, and it's now 3-2. He's got 25 seconds to get a takedown. Riding time is not a factor. And at this point, just like in the beginning, there are no shots. There's a bit of a shot in by Tatum, and they go out of bounds. It stops the clock. 13. Well, they didn't stop the clock.
Nope, Montel didn't step out of bounds.
Yeah, Montel Marion was still on the mat. They let the clock go. 5 seconds to go. It's going to be tough on this one. Marion backing up, and that is the end. There was a warning for stalling. An outstanding match on that one. Montel Marion, a winner, 3-2 over a really hard-fighting Isaiah Tatum of Grandview.
He's a good one. Oh,
and boy, we're going to be looking for him in the Consolation. So, Sarah, thank you for alerting us to that match. It was a great one, and I'm sorry that your wrestler came up short on that, but if there is such a thing as a moral victory, that was a great one because
number 1 seed.
Your guy was wrestling the number 1 seed and finalist in last year's tournament. So great job.
3-2. 12 seconds to go between Lehigh and Indiana down there on match number 142, and Capzella still leads from that early takedown. Capzio does for the Indiana Hoosiers, and now Lehigh chooses down, so Shane Welsh will start down. All 7 feet tall of him. Boy, he's a tall 149-pounder. We'll see if he can get up to his feet. Capzio doing a good job here for Indiana, taking the early lead 2-1. Up to his feet is Shane Welsh here for Lehigh.
And over at mat number 1, we have that match we told you about, the Santos of Columbia going against Hada of the University of Chicago. And I just saw Santos for the first time, and he's got his opponent on his back already. But I watched him. He was right in front of us in his earlier match, and he is really good. I'm not that familiar with him, but I'm certainly going to be after this match is over because he was tough in his first match. An incredibly strong wrestler out there, and he is sort of mopping up on Hada. But, remember, the University of Chicago is a Division III program. They've had good wrestlers. They do now and have in the past, but they don't get the same level of competition that you do in Division I. But Hada's trying his best out there, but boy, Santos is doing a good job on him. There's 2 minutes to go in the first period on that one, a 2-0 lead by Santos, the number 3 seed. And we'll look for that match number 147. That's Bracetta, the number 4 seed.
And there's no score between Bart Ryder and Bracetta.
Okay.
They're scoreless right now, 2:13 to go in the first period. So
okay, so we're going to be looking at the 3rd and 4th seed matches. Steve will take
Santos. I'll take the Bracetta Ryder one if that's all right.
I'll take the Santos Hada match.
Sounds good.
Right now, it's still 2-0 with 1:30 to go in the first period for Santos, and he leads that by way of his takedown. But Hada is up. He's trying to peel the hands. Let's see if he can get down. No, he's muscled down by Santos. I've made the point about how strong Santos is, and Santos steps over the leg and grabs the ankle, starts pulling it up, and right now he's sort of putting a little bit punishment on his opponent. But
Bracetta did get the takedown over here, Greg Zafros, and leads 2-0. with 1:41 seconds going the first period over Bart Ryder, who is a transfer from Minnesota Gophers. We took off for the Gophers of Minnesota, and they came back.
Mac Ryder's brother?
That's Mac Ryder's brother, Bart.
No kidding.
You are correct. Yeah,
Mac
out of
Ryder?
Gilbertville Don Bosco High School.
Right, and we watched Mac Ryder for years, and now he is the voice of Minnesota wrestling.
Yes.
And does a great job out there. So if you're listening on that, Mac, we all appreciate the good work that you're doing.
And two former Iowa Hawkeye wrestlers are in each coach. Schwab is coaching for Northern Iowa, and Kevin Dresser for the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Yeah.
Kevin Dresser, a
Now,
former Iowa Hawkeye.
If I'm correct, I believe that Bracetta has only lost one match this year. I don't remember right off who it was to, but
Well, he looks tough on top. He's got Bart Ryder really stretched out here. Bracetta does. He's really riding tough.
Yeah, we're going to end that first period over on mat number 1, and Santos is only going to have a 2-0 lead. He's been kind of punishing Hada of the University of Chicago down on the mat, but Hada's not getting turned on that. So we're going to end that first period. It's just ending right now, 2-0 for Santos. Okay, that's Steve Santos of Columbia University. And
the number 3 seed, as you say. So
I remember going to Columbia to do a show with Scott a few years back, and they went to send me to the gym, and I looked over all over that campus and couldn't find the darn thing, and darned if it isn't underground, you know.
Yeah,
you go in a door somewhere.
It is. It's subterranean.
Yeah, it's sort of like you slide down a fireman's pole, and you go there, but there's no building. So
Bracetta now riding Bart Ryder tough. He's got over a minute of riding time. Ryder having a hard time. He's able to get up to his base, but Bracetta really a tough rider with the legs. He's got a grapevine ride on there, doing some wrist controls, Bracetta. Ryder just needs to come up to his base and try to get out.
Santos over on mat number 1 just got an escape from Hada of the University of Chicago, but Hada tried a shot on him, but now Santos came back, grabbed a leg, and is just trying to knock him out of bounds. Let's see if they stay in bounds or go out. Right now, Santos has that leg. He's trying to drag Hada back in. Hada's trying to move out. Let's see if he gets that other leg. He's going to get, and he gets it. So 2 points for Hada. For Santos. Steve Santos of Columbia. He's walking back to the mat with a 5-0 lead.
Bracetta gets warned for stalling for parallel riding, so he's got a stall warning against him against Ryder. Kind of really getting out to the side. The referee, Keith Poolman, saying, I want you to go for a fall. A lot of parallel riding here. Bracetta's tough on top, but he's got to kind of cut the angle here. Into the period here. Bracetta getting a lot of riding time, though, for Virginia Tech. Tough on top, Bracetta. 1 minute, 50 seconds riding time. It's his choice. He chooses down. Ryder will be on top. Ryder wrestling for the Northern Iowa Panthers, and for the Virginia Tech Hokies is none other but Mr. Bracetta, Nick Bracetta.
Nick Bracetta. And we have to give a lot of credit to Kevin Dresser. When Tom Brands left Virginia Tech and took his wrestlers with him, everybody thought Virginia Tech was going to end up in the trash can, but I'll tell you,
he's done a good job.
They underestimated Kevin Dresser, and he is doing a great job, and they are constantly
really brought him
up.
on, man.
Okay, Santos has Hada of the University of Chicago on his back. He's going to get 3 points there, and Hada gets back on his stomach, so it's going to be 8-0 right now. But at this point, Steve Santos of Columbia is not having any trouble with Hada at this point. Of course, he's the seeded wrestler, and Hada is not. But Hada's doing a nice job fighting. There's been no pin or anything.
Nice inside stand-up escape there for Bracetta. So now he's creases the lead 3-0 against Bart Ryder of Mac Ryder's brother, as Greg Zafros mentioned. Multiple All-American, a real good wrestler for the Minnesota Gophers back in the day. And
okay, again, I'm going to be checking my email. If you have any requests, just like Sarah Mitchell had, and that, just be sure to email them to me. It's greg@gregzafros.com. That Greg Zafros, all one word, G-R-E-G-Z-A-F as in Frank, R-O-S as in Sam, as my mother always made me explain it.
Nice shot there by Ryder, but underhooked by Zafros. Zafros, are you out there wrestling?
I'm out there, yeah.
You have in the past, but that would be Bracetta with the underhook. Stands Bart Ryder back up to his feet. We got a 28 seconds to go in the second period. 1 minute 47 seconds riding time in favor of Bracetta. He just had a real tough ride there, so Ryder needs to make up for that. It could be a tough little draw here for Bracetta. Maybe this Ryder kid's a good one. Bracetta, the number 4 seed here, Nick is for Virginia Tech.
Okay, and we're going to check and see if match number 155 has come up yet. We're going to look at mat number 8 and see what bout is there.
145 is down on mat number 8.
Okay, Donnie Vinson of Binghamton is in match number 155. I watched him earlier. This is the first time I've seen him. He's from Binghamton, a program that was going to go bust a couple years ago, and now it's coming back strong.
Good job.
Donnie Vinson on some of the polls is actually the number 1 ranked wrestler at the 149-pound weight class, so it's pretty exciting to get a chance to actually see him here today. And
I'll hear a lot about Binghamton at the Nationals. I'll be doing the play-by-play with Billy Baldwin again this year.
Okay.
Famous on the big screen there, Billy Baldwin, and I'll be doing the takedown wrestling with him and Jeff Murphy. We're going to have the 3 of us, the trifecta, there in Des Moines, Iowa.
And let's remember that his brother, Alec Baldwin, was the captain of the wrestling team at the Juilliard School of Music.
Fantastic.
I don't know what league they were in, but whatever. Well, Santos has got hot on his back right now. 14 seconds to go in third period. Well,
that's the pin.
He gets the pin with 11 seconds to go. A nice job by Santos, but what can I say? Hada gave him a good fight for it, and I think he did a nice job. He's got nothing to be ashamed of in that. So Santos of Columbia University, Steve Santos, defeats Hada of the University of Chicago. That's Hotta. Reminds me a little bit of my coach in college, Masaki Hada at the University of Wisconsin, but spelled a little bit differently.
53 seconds in on 2 shots is Bart Ryder trying to get the takedown here on Bracetta. It's just 3-0 is the score. Ryder's taken about 3 shots to 0 here for Bracetta. Bracetta leads now 3-0. He does have some riding time, 1 minute and 47 seconds of riding time. So Bart Ryder trying to get a takedown here for the Northern Iowa Panthers. Little fake shot there. Bracetta, real tough and strong looking kid. Bart Ryder a little bit more lean. He's tall and's got some more leverage. Mac Ryder was shorter and more stocky built, but his brother Bart a bit more lean here. But looks like the Virginia Tech Hokie is going to come out on top unless Bart Ryder does something big. 11 seconds to go in third period. About 4 or 5 shots here. Favor Ryder. I would think there'd be a stall call here maybe against Bracetta, but Keith Poolman doesn't see it that way. And it's going to end 4-0 with 1 minute 47 seconds of riding time. Bracetta moves on and defeats Bart Ryder of Northern Iowa. So Bracetta, Virginia Tech moves on.
Okay, we got a message from Marla Schaefer. Marla, thank you for checking in with us. It says Cole Schaefer, someone you know.
Yeah.
184 pounds for Iowa State. He's in about 205. Marla says they're out in Utah and they'd like to hear how their son Cole is doing. So we're going to let you in on that. And like I say, if you ask for it, you got it. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. This is Greg Zafros along with Steve Foster and Scott Casber wandering around somewhere or other, but he'll be back shortly.
Collecting sponsors.
Right, so Marla, right. So, yeah, that's so we can get the big bucks here, right? Okay, Marla, thanks for letting us know. We're going to mark about 2:05. I'm going to do that right now. And
Cole Schaefer, boy, I tell you, you talk about a wrestler that can sell tickets. You talk about entertainment factor. Cole Schaefer's one of my favorites.
Right, and he's wrestling against Ryan Wolf of Ryder. I'm sure that Marla has downloaded or gone to the site with with the brackets on it, and that's how she knew that it was about 2:05.
It'll be Wolf against Schaefer.
And I want to remind you again, if you just tuned in, that you can get the brackets for this tournament by going to my website, which I did specifically to make it easier. Otherwise, you have to navigate through the Northwestern site and the Midland sites. Just go to gregzafros.com. The only thing that's going to pop up is a link to the brackets for this. It's in PDF format. You can look at it on your screen or you can print it out. So that's Greg Zafros, GregZafros.com, and get the brackets. Thanks, Marla, for your call. We're going to be checking it out. Let's see what we've got. We were waiting on
David Habit right now. How about?
I don't know. It's H-A-B-I-T or whatever.
H-A-B-A-T.
Yeah, Edinburgh, right.
Edinburgh, he leads 2-0, match number 152. But in on a shot now is Regarla. And right now, boy, I tell you, they're in a scramble situation here, down here for Hofstra.
Hofstra, right. Rigorello.
Oh, another Ruggerella.
Ruggerello. Right.
Boy, we've had some Ruggerellas from Foster before.
And
Ruggerella having a good match with Habit.
And I'm sure that we're butchering that name, but we're sorry about that. And
Ruggerella on top as far as the wrestling position goes. He trails 2-0 against Habit of Edinburgh. Edinburgh right now leading 40 seconds of riding time for Habit.
Okay, we're going to look for bout 156. It's going over there. Okay, that's that Jason Welsh bout over there. Jason Welsh of Northwestern University, the #1 seed.
Already up 4-0 right now.
Right. So we are in the 157-pound weight class. We are approximately halfway through this round. Pretty exciting, and we're going to be looking for bout number 155 too to get another look at Donnie Vinson of Binghamton, primarily because I presume that we're going to hear more about him later, but he's rather new to me as far as seeing him wrestle, and I'm looking forward to another Columbia wrestler out there too getting ready to pin his appointment at bout number 159.
Justin DeGelis is Jason Welch's opponent there for Oklahoma.
Yeah. For our East Coast listeners, Jake O'Hara of Columbia, another Columbia wrestler, is going against Mike Schmedlin of Sunnyvale, whatever.
Dean Jellis did get out, and it's now 4-2, 45 seconds going the first period. 1 minute and 14 seconds riding time for the #1 seat, Jason Welch, who hailed from the great state of California.
Right, and you can tell it by the way he wrestles.
Yes, he's got some nice funk, but in there is Dean Jellis on a shot. But boy, these scramble situations, more times than not, Jason Welch comes out on top. We saw last year some of them, he was trailing.
Right.
It seemed almost intentionally.
Well,
it ended up hitting the person.
Yeah, well, Jason Welch has done that so many times, being behind and with his funky wrestling coming back to pin or score major points. I did notice last year, I just have to say it because it's been grating on me a little bit, that it seemed like after the win at the Midlands that Welsh kind of slowed down a little bit. But he's not doing it out there. He just got himself a nice takedown.
Yeah, 6-2.
Bumped the score up to 6-2. Kind of a nice duck under and then a lift from the side. But I think that Jason Welsh, who ended up, was he fifth? Was ranked #1 for a good portion of the season.
Right, yep.
Did not finish in the top 3, and I think he just, I think he peaked a little too early last year. So this year, if he kind of stretches himself out a little bit, works his way up toward peaking at the national championships, he has a good chance of winning it. Okay, again, we've got number 155 in front of us right now. That's the one with Donnie Vinson that we want to talk about from Binghamton. He's right in front of us. And he is wrestling Chase Gordon of Oklahoma. Well, so you wrestle anybody from Oklahoma, they're going to be tough, but we're going to get a takedown here for Vinson right off the bat with, got that takedown in about 28 seconds or so.
Boy, Vincent's fast, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's crab riding him, coming up way behind him and pulling him straight back, try to pull him back for some
back baiting him in. He's trying to get him to go to his back, like you say, Greg Zafros. Yeah. He's got a tough ride on there.
Yeah.
It's kind of a spiral ride, cross-body ride. Turning into him is his opponent, the Oklahoma wrestler, and Donnie Vincent really looking tough in this tournament. He's got the arms all tied up and going for a cradle.
He won his first round match with a pin in 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and you can see he's working toward it. And now he's got him.
He's tilt situation.
Yeah, he's got him in a tilt. He's going to get 2 on that. It was even kind of a quick 2, but he had him. There was enough of a pause there. Referee made a good call on it, but you can see that he's oriented toward pinning, and that's what I love to see, because that's an art that has been lost since my day, and that the pinning, everything is toward tilts now, and somehow or other we need to look at those rules and try to reorient toward pinning again. Of course, the major factor on that is that back in the old days, the Stone Age, when I wrestled, you either got 3 points for a decision or 6 points for a pin. There was no reason to roll up points and that to get a major decision or a technical fall. They didn't exist. So once you got ahead, if you wanted to help your team out, you had to pin them, and we don't have that anymore. Okay, nice job by Donnie Vincent. Again, he's got this crab ride. He's pulling him back, and he's going to get back points on him. He pulls straight back, and he's really close to being pinned himself, but he does have such a grip, an over and under grip.
Welch on his back here. Picking up back points is the Oklahoma wrestler.
Yeah,
Jason Welch in trouble.
Yeah, except that it looks like he might roll out of it and get his opponent on his back.
Welch in trouble here against DeGelius. Dean Gelius is his name, from Oklahoma. He has Welch in trouble. He picked up 3 more and tied it. Did he tie it up or not? No, 9-8.
9-8.
Wow, Welch and Dean Gelius in a big scramble situation. And for once, Welch came out of there a little bit in the negative, but he still leads the match.
Right.
9-8, going into third and final period.
And they're taking the standing position there.
Yep, going to start in neutral. 52 seconds riding time is Welch.
An immediate shot by Welch, but a nice job by the Oklahoma wrestler to get out
Dean
of it.
Gelius.
Just so you know, Donnie Vincent is up by a score of 10-0. This style is really great.
It's relentless. It's just.
I mean, it's just a constant orientation toward getting his opponent on his back.
Donnie Vincent looking good for Binghamton.
And no slouch on this Chase Gordon, a very muscular wrestler. Actually, a bit muscular than Donnie Vincent is, but and again from Oklahoma, there's no slouches on that team.
Vincent,
and again, Donnie Vincent gets up, gets a reversal, pushes him down on his back, or gets 2 points on that for takedown. And
this Vincent's fun. He's got entertaining style, huh?
He's got 12-0 now, and the referee's probably, well, I guess he didn't give him back points on that.
Tough on top as Welch. He gets a takedown and some more riding time. He's up 11-8 now against Dean Gelius of Oklahoma. Up to his feet is Dean Gelius. Gets escape 11-9. So the Oklahoma wrestler's still in this match. I mean, because of the riding time, technically trails by 3, but the score is really 11-9. So, Welch with a nice little throw-by attack. Gets the ankles, and Keith Pullman gets him the takedown signal. Now Welch up 13-9, 1:31 of riding time, going into the last 13 seconds of the match. So, 40 seconds. 40
and I should
seconds.
tell you that his opponent, Welch's opponent, DeAngelis.
DeAngelis is the way it is.
Yeah,
okay.
20% of my family is named DeAngelis.
Fantastic. It's probably one of your distant relatives. Justin is his first name.
Yeah, it could be. So we want to get that corrected. I hope that's the way they pronounce it.
Justin DeAngelis. DeAngelis has had a good match here, but he trails, and he's going to be in trouble, DeAngelis from Oklahoma, because the 16 seconds going to third period.
We're going to get a tech fall here for Donnie Vincent. He just had his opponent, Gordon of Oklahoma, on his back again. And another fine job by Donnie Vincent. He gets a pin in his first match in 2:48. Then he comes back and gets a tech fall in the second period. And a great job by Donnie Vincent, Binghamton wrestler.
Vincent looking good, and Justin DeAngelis looking pretty good. I mean, he gave Welch a match here. There's just 12 seconds go in the third period. 2 minutes, 5 seconds riding time for Welch, the #1 seed here for the Northwestern Wildcats. Up to his feet is Justin DeAngelis into a Granby roll situation, and trying to stop him during that Granby was Welch, maybe picking up some more backs, but he doesn't. 2 minutes, 16 seconds of riding time. Welch wins 14-10, I believe it is, with riding time. So 24 points scored in that match.
Wow.
Welch moves on, and DeAngelis will move to the consolation brackets.
Right in front of us, we have bout number 167, and that's at the 157-pound weight class. Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech, who redshirted last year, going against your friend Matt Lester of Oklahoma.
Yes,
so
Lester.
it'll be a good one. You get to root for Lester. I get to root for Jesse Dong.
Even though we're paid to be neutral.
That's right. We're absolutely in no way ever biased for one person or another. Okay. And Sarah Mitchell, we will try to take care of your request. Jesse Dong, there was a shot in there by Lester, and then the counter by Dong, and Dong is spinning around behind.
You sure it might not be Oklahoma, it's Lester?
Oh, maybe not. Let's see.
Is that Ryder, maybe, or?
Yeah, I might have that one, but that is Jesse Dong on top.
Yeah, Jesse Dong on top. Matt Lester's going to be the lower bracket.
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at the wrong one there. That's Morse. I'm sorry, from Northern Illinois, Morse.
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew Morse. The red, black, and white deal, and Dong is putting him on his back. This again is the question of redshirting. Dong redshirted last year. Virginia Tech could have won more dual meets and more
Jesse Dong's tough. He's tough on top.
Oh, yeah.
He's good, Dong. I've watched him wrestle over the years. I got to watch him in the national duels back at the Unidome.
Okay, I just received some more bout reports, bout sheets, and for Sarah, the first one is Isaiah Tatum, and that match, Montel Marion, a 3-2 squeaker. Jesse Dong has his opponent Morse down on his back.
Really
it looks like he's going to put him away.
Dong might be picking up some bonus points.
Oh, he's got him down tight. He's got a minute and a half. And there it is. A pin for Jesse Dong in approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And he just overpowered his opponent from Northern Illinois University. That's about 167. Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech. And that with the winner over Andrew Morse of Northern Illinois.
Big win there for Virginia Tech Hokies. Boy, they've been doing a lot of winning.
Right. Okay, a couple more quick scores. Winner Andrew Lenzi of Penn at 149 over Timmy Boone of Stanford by a score of 4-2. And also at 149, about 142, Shane Welsh of Lehigh. We saw that one, or you called on that one. Winner 3-2 over Capezio. If I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, so Lehigh was victorious there.
Right, at 149, about 143, Josh Wilson of Utah Valley, the 8th number seed, beat Rob Gillard of Northern Illinois by a score of 5-0.
So Wilson moves on.
Okay, again at 149, about 144. We have a win there by Nick Lester. That was the one we
of Oklahoma.
Nick Lester of Oklahoma over Matt Spataro of Hofstra. That was 15-0, so we've got a technical fall on that one. And again at 149, about 145, Mitch Minotti of Lehigh, a win over Donnie Corby of Central Michigan, and that one ended in a fall in 7:39.
So Minotti of Lehigh did win.
Yeah, is that Dustin Minotti's brother? Or is that spelled different?
Spelled different.
Yeah, this is Minotti.
I
guess. Okay, Christian Barber of North Carolina, a winner over Preston Kiefer of Indiana. That was a pin in, well, it's got it listed as a pin in 9:41, so maybe that was an overtime pin.
Yeah, it must have been.
Probably would have been. Probably one of the most exciting matches there. And then the one we just brought to you, a win by number 4 seeded Nick Bracetta of Virginia Tech over Bart Ryder of Northern Iowa by a score of 4-0.
A lot of riding time in that match for Bracetta.
Right. Then that match with Santos's win, Steve Santos of Columbia. Okay, we brought you that one. Also 149. Sean Fayette of Northern Illinois defeated Albert Woody of Lehigh by a score of 5-3. And just a couple more scores. Nick Hellman of North Carolina, a winner 6-1 over Luke Swalla of Iowa State. Swalla, excuse me. S-W-A-L-L-A, Nick Swalla. It's a good thing I've got you here. I knew I had you here for some reason.
Well, you helped me with DeAngelis, so we just help each other out all day, don't we?
Right. Okay, here's a good one here. A win for Eric Rahalis of Michigan, the number 6 seed. He beat Ronnie Grabinski of Pittsburgh by a score of 8-3. Grahalis still waiting to break out. You know, one of the most highly recruited wrestlers in the country.
Yeah, he was.
He's just waiting. I sort of liken him to Damian Hahn, where it took his last couple years to get to where people expected to be.
Yep.
Okay, and then Edinburgh's David Hobbit, a winner 7-1 over Cody Rigerillo of Hofstra. Okay, that was 7-1. And Caleb Irvin, again, all this is at 149, of the University of Illinois, a win over Max Mayfield of Iowa State. And that one was a pin in 4 minutes. So those are the updated scores. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. We are at the 50th annual Midlands Wrestling Tournament. Now the Ken Kraft Midlands Tournament. They didn't make it the Greg Zafros Midlands Tournament, but Ken Kraft Wrestling Tournament. I am very proud to have been at the very first one many, many moons ago before you were born.
Wrestled the first match, is that right?
That's true, and I'm not even going to mention how I did.
Well, you're still here.
I'm still here, so what can I say?
Trying to make up for it, aren't you? All these years. And now you get to broadcast it. And I have a good time working with you, Greg Zafros, coming all the way from the East Coast and doing a good job for us here on Takedown Wrestling. And we got some more matches here. Boy, I'm going to Kevin Tan's involved in this one, so I better get involved. It's match 158. When Kevin Tan's involved, I like to watch. Tommy Churchard from Purdue, the number 9 seed, and his opponent is, oh, did Churchard win or not? Well, I'm just not sure if he won or not.
Let's see, do we have about 171 out there yet? Can you see down on Mat
71, we got 170, so.
Okay, well, let's look for that if it hasn't been already.
168's Mat 8.
Yeah,
so.
That's James Fleming of Clarion, the number 2 seed, who will be is scheduled by the.
He'll be wrestling Luke Smith of the Central Michigan Chippewas.
Right. So Fleming, let's see how he does. Oh, here we've got a bent over leg on here, about 172. That's our first bout at 165, and that's Abdurakhmanov out there. Just
Bedzov.
Yeah, Bedzov, Abdurakhmanov, formerly of Clarion University, and he's wrestling against Curtis Cook of Utah Valley. Is that a Utah Valley uniform?
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like it. They used to be green, but I'm not sure.
Oh, actually, okay, it's unattached. It's Chris Moon of Virginia Tech. Okay.
Okay.
So another lousy draw for Virginia Tech out there. Chris Moon's having his hands full on that. Chris Moon is redshirting for Virginia Tech this year. And Abdurakhmanov, typical of he and his brother and wrestlers in Europe, of which I spent much time.
Great takedowners.
And that,
they love the takedown.
They don't cut weight like we do, and they generally tend to be smaller wrestlers than their opponents. And
lean, mean wrestling machines.
That's it. I remember when Sajidov. I'm supposed to give you some scores.
That sounds good.
Okay, need these first. Okay, Donnie Vinson, we gave you that one. He defeated Chase Gordon. 4 minutes and 12 seconds, technical fall. Okay, win by Alex Gregory of Indiana. Defeated Dylan Marriott of Northwestern, 5-4, a close one there. And I have to give those back to our score here. Tommy Churchard of Purdue, a winner of Zach Cibula of Ryder. That one went
Match
into
158.
Yeah, and that one. It went into 5-4 in overtime.
Churchard did win.
Yes, Churchard
did win. So for Purdue, the Boilermaker won in Olden. He's the number 9 seed. So
right, and number 5 seed R.J. Pena of Oregon State, a winner 9-3 over Zach Brunson of the University of Illinois. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio, and we are bringing you the 50th annual Midlands Tournament. We are in the first or second round, depending on what you want. The first round was sort of like a pigtail round, but about half the wrestlers wrestled in it. And so we're really in the second round today, and there'll be another round after this one. So wrestling will go on till about 3 o'clock. If you didn't hear earlier, you can get the brackets by going to nusports.com, or and navigate through that, or if you want to, you can simply go to gregzafros.com, and I have the link right on the front page. No navigation, no nothing. Go to it and click on it. Greg, G-R-E-G, at Greg Zafros, GregZafros.com.
And right now we got Maryland and Iowa State here. Logan Molina for Iowa State against Orem. Danny Orem of Maryland, and they are, well, the score was 98-2 there for a few seconds, but that was a mistake. And they didn't start the clock earlier, and they got the wrong match number. So
yeah, and there's a mistake here
match number's 165. They have 158, so it's messed up down here on mat number 6.
Okay, so Abdurakhmanov is out there against Chris Moon. I don't see any coaches. I can't see him from here.
So Bedzov leaves now for 7-3, right?
Right.
128 to go.
Now the uniform, the uniform that Moon, if it is him, is running is a Virginia. Is what looks like a Virginia State uniform, but could be. So a little unclear on that. In the corner for
State of Virginia.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact.
Yeah, it's not a Virginia Tech uniform. He is wrestling unattached, so he can wear whatever uniform
he wants.
Really
two unattached wrestlers wrestling here.
Right. And Abdurakhmanov's brother, Muzaffar Abdurakhmanov, is in his corner there and looking as fit as ever. The guy,
Moose.
Again, I say these guys tend to be smaller than their opponents here in the United States, but they are tough as nails. And here we're going to get another 2 points for Abdurakhmanov, and he's going to go up by a score of 9-3 in the third period.
And Logan Molina from Iowa State lead. Well, now he trails 98-4. That's a lot of takedowns. Look at here.
Okay.
98-4 is the score.
The highest I've ever gone was 92.
I've never seen it. I saw Nate Carr score 30-some points a couple times. Once he had a 35-4. I don't think they had tech falls back then.
Right, they didn't. We never, as I mentioned just a little while ago. And we're going to get
Nate Carr Senior.
Yeah, there was no such thing as a major decision or a tech fall in the old days. And so, you know, if you got ahead, you wanted to help your team out and get the fall.
Now it's 98-6 or 98-5. I don't know. Wow. It should be a tech fall by now. But they're having trouble with the scoreboard down here. That's the one I was going to do some play-by-play for Iowa State fans, but I'm just not going to be able to do it because they don't have the right. They have match number 158. It's match number 165, I believe.
Yeah.
Bedzod after Akhmanov was victorious. Is that right? 12-5?
That's right, 12-5. Well, he has riding time. I think it's
2:09 of riding time.
Yeah, 13-5 and a dominating performance. And
by Bedzod.
Yeah, and actually that was Chris Moon from Virginia Tech wearing a different uniform.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that is, he got a little bit closer here.
Yeah, it just said Virginia only on there. So.
Right, but that's probably from the state of Virginia and probably was on the state team.
Yeah, there you go.
And they had that, so because that's not a University of Virginia uniform either. And they are not here this year, I don't believe. I don't know if there's anybody from the University of Virginia here. We'll check through and see. But
Cavaliers?
That's right, and they're an improving team, as are all the teams in the Virginia area.
They aren't just swords on the front. Somebody told me that actually represents something else.
Yeah,
they look like two swords. I love their trademark.
Yeah, that crest of the University of Virginia with the crossed scabbers, or whatever it is, and that was designed by one of their football players or something like that. There's a story to it.
Looks sharp. I like that. You can always tell it's a Cavalier out there wrestling for Virginia. Cavaliers. And now it's 2-0 down here. Match number 176. So Fleming's going to be coming up if he didn't already go here. That was match 171.
Yeah, let's look for that one. And in the meantime, you know, we've got this match 176 here, and that's
that's way down there.
That's Conrad Poltz of the University of Illinois, and he's going against Brian Brill of Lehigh. We have all those coaches right in front of us as well, and Poltz got a takedown right off the bat in about 20 seconds or so, so he leads by a score of 2-0. Poltz, I believe, is a senior. When he leaves, Isaiah Martinez will come in and take his place, one of the top recruits in the country. So,
he is going to, huh?
Yeah,
he has surfaced.
And so,
good. Well, Conrad Poltz.
Jim Heffernan doesn't have to worry about this weight class at all.
It's going to be cinched up for a while. Yes.
Did I get the first name on that? It's the Martinez who's in high school this year.
Yes.
So
Danny Orem now gets up to his feet, makes it 6-4 here. Logan Molina from Iowa State does lead. 53 seconds to go. That score is 6-4. Minute 4 seconds riding time for the Iowa State Logan Molina. 43 seconds to go in the second period. Match, they still have the wrong match. At least they don't have it 98-something, but the match score is still wrong. But 4-6. Score, both wrestlers on a collar tie. Match number 171's way out there in the corner.
Yeah. Okay, can we see a score on that one? It can't see it from here, and it looks like
that is a long ways from here. It's 10-0. Somebody's leading down there. I got to guess it's your second seeded wrestler, Fleming. I'll see if Fleming from Clarion has the green anklets. Yeah, well, he is green.
Yeah, that's a Central Michigan uniform, isn't it?
That's Trails. Yeah, his opponent's a Chippewa.
Yeah.
Luke Smith, Mr. Luke Smith. Trails now 10-0 against Fleming of Clarion. So in the driver's seat is Fleming up 10-0. He's got a major decision down there. He's got about a minute or 3 minutes and 2 seconds of riding time, maybe. Oh, big takedown attempt there by Fleming.
And he's going to get
Luke Smith gets the takedown. Luke Smith gets the takedown on Fleming. And now makes it 10-2. Yeah, slow on the scores there on some of these. 10-2, so now it's just a major decision. Fleming started tough, but he's kind of wrestling a little apprehensive here, and Luke Smith does a real good takedown there. Kind of looked like off a fireman's carry.
Okay, we told you about that Abdurrahmanoff match, a win 12-5 over Chris Moon. Ian Miller, the number 11 seed from Kent State, a win over Wisconsin's Kelvin York by a score of 13-5. This is all at 157 pounds. Okay, Walter Pempelman, number 4 from Harvard, used his calculator and his slide rule to beat Bryce Bougier of Bloomsburg. He won that one 6-1. And Aaron Sulzer of Eastern Michigan, a win over Adam Fierro of Cal State Bakersfield by a score of 8-5.
So Sulzer wins and moves on. Logan
Conrad Poltz up by a score of 10-1 at this point. Bout number 176, and he's wrestling Brian Brill of Lehigh.
So big throw here by Orem of Maryland to take the lead for the first time over Molina of Iowa State. Threw him to his back, got 2-point takedown, 2-point near fall. Now leads 9-7, 53 seconds going to third period. How does Molina? Now it's 9-8. 1 point score down here on match. Oh, they get the match right. The match number right for the third period. 165, 39 seconds to go.
We want to thank Joseph Smallwood. He let us know that the University of Virginia will be at the Southern Scuffle, which
Cavaliers.
And the people finally woke up and didn't have those two tournaments on the same day, and so that's good. Thanks a lot for that information, Joseph. I originally I lived in the state of Virginia and always try to follow their team.
Logan Molina gets the takedown with 23 seconds to go and takes the lead 10-9, 46 seconds of riding time. So it's a stall warning against Molina.
Okay.
20 seconds to go. He's going to have to hold down his opponent here. If he could hold him down, he'd pick up not only the win, but also riding time. So Logan Molina trying to keep Orem down. They go out of bounds.
Okay. The Moore family wants to give a shout out to their son, Justin Moore, who's listening to our broadcast in New Jersey. So Justin, want to thank you for listening to our broadcast, and just want to let you know that your parents are keeping track of you, so you better be good, okay?
Orem up to his feet here for Maryland. They go out of bounds, 7 seconds to go. Logan Molina doing a good job wrestling on the edge of the mat, and it is now 10-9, but I think there's 1 second left technically, but maybe not. 10-8 possibly, or did they run out of time? So.
Yeah, they haven't put that point up. The referee did signal it, so this is going to be
10-9, but with riding time, then that's going to be the difference. So,
yep.
Third period, are they going to go into sudden victory? No, with riding time, Iowa State should win. 1 minute, 3 seconds riding time. 10-10.
Okay, a couple scores here while they're trying. Oh no, they've just got this now.
No.
Oh, they gave the 1 point, so they're going to go into overtime. Oh no, they wrestled that last 1 second.
Yeah, with riding time.
Yeah,
with
the riding time
11-10 was the difference maker there for Iowa State's Logan Molina. So Molina moves on. Orem from Maryland is defeated. So Molina wins just literally by the skin of his teeth there with riding time, 11-10.
Okay, we're at the 165-pound weight class right now, and I'll give you a couple scores to finish off 157. Taylor Welsh of Indiana, a winner 3-0 over Jalen Boley or whatever from Eastern Michigan. That was 3-0. Also 157, your friend Matt Lester of Oklahoma, the winner 3-1 over Ben Dorsey of the Wrestling Unattached, but at the University of Maryland. That was a 3-1 score.
Okay, and we'll catch up here. We're going to go to match number 177 down in front of us.
It's going to be interesting to see if we do get a match, as they predict, of Abdurrahmanoff against Peter Yates, because Abdurrahmanoff is quite small, and Peter Yates is about 6'1" and 165 pounds. Very tall, lanky. He's moved up a weight class, started at 157, and packed it all with muscle. So he's quite muscular now instead of being gangly like he was as a freshman.
It's good as for Yates.
And Yates is good. Like I said, he's the number 3 ranked wrestler in the nation.
He's yet to wrestle in the tournament. He had a bye. Right. He's going to wrestle Austin Wilson from Nebraska, match number 187.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll be right in front of us. Should be a good one. Peter Yates, originally from Georgia, one of the fine wrestlers from Georgia, along with, we have Whit Durden came from Georgia, and Jermaine Henderson, wrestled from Missouri, I believe that was the name, also from Georgia. So Georgia picking up on wrestling. And anybody who knows Oklahoma knows that Whit Durden, 2-time third-place winner in the Nationals, is a fine wrestler. And he is now, I should say, Dr. Whit Durden, graduating from the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine.
Durden was fun to watch. Boy, I remember his matches back with Zach Roberson.
Yeah.
Most people called him. His real name's Roberson.
Roberson, yeah.
From Iowa State, Roberson or Roberson, whatever you want to refer to him. It was difficult because his coach even called him by the wrong name. So that's how I went by that. But Whit Durden was fun to watch back in the day. He had some great matches out of the state of Georgia, like you say. So Taylor Massa down here, match number 174, and boy, I tell you, they are in it's 11-8 right now. With let's see who's winning here. Massa is Taylor Massa, a real good-looking freshman from Michigan.
Yeah, actually, I think he's at least
a sophomore now.
Sophomore,
Taylor's already a sophomore, so he leads right now, 11-8. But he's in a tussle. 7 seconds to go in the third and final period.
Yeah. Now we can't forget that bout number 205 that we have to do.
Cole Schaefer.
Cole Schaefer, right.
Iowa State.
Okay, we got a shout out here from JT Moore. Nice to hear from you, JT. He thinks I'm doing okay. No, something like that. No, I'm just kidding.
Tell Steve to quit talking.
No. Okay.
So match 177. So yes, Taylor Massa does move on. He wins 11-8. So Massa wins for the Michigan Wolverines. Big Ten schools. Good to see the Big Ten represented here today.
Okay, and on mat 7 we have bout number 184, and that's going to be Tyler Welps, who I have to, from Pitt, and I have to presume he is the brother of Matt Welps, also of Pittsburgh, who is the number 2 seed at 197. Tyler Welps is the number 7 seed, and he's wrestling Jake Danula, from Eastern Michigan. I will get my glasses as soon as we get to a break here. Thanks again for everybody for checking in with us. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. Greg Zafros here along with Steve Foster and our good friend Scott Casber, who's wandering around.
Welps is in the red anklet. Darula is in the green anklet, and they are scoreless, 2:26 to go in the first period.
And if you hear one of us between Steve and I be quiet for a little bit, that's they brought us a little bit of food, of which we haven't had any since about 5 o'clock this morning. So
plain hot dogs with no drinks. Yep. So if we start choking up, it's because it didn't come with a refreshing drink. Welps got a 2-on-1 tie.
We gave you that match between James Fleming of Clarion and Luke Smith of Central Michigan, an 11-2 win for
match number.
For Fleming on that one.
That was match 171. Is that right?
That is.
Okay. And Welps and Darula still scoreless. They went out of bounds twice now. Welps likes that 2-on-1 tie.
We're sorry if we mispronounced names here. We're just doing the best we can. I know with a weird name like mine, Zafros or Zafaropoulos, depending on what you want to call me. I can't tell you how many times my mother sent me up to the announcer to correct their pronunciation of my name. I was so embarrassed.
There's great wrestling names, though. Bedzad Abdurakhmanov. You got Ivan Lupinchowski. Last year you had Roger Vuka-Brakovic.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorites was
Bode Ogunoliwa.
He actually wrestled at Georgetown Prep for high school, the school where I coached for about 10 years.
Param Zarimpur, Sacred Heart. Remember Param Zarimpur?
Yeah, right. And Alibek Partikulov, another Uzbek, along with Abdurakhmanov, who was an outstanding wrestler. And
all fun, isn't it? Marino leads for Iowa State down there on mat number 1, 4-0. That's match number 181 for Michael Marino of Iowa State.
Okay.
He's wrestling Seth Thomas of the Oregon State Beavers, I believe. Marino.
Okay, we'll check our email again. No new requests. Oh, here it says, Tom.
4-0.
Steve, they want you to sing Some Enchanted Evening.
Some Enchanted. How about Way Down Upon the Swanee River?
Okay.
I Dream a Genie with the Light Brown Hair.
Right.
One of those.
Okay, we see Peter Yates of Virginia Tech warming up over on the far corner.
Boy, he is tall. Man, he's all 7 foot tall of him, huh?
We want to thank Kreider Tournaments here for doing a great job of giving us the official records on this, and we're sorry that our paperwork is not that good. But
Tyler Welps did get the takedown, by the way, over Durella of Eastern Michigan. So Tarula trails now. Welps on top, 2-0. 18 seconds to go in the first period. Real tight waist ride here, kind of a spiral ride here for Welps. Riding tough on top, picking up some riding time, about 50 seconds of riding time. He won't quite eclipse the 1 minute mark here. He's going to be just a few seconds short, so 55, 54 seconds of riding time after the first period. Welps leads a pit. He takes down. Arula will start on top from Eastern Michigan.
And in just a moment, the match is going to start between Peter Yates of Virginia Tech and Austin Wilson of Nebraska, and we'll be bringing you some play-by-play on that. I'm going to tell you that we're bringing that to you because he is the number 2 seed at 165 pounds, not because that's the closest Division I school to where I live in Lewisburg, West Virginia.
There you go. Marino gets another takedown over the Oregon State Beaver, Seth Thomas, and now Marino leads 8-1 for Iowa State. With 21 seconds to go in the third and final period. Almost 3 minutes of riding time in favor of Michael Marino of Iowa State. So Marino looks like he possibly could move on, most likely. Welps with a double underhook on Durella. Looked like he was going to try to just kind of jack him up and toss him, maybe do a foot sweep, do the old Steve Mocco move. Back in the day, the old Steve Mocco foot sweep, but in on a shot is Durella. I'm going to go with Durula from Eastern Michigan. Fighting is Welps. Welps will come out of that okay. Michael Marino wins with a major decision, 9-1, 3 minutes, 13 seconds of riding time, so he moves on for the Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah.
Greg Zafros.
Pardon me for the scuffing noise, but I'm going to be taking my headset off for just a moment, and then I'll be right back.
And joining me here, whoopsie daisies. Joining me here is going to be Chad Kriz. Chad, welcome to the program. What do you think of the Midlands so far?
I think it's pretty good. It's nice seeing some of the older guys compete and unattached and whatnot, and even just seeing the small schools here. That's also it's the benefit of having the open tournament.
We've had some shouts out from the Grandview Viking fans on our email here, wanting to know how some of them did. Tatum had a real good match against Marion.
Yeah, he did.
Marion 1 point match. I think it was 3-2.
Yeah, before Marion went out to Lincoln, he was actually working out in the Grandview room a little bit. So I think him and Tatum are familiar with each other. So I think that might have played it down. It was a good match. It was competitive up until the last period there.
Yeah, and then Montel seemed to be just maybe having the edge just a little bit there, but not completely. And Welps now leads 7-1, so he's picked up some extra points here down on mat number 7. But Chad Kriz doing a good job, a former wrestler for the Grandview Vikings.
Yeah, I tried. I'll say that.
That's good. It's all right, man. Hey, you weren't on the basketball team, right? So hats off to you, my friend.
Okay, we're going to have Lee Munster coming up in a little bit, and he wrestles for Northwestern University, the home team here at Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University, and he was the winner of this tournament last year.
He was.
Kind of came out of nowhere, a young freshman last year, I think a redshirt freshman. Was a good wrestler in that, but surprised everybody. And he's not the number 1 seed this year, but let's see what he can do. He seemed to really peak here in front of the hometown crowd, so let's see if he can do it again.
Be a lot of Wildcats going wild for him.
I believe he's a Chicagoland native as well, too.
From the area, so I'm sure mom and dad and relatives and friends are here cheering on Mr. Munster. Welps doesn't need a whole lot of cheering to make him win, but it would come in handy. I suppose he leads right now 7-1, 1:43 seconds, 1 minute 43 seconds to go in the third period. Welps has 2 minutes and 5 seconds of riding time. That's match number 184, and he's from Pitt. And he's wrestling Durla from Eastern Michigan. So right now, if it ended, he would have a not quite a major decision. He'd just be a point shy of picking up some bonus points there for Pitt. So, and they go out of bounds with a tight waist ride there, back up on their feet, and Durella will start on the bottom. Welps on top. 7-1 is the score right now in the lead for Welps. So Welps really looking good here for Pitt.
I have to presume over on the far side the score is 8-0, and I have to presume that that's
Yates.
Peter Yates. They have just started the second period, and let's see if Yates is on the bottom. If he gets out and makes that 9-0, I'd be a little surprised if the score was reversed on that.
Yates has a lot of riding time, about 2 minutes 15 seconds of riding time right now for Yates. So Yates really, he's on the bottom, so he's given up some riding time, but he really has a commanding lead as far as the score goes, 8-0. So
okay, and while we're waiting on that, let's give you a couple of quick scores. Clark Glass of Oklahoma, a winner 14-1 over Riley Bannock of Northern Iowa.
The match, that's Ed Bannock's son, by the way.
Oh, Ed Bannock's son, okay.
Yep, and match 173, you say?
Right, match 173. These are 165 pounds, folks. Okay, boy, another bruiser. Okay, the one that you mentioned at 165, Tyler Massa of Michigan, the winner over Tyler Keene of Nebraska by a score of 11-8.
Okay, yep.
Also 165, 175. Number 8, Mark Lewandowski, right, of Buffalo, defeating Pat Robinson of Purdue by a score of 5-3. And then the one we brought you here, number 5 seed Conrad Poles of the University of Illinois, defeated Brian Brill of Lehigh by a score of 11-2.
3 minutes and 30 seconds of riding time. Welps is victorious with a major decision for Pitt, 10-2. So Welps moves on in the winners bracket.
Okay, and Peter Yates just ups the score now to 10-0 going into the second period. And so he's well on his way on this one. Excuse me while I do a little paperwork here. You wouldn't believe the paperwork involved in giving scores.
Okay.
Okay, Josh Hulsworth of Columbia, a winner, 4-2 over Joe Latham of Oregon State. I'll tell you, Columbia's putting on a pretty good show
what
here.
Match was that?
That was match 178, all again 165 pounds. The Columbia wrestler, the winner, 4-2.
Hulsworth.
Yeah. About 179, again at 165 pounds. Stephen Monk of North Dakota State, the number 4 seed, a win over Kyle Detmer of Oklahoma. That's a fall in 6 minutes and 11 seconds.
He's your sleeper.
Okay,
Monk.
Is that the one you mentioned earlier today?
Both
Monk.
Both of the North Dakota kids keep track of his Sprinkle and Monk. Those kids are, wow, they're barn burners, Monk and
Okay, about 180. Number 3 seed, Bubby Graham of Oklahoma. An 11-2 winner of Danny Burke of Northern Illinois.
Graham looks good. He had some good matches. He hung with Caldwell earlier this year in some duels. So I know Bubby Graham. I always want to say Bubba because I know the Bubba Jenkins and Bubba Gritter. Bubba Gritter back in the day too.
Yeah.
So, but this is Bubby.
Okay, about 181. Michael Moreno of Iowa State defeated Seth Thomas of Oregon State by a score of 9-1. About 177, Mike Ottinger of Central Michigan, the number 12 seed, defeated Brett Baumbach, I think they spelled his name wrong here, of Stanford by a score of 6-3. And our final score, Ramon Santiago, number 11 from Ryder, the winner, 3-0 over Josh Snook of the University of Maryland.
That was match number 182.
182.
Yep.
That's right, and we hope you have your bracket sheets. Remember, you can go to gregzafros.com and get them. The link is right on the front page. There's nothing else there. I'm trying to make it easy for you, so you don't have to navigate through any of the other sites to get it. Otherwise, go to nusports.com, or somewhere or other there's a website for the Midlands tournament itself.
Peter Yates just get another takedown, 12-3 now. 3 minutes and 43 seconds, I think, of riding. A lot of riding time down there for Yates.
Well, we mentioned about how good Peter Yates is. I've just watched him over the years get better and better and better, and he's just got himself.
That's the match. He wins 13-3 with riding time, so he gets a major decision and bonus points.
So the number 2 seed,
Virginia Tech Hokie,
Peter Yates of Virginia Tech, wins his out handily over Austin Wilson of the University of Nebraska. So we're moving into the 174-pound weight class.
Okay.
If I can get my bracket here.
And number 1 seed will be Jordan Blanton.
Right. But this is going to be a tough weight class, and he's going, the number 2 seed is Robert Kokesh of Nebraska. Number 3 seed is Lee Munster, last year's champion at this tournament of Northwestern. And then Dan Yates, not related to Peter Yates, but Dan Yates, who wrestles for the University of Michigan, is the number 4 seed. So there are some, evenly distributed wrestlers in there.
Blanton actually leads, but boy, he's caught up in a cradle situation here for Illini. He leads 6-3 over on mat number 3, match number 188, so he's only up by 3 points. Blanton does have 2 minutes and 34 seconds of riding time, so 2:34 is his riding time. 2:34.
It was pretty interesting at the All-Star meet this year, if you followed it there, folks. Jordan Blanton wrestled Josh Asper of the University of Maryland. Both of them were making their 3rd appearance in the All-Star meet. Absolutely incredible. Blanton, all 3 of them at 174, and Asper, his 3rd appearance, but his previous 2 were at 165 pounds. That tells you how good these guys are. Wow. So it was quite a match. Asper was the winner in that one, in a great match, and I really enjoyed watching it. So see 2 3-time All-Star wrestlers.
Fantastic. 2 points there again for Blanton. Another, now he's trying to throw the chippewa onto his back.
He's got him.
George Blanton real in the driver's seat here. Went up 9-3 with 2 more points, and now he's picking up some real big points here, or possibly the fall.
It looks like he's got that locked up.
He did. Chad Kriz called it. Good job, Chad, and Blanton moves on with a fall for the Fighting Illini. Big win there for Blanton for Illinois, and some bonus points for the Fighting Illini.
Okay, Joe Smallwood checked back in. He wants to do the Delgado-Gilman match. That's bout number 346. We'll mark it. You might want to remind us a little later. It'll be a while before we get to it. So it just, but we'll go ahead and try to mark it right now. That should be a good one.
Mikey England, I believe, wrestling for Iowa State there. Mat number 2, match number 194, I believe, is Mikey England. And he's wrestling Kirby from Eastern Michigan. Mike Kirby from Eastern Michigan. A 3-2 going into the 2nd period. England gets the choice, I believe. England takes down. Kirby will start on top for Eastern Michigan. Mikey England's kind of been fighting some injury, I know, this year. Kind of been in and out of the lineup. Him and Tanner Weatherman really in a real tussle. Weatherman and England for the starting position. England gets out, up 3, should be 4-2, but the scorekeepers, there you got it, 4-2, 1:43 to go in the 2nd period. No more scoring here between Kirby and England. And Yates was victorious down there, 13-3, I believe, or is a 10 or 11 point win there for Virginia Tech. Kirby gets the takedown and ties it up now, 4-4 against England.
I want to let Joe Smallwood know that I have circled bout number 346, and we will try our best to accommodate you on that. The squeaky wheel wins it on this one, so let us know what your thoughts are. You can email me at greg@gregzafros.com, and we appreciate your listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio at this, the 50th annual Midlands, Ken Kraft Midlands tournament. It was renamed last year in honor of the founder and director of this tournament.
about, were we able to, I didn't see the outcome. I think we're all into 174 right now of Steve Monk from North Dakota State. Was that the foul? Was that a pin, wasn't it?
It might have been. I
think, yeah.
Just have to see.
Keep track of him. He's tough. Well, he's got some of the best cradles I've seen since Wade Chalice. I mean, he can cradle you from every position. You've kept track of Monk, too. He's tough, isn't he?
Yeah, he is tough.
He's him and Sprinkle from North Dakota State. I think since they're way up there wrestling for the Bison, maybe they don't get the respect. But if you follow them this whole year, they have just been tearing it up.
Yeah,
wherever
Sprinkle's
they end
been
up,
turning it on.
Oh man, wherever him and Sprinkle show up, they get these 3rd and 6th seeds, you know, and they take 1st and 2nd in the tournament. But people catch on eventually, I think. But
speaking of seeds, down here on mat 5, the 8th seed Cody Caldwell is losing 10-2 to PJ Tasser from Pitt. Interesting thing about Caldwell, his dad was the former head coach at Waverly Shell Rock.
Wow.
National powerhouse there, high school wise. But he's losing 10-3, and looks like
Caldwell's a Panther.
Yep, and Tasser has 3 minutes and 24 seconds of riding time, so he's going to tack on another point there.
Tasser looks tough, doesn't he, for Pitt? That's it then, right?
Yep, that'd be 11-3 with the major.
Wow, big win there for Tasser from Pitt, so thanks for pointing that out, Chad Kriz.
And then Weatherman's going to be up on mat 5 here, and you mentioned him earlier competing
with
for a starting spot. Last year he had quite the breakout tournament here, actually.
He did, actually. Tanner Weatherman, I remember Greg Zafros and I calling his match. Weatherman had a real good match.
I believe he got 5th, right? Somewhere in there
he
as a true freshman.
As a true freshman, so he's back as a redshirt freshman now. We'll see how he can do.
Right off to our left, we have a match going about number 197, 2 unseeded wrestlers, but these guys are really going at it. We're talking about Matt Reed of Oklahoma going against Jake Davis of Eastern Michigan. And these guys started right out. Reed got a takedown within the first few seconds, and they've been throwing each other back and forth ever since. We've only got a minute going so far, but they've spent most of the time in the air. It's a pretty exciting match. There are lots of matches going on here. This has got to be the greatest wrestling tournament. There's just something about the Midlands tournament. It just has its own sparkle to it, and it doesn't make any difference who's here or what. It's always a great tournament.
The number 6 seed John Martin Cannon from Buffalo is Weatherman's opponent there for Iowa State down here. So the number 6 seed against Weatherman.
Is that the only Buffalo guy you've seen so far in the tournament?
I haven't seen too many other Buffaloes. No, Buffalo University, the
Bulls. We have to correct
it. Buffalo Bulls.
No, but we have to correct it. It's the University at Buffalo.
University at Buffalo.
That's the name of the school.
So they picked the college up and moved it up to the city.
Yeah, I guess they moved it. So it's at Buffalo now.
It took a lot of cranes, a lot of flatbed semis.
It used to be in Toledo. Now it's at Buffalo.
That's fantastic.
Good program there.
And a big takedown for the wrestler there. John Martin Cannon, he takes the early lead here, 2-0, 1:56 to go in the first period, just 16 seconds of riding time, so big takedown in England, and his Eastern Michigan opponent, they're all tied up there, 5-5 is that score. 6 seconds to go. There is riding time in favor of England, so England would probably win this on riding time unless Eastern Michigan gets the takedown there. And looks like that's going to be it. So does England move on, I believe, with riding time maybe? Against Kirby, Michael Kirby was his opponent from Eastern Michigan. So
okay, well, let's give you the, I think the last of the results of the 165-pound class. We've given you some of these before. Number 7, Tyler Welps, the winner, 10-2 over Jake Derula of Eastern Michigan. Jackson Morse, the unattached, but the University of Illinois is a winner. Jackson Morse is unseeded. He beats the number 10 seed, John Griesheimer from Edinburgh. And that, let's see if we got 10 to... well, they don't give the total scores here. It's something like 10-7. I'm sorry that they didn't get that right. Okay, Alex Elder of Oregon State, the winner over Doug Welsh of Purdue by a score of 10-2. And the final score of the 165 pounds, we brought it to you here, Peter Yates. The final score 14-3 over Austin Wilson of Nebraska.
Chris Meyer, did he win, you say, from, that's match number 185. If you could help me with that one, maybe.
Which one's?
185.
Jackson Morse, the winner.
Morse did win, okay.
Yeah, but the score is unclear here. It's either 9 or 10-7.
He was unseeded. Like. He was the unseeded wrestler, so he pulled the upset.
And Griesheimer was seeded number 10.
For Edinburgh. So Edinburgh goes down in defeat.
Okay, we are at, just to remind us, over in the corner we have bout 203, and we are looking for bout 205.
It's coming up here.
And so
Cole Schaefer.
Yeah, we have to be prepared for that.
For Iowa State. Iowa State maybe has 2 wrestlers at 184, probably Boaz Baird and Cole Schaefer. Now Schaefer started this year at 197, I believe.
He did. He's a big guy too.
Yeah, he's big, so he's fun. Boy, I've been telling people Schaefer's got one of the most exciting styles of wrestling. I mean, if you could get guys like him to wrestle in gymnasiums, there'd be no empty seats. You could sell a lot of tickets.
Yeah. Well, we hope that Marla Schaefer is still listening to our program, and that because we're getting ready to do play-by-play, or hopefully on the whole or a substantial portion of that match coming up. And again, and we got a couple more messages come in here, but we will be with you in just a few minutes, Marla, so just hold on.
So Buffalo's number 6 seed still does lead Tanner Weatherman. John Martin Cannon, that would be for Buffalo. The Bulls, 2-1, but right and tough on top is Weatherman. Throws Martin Cannon back down. John Martin Cannon back down to the mat. Up to his feet is John Martin Cannon. Cannon up to his feet. Tanner Weatherman riding him tough. He's gonna cut him. So it's 3-1 now. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go in the second period here on mat number 5. Match number 199.
Okay, we just getting started. Yeah, we just got a message in from Linda Hall. Okay, and her son is Adam Hall, Boise State.
Sure.
We have to remember that.
Tough
wrestler,
Broncos.
really good. And he is
Broncos.
I guess he is now the assistant coach at Columbia. And Linda, I'm sure that you know that I have made the point that the program at Columbia in the last couple years has really bounced up and done a great job. And of course, with your boy there, Adam, beating up on people, I'm sure that they'll get even better. So
Adam was a great Bronco for Boise State.
He
Greg
was.
Randall, and back on the team with Hochstrasser and about 3 or 4 or 5 other great wrestlers. I just can't remember, but Boise State really has had some great wrestlers, and Adam Hall was definitely on that list.
And we remember that Steven Santos, very highly seeded wrestler here, for Columbia,
right.
And they have some distinctive uniforms, which are very nice for us, because we can spot those wrestlers all around very easily. Something that we can't do with a lot of the other uniforms.
5-2. Now John Martin Cannon in on a shot there. 37 seconds to go in the second period. 3-point lead for Cannon. We got an injury timeout there, so right now they're going to tango here. Weatherman, I think somebody lost the contact lens, so we had a contact lens timeout. Second period, 30 seconds to go. No shot here by Weatherman, even though he trails 5-2. And Cole Schaefer is going to be up on mat number 1.
Okay. Yeah, they're getting out there right now. So
it's Cole Schaefer up there on mat number 1, and his opponent will be Mr. Wolf.
Okay, Marla.
Ryan Wolf from
Ryder. Hope you're listening.
Ryan Wolf from Ryder will be his opponent. And
and here
Schaefer
they go
against Wolf. And I'll try to keep track of Weatherman and Cannon down here too. Cannon still leads 5-2 going in the third period.
Yeah, okay. And then switch over there because you're familiar with these Iowa State wrestlers more than I am.
Big shot there by Schaefer. Schaefer's got such an upside to him. It's just exciting to watch. Very explosive. Scores lots of points. Never a dull moment. He'll go for throws too, won't he?
Yeah, I remember the Iowa State meet last year.
I tell you what. Some of the throws Schaefer pulls off is just phenomenal. He just loves to tie up the upper body and then just start tossing people.
It almost looked like he was baiting Wolf a little bit there. He was kind of gave him the underhook and
it did.
Winging down on the overhook and kind of standing up and giving his hips to him.
Yep, sure enough. Weatherman trying to get a takedown here on the edge of the mat. Seeing if they can go out of bounds or not, but
Okay, over in that Schaefer match, it really hasn't been a good shot, but they're pushing and shoving and they're moving around a lot. Not tying up.
They're pretty aggressive towards each other going out of bounds.
Yeah, they're a lot of head push. Yeah, it's going out of bounds, yeah. Most of the action's been out of bounds at this point. There's a little bit of an arm drag by Wolf on that one, and now we've got some we've got some heavy hands there by Schaefer. But again, they're wrestling near the edge of the mat.
Schaefer will work the head. He's good at that. And the throws. He loves the throws.
Yes.
So, likes that upper body. Tossing. Tanner Weatherman still.
Oh, there's a shot in by Schaefer. Doesn't quite get it at her wrist, and now Wolf is trying to go around behind him, and they go out of bounds. What can I say?
Cole Schaefer's high school coach.
Yeah.
Cale Sanderson's dad.
Oh,
Steve Sanderson. So, back in the day.
That's an interesting tidbit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's a fact. Steve Sanderson was his coach, I believe, in high school for out in Utah. That's where Cole comes from.
On mat 5 here, we got Weatherman's down by 2 points. They're both neutral. 35 seconds left, and looks like he's trying to get a takedown here. He's being pretty aggressive.
5-3. Boy, takedown would tie it because there's 22 seconds of riding time, but that's not a factor right now. So Weatherman needs that takedown with 30 seconds to go.
And Marla, on that Cole Schaefer match, if you don't hear anything from us, that means nothing's happening. And there is 1:15 to go in the first period, and there is no score. And
collar ties. Some half shots there by Cole.
Yeah. Well, 1/3 shot.
Another shot there by Schaefer.
And
I'd say Schaefer's been the aggressor, though. I mean,
a good try there by Schaefer, grabbing the upper body and toward a lateral drop or something, but of course they did it out of bounds. And
here comes.
Looks like Weatherman's going to get taken down.
Cannon, no takedown, but that's the match. So 5-3 by 2 points. Cannon, the number 6 seed, I believe, he will move on for the Buffalo Bulls.
Okay, and here's a shot by Wolf going in on Cole Schaefer, and he gets the takedown. Just kind of swung around for the single, but Schaefer was getting out, but Wolf managed to grab his ankle and pull him on down. Schaefer stands up, and Wolf tries to lift him up and throw him, but Schaefer slips out and gets the escape point, so it's now 2-1, 31 seconds to go in the first period. So Wolf that's Ryan Wolf of Ryder leading Cole Schaefer of Iowa State by score 2-1. We're in the first period.
A lot of upper body ties there. The underhook here by Wolf. Schaefer with the overhook. Of course, that's the defense for it. So standing on the edge of the mat, trying to move each other around. Heavy hands, like you say, by Schaefer.
Yeah, and
Schaefer likes that.
Schaefer was completely off the mat, and Wolf was completely on, and they kept on wrestling, and for about another 5 to 8 seconds before the referee called it. That's still in bounds necessarily, I guess. But the point is that these guys are wrestling right along the edge of the mat, and they have been. They're in the center now for about 3 seconds because the period just ended, but the rest of the time they've probably been within 3 feet of the edge of the mat. So it's the choice that goes to Wolf, and he chooses down, and we'll see if he can get us an escape. Remember, Wolf is leading by a score of 2-1. We're at the start of the second period.
And Schaefer's going to start on top. Wolf moving on the whistle here. 1:58 to go in the second period. 2-1. Wolf got the takedown. Schaefer got the escape.
We got a standing crab ride there. A nice move, kind of a hip pull back by Schaefer, and he knocks Wolf down. And just a real nice move there. I like that a lot. And they are, of course, right on the line. The out of bounds line has been the case.
Schaefer, for a big guy, has some funk. He does. He can do some real unorthodox stuff.
That was a nice move. I like that one. I'd like to see the replay of that.
That was like a little hip high, kind of like a seat belt wizard tuck with a little foot trip.
Yeah, and they're 80% off the mat now, but Wolf's shoulder area not facing the mat, but it's on the mat, so they're still on. And now we're trying to get a tilt by Cole, but they get called out of bounds.
Hey, Greg Zafros, you ready? Virginia Tech's in the lead, 26 points.
Oh, right.
There goes the Hokies.
I have to say it for all my friends out in Virginia and West Virginia. Virginia Tech is leading the team score. What do we say?
26 points.
26 points. Yep, Lehigh in second with 24.5 points. So congratulations.
The Fighting Illini 24. Columbia, you ready? Good job, Adam Hall. And all the people listening out in Boise State land. Okay. Fourth place is Columbia, Oklahoma 16.5. Okay. Northwestern 14.5. Let's do more Cole Schaefer.
Okay, Cole Schaefer just lifted Wolf completely off the ground, the rear crotch lift, and just threw him down. He's got him down now. He's got like a Navy ride, and he's lifting him up, twisting him over, and he's getting Wolf on his back.
He is unorthodox.
He's gotten himself 3 points, but Wolf rolls out of it and gets the escape. So the score now should be like 4-3. Yeah, 4-3.
Yeah, it's one of the lower scoring matches I've seen of Schaefer. Yeah. It's not uncommon to see a 12.
Oh, and we got a takedown for Wolf. Okay, there was a shot in there by Schaefer, and I hate to say it, Marla, but he just kind of fell flat on his face, and Wolf spun around.
Yep. And it looks like Wolf's going to erase the riding time now, too. It's
right, he already has.
Under a minute.
Right, and so the score is 5-4 in favor of Wolf.
Still just second period, so we got another period to go, third period here. Schaefer trying to come out. Does he kick out? Oh, Wolf doing a good job. Schaefer almost came out of that.
And 4 seconds to go. He doesn't have time to get out now.
Wolf's
he does. He
got
does. With 1 second to go, he kicked out. That ties the score at 5-5. And as Steve just said, the riding time was eliminated. So yeah, all the action in the last few seconds of this period. It was
amazing.
Truly
5-5. So
now remember that Cole Schaefer gets the choice this period, and as you would expect, he chooses down.
He chooses down. He wants to be in the scoring position. So he knew he had the riding to up and out. Is Schaefer now with the lead 6-5.
Okay, so takedown's going to determine this one here.
1:49 to go in the third and final period.
Wolf had a nice shuck there.
Yeah,
drug him down on the mat a couple feet.
Yeah, it was kind of like a throw by, and it's
kind of rang Schaefer's bell a little bit. He shook his head.
Yeah, the referee stops it and brings it back to the center now.
Kind of got face planted a little bit, as they call it. So, nice shot. Nice underhook there by Schaefer to ward off that.
Yeah.
A tip. Nice inside trip there, or outside trip by Schaefer.
And they are right at the edge of the mat, and the referee calls them out.
6-5. Schaefer still leads. 1:30 to go in the third period.
If the mat were 4 feet wider in diameter, the score would be about 87-84.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cole's been in some of those. I've seen some 12-10s, 14-12s.
Yeah.
He moves for a big guy, and he forces the other guy to do the same. So
minute and 18 to go in the third period, and as we mentioned at this point, Schaefer's ahead by a score of 6-5 because of that escape that he got by taking the down position in the third period.
6-5, 33 seconds of riding time.
And they go out of bounds again.
Yep. Wolf kind of pulled Schaefer into him, and they ended up going out of bounds.
I think we get paid by how many times they go out of bounds, right? $1 for each time.
Oh, he's in on low single.
Oh, in on low single. Oh. Ankle picked him.
That makes it 7-6 for Wolf.
Looks like
he tries the old Greco throw, and he's got Schaefer on his back.
He's getting back
Schaefer's in trouble, and he got the pin.
He gets the pin.
There. Wow.
Okay, a pin for Wolf. That's Ryan Wolf of Ryder over Cole Schaefer of Iowa State.
Down. He caught Schaefer on his back. Schaefer was trying to bridge out, and during that bridge, he put the pressure on him and got the fall. So Wolf moves on with a fall. Big win for Wolf from Ryder, and disappointing loss there by Mr. Schaefer. Boy, Schaefer was in the driver's seat too. Seemed like in that match, way up into the end of the match. So big win there by Wolf.
There was a lot of muscle there, and I know that our good friend Marla Schaefer is not happy with that. But remember, this is a double elimination here, so Cole will be able to come back and work his way through the brackets.
It surprised me to see him come back. And
it ended up being a good match. It was a little slow at first with all that going out of bounds, but it was a good one at the end, no question about it. We've got some results for you at 174 pounds. Jordan Blanton, the #1 seed, a winner with a fall in 6:25 over Craig Kelleher of Central Michigan. These are all at 174. Cameron Croy of Harvard, the winner over Ian Korb of Penn.
That's match 189.
Yeah, that's 189, and that must have been a fall. And no, it looks like a tiebreaker. The victory was 5-3 in overtime. About 190, Nate Brown of Lehigh, a winner over Jermaine John of Hofstra, 8-0. About 191, PJ Tasser of Pittsburgh, the winner over Cody Caldwell.
The seeded wrestler goes down.
Yeah, the #8 seed from Northern Iowa. And Tasser won that by a score of 11-3. Wasn't even close. About 192, #5 Stephen West of Columbia, And we had Linda Hall on here, and she wanted us to give you all the good news about the Columbia wrestlers. So number 5 seed Stephen West of Columbia, a winner 7-4 over James Brundage of Ryder. That's about 192. About 193, again 174. Austin Gable, the number 12 seed of Virginia Tech, defeats Zach Caldwell of Oregon State by a score of 6-1. This Austin Gable of Virginia Tech is a young wrestler, but he is very good. Okay. Okay, another one, about 194, Mickey England of Iowa State. The winner, I think 6-5.
Yep.
Okay, over Mike Kirby of Eastern Michigan. About 195, Dan Yates of Michigan. The number 4 seed, a win over Wisconsin's Scott Legal.
Another Yates, not related, you say?
I don't believe that he's related to Peter Yates. Okay. And that score was 12-4.
Or as my mom said, as far as you don't go way back.
As far as you don't go way back.
You go back far enough.
Yeah, right. Okay, here's one. Number 3, Lee Munster of Northwestern, a winner over Kyle Karsnecki, Boston University. Lee Munster, the number 3 seed. Remember, he's the defending champion.
And was that a fall? 1 minute 19 seconds. Or no, what was that?
I got it as a 6-1 score.
6-1 with the riding time.
6-1 with the riding time.
Okay.
Okay, Kyle Quate of Ohio Northern. They were a Division III school. I kind of thought they were moving up to Division II. Defeats Curtis Jolson of North Dakota State by a score of 15-2. So a major decision there. Okay. And one of the ones that you were talking about, number 6, John Martin Cannon of Buffalo.
Yeah,
that match is right in front of us. A win over Tanner Weatherman of Iowa State by a score of 5-3 in a really good match. Just a couple more scores, and then we'll get back to live action here. Okay, number 7, Bryce Hammond of Cal State Bakersfield, a win over Ryan Callahan of Princeton, 13-5. That's about number 200. About 201, Nick Bonacorsi of Pittsburgh, a win over Kevin Bailey of Lehigh, 8-5. About 202, Harrison Cook of Penn, a win over Tommy Kimball of Stanford by a score of 6-1. And our last one, Robert Kokesh, the number 2 seed from Nebraska, 13-1 over Austin Moorhead of Oregon State. That brings you up to date.
Good.
Yeah, wow. Brings you up to date on 174 pounds. Yep. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio, and yours truly, Greg Zafros, Steve Foster.
So, songwriter Steve Foster.
Chad Kriz.
And Chad Kriz.
Making a guest appearance.
Yeah. Special guest appearance, Chad Kriz. Former Grandview Viking wrestler for the Grandview University.
Oh, really? No wonder you were getting in on those Grandview.
Yep.
And how many years have they been in? 4 or 5 years?
This is their 5th year as a program.
5th year, and they've won a national title already?
Yep, on their 4th year they did.
Wow.
Tell me, where is Grandview?
Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh, right in Des Moines. Well, you guys know that.
The home of Takedown Radio.
Okay.
Yeah. Grandview University. They get their master's degree there now, so they're a university.
Yep, I believe they have 3 master's programs.
Wow, I have to get in and get one of the 3 or all 3 of them. Maybe I can three-peat. So that'd be good. All right, we got some wrestling action right out here in front of us. Michigan wrestler down on match number 206. I'll give you a little update on that. Jordan Thompson against Max Stoll of North Dakota State. Roger Kish, one of their wrestlers up there for the Bison, doing a good job. It's 0-0, 1:30 to go in the first period. It's all tied up between North Dakota State and Michigan. And you got to come to the Midlands probably to see North Dakota State and Michigan wrestle. Although North Dakota State, wrestled Minnesota early in the year this year when Minnesota's ranked number 1 and actually lost, I believe it was 23-15.
Yeah, right.
So it was pretty close.
Incredible, yeah.
Yeah, they did good, North Dakota did. But, they land on the score table and unplug it. So where did we leave off? Score table now scoreboard is now unplugged. See if it has a memory. Does it have battery backup, Chris?
Right.
If it doesn't, I don't know. I think it was still 0-0, so I know the score, but time I cannot tell you. So it'll be interesting to see how that. Well, it does have memory. 1 minute, 7 seconds go in the first period. Good job. Dektronics doing a good job making those scoreboards for us. Thank you, Dektronics.
That looks like a Chirella in the Michigan corner.
Yeah, right one of the Torellas, yep. don't know if it's Josh Torella, but I think it is maybe. A lot of Torellas over the years wrestle for Dad started it all back in the day. You probably remember Mr. Torella. Greg Zafros does.
Yes, I do.
He wrestled, won a lot of matches for Michigan over the years, a lot of national championships. 3, I believe, as an individual.
He got 3, and I believe he's the only
tough.
person to get 2 pins in the NCAA finals.
Wow.
Or he's one of the few people to do that.
He's tough. He was a real force. So.
And he did that at 2 different weights.
Fantastic.
Okay, we've got Tony Delago of the University of Illinois out there right in front of us on mat number 5. And what I've got here, I've got Jack, would that be Jack Datchow of Old Dominion, wrestling unattached, because we have kind of one of these flashy uniforms out there out of school. So I presume it's Datchow, even though it's not in my bracket.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, another up-and-coming program in the Virginia area. You got Virginia Tech, the University of Virginia, Old Dominion, and now with Joe Russell at George Mason, that state could become a wrestling powerhouse. So.
Oh, it is. It is as we speak. Well, Virginia Tech leads the tournament right here, folks. So
right.
The Hokies are leading. So
right.
And there be no more guessing about them.
And we'll fill you in a little bit on this Tony Delago's match. And the reason for that is that, as I mentioned earlier, Jim Heffernan, the coach, came in here with full intentions of winning this tournament
for Illinois.
And, you know, he says this is got to be his year. You know, it's the year he wants everything put together. Even though he has some great recruits coming in next year.
Right.
One of the best recruiting classes in the
also heavyweight, just the injury just now.
Yeah,
just like last week. He was 16-1 in rank.
Yeah, and
that won't help him out any. But
but you know, he's got a bunch of studs out there, and they're good, and let's just see what happens. So you know, each one of these wins, like Tony Delago's out here, would be real important. Now, Delago is not a ranked wrestler, and that so if you're unranked, excuse me, he's the rank number 6. I got that wrong.
Seeded 6th, okay.
Seeded 6th. But if your guys who are either lower ranked or unranked start winning matches for you, and your other guys do as expected, you've got a shot at winning this. And like I say, Jim Heffernan really wants to do this. Right now, the score is 2-1, and it is in favor of the wrestler from Dekchow. I don't know, Jack Dekchow of Old Dominion. And I don't see anybody that I know from Old Dominion out there, but.
He looks like an Illinois wrestler because he's got an Illinois club singlet on, and looks like some of those guys are kind of not in his corner but in the area.
So they're just trying to play neutral, huh? Maybe. Izzy style.
Yeah.
That's
Martinez.
That's based out of Illinois, I do believe.
Martinez. Oh, Izzy style.
Nice cut back there.
2 Illinois wrestlers wrestling here. Be tough.
Oh, is this Martinez? You talking about their recruit?
It could be Martinez.
Martinez.
Could be. Like you say,
we'll have to get that for you, folks. But that's this is going to be real interesting.
215 is the match number.
Yeah.
Our match number is 215. So.
Yeah, but our brackets are not complete. We apologize for that, and we're just.
We know it's Delgado.
Yeah, we know it's Delago.
Delago.
Yeah, Delgado is I think Hispanic,
25.
and Delago is Italian. Tony Delago is.
And they're both on the same team. To think about it.
Right, I presume he's Italian.
There you go. He's an Italian stallion. So Delago wrestling for Illinois, and we think his opponent here. It says it's a.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't. There's something in the brackets.
There's Illinois coaches in each side.
I think they're both cheering for Delago, though.
I don't know.
The more I look at it.
Yeah. Delago. Yeah, they've just kind of encompassed both corners.
We could ask.
So. Heffernan's down there, I think.
Yeah.
Or is it?
Does look like Heffernan from the back.
Who's Delago's opponent? Well, that is Dekchow from Old Dominion. Yeah, we just talked to Jim Heffernan, and it is Dekchow. from Old Dominion. So we
Yeah,
were correct, but we just wanted to verify it.
Yeah, I
again.
want to make sure.
The brackets are not complete here.
No, we don't like to. We haven't made a mistake yet, so we don't want to do our first one.
Yeah. Well, it'd be your mistake, right? Because I said.
Well, any of them are mistakes are my fault.
I remember back in '03, I made a mistake.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. You remember it?
Well, your wife pointed it out.
Yeah.
She texted me.
Yeah. Okay, so the score now is 7-4, and that's in favor of Tony Delago of Illinois. And like I say, these matches for Illinois are important because they're going to be up there. Where are they on the team score now? They're third right now, right?
And it looks like Lehigh's jumped into the top spot.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's the interesting thing, too.
Over Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Lehigh does have 12 guys on the front side still, which is the difference maker.
Right.
12 on the front.
The Mountain Hawks have come in here flying high, huh?
Yep.
Oh, man. Ooh. Big throw over there.
Big throw on the
far over here.
That was 224. That's 197 pounds. We're up there already. And that was Willis of Wisconsin Parkside going against Nate Scheidel of Binghamton. And boy, there was a big thump. We looked up, and both wrestlers were down on the ground. So
Binghamton did the big throw, I think, to kind of initiate it. Anyway.
No score in that match. The throw, he thumped his opponent down on his back, but it was out of bounds.
What do you see here, Chad Chris? Illinois leading still down here.
Yep, looks like they're still up there, 7-4.
Tamago.
He's starting down, third period.
Tamago leads 7-4, I believe.
That throw by Binghamton, that was one of those throws where everybody you hear it and everybody looks at it and makes the ooh noise.
Yeah. And then he just got himself a 2-point takedown. Well, what other kind of takedown is there, I guess? by doing sort of a similar thing, he hipped him over and thunked him down on his back. Willis, I guess it is, popped up on that, and there were no back points, but it was a real thunk.
Delago's getting rode hard here by Dekchow.
Dekchow's tough on top.
He's got the riding time ticking up in his favor now at 12-13 seconds.
Just switched over. He trails by 3, so stalling by Illinois. I don't understand that sometimes when you have a grapevine ride in. And he's parallel riding him, so I don't know. That's a judgment call, maybe.
I think most of the time the ref's looking if you got your face on the mat or not.
Right, yeah.
But even then, it's hard to get your hips up when the guy's riding you like
that.
Yeah,
on the grapevine. So up and out, though, is Delago, so he gets the escape.
And he's back
Delago
on the offense.
Yeah, he is back on the offense, and now Dekchow trails 8-4.
Yeah. At 184, about 204, Robert Hamlin, the #1 seed. And
the Vermonster, how's he doing?
The Vermonster, he gets a win 12-4 over Alex Meyer of Unattached for Iowa.
He gets to wrestle Wolf.
Yep. And Ryan Wolf, he won his match. Ryan Wolf of Ryder, we told you, defeated Cole Schaefer in a really good match with a pin in 6:24.
Just a great, entertaining match right up until the very end there.
Yeah, the #8 seed, again, all these are 184. Joe Rao of Elmhurst, a winner over Scott Gibbons of Princeton, 16-6. Good thing for good job by the Elmhurst wrestler there, coached, I think, still by Steve Marianetti, who went to Glenbrook High School.
Had that historic match with
Lincoln McElravy.
Lincoln McElravy back in the day,
Yeah, I always used to think I was the best wrestler ever to come out of Glenbrook High School, but Steve Marianetti
then he showed up.
Pushed me out.
Oh, man, he ruined everything.
#5 at 184, Ryan Loader of Northern Iowa, a win over Cody Reed of Binghamton, 3-0.
I was just getting ready to get you autographed, too, until you said that, so now we'll wait until next year.
Okay, 184, about 209, #12, Ty Vincent, Oregon State, a winner over Terez. I'm not even going to try this one. Luzini of Hofstra. About 210, Vince Pickett of Edinburgh over Marcus Shrewsbury of Northwestern. Score was 8-2.
Okay.
#4, Travis Rudd now of Oklahoma, but wrestling unattached, formerly of the University of Wisconsin, beat San Panisi of the University of Chicago with a fall in 1:30.
Wow, Rutt's on a. He could meet up with Hamlin. That'd be fun.
Yeah, right. And our last one, Sammy Brooks, wrestling unattached for Iowa, beat the #7 ranked seeded Boaz Beard of Iowa State. So an unseeded wrestler from Iowa beating a seeded wrestler from Iowa State. And that final score looks like a fall in 1:39. Again, it's not marked properly, but I think that's what it was. So that brings you up to date at 184. And what that means is that we're getting close to the end of this session. And
yes, we are. Yep, it's coming up down to the, and I'll probably need to take a break here in a little bit. But
also want to mention that Jimmy Sheptock
of
Maryland, he won that one 8-1. He's the number 3 seed. He beat Philip Joseph of Eastern Michigan. Again, his score was 8-1. So Sheptock, a very fine wrestler. I saw him about 2 weeks ago out at American
Terps.
Yeah, out at American University in an exciting dual meet. If you somehow can watch that on YouTube or whatever.
Maryland right now is in 16th place with 10 points. Lehigh is still in number 1. They just barely passed Virginia Tech Hokies. They have 26.5 points. Virginia Tech with 26 in second place. Is that completely updated, Chad? Or
I was gonna do that for you.
See if you do that, and then we'll just make sure, just in case it did change. They're doing a good job of keeping it up. So still about the same or not?
Yeah, it looks like Illinois slid into the second spot. And this
tied.
Yeah, one of the things you have to remember is Virginia Tech is strong at the lower weights.
Sure.
The other thing you have to remember is that Virginia Tech is missing
Devin Carter.
Devin Carter.
He's a point scoring machine.
He's going to be, probably going to be a finalist here against Kendrick Maple, and
well, if they could have him as a point scorer.
Last year's champ too.
Yeah, he was. Right. Devin Carter was.
It's going to be a good showing. Oh, we have a possible pin by the Binghamton wrestler over on the far side. Unfortunately, his opponent is off the mat.
Right,
and so there won't be that Scheidel of Binghamton, and he's going against Willis of Wisconsin Parkside. That's where we had all the thumping before, and Scheidel was trying to pull him back. He gets only 2 points. He held him down for about 15 seconds, but again, the shoulders were off the mat, and the referee just counted the time on the mat, gave only 2 points, even though Willis was down on his back for quite a long time. They're at the edge of the mat there again, and Scheidel, I hope I'm pronouncing that, Scheidel, and they break and they go back to the center. A couple of big, strong boys out there, I've got to say that.
Both real strong looking. Real look like two bulls in the pasture. Virginia Tech tied for second. Like I say, I'll pick up here just real quick. Fourth place was Oklahoma, 20.5 points. Fifth place is Ryder with 19. Edinburgh in sixth place with 18. 17 points, you ready? Adam Hall's team, Columbia, is in seventh place with 17 points. Eighth place is Northwestern Wildcats with 14.5 points. And North Carolina in ninth place with 13. Binghamton Bears in 10th place with 12 points, or 12.5, pardon me. And that's going to round out your top 10.
Yeah, and Binghamton's getting ready to win another match.
Going to get some more points here, so they
Let's see, are they winning that or are they losing that? Let's see.
8-3, they're winning.
Yeah, they're winning that. Again, that's where we had those back points a moment ago. We'll call that match the thumper.
Yeah, boy, I did a lot of thumping. I felt it over here on the platform.
Right. So, they'll add to that at least another advancement point.
Gerard Trice walking in front of us. See if he's got his, does he have the Pillsbury Doughboy? I'm
not sure. I haven't seen him wrestle yet, but I did think he's wrestling unattached.
Okay.
Nope, he is. It does say he's got Central Michigan next to his name here, so.
Look at this. We've got a lock
situation here.
Another thing, 2 points for
big body locks.
Yeah, a body lock, and unfortunately they went out of bounds, but he's got Willis right on his back. We're way out of bounds, and the referee breaks it.
He's had him locked up in that at more than once, and they end up out of bounds. Fortunately for the University of Wisconsin Parkside wrestler, they end up out of bounds.
I mean, it looks like a Greco match out there because these guys just upper body and body locks and everything. So the score is 10-3 going into the third period with a minute and 32 riding time. So it's essentially 11-3, which is a major decision at this point. Let's see if it holds there. And Willis took the down position. Let's see if he can get out. So far, not yet.
He's up by 7. So, he trails by 7.
Now, if we had match 220, which might have been over quick, that was Dustin Kilgore.
Okay.
We probably missed that.
Yeah, we did, unfortunately.
But to tell you the truth, I think we're going to see Dustin Kilgore in the next round.
I would think so.
And possibly the round after that as well.
Yeah.
Folks, I apologize. I apologize in advance if you can hear chewing back here, but
we're actually trying to eat and 233. That's 228 we have going on down here. So, boy, they're moving right along here. We're up to 197 pounds in a lot of these weight classes. Almost all the matches are. We've moved from 184 to 197.
Well, we've got the match at 230 over there on mat number 3. Now let's remember that Matt Wilps is about 235. And let's see about our 3rd and 4th place. Hudson Taylor is 228. Is he out? Yeah, 228. Hudson Taylor right over here.
Now. Yeah.
And that's in the first period. The score is 2-1. Let's see who's leading that.
He trails, I believe. I believe Hudson Taylor trails. If he's wrestling Lehigh, right? Bullock?
Yeah, he's wrestling Lehigh.
Bullock, I think that is. Bullock from Lehigh. So Hudson Taylor right here, and he trails 2-1. So your number 3 seed trails, and kind of try to keep
Hudson
track
Taylor,
of.
wrestling for the Lions Wrestling Club, but of course formerly wrestler at the University of Maryland.
Match 233 will have Kyvan Gatson too, which I looked up. His dad won 2 titles here, Willie Gatson, back in the day, and then his uncle Charlie was a Midlands champ as well in 1980. So, and this would be Willie's son, Kyvan Gatson, here for Iowa State as a true sophomore. In fact, that's him right here in front of us. So, give a shout out to Willie. I know he's having a wrestling match and a battle with that nasty cancer right now. So, good luck to you, and our prayers and thoughts are with you, Willie. Okay, one of the all-time greats back in the day.
The number 5 seed, Nate Shadle of Binghamton. Again, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right. Another 2-point takedown, the same kind of driving takedown. They drive right to the edge of the mat. That's going to give him a 14-7 lead with a riding time point. He's essentially up 15-7 with 15 seconds to go in the 3rd period. So it's going to be it started out as a real thumper in the 1st period, but Scheidel just put on the steam out there and was just running roughshod over Willis toward the end here.
Yeah, he really picked it up, like you say. Yeah. Greg Zafros, he finishing strong here, just right at the end, and that's the match. And he had 2:49 riding time, so should be about 15-7 is the score. So, okay, being a Waterloo native, you watched Kyvan wrestle.
Yep.
A few times, I think.
He's a little bit younger than me, but just being in the Iowa scene,
but you got to watch him and.
Definitely did. Wrestled against his dad's team a bunch of times throughout high school.
Waterloo East?
Yep, they're in our conference.
Willie Gatson. And what town, by the way, okay, probably you're going to know the answer, has produced more Division I All-Americans than any other city in the United States of America?
Is that Waterloo, Iowa?
You got it. Your hometown, Waterloo, Iowa, has produced more Division I All-Americans and national champions than any other city in the United States. A guy named, did you ever hear of Dan Gable?
No, they have a building named after him or something like that
downtown there. Yeah, okay. The Dan Gable Wrestling Museum.
A bunch of old
downtown Waterloo, Iowa.
Okay, I've got that score on the number 1 seed Dustin Kilgore at 197, and it was Tech fall in 5:13. He was
for his opponent,
22-7. He wrestled Trent Flegel of Luther, and. I have to say, Luther College has a wonderful Christmas program that you can watch on YouTube or whatever. So
that's great.
A shout out to Luther College, and they do a great job. But Trent Flegel came up a little short on this one.
He might be out of Iowa Falls, Iowa, I believe. Is that right?
Luther's in northeast Iowa.
Decorah. Decorah. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Yep, up there in the. I've been through the campus up there. I should have known that.
Yep.
And Ellsworth is Ellsworth College is Iowa Falls, Iowa. Luther's in the beautiful city of Decorah.
Ellsworth is my alma mater before Grandview.
Good. You've been on the swinging bridge up there in Iowa Falls?
Yep.
Been on that swinging bridge across the Iowa River.
Okay.
Back to you, Greg Zafros.
Yeah, I have an interesting result for you here. Someone we talked about before. Derek Borley of Virginia Tech, unseeded, defeated number 8 seed Christian Boley of Maryland by a score of 6-3, and that was totally unexpected.
Boley goes down.
Boley is an outstanding wrestler, and he lost that one 6-3 to the Virginia Tech wrestler. And
who is this Virginia Tech guy? You know, you've watched?
Oh, I watched him last week. He's very good, but he's I think he's just a freshman or sophomore, something like that. And
that's huge.
And he did. you know, he did pretty well in the meets that I saw. I watched them wrestle Ohio State. I don't remember what happened with Borley there, but you know, he's a regular on the team.
He keeps winning. He's going to have the privilege possibly to take on Mr. Kilgore.
Yeah, and I didn't expect this. Kristen Boley of Maryland is a really terrific wrestler, and I just didn't see the match, so I can't explain it. But it looks like your boy Gadsden out there is
tied up 0-0.
Yeah, but he's got a few muscles on him. Kind of reminds me of me when I was his age.
Yeah, or his dad Willie and his uncle Charlie. Yeah. They were all tough wrestlers back in the day for Iowa State.
Funny thing about Kyvan is this is his first match of the day at 2 p.m. and after weighing in at 9 a.m. this morning.
I think his shoulders might have. Well, it looked like he got his bell rung. He hit the mat pretty hard, so I think he got face planted there and maybe got his bell rung a little bit. Hopefully it's not his rotator cuffs. That's kind of been his issue here.
Okay. We have an interesting match for the hometown folks right in front of us here. We've got Mike Tamalo of the Tamalo Twist, formerly a wrestler at Northwestern University. He had a brother who went to the University of Chicago and whatever, so the Tamalo name, and played football for them, I think it was. And so the big sports name around the Chicagoland area. And Tamalo is a fine wrestler for Northwestern. He's a graduate now, but he's back as one of the postgraduate wrestlers here. And he's wrestling Kalen Kleindinks of North Dakota State. Right now the score is 2-0 in favor of Tamalo. And we are in the first period.
So his opponent, we got to watch Kleinschmidt from North Dakota State in a duel, and Gadsden, I believe, won by major pin Kleinschmidt because it came down to him and Gibson to the heavyweight for the win of the duel. So
yeah, we should say to Linda Hall that you know, Gadsden is wrestling Nick Mills of Columbia.
And Gadsden strapped the headgear back on. Looks like he's getting the go-ahead to wrestle.
I think he kind of just got dinged a little bit.
I think the coach is more worried about it, I think, than he was.
I think Ivan was, yeah, maybe that's the case. But nonetheless, Gadsden trails 2-0. So up and out, 3-0 is the score now. 33 seconds to go in the first period. And down here we have Tamalo. Oh, it's all tied up.
Yeah, 3-3.
3-3 between Klingschmidt and Tamalo. Michael Tamalo, formerly, as Greg Zafros says, of the Northwestern Wildcats. Just not too many years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
No, just like 2 years ago.
Yeah, so fun to watch Tamalo wrestle. Remember him and Max Askren having a really good match at the Unidome at the National Duels. I can't remember the outcome of that one, but boy, I remember it was a barn burner. Max Askren against Michael Tamalo.
The heavyweight top seed, Gerard Trice, is actually wrestling now too on mat 7, and he is wearing his own singlet, so he must be unattached.
No, Pillsbury.
Yeah, well, he was unattached last year, so I wouldn't think that it would be that way. He's listed as Central Michigan.
Yep, and last year he was doing his Olympic red shirt.
Right. But maybe that's the only uniform that fits him. Let's put it that way.
He's got to be running out of red shirts here pretty soon. Yeah, it might be the case.
Yeah, Trice is short and wide.
Short and wide, and he told me his teammates even referred to him as Doe.
Yep.
It's his nickname. He told me that. So that's okay, Steve-O. They call me Doe. But hard to take down, real tough. He's just very difficult to score a takedown on him. So, but I'm sure Coach Tom Borelli's glad to have him back in the rankings for his Chippewas of Central Michigan. A lot of good wrestlers have come through the Chippewa wrestling program over the years, Central Michigan that is. 3-1 the score here between Gadsden and Mills. Nick Mills for Columbia. 1 minute, 1 second to go in the second period.
Now remember, we are starting the heavyweights here, and when these finish, we're going to go back to 125, as you'd expect, and we do have a request for bout number 346.
Delgado?
Yeah, Delgado against Gilman, and so we are going to be bringing you the play-by-play on that, unless we all forget. But we want to do that for you, and I believe we got that request from Joe Smallwood. So thanks, Joe, for letting us know about that. And, of course, Jesse Delgado, one of the finest wrestlers here, so we are going to be interested in that match anyway.
And Gilman's part of two of those really superstar redshirt freshmen for Iowa, Gilman and Corey Clark. They both have kind of been traveling the circuit and really eating it up as redshirt freshmen for the Iowa Hawkeyes. So it'll be fun to watch Gilman against Delgado.
I have to give a Grandview shout out here down on mat 4.
Okay.
Got the Eric Thompson. Yep, returning NAI national champ, NAI wrestler of the year. He recently just lost he was on a 53 or 52 match win streak.
I saw that.
He just got beat out in Vegas. Yep.
I saw that. So.
Now is this at heavyweight?
Yep.
Yeah, heavyweight.
Is this the
Eric
one
Thompson.
we were supposed to do? That we were
Eric
supposed
Thompson.
to?
Yep.
Okay.
All three Grandview. I know we got some listeners. All three Grandview wrestlers.
Of course, with Chad here,
comes out of retirement.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with Chad here, he won't forget.
So.
I think we've got a few listeners back in Des Moines. So.
Yep.
But the match is tied 0-0 with Thompson and Blaine Beal of Northern Iowa. Looks like there's about 50 seconds left in the first period. It's still neutral.
Katzen riding Bill's tough on top. And Thompson, you say, is scoreless. Is that right? And his opponent?
Blaine Bealey.
Blaine Bealey.
Of Northern Iowa.
From Northern Iowa, so it's a Panther. And he's from what town? Eric Thompson, isn't he from up around Cedar Falls?
Yeah, Thompson is from Waverly Shell Rock.
So that's right up by Cedar Falls, Iowa. Not far, up in that country, right?
Well, yeah, his uncle is Tolly Thompson.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him? No.
little guy, right?
Yeah, real small.
Oh, won a national title, world silver medalist, you know. So.
I wonder if he's actually in the corner against. I don't see him.
So 5-3 now is the score between Mills and Gatz, and a stall call against Mills, and Gatz is going to try to get a takedown here possibly.
Over on mat number 1, we have Ty Snook of Maryland, and he's going against Nick Wittenberg of Eastern Michigan. The score there is well, it just ended 11-4, and it looks like the Eastern Michigan wrestler won. I have to check that and see. Just as I was going to go check the score, they took it off.
We go to the second period with Eric Thompson and Blaine Bealey on mat 4. Thompson chose down and got an escape 15 seconds into it. So now he leads 1-0, and they're back on the feet.
Katzen and Mills in a real tussle down here, 28 seconds to go. Mills leads 5-3, third and final period.
Gatsen's being real aggressive here in the tie-up.
Needs to get the takedown. 16 seconds to go.
I think he's setting up that Prescott, and he gets one
there you go.
for 2.
Ties it up 5-5 with 9 seconds to go. 8-6. We could be going into sudden victory here, gentlemen.
I think we
got
will.
A sudden victory match here between Gatsen and Mills. So here we go.
Okay, and Tamalo just wins that match.
Tamalo wins 10-7, is that correct?
That's right.
So Tamalo wins that match for the Tamalo Twisters, is that what they are?
Something like that, yeah. They cut the whole name off there.
Tamalo.
Eric Thompson got a takedown over on mat 4. Looks like he's up now 3-0. Trying to get a bout number here.
10-7 was Tamalo's score, right, Greg?
Yes.
10-7, okay. 10-4.
Okay,
10-7.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Kerry McCoy out in front of us watching his heavyweight come out onto the mat. So again, we're into these heavyweight bouts. That University of Maryland, extremely improving program. And part of that Washington metropolitan area group, which not only includes the schools from Virginia, but also American University in Washington, D.C., and the University of Maryland in College Park, which is just outside of Washington, D.C.
Wow.
So they're going to have 6 or 7 fine programs going
Aren't
there.
they? That's good.
It's going to be a hotbed, I'll tell you.
Give them
5 years.
Looks like Thompson just scored off of a high crotch, double-legged out of bounds. Leads now 5-1.
Big takedown there by Eric.
He's got Grant Turner in his corner. You might remember him, Steve.
I've heard of Grant Turner.
Grant Turner, yep.
Hung out with Grant a couple times, former Iowa State Cyclone wrestler, the son of Lieutenant Colonel Hal Turner. And Lieutenant Colonel Hal Turner was president of the Iowa Wrestling Association for many years back in the day. And Gatson gets 2-point takedown, 7-5, and that's it. So Gatson will move on after getting dinged.
Yeah.
Gatson wins, so he comes back with a victory.
Go to the third period with Eric Thompson. Beetlejuice is down, so now Thompson's riding him. He's winning 5-2, and he's just closing in on 35 seconds of riding time here.
Okay, over on mat number 5, we've got the match between Chad Hankey of Oregon State, the one I told you had to get beat up by Clayton Jack for the last couple of years. Yeah. He's a fine wrestler in his own right, and now he's getting his chance, and he's going against Dallas Brown.
Hankey's a force.
Of Maryland.
He's a force. Yeah, he wrestled the Lumberjack for a year. He had to sit behind Clayton Lumberjack.
Yep.
As we called him. I asked Jim Zaleski, he said, go ahead. His legs and thighs remind you of a tree, so you can call him Lumberjack if you wish. He has a big, powerful
And Chad Hankey got a takedown right at the beginning of the third period, and then Dallas Brown got the escape. And so they're back up standing now, and pretty evenly matched. It's kind of interesting. Chad Hankey kind of moves a little bit flat-footed out there.
Matt Gibson for Iowa State in on a takedown attempt up there on mat number 1.
There's a Columbia wrestler.
Yeah, Columbia and Iowa State.
Looks like his singlet's ripped on the inseam, too.
Yeah, boy, Matt Gibson threw him down, ripped his singlet.
I've never seen that happen.
No, I haven't. I'm going to get some boxers out there. Scramble on the edge, and he's going to give him no escape, so Gibson gets the takedown, or does he? No exchange of points, is it correct? Wow, good wrestling there by the Columbia wrestler.
Yeah.
Match number 249. Good job, Columbia. Wow.
Okay, and moving closer to mat number 5, that one again with Chad Hankey of Oregon State. You can see the influence of him working now with Clayton Jack.
Yeah.
A lot of the stance is the same, a lot of grabbing the wrist and holding it out to the side, sort of like you were going to do a duck under, sort of. Clayton Jack was a huge person, but he was very agile.
Yes.
And he had excellent balance, and that's how he won a lot of matches, like in the third period, by pinning an opponent. Even if the score was closer, he might have even been losing. And you can see that influence out here with Chad Hankey. The question is, does Chad Hankey have the same book of skills that Clayton Jack had? In order to win that same way, and we're gonna find that out. But
Jack's tough.
Yep.
He was tough, Lumberjack.
He was.
Got a heavyweight result over there with Eric Thompson. He just won 6-3 with riding time.
So he moves on?
Yep, he moves on.
What match was that? What number?
That'd be about 238.
238. So Thompson from, so he could end up bumping into Trice eventually, possibly.
Yep, they would meet in the quarters. That would actually be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, Eric Thompson being recruited by Cale Sanderson back in the day, originally for Iowa State. I think he was the number 1.
He was the number 1 heavyweight recruit
in the nation out of high school. He ended up wrestling for the Grandview Vikings. Big takedown for Iowa State's Matt Gibson, all 6 foot. What is he?
6 plus.
5, 6, 6. I don't know. He is a tall heavyweight. Gibson is. Guys that wrestle him say he's hard to wrestle you. His sprawl goes to the next county. His feet are in the other, out in the city limits. So,
as we mentioned, the next round will probably start almost immediately as soon as these heavyweight bouts are. I believe that every match out there, well, except maybe that one, we got we've got a couple of 97 bouts. There's the Virginia Tech wrestler there, and that's not their heavyweight throne, and that. But I'd say 6 out of the 8 matches have heavyweights on them at this point, and so they're going to be finishing shortly after that. Then we go right into the 125-pounders again, and we're going to bring you that one match with Jesse Delgado.
Jesse Delgado and Gilman. I'll watch that one, then I'm going to have to take just a little bit of break.
Okay. Well, you Midwesterners and that,
Well,
you've got no skill and no stamina.
I've had 3 calls and they're all by Mother Nature, so I got to call.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well,
you got to answer.
Just
when nature calls, you got to answer.
Have them leave a message.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well over here we've got the score 4-2 for Chad Hankey. He was on top. He just let Dallas Brown out and makes it 4-3 with 25 seconds to go in the second period. A pretty good match going on here, pretty even 4-3. And
really, Brown's within striking distance.
Oh,
I mean, Hankey really hasn't separated him as far as points go.
Yeah.
59 seconds of riding time too. Look at the riding time. 1 second from.
Now, as I recollect, I'll ask Kerry McCoy in a little bit, but Maryland had two heavyweights. And there was a choice before. There were some injuries, and I think Dallas Brown was out with an injury. But Dallas Brown is not a big heavyweight. I mean, he looks like he looks like a 197 pounder.
Sure. Reminds me of Chris Honeycutt. It kind of looks like him a little bit.
Yeah, Honeycutt without the tattoos.
Right.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, we're starting the third period with Brown on top and behind by a score of 4-3. And the Oregon State wrestler gets himself out. He's now leading 5-3. That's Chad Hankey of Oregon State.
Hankey's been controlling the match, but his opponent's not really ever been out of it.
Yeah. Brown's right, like you say. Chad Kriz speaking the truth there. He's within striking distance. Mr. Brown is. He could tie it up. 50 seconds of riding time. So Matt Gibson, wow, 2-0. Look at the riding time down there for 6'5" or 6". Matt Gibson from Iowa State. He's just so tall and lanky. Kids say it's just so hard from when he stands up. What are you going to guess his height at there, Greg Zafros? Just tall.
Just taller than I am. Let's put it that way.
He's tall and lean. He's had a good little season this year, too. Just 1 or 2 losses on the year.
Right.
Had a big fall to win the duel the last week.
Okay, the wrestlers on mat 5. The heavyweights start sauntering back. Okay, they're both a bit winded. We got Brown and Hankey. Brown from the University of Maryland, Dallas Brown, and Chad Hankey of Oregon State. It's 5-3 in favor of Hankey, and riding time not a factor yet. We've got about 1 minute to go in the first period, and I think both wrestlers are tired at this point, not doing much, tying up tight.
If Hankey could get the takedown, he could probably, get 11 more seconds of riding time, then he gets the bonus point.
Okay, and there's the image of Clayton Jack there again by that move by Hankey and stuff. The same kind of move in terms of, going the cross knee or kind of a outside high crotch type deal, but he did it the same way that Clayton Jack did it. There's a shot in there by Hankey, and they go out of bounds.
He's got good motion on his feet. He keeps moving and trying to get to the angle there.
But Dallas Brown, he's got to start doing something. I mean, there's 20 seconds to go, and it's 5-3. He's got to make his move, and tying up with a heavyweight is not a move.
He's got to make a shot.
You can't let Hankey control the center of the mat
there's
like that.
Reach.
There's a little try, but 13 seconds to go.
Reach.
Hankey's locking the hand there. I believe to slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. I believe Dallas Brown was injured earlier in the season. I'll try to verify that.
I agree with you. He probably could cut a little bit and be 97 real easy.
Yeah.
Hankey wins it.
Not a bad match. Not a bad match for heavyweights.
How were they on team score, Oregon State Beavers?
Yeah. And we've got Todd Beckerman.
Are they without Sakaguchi? Sakaguchi here.
I didn't see his name.
I don't see Sakaguchi. He's a
we had Zeb Miller told us a couple other guys were out of the lineup.
Well, one of the things about Sakaguchi, he was actually undefeated. The losses he has on his records were for forfeits from medical injury.
Okay.
So he had not lost, and so I was looking forward to seeing him here, but he's not in the
Sakaguchi. You'd be a big point scorer for the Oregon State Beavers, I guarantee you.
Yeah,
he's the one that lost by a point to Frank the Tank.
Yeah,
the Nationals, Frank Molinaro.
Yeah, I looked at his record, the specifics of it, and that is, and hasn't wrestled a lot of high-caliber wrestlers yet, but he dominated the ones that he did. And like I say,
good man.
I think he has two. If you look at the computerized scores, I think he has 2 losses on his record, but they're both due to medical forfeits.
Yeah, it's too bad, boy. He's a stud. I love watching. He had Frank Molinaro on the ropes. Remember his match in the Nationals?
That was Molinaro's closest match of the tournament.
Yeah, he tech-falled or pinned everybody, but Sakaguchi. I'm going to say it was 6'5" or 7'6". It was a 1 point.
Was that in the second round too? It was early in the tournament.
Second or third round, yeah. I was up at the top of the bracket, I remember, and he scored some takedowns. He got a couple takedowns on Frank the Tank.
Yeah, Frank made a reference to it in his NCAA, the post-championship interview, talking about having a close match early on.
Yep. And it didn't surprise him. Frank gave him credit. Yep. I remember he actually gave him some props to Sakaguchi. But right now, Matt Gibson gets another takedown. It's 6-1 now. Third period, 4 minutes and 40 seconds of riding time. Wow, that's a lot of riding time. You figure these matches are.
Okay, we're going to be waiting for bout 251, the last bout in this round, and that's going to be Mike McMullen of Northwestern, the number 2 seed at heavyweight. He was in the finals last year against Jared Trice, and that should be coming up shortly. We don't see it at the moment. There is one mat 8, which is hard for us to see the scoreboard on.
Yeah.
We'll try to do the best that we can on that, but most of the other mats we can see pretty well. I want to remind you, you're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. This is Greg Zafros along with Steve Foster and Chad, was it Critch?
Chad Kriz.
Kriz.
Got that
Yeah, I like that
last name.
Yeah, Kriz, the last name. And we're bringing you the 50th annual Midlands Wrestling Tournament, actually the 50th annual Ken Kraft Midlands Tournament from Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University.
Celebrating its 50th year, half a century wrestling going on here.
And remember it like it was yesterday.
Started it. So.
Okay, and we are getting back. The first 125-pound matches are out there, even though there's still one. Now here's the last heavyweight match coming up with.
We're going to find out
McMullen of Northwestern.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Steve McMullen's at the table there. He's going to be getting on in a minute. That's the last one of that round. We've got about 253 coming. Let's see.
Indiana did beat Oklahoma in the previous match here. 3-1 match, 240. So.
Okay, they haven't changed the scoreboard on that.
That's
match over there, but that's an Oregon.
This will be a consolation match.
Chalfont looked good against Oklahoma. Chalfont's
a
good wrestler for Indiana.
I guess we have to see that. Are we going back into a consolation round? We're going to check that out and see if we're going on to the next round. We have the losses here, the losses there.
Michael McMullen's up next, like you say, the number 2 seed against Schneider. Paul Snyder of Hofstra, the Hofstra Pride out of New York City.
I have to give another Cedar Rapids shout out to Jay Borschel's in the Northwestern corner. Lynmar Marion, Cedar Rapids guy.
Yeah, he was fun to watch, and he actually was way behind a Virginia Tech or a Virginia Cavalier wrestler.
Yep.
And I told people, I said, he'll win this thing. And everybody said, he's trailing by 10. I said, just pay attention, you're going to see it. And he came back and he won.
Yep.
The Cavalier kid was a stud, too. Can't remember the name, but boy, he was good.
That was a good match.
Virginia wrestler was excellent.
That might have been one of the best of the tournament, actually.
Okay, and McMullen is just getting ready to get a takedown. He almost had it, and now he gets it. So Mike McMullen of Northwestern University, and remember, he's the hometown team here, or as they say, Chicago's Big Ten team, Northwestern University.
Yeah, they're winning a lot now. Their official, unofficial cheer used to be, we don't care if we lost, 10 years from now we'll be your boss. So, because their education system, they used to cheer.
I've never heard that one before.
I've been here when they've cheered it at something. We don't care if we lost, 10 years from now we'll be your boss. So. So you got to have a lot of brain matter to come here. So ask Greg Zafros. So
what? Okay, so McMullen is there are 2 heavyweight bouts. The rest are the 125-pound matches, and
they're going to consolations. You think? Is that what you say?
It looks like it. Let's get 253. I think they have forgotten to. Let's see. 253. We're going to look that up, folks. And remember, you can get your copy of the brackets by going to gregzafros.com, or you can go to nusports.com. Or no, nusports.com and finagle your way through their navigation to get to it. But if you want to go directly, just go to gregzafros.com, gregzafros.com, and you'll find nothing else on the page but the link to these brackets. So get those brackets. And remember also, if you've got a question, a concern, or a recommendation, or suggestion, you can get in touch with us by emailing me at gregzafros, greg@gregzafros.com.
Here's Matt Gibson. You could ask him how tall he is.
Yeah. Well, he's taller than Kerry McCoy, that's all.
Yeah. He's taller than. How tall are you?
He's asking how tall you are.
6'5", we guessed, yeah.
Okay, we just asked I address him as Mr. Gibson.
He's loud.
He is 6'5" tall.
He's a lot of man. He's tall, boy.
Yep.
I'm trying to get a double leg on him. So that's good, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, we got a match down here with Mike McMullen.
Yeah.
Michael McMullen from the Northwestern Wildcats, and boy, he had a good match last year with Bobby Telford.
Yep.
They've clashed heads. When they came out of high school, I think they were 1 and 2 for heavyweights at their year as the recruits.
Yeah, actually, McMullen was, I think, the #1 heavyweight.
Telford was second or third, probably.
Right, and they had that famous match at the end of the year, and
yes.
I forgot who won that one. But the thing about it is that McMullen is a quite small heavyweight. And when you start getting guys at 285 pounds in the college level,
it'll wear on you.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Now, you know, I'm sure he's
exceptions.
Yeah, he's done his workaround on that to figure out how to do it, and he has been successful. But he is at a handicap a lot of times. When I mean, Jared Trice is probably 40 pounds heavier than he is.
Sure.
And
some of these kids, Lou Bannock, you go back in the day, he was an amazing giant slayer. And then not just too long ago, Dave Zabriskie.
Yep.
Zabriskie was...
And Zabriskie was even able to get down to 211.
Yeah, 215,
well,
I think Zabriskie weighed.
The best example is two-time national champion Kurt Angle of Clarion, who wrestled in the Olympics at 211 or whatever it was, and he was winning the heavyweight championships at about 220 to 225.
So some of those some of those smaller guys just do it with brute force and maybe a little bit more athletic. And I think they try to get the bigger guys wore out a little bit, try to get their lungs moving and get them kind of tired. But
they're able to get to a shot to the outside, so they're not trapped.
Yeah, a lot better. Right.
Yeah,
a lot better chance at scoring there.
McMullen is now leading 6-0, and we have
Snyder in on a shot.
Minute and 20 to go in the second period.
I do believe McMullen wrestled in the All-Star duel this year too, didn't he? I know he was originally slated for the roster on that.
Yeah,
I wasn't able to attend that. I know
he got
Scott
third.
was there.
I was there. I don't
Greg
remember.
Zafros was there. McMullen in 6-0 right now against Snyder, though, of Hofstra. Paul Snyder's his opponent for the Pride, Hofstra Pride. Doing a good job representing New York City. I believe they're right downtown, aren't they? Are they not? I think right in the city.
No, Hofstra is out in Hempstead, Long Island.
Hempstead, they're in Long Island.
Yeah,
so
they're in
is that considered one of the boroughs or not?
They're in Long Island.
Long
Island, something like that.
Good talking to you.
Yeah.
I learned that when I was in Albany at the Pepsi Arena when Cale won his fourth title, 159th win. Everybody from New York that we talked to, they'd always finish with, "It's been good talking to you."
Okay, just so that you know, over on the far side on mat #1, we have about 261, and if you have the brackets that we ask you to download and that, you'll see that that's the Consolation rounds at 133. Okay, so we're past 125 pounds, and that we're going up to 100. Or I mean, we have a lot 125 pounders out there, but we're already into 133 pounds. So this is going to probably go pretty quick, or at least we hope so.
It's going to scoot along.
Yeah,
Michael McMullen right now he's got the major locked up right now, 258 for now anyway. We still got a third period to go here between Paul Snyder of Hofstra Pride, and Michael McMullen of the Northwestern Wildcats.
We want to remind you, you're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. Yours truly, Greg Zafros. Okay, what was your name again?
Steve Chris and Jeff Foster.
Jeff Foster. Couple of guys over my. What can I say? They're from Des Moines. You know,
Des Moines.
From.
I think the title championships are going through there this year, are they not? Right,
yeah.
The Wells Fargo Arena, right downtown.
Yeah.
Off of 2nd or 3rd Avenue, between 2nd and 3rd.
Yep, in the small house.
The small house, yeah. I tell you, Iowa, for wrestling, they could have 34. Mark Cody said on the show earlier today, he said they could have 30, 40,000. They should do it in a football dome, you know, because they could probably sell it out.
Yeah. Okay, we have a 9-0 score now for Mike McMullen of Northwestern. And how are we doing with Northwestern on the team score there?
They're up there. They're in the run.
Let's get an update here.
Latest standings.
Yeah.
Click OK, and 9-0 now for McMullen. They're in 13th right now, 15th with 14.5 points, but they're about ready to collect some more. So.
Right, and I think they'll pop up to like 10th or 11th.
Probably
or so
will.
When,
actually, I wouldn't be surprised.
They got 12 guys on the backside that are going to be wrestling this round too.
Yeah. And just to mention, the update brings Virginia Tech back into the lead with Illinois second. Both teams, well, actually the top 3 teams, Virginia Tech, Illinois, and Lehigh, all have 9 wrestlers still in the championship round.
Amazing.
And
Oklahoma right behind,
at least 3 wrestlers in the consolation round.
And it goes Oklahoma, Edinburgh tied with Oregon State for 5th. By the way, Oklahoma's 4th. Ryder with 19.7th. Central Michigan Chippewas and Coach Tom Borelli in 8th place with 18. Then tied for 9th is the Badgers and Columbia. 9th place, 17 points. Pitt in 11th place. And Northwestern, like Greg Zafros just pointed out, if McMullen does pull out this win, plus if he keeps it a major, it could push them up over into 11th or 10th place probably.
That's a good thing. I'm glad to see Wisconsin and Barry Davis getting back around. You know, Badgers. They had a good win this year over Nebraska in that dual meet.
They did.
Good
big
win.
Big win for them. And McMullen gets the 2:52 riding time, so at a bonus point, gets a major decision bonus points for Northwestern. Michael McMullen moves on with a 10-0 score, and we don't know when they'll add it up, but Northwestern's going to jump up a little bit here as far as the team score.
Well, we've pretty much finished that round then. I'd have to say that throughout these first 2 rounds, there have not been any major upsets. I mean, we haven't seen any number 1 seeds or
Christopher
number 2
Boley
seeds.
may be going down. It seems like a little bit.
Yeah,
but you're right.
But
no
not a number 1. Christian Boley.
Yeah, Christian Boley.
And that lost on that one to Borley.
And
beats blah, 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 we'll get that. But that's the closest thing we have to a major upset at this point. I mean, all the number 1 seeds seem to do it. And the team scores are, I think that the top, they're kind of what we expected, but, with teams like Columbia coming up there, there are other teams down,
doing a good job.
Lower level teams that are pushing themselves up in this tournament, doing a great job. So,
no question.
You got Ryder really in the top 10. That's kind of a unexpected outcome there. Columbia's up there too, doing good.
Yep. Binghamton, Pitt's in 11th. Binghamton in 12th. Michigan in 13th, tied with Nebraska. Northwestern will do the top 20 with 14.5 for the Wildcats, and then North Carolina in 16th. Iowa State Cyclones in 17th. I don't know if they've added Matt Gibson's win over there with bonus points. And then Harvard doing it the intelligent way, top 20 with 18 place, 11.5. And then you ready for this? A 3-way tie for 19th, 11 points, Maryland Terps, North Dakota State Bison, Penn, and then jumping down to 22nd is CSU Bakersfield, Cal State University Bakersfield. So Maryland, North Dakota State, and Penn rounding up the top 20. So.
Well, with Wisconsin being tied for 9th at this point, I might have to go back to telling people that that's where I wrestled, So
yeah, good.
I kept that kind of quiet, in the last couple of years, but
that's all right.
We'll go back on that. So
yeah, we love it.
Of course,
up in Madison.
Yeah, right. They don't want to admit that I wrestled to them. That's they're trying to keep it quiet.
One of the larger colleges, at least today, in total as far as attendance population for students.
I think they only
up there.
When I went there, which was a long time ago, I think they only had 5 million people. I think they're up to 8 million people.
It looks like it. The campus looks like its own state.
Yeah, right.
But, did you notice Iowa's in 24th place with 10 points? But that's not a full team, obviously. I don't even know if who they're counting as Iowa.
Yeah,
Daniel Dennis, nope. Montel Marion, no.
Yeah.
The others are unattached.
So,
Corey Clark and
I'm not sure where those points are coming in at then.
Gilman's unattached.
Yeah.
Corey Clark's unattached. The 2 super freshmen at 25. So I'm not sure where they got.
It says they're registering 4 people here, so that must be just counting the unattached.
Yeah. We have to say
track of that. So.
Yeah. We have to say that we're at kind of a lull here because we're starting this round of consolations and they're going on fast and furious. It's a little bit hard to keep track of what's going on.
I'm going to take a little break.
Yeah, Steve's going to take a little break, and Chad and I will take over here. So what we'd like to do is...
I may need surgery.
Okay.
So
I got my pocket knife in my case.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So what we'd like to do is ask you, if you're listening in, remember you can get in touch with us by sending an email to me. That's Greg at gregzafros.com. real common name like Bob Smith, right? And just let us know what your questions are. We will look up things, and you will get the updated brackets at some point, but they're not coming out quite as quickly as we get them, I don't think. So just let us know now, and we're going to kind of ease off here a little bit. Chad and I will kibitz a little bit back and forth here as to what's been going on. But it's been another great Midlands tournament. And I have to say that we have a really good crowd. We're looking across to sort of the visitor side, and it's, you know, it's way, way over, you know, it's about 2/3 full. You know, this holds about 7,000 to 10,000 people. And behind us, which is really the home bleachers and that, we're just seeing people all the way up. And one of the things you have to remember is that this tournament has to earn its money. Yep. And it does that by ticket sales. So if you come out here and buy a ticket to come in, you're helping Midlands Wrestling and you're helping the sport of wrestling in general. And if you live anywhere close to Chicago's north side and that, there's no excuse for you not to be here. In my case, you know, I pull out of my driveway, I make a left on Route 219 and a left on 64, and 12 hours later I'm right here in front of the door. So if I can do that, you know, you can do that. And I'm not kidding you, you know, you should come to this thing. It's really great. And the next round is going to be really good. Things will be pared down, and we'll be focusing on specific matches more so than we have been in the past. We're trying to keep you updated with what's going on and with the team scores. And I will be checking my email periodically and to see if you have any questions. We have a Northwestern wrestler out there right now, 262. That's Levi Mealy. Yep. A fine wrestler, like a fire plug, very short and stocky. And he did his, he's older now, he did his 2 years mission work for the Mormon Church and then came back and has done a good job. He is a ranked wrestler at 125 pounds, I think somewhere down around 13th or 14th, something like that. And we'll check out and see who he's wrestling, but that match is going on right in front of us. And that looks like Kyle Ayersman from Purdue, if I'm reading that right. And right now, it looks like Mealy, he's got Ayersman on his back. The referee started to call 2 back points, and then he held it off. And then instead he's saying it's potentially dangerous. But he did give the 2 points for back points. It's Levi Mealy now is ahead by a score of 4-1. So our local people who are listening, we're bringing you results of one of the hometown wrestlers here, the Northwestern wrestler. But get in your car and get over here because this is a fun place to be.
It is. Last year was my first time attending. I've watched it on TV over the years, but you know, definitely one thing I knew I wanted to come back and watch was this year's, especially with it being the 50th, and just you know, you hear a lot about the history of the tournament and everything that goes along with it, so it's kind of neat to just be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, later on, probably before the quarterfinals, which are tomorrow starting about noon. The actual quarterfinals will start about an hour and a half later after Consolation round. I'll give you a little bit of background about this tournament. I think most of you who've listened to our broadcast that know that I wrestled in the very first one, and it was really a special time to be here and be in this. It wasn't here at Northwestern. It was at the LaGrange YMCA, I think, or one of those YMCAs, but it was a great tournament full of Olympians and national champions, and you know, it was a wonderful experience. And we'll talk a little bit about that to let you know about the history of the Midlands tournament. Remember, it's been renamed now, it was last year, to be the Ken Kraft Midlands tournament in honor of Ken Kraft, who started the program, along with a couple of other friends of mine who have played a major part of it. And of course, one of them is sitting right next to me, Sam Samorian, who's been working at this tournament for, well, it seems like a century or something like that. He's done a great job. He was a outstanding coach at Glenbrook High School, which is now called Glenbrook North High School. There weren't all those different ones, and went on to become a Hall of Fame wrestling referee in the state of Illinois, something like that, right? Okay, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, all right. We had a great guy, and he always is sitting with us. He and does all the bracketing and distributing of the reports here and stuff for us, and we love having him here. And plus, we get first pick on the brackets when they come out. So, Sam Samorian, Ed Ewald, the historian for the wrestling historian for the state of Illinois, sit off to my right. This is my 12th year broadcasting the Midlands tournament. And these guys have been right next to me almost every one of those years. I love these guys. I'll tell you, they're what makes the sport of wrestling great.
I appreciate the first 10 minutes.
Okay, Sam was just telling me that he officiated the first 10 Midlands, and I have to let you in on a secret that Sam Samorian's real first name is not Sam. It's Harold. Was I right on it? Harold. Can I tell that to the general public?
Well, you either don't know me or you want money from me.
Okay, so whatever. But I wanted you to know that I knew that fact.
Okay.
So, okay, Chad, how are we doing out there? Let's double check those team scores again. We should have those heavyweight matches in there now.
Let's check those out. It's like Virginia Tech is now in the lead. Still in the lead, 29 points. Illinois is in number 2 with 28. Lehigh's in the 3rd spot with 26.5. And Oklahoma rounds out the top 4 with 21.
Now, there is one thing that you need to remember with these team scores, and we've mentioned it in all the years before. You don't put in a team with one person in each weight. You're allowed to put in 10 point getters. Okay, so if you have 3 good heavyweights, you can have 3 heavyweights in there and then just not have somebody in another weight, but you put your 10 best wrestlers out there. And no one knows who that is except for, I believe, Ken Kraft, Jeff Kreider, and
the coaches.
And the coaches themselves for their own team. They don't know about other teams. So that's one of the things that makes it exciting for the team score. The other thing which has changed now is that for the longest time, up until I believe it was 2 years ago, or maybe it was 3 years ago, they didn't have riding time here at the Midlands. And it really, I have to say, made it exciting because there was no sitting back. If you had a 1-point lead for riding time, and there was 15 seconds left or something like that, you weren't backpedaling and trying to get off to win it on riding time. They did change that, I believe it was 2 years ago.
When I first got into college, it wasn't, most open tournaments didn't have riding time. Right. And then, 3 years ago, they made it a national rule that every college tournament has to go by all of the college rules.
Right, and the reason for that is so that these matches can count as a collegiate win or loss on these records. The other thing that's different about, it because we've talked about it here, they allow postgraduate wrestlers to be in here, and we have several of them with us today. We just saw Mike Tamilo of Northwestern was out here. Who do we have? We have Daniel Dennis from Iowa.
Montel Marion.
Montel Marion is in here, and that adds a little bit of flavor to it, and it's really nice. Joe Williams wrestled in this tournament for 10
years.
For 10 times. And who was our fellow here who just is in his 16th?
It's in the...
the guy who wrestled for Harper Community College.
Mike Kelly.
Mike Kelly, that's exactly right.
16 consecutive.
This is his 16th consecutive Midlands tournament. So, again, you can contact us via email at greg@gregzafros.com, GREGZAFROS. greg@gregzafros.com, and if you got one of your wrestlers in on the consolation round, let us know and we'll give you the play-by-play on it, because we are sort of taking our time here, getting a chance to relax. We've been on the air since be 9 o'clock Central Time, so it's been almost 6 hours now. So we may pick out a match here and there, but again, let us know if you've got a favorite wrestler. Otherwise, Chad will pick out one of his favorites, and we'll have to be doing that.
Let's go over to mat 2. It's consolation match there with Luke Gettle. He kind of had the draw of the tournament, I guess. He wrestled Kendrick Maple first round.
Right, and it was actually was a good match. It was, I think it ended up about 8-2, but it was actually quite a good match.
Yep, it was a good match. That's kind of the bad draw there. But last year he had a pretty good tournament here. He got 5th, I believe, 5th or 6th, and kind of had a breakout. Beat some guys he wasn't supposed to be, and just kind of put his name on the map there.
And last year was the first year that I really got a chance to focus in on him, because, of course, you fellas from Iowa, my not being from Iowa, clued me in on him, and he did a very good job against Kendrick Maple in that first round. Even though the score was not necessarily close, he was, being offensive throughout the whole match and going at Maple, and I think Maple was probably a little bit more winded than usual out there. Hey, we have a wrestler down on the mat down there, and it must be a Maryland wrestler because I see Todd Beckerman, assistant coach at Maryland, out there checking the wrestler out. We're going to find out who that is. If you can, Chad, that's about 267.
Yep.
It's
going against Daryl Thomas.
Daryl Thomas of the University of Illinois.
Jeffrey Alexander, Maryland.
Jeff Alexander of Maryland. I had the pleasure of seeing the University of Maryland American University meet a few weeks back, and it was really exciting, and they had a fantastic crowd at Bender Arena at American University just a couple weeks after they had the National All-Star meet there at Bender Arena. So they've had two really great crowds there. The All-Star meet, of course, was an absolute total sellout, and the foundation, the organization, the Greater Washington whatever business group that put that on actually made a profit on that and then donated a lot of that money to various programs. They gave, I think, approximately $14,000 to Joe Russell over at George Mason University just across the river to help improve that, because that's one of the Washington area schools. And so it was not only great wrestling, but the fundraising for that, the profits, if you want to call it that, are pumped right back into the wrestling programs, and we really, really appreciate that. And I know Joe Russell was quite happy. I was at the meet when they presented the checks to him on that, and he's going to do. There is absolutely no question in my mind that Joe Russell will do a fantastic job at George Mason.
Yep. I mean, it's not by coincidence that Minnesota was always good at the heavyweight section of their lineup year after year when Joe Russell was there.
Yeah.
That's by no mistake.
Right.
One funny thing about the All-Star match this year, was that the first year that for the dual OW they gave away that metal mask thing, the Outstanding Warrior, I think?
Yeah, I was not familiar with that because I haven't been to that many of the All-Star meets. I've seen them on on the internet, the post type stuff, but as far as actually going, and I don't know, but it was really handled very well. The people who ran it did a great job. Everything went as smooth as could be. The crowd was great. One of the things that just reminded me, we had the Maryland Screamer behind us at the dual meet a couple weeks ago, Robin Ficker.
Yep.
And he is here, but we haven't heard him. So
I've heard him earlier.
Did you?
When I didn't have the headphones on.
Oh, okay.
You could hear him yelling.
Yeah, I have the headphones on. So let's take a look at who's out there. We've got about 271. Let's start looking at some of these, Chad, and see what we can tell our people about it. And again, mind you that this is the 50th annual Midlands tournament, and we are in the consolation brackets here. Let's look up 267, just see where these matches are, and we'll start to fill you in on some of these. Okay, 267, that's going to be Jeff Alexander, it looks like, and that's the Daryl Thomas match where they had that stop before, and Alexander was the one from the University of Maryland. They're back there now. The score is 12-3, and that's in favor of Daryl Thomas. Looks like he's the green wrestler.
Yeah, Thomas got upset in the first round by Lehigh's Gardner, and overtime 5-3. That was a pretty good match. I was standing there for that. It came down to the wire there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's rebounding pretty well against Maryland's. I believe the Maryland wrestler is also seeded.
Yeah, he was. They were 9 and 10, and Daryl Thomas comes off with the win on that. The final score. Well, they just wiped the final score off. So Daryl Thomas of the University of Illinois. Really important for Coach Jim Heffernan. He wants to win this thing. I know that Daryl Thomas is one of his point getters, and that's going to really help. And then Maryland, of course, wants to improve their standings. They're not as high as they expected to be, so we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, let's see. We've got 271 right in front of us. That's at 141 pounds. Let's see what we've got there. 271. That looks like that's Silvestro, Finger Lakes Wrestling Club, and against Mark Erickson of Northern Iowa. And let's check and see what the score is. Okay. They both, let's see these uniforms here. What are they?
Talking about 271?
Right.
Yep, that'd be the Finger Lakes Wrestling Club in the red.
Oh, that's North Dakota State. Yeah, that's what it is. It's got it wrong here. Okay, no, it doesn't have it wrong. I got it wrong. I'm sorry. That's Mark Erickson of North Dakota State, and he's just gotten himself let's see, he's gotten a takedown at the edge of the mat, and that'll tell us when we see the change of score. He is the green wrestler. He's going to be up 7-3. So Mark Erickson of North Dakota State up 7-3 with 24 seconds to go in the second period, and he's wrestling Angelo Silvestro of the Finger Lakes Wrestling Club, and maybe somebody can tell us where the Finger Lakes Wrestling Club is.
Out of New York.
New York, okay.
Yep. Troy Nickerson was the head coach of the Finger Lakes Wrestling Club before he got hired at Iowa State. And then, interesting with North Dakota State, they got Manny Rivera in the corner there. He was a Minnesota standout back at 141 pounds and followed his former teammate, Roger Kish, who's now the head coach for the Bison.
Yeah. Okay, we want to give a shout out here. Justin Moore just contacted us. I think he's from New Jersey, and he wants us to give a shout out to his grandfather. He says, Gramps, you're the greatest, okay, and go Cyclones. So if the grandfather of Justin Moore is listening in, I want you to know your grandson is thinking of you all the time. Okay, and in fact, we want to add to that, to both of his grandparents, Jim and Joan. They're listening to our broadcast as well. We appreciate everybody who is listening in. And let us know, are you all from New Jersey? I hope so. Ryder is out here doing a really great job, and we have several wrestlers from the New Jersey area.
Now, is everybody, the way they're contacting you, is that all through email?
This is through my personal email. We don't have our chat up, which we often have, but this is a little way of getting us some information directly. So, Chad, you can also tell them if they just go to Greg at gregzafros.com, they can send an email to us, and we appreciate all the people who are out here. And again, on this match here, the 271, it's now 9-4 in favor of the North Dakota State wrestler. That's Mark Erickson. And North Dakota State, is this their second year at Division I?
No, I believe they've...
Or is this their first, or are they?
No, they've been in there for a couple years now.
A couple years now, isn't it that South Dakota State wants to go Division I as well?
They're also D1. Chris Bono, former Iowa State coach, Tennessee Chattanooga coach.
Right.
He's the head man there, and then Roger Kish is. I don't think they've always been D1, but since Kish has been there, I know that they've been a Division I program.
Two great programs, a lot of good wrestlers coming out of those states. Not a huge population, but I'd say on a percentage-wise, they put out a really high number of wrestlers from those states, and it's good to see them it's good to see in general having more D1 programs added.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting seeing Bono get the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State, get them competitive, and they're going to have a pretty good in-state rivalry there between the Bison and the Jackrabbits.
Right, and I watched Chris Bono wrestle here in the Midlands many times.
Yep.
Visited him down when he was at Tennessee Chattanooga. They were in the Southern Conference with VMI, which is not too far from me. And Coach John Trudgeon out there, I want to say hello to him if he's listening in. So, okay, so it's now 11-4 for Erickson. And let's, Chad, why don't you check out and see who's out on another mat there, and we'll give them the scores.
All right. Let's check out down on mat 4 there, about 272. Got Joey Laser of Northern Iowa and Tyler Argue of Northern Illinois. It's like Laser just took the win there, 10-3. So that is at 141 pounds on the wrestlebacks. It looks like the bout number 271 is done between Erickson. Looks like he's going to pick up the major decision at 141s on the Consolation.
Yeah, he had, I think the final score is going to be 13-4. He's got that riding time. Nice match by the North Dakota wrestler.
Interesting match here coming up on the same mat, mat 6. We've got a current Iowa State wrestler and a redshirt wrestler whose older brother is in the starting lineup. So I believe that's Moreno versus Max Mayfield. Try to get the bout number here.
Okay, I want to remind you while Chad's looking that up that we now have bout 280 out there, which is the first bout of the wrestlebacks for the 149-pound class. So if you've got the wrestler of your choice who's in the Consolations at 249, let us know, and we will try to do our best to do some play-by-play on it.
Yep, that would be bout 281 between Gabe Moreno and Max Mayfield, both of Iowa State. Moreno is unattached. Older brother Mike Moreno wrestles in the starting lineup at 165. I do believe their dad was a Cyclone back in the day, but he is the head coach at Urbandale High School in Des Moines, Iowa.
And for our fans from Iowa, we've got Bart Ryder coming up later at about number 285, and we'll try to give you some play-by-play on that one as well. I'll circle that on my program. Tyler Bedelian of Clarion. Clarion's, you know, Clarion's making that comeback, and they've had some good coaches there in the last few years. Unfortunately, too many of them. I've had some coaching changes. Their coaches are so good that they're getting pulled away by other schools. But they have the what's the brothers? They begin with a D.
Derlin?
Yeah, the
Derlin went
Matt
over to
Derlin.
Binghamton. Yep.
Yeah,
but now they got
Derlin.
Troy Letters, who was promoted to the interim head coach.
And,
now he just got interim removed from the title.
Right. And let's just hope that Troy stays there for the next 10 or 15 years, gets a chance to really settle that program down. Troy, of course, was one of the most outstanding wrestlers. I have to tell you, Troy Letters was on my show the very first time I broadcast the Midlands tournament, which was, I believe, in 2000.
Wow.
And he was redshirting then his freshman year. He was there along with John Trench. They were both on. He probably doesn't even remember it at this point. But Troy, if you're listening, and that, if you're out there and that, I want you to remember you were on the amateur wrestling show then, one of the first, so you deserve a gold medal.
That's interesting.
Okay, Tyler Bedelian is back in here, and again, we'll look at some others. Okay, there's Joey Kilbasa. I wonder if he gets ribbed on that for the sausages all the time.
All right, we're still scoreless here in about 281 between two Iowa State guys, Gabe Moreno and Max Mayfield, 0-0 with about 45 seconds left in the first period. Moreno's in a front headlock position there, looking to score on the edge of the mat. And
I think Justin Moore's whole family is listening to our program, which is really great because Justin Moore wants to give a shout out to his dad, Justin Moore. And that's a dad if you're out there. And Justin, for you, this is a good time to ask for a raise in your allowance. Okay.
looks like Bart Ryder's getting ready to get on the mat here from UNI. It's older brothers, Mac Ryder, Don Bosco, Gilbertville, Iowa, four-time state champ. Went up to Minnesota, was a couple-time All-American, and then Bart followed him up to Minnesota and since transferred back to UNI, which is only about 25 minutes from their town.
Okay, and we got a request here from Jeff Swarm. I wonder if you're related to Gail Swarm, a good friend of mine and the wife of Brian Millick, a very good friend of mine who was the coach at St. Ed's for 10 years or so when they won 7 national titles, and now is the head coach at Greenbrier East High School in Lewisburg, West Virginia. So maybe there's a connection there. And he wants us to do the Richards-Dennis match. He says that's going to be just as good as the match that Dennis had earlier in the match when he wrestled, I believe, his Gilman. He says it's going to be as good as the Gilman-Delgado match was. So we're going to try to bring that to you, and we'll get the number on that, and we will go ahead and circle that for the next round. Okay? So thanks for letting us know, Jeff. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. We're at the 2012 Ken Kraft 20th Anniversary Midlands Championships. This is Greg Zafros along with Chad Kriz and the other guys who are all out getting a hot dog to eat. So let me just check on that next match there at Daniel Dennis, and he's going against Richards, and that's going to be Zane Richards of Illinois. So we're going to put a circle on that, and that is bout number 266. So you asked for it, and you're going to get it, Jeff. Okay. So we've got 346, excuse me, and 346 and 366. We've got circled to give you the play-by-play on that.
Just under a minute left in the second period here between Max Mayfield and Gabe Moreno. Mayfield's leading 2-1. I know the Iowa State faithful has been wanting Moreno to get back, or excuse me, Mayfield to get back in the lineup. I believe he's had some concussion issues. I believe it did cut a season short last year, and he did miss the first part of this season. And it does look like he's competing, although he is wearing a mask. I wonder what that's for, if that's just for protection or just being precautious with the concussion problems.
Well, I had to wear a mask on occasion. It's just because I'm not very good looking. So, you know, it was just one of those things. It was that or lose my girlfriend, you know.
I got you. I got you.
You know, you win some, you lose some.
Looks like Mayfield's in on a shot here, trying to climb up. And looks like he's going to get, looks like he got the 2 against Moreno. Now he leads 4-1. Riding time is not a factor. 10 seconds left in the second period here, about 2:81. Bart Ryder is up 2-0, about 285 in the 149 wrestleback. I couldn't find him in the bracket earlier because I thought he'd be wrestling 141, but it does look like he's up at 49 against Dan Argueta of be Wisconsin Parksville.
Yes, if it says Park after it's, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Parkside, I think.
Parkside.
Okay. Parkside.
I know about all the other UW schools, but
well, when I was a freshman at the University of Wisconsin, we couldn't wrestle, and we wrestled the state colleges there. You know,
okay.
And they were all UW something or other.
Yeah, UW.
Parkside, Oshkosh, Lacrosse, whatever, and we wrestled against them. So
looks like Mayfield's up here 6-1. 142 left in the third period against Gabe Moreno. That's about 281 here at 149 pounds. They go out of bounds, they're going to come back. Mayfield's going to start on top. 38 seconds of riding time and counting. Moreno with the escape, now 6-2 in favor of Mayfield. Moreno's in on a shot, looks like he's going to get it. And that's a takedown there. 6-4 Moreno. Excuse me, 6-4 Mayfield.
Okay, I'm also going to circle. We've got 289. Is that out there yet? And that's Isaiah Tatum from Grandview. And he's going against Joe Gardner of North Dakota State. That should be a pretty good one.
Yep, they're right in front of us, so we'll know right when they're on the mat here.
So, and we had a request for Grandview. Who?
Yep, they're standing at the
How do you know that?
I went to school with them.
Oh,
so.
you went to school there. Okay.
I go in there and roll around every
There
once
is
in a while.
absolutely no favoritism. I'm not the Iowa person here, and I'm the one who called that one out. So we are completely unbiased in our opinions here. At least I am. I don't speak for the other guys. Again, this is Greg Zafros along with Chad Kritz, and you're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio. Valerie, we just got your message here. Let me read it. And again, you can contact us if you'd like to have a request or whatever. Okay, let's see. Who is Montel Marion wrestling in about 391? Let me just check that for you, Valerie. Let's see who the next... okay, he's going to be at 49. Let's see.
Lenzi of Penn.
Yeah,
Andrew Lenzi.
Andrew Lenzi, right, of Penn. An unseeded wrestler. So, Valerie Snow, thanks for calling in here, and you asked for it, and you got it from Takedown Wrestling Radio. Okay, let's see how else we're doing here. Let's pick out a few good matches.
Looks like Bart Ryder is still winning in about 285, 2-0. See who his opponent is here.
And we want to give a shout out to his brother Mac Ryder, who I think does an excellent job broadcasting the meets there for Minnesota.
I didn't know he did that. That's interesting.
He did it. The interesting thing on it, unless I'm wrong and not hearing right, is the fact that they actually broadcast that in stereo. I've forgotten who his partner is on that, but you hear one out of one ear and you hear the other out of the other ear. So it's being broadcast in stereo. It's absolutely phenomenal. I think it's really interesting. You feel like you're sitting right between them, and of course their commentary and everything is really good as well. Yep. So it's a wonderful show to watch, not like listening to me. You know, so okay, here we've got 289, about 289 coming up.
Isaiah Tatum.
Tatum.
Redshirted at Grandview last year. The year before, I believe he was a junior college All-American. Up at 174, I do believe, or 165. I know he was up a couple weights from 149, so it was kind of interesting.
Okay, we're gonna give you the play-by-play on that. The match has started, and we've got Tatum off to the right and Gardner on the left. They're clinching up. They've got an overarm hook on that one. Tatum is Well, now they're just tied up head to head, side of head to side of head. They're not moving much, and they're both down on their knees.
Collar ties here.
Yeah, and they're both, well, it's a tight collar tie. It's too tight to be a real and useful collar tie. But they break away from that. They're back up. What I like here is that they're both wrestling in the middle of the mat. Okay, a little heavy hands out there, pulling the heads down on both of them. There aren't any shots or anything yet, but these guys are really putting out the energy.
Tatum's on the elbow. Looks like he's going to try to pass it as they go out of bounds.
Tatum is the smaller of the two wrestlers, if you look at them.
Yep, he's definitely smaller, which was how I couldn't believe how he All-Americaned up a couple weights in junior college.
Right.
He's not very tall either.
Yeah, I mean, there's a significant difference in size here, just looking at the legs and whatever, but that doesn't seem to bother Tatum at all.
Nope. This is going to be the last consolation bout at 149.
Okay, again, more tie-ups, more side of head to side of head. It's when you do that, you can't change your levels, and so we don't really expect to see any takedowns coming out of that. Now they've broken up again. Again, still doing a fairly good job of staying toward the center of the mat, but no, I have to say there really hasn't been a real shot yet. And in fact, there hasn't even been a half shot.
And you see these guys kind of trying to change their levels, but they're not able to because as they're moving, they're bringing the other guy down with them because their heads are locked up so tight there. They're both on the elbow and collar tie, breaking away and just keep coming back into it. Appears to be a lot of emotion though. They keep snapping down.
Oh, at least we got a half try there at a duck under, and that by Tatum. So he's starting in on that. Actually, when I look at him now, I'm wondering if I got that wrong, whether Tatum is actually the larger of the two wrestlers.
I think he's just shorter.
Okay. But
he was standing about.
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't walk out on the mat with either one of them.
No.
These guys are very, very muscular, both of them, and we're really splitting hairs on that. But a lot of dancing around, like float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, I think is what we're looking at here. And again, this head-to-head tie-up, it's not a real collar tie, and it's just preventing these guys from taking a real shot. Now we've got a little bit of pummeling here coming in tight. We've got a throw-by attempt by Tatum, so that's a half shot. So so far that's been the best move so far. It isn't much, but at least it was something.
He was in on a Russian tie there, looking like he was trying to get a snap down out of that there.
Yeah, snap down or kind of a throw-by or whatever. That's the end of the first period. The score is 0-0, and that's what it should be because not too much happened, but it's not that these guys are not expending energy. We had actually an optional start there by the North Dakota wrestler Garner, and Tatum gets out for 1 point, so he now leads. And there's a shot in there. Is trying a straight-on double leg. That was a nice counter by Garner, and he got up, and now the two of them are in body locks, and they're trying. It looks like Greco
Tatum's
here.
got the double overhook. He's trying to throw him. Looks like he's kind of backed out of it now.
Yeah.
Still in the double over position though, but they're bent at the waist.
And again, this looks much more like a Greco match than collegiate style, but
earlier when Montel drew Tatum in the first round, I believe Montel said something on Twitter along the lines of Tatum being the strongest person he knows, or something along those lines. You could definitely tell. Oh, it's like Tatum tried to go for a Prescott and kind of slipped, so now they're going to move back to the center of the mat.
Yeah. We don't want to miss anybody in the Justin Moore family, so he wants to shout out to his mom, Barbara, and I think she's not been feeling well, so.
Wow.
Hello there. Oh, we've got a
Tatum was in on a single. And
is he going to get that?
Nope, he was in on the shot, got a single leg, brought the leg up, and then Garner did a backflip into it and put himself into potentially dangerous.
Yeah.
It looks like his knee was bowed out there pretty bad.
Oh, it was, and that's what ended my wrestling career, so I cringe whenever I see that, and I appreciate a referee who will stop it to allow these guys to continue on with their career, because I lost mine for that exact same reason. Okay, we're back to, we're still in the second period. It's still 1-0 by virtue of that escape, and that was by Gardner.
That was by Tatum.
By Tatum, I'm sorry.
Looks like they're both in the collar tie, just kind of tying each other up, slowing down.
Oh, there we go with the high crotch move in there by Gardner, and he's got Tatum tied up tight. He lifts him off the ground. He slams him down for 2, brings him right down on his back. A wonderful move there. And
with 5 seconds left too, that's important to score at the end of the period like that.
That's right.
Going to erase that point, not give him a chance to escape, tie the match back up.
Yep.
So now Garner's going to choose down, start the 3rd period, leading 2-1 with 12 seconds of riding time. I've seen Tatum wrestle a couple times. He's pretty good on top, so it'll be interesting if he tries to ride him out here, or tries turning him, or just even cutting him and try to get a takedown. Garner's in the tripod position, coming up. Looks like he's going to be standing up. Tatum's just kind of hanging on him, coming out to the side.
There's only 7 seconds of riding time, so he's going to have to ride him a pretty long time before he's going to get a point on that.
Yep.
And so, you know, what is your strategy here? I don't know. What's the winning strategy? Who knows?
Looks like Tatum's got a 2-on-1 locked up. He's pretty good in this position.
Oh, he tries to roll over.
Tilt, and he doesn't get it.
Yeah, just rolls over on top, tries to get that tilt, and he just
Garner rolled right through on that one.
Yeah, they just
good reaction by both of them there. Yeah. Tatum going for the points, and Garner reacting pretty well.
Yeah, he had to catch him by surprise to do it, and he did that, but you know, Garner recouped on that one and just continued to roll through. Saved himself getting back points. We got a claw ride, a stand up by Gardner, and he gets the 1-point escape. That makes it 3-1. So we're in the 3rd period with a minute to go. So Tatum is going to need to get this takedown to tie it up. There's 46 seconds of riding time.
Tatum going for a duck under and shooting a double leg from the outside.
Okay, now we're pummeling. He tries an inside trip.
This could be dangerous here because he's got double overs, but he doesn't really have the best position, although he's being the aggressor in this position.
Right, and time's a-wasting. We're down to 34 seconds, and somebody's going to have to do a throw or they're going to have to break it up. Right now, I think it'd be Tatum's advantage to get out of there because he's just using up the clock.
Yep, I'd be willing to bet that Tatum's going to try to set up an inside trip from here. Garner's doing a good job of just killing the time here and exactly what he's needing to be do. If Tatum's going to let you stay in that position, you're going to let the clock tick off.
Yeah, Garner pushed him out of bounds, but that's really an advantage for Tatum to get back into the center and try that move. We got 14 seconds to go, and there's a shot. Now we got a warning.
Stalling on Garner.
And there's 8 seconds left, so Tatum's going to have to get out there and just really start pushing him to back up. And that's
he's in on a shot.
Oh, is he going to get in and get it? He shot the shot.
It doesn't look like he's going to get it as time comes out, though. Oh,
and time runs out. Oh, no. What a good one. And I'll tell you, Tatum is down on the mat. He's got his head in his hands in that. He was about 2 seconds away from getting a takedown at the end to tie it up. He didn't get it, but a great match between these two outstanding wrestlers. And it was a good one. So our Grandview fans, we want to tell you it was a good match. And for North Dakota State, you know, they came out the winners, and it was a good match between the two of them. So both these wrestlers are going to do well.
Let's see what else we got on here, wrestling-wise. There appears to be a lot of unattached guys out on the mats right now, which kind of make it a little bit hard to pick up on who's actually wrestling.
Okay, we got a request from Marla Schaefer. She wants Cole Schaefer's match, 3:32, to try to do some play-by-play on that. I do have that circle, Marla. We'll see if we can get to it, and we will let you know. So. Okay, and we also had a request for about 4:12, and that one's from our good friend Joe Smallwood. And I will take a look at that one, and that should be a good one. It's going to be Ian Miller against Jesse Dong, and Jesse Dong, of course, from Virginia Tech, and that should be very interesting. So let me go ahead and.
We've got an interesting match here too at 298. Let's see what we got. We got Cal State Bakersfield versus Utah Valley. But Utah Valley, I do believe Cody Sanderson was responsible in getting that program started. I believe that's what went down there, and they weren't eligible right away, but now they are D1 eligible.
About 265, Scott Shanae of Oklahoma, winner by decision at 6.
It's like Ethan Smith of Utah Valley and Adam Fierro of Bakersfield.
About 266, Rossi Bruno of Michigan, winner by major decision 13-3. Bruno by major decision 13-3.
About 307, 165 pounds, Sam Bennett.
In the Utah Valley corner, they got Justin Ruiz. He's I believe he was 2005 world bronze medalist in Greco. He did not wrestle in the Olympic trials this summer because he was trying to qualify that weight for London and did not get the weight qualified for London. It only 211-pound class. It was the only class that the U.S. did not qualify for the Olympic Games. It's kind of a bummer there, but the U.S. did lead all the other countries and most athletes wrestling-wise qualified for the games, so that's a plus side there.
Okay, we just had a match end in front of us here, and it was Dylan Burra of UW Parkside, and he was the winner over Don McGregor of Triton with one of the local schools here. And I didn't get the final score on that, but just want to let those people from UW Parkside. UW Parkside, I believe, at one point was a member of both Division II in the NCAA and the NAIA or something like that. They belonged to two organizations at the same time. It was kind of funny. If somebody is aware of that, maybe they could let me know. But they had a real good program there.
And once again, if there's a match you're wanting to hear us call out, just email Greg at gregzafros.com. Is that right?
That's right.
That is correct. All right.
Okay, and we want to check on about 277 and see if we can get the result on that. And Fabiola Luna, great name, I love it. And that we will check on that. And that had Ryan Fillingame of Adams State and Kevin Fanta of Northern Illinois, and I will check that out. A good friend of mine wrestled for Adams State. They had a lot of good wrestlers out there.
What weight would that be?
That would be 141.
41. Let's see if they updated that.
Okay, it's about 277.
Let's check here. I only got the championship side here. Let's try to pull up Consolation.
By decision, 13-7. Now 270, Rich Kiley of Nebraska. Winner by decision, 12-5. Kiley by decision, 12-5.
Okay, we're working on that, try to get the result on that one. In the meantime, we'll look around and see what else we have, but Chad is looking into that right now. Who was that Adams State? Courtney Lake was the outstanding wrestler that we saw wrestle here at the Midlands. Adams State came out 5 or 8 years ago and had 3 or 4 outstanding wrestlers. Did really well here at the Midlands tournament. Let's see if we've got that one.
What was the bout number on that again?
Okay, 277. That was Fillingame against Fanta.
Yep, looks like Fillingame won against Fanta 3-1.
Okay, so Ryan Fillingame of Adams State, the winner 3-1 over Kevin Fanta of Northern Illinois. So,
yep.
Fabiola, we hope that you came out on the good side on that one.
Just checking out the team points here. Looks like Virginia Tech is now in the lead with 29 in the number 1 spot. Illinois slid up into number 2 with 25.5. Edinburgh's in the 3rd spot with 22.5. Northwestern slid all the way up to 4.
Wow, and they were at like 15.
Like 13 or something like that.
Yeah.
All the way up to number 4 with 21 points. They're tied at number 4 with 21 points with Oklahoma. Michigan's in the 6th spot with 20 points. They're also tied with Oregon State. And then looks like number 8 has Ryder at 19 points. Number 9 is Binghamton with 18 points. And then rounding out the top 10, we got a 3-way tie here for 10th with 17 points between Columbia, Lehigh, and Pittsburgh. It's pretty interesting there.
And remember that Virginia Tech has Devin Carter wrestling in this tournament, the number 2 seed, but he is wrestling unattached because he's wrestling. He's redshirting this year. So if they had Devin Carter in there. Now, other teams can say the same thing. They have wrestlers too, but good wrestlers. But when you get somebody who was the winner last year, and he's out of it, he's wrestling unattached this year, you're losing a lot of points there. So, and again, this is the issue of, redshirting is helping the individual in many cases, and not redshirting is, if the fellow is good, is helping the team, and you have to make that decision. It's
And with that being said, with Carter redshirting, a lot of people weren't necessarily factoring Virginia Tech into the team race because of that, because he was redshirting. And most people we talked to yesterday just kind of had it as a two-way race between Northwestern and Oregon State. Come to find out, Oregon State has a couple guys out of the lineup, I believe. So they're still up there, and we knew Illinois was going to be in the race too. So I mean, it looks like it is playing out kind of how some people expected, but.
And it's not over with yet either. I mean, these things can change a lot, but good for the University of Illinois, Virginia Tech, Edinburgh is in third, and Northwestern in fourth, and Oklahoma in fifth. For doing a great job at least this far in it, and everybody's doing a great job here. Even the team that's down at the very bottom. The fact that they're here and competing in this great tournament. Okay, let's just check on a couple of other bouts to see what's going on. I see about 3:06 out here, and let's see how far along that takes us. Okay, that takes us up to 157 pounds. Actually, it's going to take us up to 165 pounds. Okay, about 3:06. Okay. We have a wrestler from, that's the Binghamton uniform out there. And that's Vinny Grella of Binghamton, and he's going against Devin Gobo of Harvard. And right now, it looks like Harvard's up on that one by a score of 4-1 in the minute and 22 seconds to go in the second period. So let's focus on that for a little bit while Chad looks around for another one. Okay, that's Vinny Grella of Binghamton, and Binghamton is coming on strong. And again, they have Vinson, the number 2 seed, who's actually ranked number 1 in the nation in the collegiate level. And so they've got a superstar this year. That'll always help them bring in other recruits in the future.
I believe Vinson lost first round last year. And then made it all the way back to the third place match.
Oh, wow. And that is tough. Sometimes that's tougher than winning the whole thing.
Yep. Him and I think the other guy he wrestled in the third place match too also lost first round.
So, well, at least they were equally worn out. Binghamton doing a great job. Billy Baldwin, a good supporter of that program, has been and follows them around.
And as you know, as we said earlier, Matt Dernlin is now the head coach there. He was on the Penn State staff the first year that Kale and company came across, and then that's how he met Troy Letters, and then they both went over to Clarion.
Clarion, right.
And then since then, Derlin has moved on to Binghamton, and now Troy Letters is the head man at Clarion.
Well, I remember seeing many years ago the older Dernlin brothers and they were all fabulous and just great wrestlers.
Yeah, even just talking to Dernlin this summer, he expects to win, which is you get a lot of guys that want to win, and especially in those smaller schools, but you don't hear him talk like that. And it was kind of refreshing, actually. Just he knows he wants to win, and it's good mentality to have against your with your team and all of that.
Okay, for those of you at Harvard who are taking a study break, we just want to let you know that Devin Gobo, G-O-B-B-O, is leading in his match 4-1 over Vinny Grella of Binghamton, and we're starting the third period. Good to see these two teams out there in good matches, Harvard and Binghamton. A couple of New England types out there. Okay, right now we've got Grella. He was on top. Now he's letting his opponent. He's letting Gobo out. Does he get all the way out? Yeah, he did. So the score now is 5-1, and the Binghamton wrestler, he's got 1 minute and 38 to go, and we wonder, he's going to have to get a lot of takedowns out there. He's going to have to try to put him on his back. Now we have a break here. I think we're going to get some kind of a point. Let's check this out. if we get an extra point in here, that might, you know, a takedown would make it really close. 1 point for the, oh, that's a point for Harvard, so it makes it 6-1. If it had gone for Binghamton, that would have made it 6-2, you know, would have made it 5-2. Oh, there's another takedown by the Harvard wrestler. Again, that's Devin Gobo, and he's now up 8-1 over Vinny Grella.
On about 3:08, we've got Jarrett Jensen of Northern Iowa squaring off against Joe Latham of Oregon State. It'd be the wrestlebacks at 165 pounds. Just 30 seconds into the first period, tied at 0.
Okay, again, we're at the 165-pound weight class, so we're more than halfway through. You know, a little bit more than halfway through. So I would expect that this session will be over in about 35 minutes or so, 35 to 40 minutes.
Do they go down to 6 mats after this session, or is that for tomorrow morning?
I think that's tomorrow morning, and then they go down to 3.
3 for the finals. Well, that would make things a little bit easier to keep track of with 6 mats.
Oh yeah, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast, you know, right now we just, you know, there's just so much going on. There's even one mat where we can't even see the scoreboard, which is unfortunate. But we want to just do the best that we can, and if we can keep you updated on your favorite wrestler, you know, we'd be glad to do that. And Steve Foster just proved his worth. He brought us some popcorn, and he's going to share his drink with us. Okay, and they're even going to get us something to drink. A soda, that is. Okay, that match is over now, 3:06, and the Harvard wrestler Gobo has won that one by a score of 8-1. It was close in the beginning in that, but Gobo just started taking off on that. He's letting him up and taking him down, and ended up with a nice, with riding time. He had almost 4 minutes of riding time. Won that one by a final score of 9-1. So that was about 3:06. Gobo of Harvard defeating the wrestler from Binghamton, Grella. Vinny Grella.
Okay, Foster back on the broadcast.
Oh boy.
Oh, Steve Foster.
Here it comes, buddy. Got hot dogs and popcorn.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Actually stretch my legs a little bit, Greg.
Okay.
You get the Hardcore Wrestling Fan Award.
Okay.
So,
just let you
job.
know, we have another Binghamton wrestler. Looks like he's getting ready to go in a little bit too. So
already?
I know we have several Binghamton fans out there because they have emailed in.
Yeah.
So just hold on, and we'll just try to see who's that is coming up next. We can just see the uniform right now. But we'll.
And for those Binghamton fans, listen to the Nationals this year. It'd be myself, Jeff Murphy, and Billy Baldwin like last year.
Yep, in Des Moines.
Doing the Nationals. We had Billy on, and where were we last year? St. Louis,
yep,
Missouri, underneath March to the Arch, as we called it. And so we had March to the Arch, and it was a good time down there in St. Louis. And now it's the Elite Meet to Compete.
Yep, that's the Midlands title.
Yeah, the Elite Meet to Compete.
And Steve, since you left, the team scores changed a little bit there. Northwestern slid all the way up into the 4th spot.
Oh, looky there.
Yep, Virginia Tech still in the #1 at 29 points. Illinois, #2 with 26. Edinburgh in the 3rd spot with 22.5.
Wow.
Northwestern, Oklahoma, and Michigan are all tied at 4 with 21 points. And then Michigan's,
Ryder?
Yeah, Ryder's in the 7th spot there. The North Carolina with 18.5 at #8. #9 is a two-way tie there with Binghamton and Pittsburgh with 18 points. And then that rounds out the
top 10 in Columbia, Lehigh, Oregon State, the Beavers, the Chippewas, Bakersfield, Wisconsin. Hey, your alma mater.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Greg Zafros.
I can admit to that now. Wisconsin. They're on the way back.
Yep, Wisconsin Badgers.
There was a pretty decent guy that wrestled for Wisconsin back in the day.
Lee. I used to beat him up in practice.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet you did.
That's why he got to be so good, you know.
That's the way they say.
He was lousy, you know.
Iron sharpens iron, as they say.
But I worked on it, and I never gave up on the guy. Now, Lee Kemp, one of the finest wrestlers of all time.
Yeah,
you got to stop and think. He placed 2nd as a freshman, and then won 3 of them after that.
Wow.
So he was basically the same thing that Dan Gable was in college, you know.
Yeah, right.
And that, so
better. Gable won 2, actually. So.
Yeah, right. Gable didn't get that extra one, and that Lee Kemp did. And he was a business person afterwards, a successful business person. Now he does a lot of motivational speaking and other types of things.
Did he defeat Dan Gable?
He did. I did.
Well, there was the issue in the Olympic tryouts and Dan Gable was defeated by Lee Kemp, and then story goes that
Ken Gable was drugged before the match.
No, he had concrete weights on his foot. No, that he wasn't feeling well. But I don't know if that has any truth at all. And Lee Kemp was certainly, and then he goes.
Oh, he wasn't feeling well when it was done, I would imagine.
Right. But Lee Kemp certainly was one of the finest wrestlers this country ever had. And if he beat Dan Gable, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. And
right.
That, so
who gave him a good match in college? Grant Turner's dad, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Turner.
Hal Turner.
Lee Kemp?
Yeah, 6-3 or 6-2 or something. Yeah, Hal Turner had a good match. He says Kemp's awesome. At least I can say he did map the whole entire gym with my face. So Lieutenant Colonel Hal Turner back in the day. That goes back a couple matches ago.
Interesting thing about Hal, he ran the security at the NAIA National Championships in Des Moines last year.
Nice.
And usually fans are kind of trying to get in front of the ropes, get mat side.
Oh, not with Lieutenant
It only took
Colonel
one
Hal
warning
Turner.
from Hal Turner, and that was it.
Yeah, Hal, he puts the hammer down, don't he? But he's been good. He was the president of the Iowa Wrestling Association for many years. Hal was, and so now back to Greg Zafros, and maybe he'll be the president of Virginia Wrestling Association someday.
Or West Virginia, one or the other.
West Virginia.
Okay, let's just give you a score. We had a match in front of us here for our friends at unattached wrestler Mike DeCino from Bloom. It says Bloom, PA. Would that be Bloom? Where Bloomberg is or whatever.
Yep.
And he won with a pin over Oregon State's Zach Cardwell.
Okay.
So that was a nice match, and it was a nice pinning combination. He really stuck him down there. So that was about 319. So nice job by the unattached wrestler Mike DeCino. We're now up to the 184-pound class in front of us. We've got about 322.
Okay.
And
about 322. 2 minutes and 28 seconds go in the first period. 2-0 is the score in favor of the Chippewa here. Real good bent leg Turk ride with a really doing a tough ride here. Got a bent leg Turk and getting a tilt maybe there. Not sure if that's the tilt or not. Steve's our ref here out of Appleton, Wisconsin, the referee. Got to talk to him in the lobby today. I said, you get a lot of tournaments, didn't I? And he told us he had how many? 320,000 miles on his car, I think he told me.
And his wife was closing in on 400,000.
400,000. Yeah. So they drive around a lot of wrestling events. So that's a lot of wrestling coverage there by the.
Okay, we want to thank Fabiola Luna for contacting us, and we will take a look at that bout 388. We did give you the updates on Ryan Fillingame's match, which just ended a little while ago, in which he won. And we'll see in the next round if we get a chance to do that bout 388. But thanks for letting us know, and we'll keep a track on it. Okay, we've got a Clarion wrestler out in front of us.
Yeah, match 322. Right here, 2-. Well, no, there were no points scored, so it's still scoreless here. I thought the Chippewa had gotten a couple points here from Central Michigan and Coach Tom Borelli, but
earlier we did mention Jay Borschel coaching with Northwestern, and he is running the camps here now.
Oh yeah,
for Wildcats. So you guys get online and check those out. NUWrestlingcamps.com.
Okay.
You can find an email there to contact Jay at j.borschel@northwestern.edu. Great technician. Started out at 103 in high school and ended up at 171. So I think he knows his way around the weights and probably be a good guy.
We want to give a shout out to my nephew Joe Ridgway, little wrestler back in Iowa. I guess he beat his record yesterday. He pinned his opponent in less than 11 seconds.
Wow.
So congratulations to Joe Ridgway and his dad, David.
He didn't hurt her, did he?
Yeah, I don't know. There's actually some tough girl wrestlers back there in Iowa. There's some of them that really do good, but Joe's doing a good job for the Johnston Wrestling Club, which was started by Hal Turner. We brought up Lieutenant Colonel Hal Turner.
The academy, I think.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. And the club, too. This club there they do at the school started by Hal Turner.
Okay, we have a match going on in front of us. I think there's a problem with the brackets here. It says 322.
Right.
That was supposed to be Nick Vetteline of Virginia Tech. And
yeah,
that's not
this is
him
Clarion and Central Michigan Chippewas there.
So we're going to try to track that one down and see if See if they'll get that straightened out so we can see who it is. We're into the first period still, and the score is 2-1, but we don't know who it is, so what good is that?
Three-quarter Nelson here by the Chippewa, picking up 3 more back points. I believe he got a 5 count, so he should have 3 more, which would get him out in front 5-0. Clarion in there on his own, though. Did he get him reversal there, Greg Zafros?
No, he didn't give the reversal, but he gave the 1-point escape. That was a nice call by the referee.
Very intelligent.
Went out of bounds on basically a reversal, but they did slide out of bounds, so the referee called it just right. He called a 1-point escape, brought him back into the center of the mat.
They must have waved off the. They must have waved off the back points there. So is it Keller or Kelling from Central Michigan? Keller, I think, is his last name.
Yeah, it says Kelleher.
Kelleher.
So let's check it up and see if that's at 184. Maybe somebody out there, if you're with Central Michigan, you can let us know. We're going to check that out. Like I say, the bout number is wrong.
Yeah, the brackets aren't right here. So Keller is their Central Michigan wrestler.
Yeah.
Central Michigan's part of the MAC conference, which just this year plans to add 3 more teams.
Wow, brought in Missouri.
Missouri, Old Dominion, and UNI. Just going to bring them to the 3rd largest wrestling conference behind the Big Ten, the EIWA.
That's big for the MAC.
It is. It's good to see, Missouri, they moved to the SEC, and it's nice that they're not without a home now.
Yeah, they need to be because they're top 5, top 7. They're tough in wrestling right now. You said you and I. Does that mean you and me?
Yeah.
No, you and I. Okay.
Yeah, I think me and you is the correct.
So that'd be the Northern Iowa Panthers.
But I don't believe they join the conference until next year.
Next year officially.
Join this year, and then one joins the following.
Okay, that's what it is. Well, Missouri has won the Midlands here in the past. Just last year, year before, the Tigers were the champions here. So I think they're going to be at the scuffle, though. That's going to be coming up here first part of the week. So.
Okay, we got the correction on that.
Yeah.
It's not about 322, it's about 321.
Oh, they were one off.
And that was it. And that is Ryan Darsh of Clarion. He's going against Craig Kelleher of Central Michigan. And we're starting the second period. It's 2-1 in favor of Central Michigan.
Keller.
On Kelleher. We knew something was wrong there. We're glad that got straightened out. And thank you to Scott Casber for going down and getting that corrected for us. And
tight waist crab ride here.
Yeah, nice job.
Clarion here. He's really riding tough. He's keeping his opponent's hip close to him. And he's got an underhook here.
Yeah, I forgot.
Maybe he might get a tilt if he can bring his opponent back, Kelleher.
I forgot who the match was, but we had somebody else wrestling doing a fantastic job with the crab ride.
Is that Boaz Beard up there, Chad Chris, maybe? Or not? Or
that looks like Beard, isn't it?
323 against the Illinois wrestler. So
check that out.
Beard on a shot there. Matt's 323 there. Gets the takedown and trying to go for the pin himself, maybe. So he's got a cradle all wrapped up fast.
I think they have the bout number wrong.
Oh, here he goes.
323s. Going right in there. Boaz Beard for Iowa State. Really going after it. Didn't get. He only ended up getting 2 for the takedown because with that cradle, he never really got a near fall situation. So still 2-1 down here. Greg Zafros, I believe. Is that right?
Still 2-1. That's Craig Kelleher of Central Michigan with the lead on that. But he's being ridden really tough by Ryan Darch of Clarion. They're both standing now. Darch breaks. Okay.
Darch releases him. So
yeah. Kelleher broke that hand grip, and Darch knew he couldn't hold on, so they're back standing now. That makes it 3-1 in favor of Kelleher from Central Michigan.
47 seconds go in the second period. 25 seconds riding time for Clarion, and so I want to welcome all of our listeners from all over the United States listening to us today. I know we got quite a big number here according to our Arbitron rating here. So appreciate them listening. And
this wrestler, Craig Kelleher of Central Michigan, pretty tall kid.
Yeah, he is. He's got a lot of leverage.
I stand corrected on that. A pretty tall young man. Nice shot in there. Use that length to grab that leg. Nice shot. Grabbed a single leg, lifted it high, and just tilted his opponent over.
The 2.
Gets the 2. It's 5-1 now.
A little bit of point spread here.
Yeah, he's laced that leg, and now he's reaching over, trying to crank the far shoulder back over.
Kind of almost a cross-body ride here. He might go to the grapevine, maybe.
Yeah, he's levering on his opponent's head there, power half on that.
Grapevine ride.
But Darts is able to get back on his stomach, and that's the end of the second period.
About 49 seconds of riding time for Kelleher.
That's right, yeah. So it was close up until a minute or so ago, and now it looks like Kelleher is pulling away on this, but you never can tell. That's the great thing about the sport of wrestling.
Yeah, Boaz Baird leading over there for Iowa State, 4-1. Minute 2 seconds to go in the first period. A minute 20 seconds of riding time, so Baird really with a big ride here for the Iowa State Cyclones. And Kelleher really looking like he's kind of in that driver's seat here, possibly. Scramble, potentially dangerous here. Figure 4 across the neck, so figure 4 across the neck, so potentially dangerous. They're going to bring him back out to the middle, and I think Troy Letters wants a definition of what it was, but yeah, it came across the throat of the Clarion wrestler, so. Can't remember the referee's last name. His first name's Steve. He's out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Nice shot there by your Clarion wrestler, but Kelleher with those long darts.
A dart, and Kelleher just reaches down and grabs the ankle. Reached about 7 feet across, got that ankle and pulled it.
He is long.
Yeah, and he just gets the takedown, and it makes it now 7-1.
Oh, bent leg Turk here.
Yeah,
he's got a bent leg Turk, and he's going across the face and trying to really turn him into a.
That was one of my favorite moves.
The bent leg Turk.
Yeah, to try to get out of it.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
Boy, whenever I see that,
you know, it was smart by the Clarion wrestler Dirch to turn into him.
And he
might get his own two, or did he get one?
Did he get? Yeah, it was close. Okay,
no point.
A nice move by the Clarion wrestler. He countered it and just rolled over, and then he just grabbed the legs and started lifting like trying to get a reversal, and they rolled out of bounds. And unfortunately, where they rolled out, there's a wall about a foot away from the out of bounds line. If that wall hadn't been there, there would have been enough space for him to possibly get the reversal, but it didn't.
That wall
it cost him 2 points, and that's too bad.
And back in the day, it cost a match for Dave Zabriskie against Don Bradley.
Yeah.
Don Bradley won by 1, and it's all because Zabriskie couldn't finish his takedown on the edge. Otherwise, he would have been victorious. But so it's amazing my mind remembers that. But it was this very wall. So that happens here at the Midlands.
Well, your mind is amazing at times.
Yeah, scarily amazing. Yeah. Boaz Baird, he's just made his mind have happy thoughts because he just got 2 more for a reversal. He's up now 6-1 against the Illinois wrestler, and really wrestling tough is Baird. He got pinned by the freshman from Iowa, and boy, it must have lit a fire under him, huh?
Yeah, it looks like
Brooks.
We've got
he did have the fall there.
We've got another Old Dominion wrestler getting ready to go. Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, coached by Billy Martin. Was a very successful coach at Great Bridge High School before that.
Now Stevie Martin.
Stevie Martin.
Yeah.
And
Billy was the dad.
Yep.
Invented the Granby, they claim, or he perfected it anyway.
Perfected it, the Granby roll. You go to his camp. His dad is quite, elderly at that point, and he'd still be out there
doing the Granby.
Even just standing there while watching the other wrestlers, and he'd always be swinging his arm back, like, here's how you do it, folks. And you just watch him, and he had this gentle glide. It was marvelous to watch. I loved it. And that, so Martin's Coach Martin doing a great job at Old Dominion there. And let's see what we've got. We've got him against an Illinois wrestler. That's about 324. And for our Old Dominion and Norfolk and Virginia listeners, we want to bring you in on that. So let me just get a little bit of info on it.
As Bears up 8-1, 6 seconds to go in the second period for Iowa State. 3 minutes, 16 seconds of riding time. So really putting the pressure on. Have we found out who his Illini opponent is?
I believe they have the score clock wrong over there because it's saying about 3:23.
Yeah, they've messed up on these consolations. It's kept it real challenging to follow because these score. The Dectronics has not been, it's not Dectronics' problem, obviously. These are awesome, but the people feeding the info in there aren't getting the match.
The bout numbers are
in there, yeah, the bout numbers correct. So But Baird, regardless, Boaz Baird gets another takedown for Iowa State now, up to major decision. 10-1's the score, 3:27 of riding time, minute 37 seconds to go in the third period. Putting a lot of pressure on his Illinois opponent here. Wrestling for the Fighting Illini out of Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. Up to his feet is the Illini, not just Illini, as the coach says, we're the Fighting Illini. So it's 10-2. Out of riding time. That mathematically is cinched up for Boaz Baird. He cannot have that erased. So in on a shot again here is Baird and gets another takedown now. 12-2 is Baird with another takedown. Minute to go. 3:52 riding time. That's a lot of riding time, as we say. It's a train load or a truck load riding time. He's been in fashion. We got another wrestler down here, Greg Zafros from Illinois, I believe. Yeah, that's number 324.
Right, and that's Jeff Kepke from the University of Illinois, and he's wrestling the Old Dominion wrestler that we had standing in front of us before, and that's Jack Detchow from Old Dominion University down there.
Oh, yeah, Detchow.
And Detchow, nice ankle pick on him, and they're at the outside line, and the referee gives it to him when he... Kepke was still up on his knees, and when Detchow reached around and grabbed that far ankle. And
so it's Detchow that got the takedown.
Yeah, Detchow got it, and all he was doing was holding two ankles, but the referee gave it, and I give credit for that. If you get two ankles and the guy's knees are down and you're out of bounds, that's a takedown. Okay, Kepke gets out on that right away, so we've got 45 seconds to go in the first period, and it's 2-1 in favor of the Old Dominion wrestler, Jack Detchow.
Baird gets another takedown. Should be 4:36 of riding time. So Boaz Baird for Iowa State with a huge win, 15-3 for the Cyclones. So a big win for Iowa State. And so Kupke did get out, you say. So it's 2-1 here. 30 seconds to go. Detchow is wrestling unattached, correct? Kupke is at Illinois Illini.
Yep, well, Detchow is unattached for Old Dominion.
Okay, now remember, let's keep an eye out for about 3:32. That's going to be Cole Schaefer's match.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And he's wrestling Sheridan from Indiana or whatever, Luke Sheridan. So if one of you could keep an eye on that.
3:22, you say?
That's 3:22, right.
Boy, and Schaefer was in the lead 7-6.
I know.
In that last match when he got caught and pinned, but his matches are never boring. There's never, it's about the lowest scoring one I've seen too.
That all happened in a matter of seconds too, man. He was,
it seemed like he was in the driver's seat. Third period, not much time to go, and the rider wrestler came back and won by fall.
It kind of reminded me of Jason Ness. He had that half Nelson. It was kind of a spiral ride half Nelson, and then he basically just pulled the head down and lifted him up at at the hips and took him right over his head, and he even kind of picked him up and brought him down on the top of his head, which, in some cases I bet refs wouldn't be, they wouldn't hesitate to stop that.
Call that potentially dangerous.
Okay, over on mat 5 we had an escape there, and it ties the score up 2-2. We're in the second period, and they come back into the standing position. So Kepke and Detchow, 2-2 at this point. This is in the 184-pound weight class in the wrestle-back round.
Kupke wrestling for the Illini, Jeff Kupke.
Yep.
And then Detchow wrestling unattached, but has close ties to Old Dominion. Now, is there a new Dominion too, or just old?
Yeah, well, there's the kind of not so old Dominion.
Okay, right. That's the newer part of the campus.
The midlife crisis Old Dominion.
There you go.
Gray Simons used to be the coach there. His assistant was my very, very good friend Joe Baranek, who's now down at in North Carolina at St. Andrews. I think it's now been changed to St. Andrews University. And so Joe Baranek, if you're listening in, hello to you and to your
Cray
family,
had some
and
good
luck to your
success
team.
on the mat.
So
Gray Simons did.
Yeah, he had a little bit.
Yep. So now, I believe he's in one of Mike Chapman's book.
Yeah, well, he and Fred Powell both came from Virginia, and they just set the standard for flyweight wrestlers at the time, and
they were good.
Gray Simons was, in fact, when I was in high school, Gray Simons was so famous. Oh, here we're getting a takedown by Detchow, and that brings him up 4-2. Another nice job. He grabbed both ankles again.
He just kind of slicked him by.
Yeah, sort of the same kind of move, except that Koepke fell to his stomach more on that. But all Detchow was holding on to was the ankles.
Kind of almost face planted him a little bit.
I remember Cornell College coach Baron Bremner.
Yes.
Tried to recruit me in high school, and instead of calling me Greg Zafros, he wrote me a letter, typed on an old-time typewriter. That's all we had back then, and he referred to me as Gray Zafros rather than Greg Zafros, and I was so honored, because Gray Simons was
You're thinking of Gray Simons at the time.
Yeah, he was maybe he had visions of glory or something.
Yeah.
Baron Bremner, a great guy, did a wonderful job there, and
back in the day.
Another takedown for Detchow. He's now up.
Detchow just seems like he's superior in those scramble situations. Well, he finishes the wrestling. He doesn't just stop, and Koepke seems to do a couple series of wrestling, but he doesn't finish it. Kind of slide-bys or throw-bys is what Detchow does. He likes to take that body and the momentum and keep the momentum going.
And that's exactly right. I mean, he's got a lot of power, and when he takes that move, he lets it go. He keeps going with it. So Koepke just, he just can't turn on it. That's the end of the second period. It's 6-3 in a very good match so far.
Koepke start on top.
Yeah, there's basically been 3 takedowns by Detchow, and then if I'm pronouncing that right, Detchow. And here's an escape for him now. Now makes it 7-3. An escape for Detchow.
Koepke needs a takedown. Jeff Koepke does. He needs a takedown. He runs back to the middle, so neither one of them really tired. I mean, they both were sprinting back to the middle of the circle, so they're wanting to lock it up here and see who can come out on top. But right now it's been Detchow that's been kind of really being the forerunner here. 7-3, 1:32 to go in the third period. 42 seconds riding time in favor of Detchow. Kind of in a collar tie situation here. Now this is where Detchow's been doing those throw-bys. An underhook here. A nice ankle pick attempt, but look who might get the takedown.
Look at that. Wow. And they basically, that could have been a takedown, but the mats, the 2 mats, left and right of us, are almost touching. And they ended up in the other mat. So the referee broke it for that. Other than that, it could have been a takedown.
For Detchow.
Yeah, for Detchow.
Off of Koepke's shot.
Right.
Off of Koepke's shot.
Yeah, Koepke was about 80%, 85% there, and Detchow just turned it around. This guy is a good wrestler.
Yeah, this is fun. It's really been, I think Koepke's got the, Jeff from Illinois, he's got the firepower, but Detchow just seems to have the moves, the technique.
Yeah, Detchow has a Russian on there, and the referee calls not a stalling, but just no
Russian
movement.
As the move. He didn't get a sudden tag team a partner.
Now Koepke is starting to be more aggressive. Let's see what happens on this if he can get it. But he's down 7-3 now, and with 30 seconds to go. It's not the right time to start your comeback. You need to start a little earlier.
Yeah.
We're going into a couple heavyweight matches coming up here.
Yeah, we're going to have. Oh, that's the Snyder kid from Hofstra Pride, out of the Long Island area.
Long Island.
Island.
Okay,
David, to remember back in the day, it's been good talking to you. Is that something else they like to say in New York? My good friend Dave Ridgway went out there and listened to him say that to us. So you learn a lot of neat things as you travel around in the world of wrestling.
Okay, we're going to have an end to this match about 3:24, and the winner on that one is going to be Jack Detchow of Old Dominion University.
Did it on technique.
Yeah, he did. He's got basically 3 takedowns and an escape on that, a 7-3 win. He did have 42 seconds of riding time. Not enough for a point, but he had an amount on it. So nice job by Old Dominion.
I think Cole Schaefer is going to be right in front of us. Looks like right out in front of us here, mat number 5. So let the fireworks begin, huh?
Okay, and Schaefer is wrestling Luke Sheridan from Indiana.
Here we go.
And so
Luke Sheridan against.
Luke Sheridan against Cole Cole
Schaefer out of Utah. Like I say, his coach was Kel Sanderson's dad, Steve Sanderson, coached him in high school. So, oh, look at Cole. He's ready to lock it up. Here we go. These are fun. These are fun when he takes off like this. This is fun stuff. He had Sheridan all locked up, ready to throw him right to his back. Sheridan wisely bailed out, went to his stomach. So big takedown there and a fast, quick lead by Cole Schaefer.
Yep.
He's Mr. Excitement, win or lose. He'll do some stuff a lot of people won't do, you know.
Nice hard return there by Schaefer and another one. I like him. He's just, you know, he goes out there and he wants to put points on the board. That's what everybody wants to see, you know.
It's an entertaining style.
It definitely is.
You know, more times than not, he's a winner. He wins a lot more matches than he loses, but every once in a while gets him in a little bit of trouble. But he's a blast to watch. But regardless, Sheridan gets out from Indiana, 2-1, 2:19 to go in the first period. Just 20 seconds of riding time in favor of Cole Schaefer.
Okay, sorry about that.
Greg Zafros.
Okay, Rich, thanks for contacting us on that, but can you give us a weight class and a bout number or something like that?
Yeah, with a name. Weight classes are very important.
Yeah, just help us find the exact bout number in that. So, Rich Kempe, excuse me?
Just message board or emailing.
I got it.
They're emailing you?
They're emailing me, right. And we'll try to get that. Just get right back to us. I had a little problem with your email on that, but I did get your message. Okay?
Now, Cole Schaefer, Iowa State, is taking on Luke Sheridan, Indiana. And on the Hoosier bench, you got Joe LeBlanc there, a new addition to the staff. And Nick Simmons.
Yeah, Nick Simmons and...
you know Joe.
Yeah, Joe LeBlanc from the Wyoming Cowboys, yeah.
Four-time All-American.
Oh, he's a good one. Scott and I went out and did the duel in Laramie last year. It was Wyoming Cowboys against Northern Colorado, and Wyoming packed the state, packed the gym. Wrestling's hot in Laramie right now.
Is it?
Oh, it's a blast. Cowboy style. It's a good time. Scott and I had a great time. Went up to the Medicine Bow Mountains and up to the Snowy Range to Centennial, Wyoming, and had a good time. Got to see Pendleton. And Mark Branch is coaching up there for Wyoming, so yeah.
Okay, the score is still, it's 2-1 over here in about 3:32.
A lot of upper body stuff going on here.
That's Cole Schaefer winning, leading in that one, right? And now we've got a nice shot in there by Sheridan.
But Schaefer does a real good job blocking up the upper body.
Yeah, now they're in a pummel situation there.
Oh, it's throw or be thrown.
Yeah,
it almost looks Greco-Roman.
Yeah, this could be good. They're pummeling hard, now they break apart, but that was good. Even just the pummeling itself was really good.
Schaefer's a great thrower. Have you ever seen him launch people?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, it's amazing. He just throw them clear into the sky. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. It looks almost WWF.
We've got 15 seconds left in the first period, and the score is 2-1. But the action has been much more than that.
Yes,
really.
it has.
It's been good. Now they're tied up too tight. They're just waiting it out right now.
Little reach attempt there by Schaefer, but
look at the step forward there by Sheridan, though. That's like a Greco match. I mean, he just sticks his foot right out there in front, and kind of daring Schaefer to grab it.
Dwayne Goldman tells him to take down, and one of the Polson twins in Trent or Travis in the corner there for Iowa State, according, as well as Troy Nickerson, NCAA champ there for Cornell back in the day, now coaching at Iowa State.
Okay, now Sheridan gets up and gets out and gets 1 point. That ties the score at 1-1. We're in the
2-2.
Or excuse me, 2-2. Oh, that's what that number. Oh yeah, 2-2. Okay.
1:42 to go in the second period.
Yeah, right. And they're back up standing, and they had a couple of good shots on each other, and those good pummels. There's a shot in there by Schaefer. Got his hands behind Sheridan's knees, but wasn't able to get in deep enough or pull hard enough, but a good try. Here we've got a headlock throw by Schaefer, and by Sheridan.
Yeah.
And Schaefer rolls him all the way through.
He says, you want to throw. He said that's his forte, isn't it?
They come back up and over-under.
Yeah,
they're both pushing into each other.
Schaefer's exciing. I mean,
Schaefer was looking for a knee pick there.
Yeah,
they're dangerous matches. Yeah. He loves to just throw people around. So.
This is a great match. It's way beyond the 2-2 score that's on the scoreboard. We've got 1 minute to go in the second period. Again, it's tied 2-2, but there's been about 20 points worth of activity here with these guys.
Some fireworks.
And that last one was great. I mean, these guys were rolling around. They flung themselves up into the standing position and then went in for pummeling. And now there's a shot by Sheridan, and he lifts Schaefer right off the ground and gets 2 points. brings himself up with 36 seconds to go in the second
4-2.
period. 4-2 lead over Cole Schaefer.
Now Schaefer started at 197 this year.
Oh, really?
So he cut some weight. He had a wrestle off with Gatson and came up a little short, so dropped to 184, and that's potentially dangerous, referee.
Stands up with Sheridan locked in with both legs. It's going to be important here that that he does get that escape with the 19 seconds left.
You're right.
Get that 1 point to cut the lead to
and
1.
he did it over there earlier. I remember we thought there would be no way he'd get it.
Yep, and he's knee sliding out. He's coming out quick.
Yeah, that was a nice deep shot by Sheridan. He just got in real deep, lifted Schaefer completely off the ground. Remember, these are 184 pounders.
See, Schaefer's problem here is he was trying to, not getting enough separation. He was trying to reverse him, grab him, and roll him around. In that position, you just got to get up and get away.
Okay.
So those guys will try to tie you up and slow you down for those 10 seconds.
Yeah. And that's the end of the second period, so we go into the final period with Sheridan of Indiana leading by a score of 42 over Cole Schaefer, and they take the standing position for the third period. Very interesting on this one. And let's see what we've got. But
Schaefer needs a takedown to tie it.
I think Sheridan feels he can get that takedown. It's been excellent for a 184-pound match. So just a lot of activity.
Yeah, a lot of scrambling.
Oh, here we go. Another tie-up. I mean, this looks so much like Greco.
Didn't that look like a Greco throw?
Yeah, we just can't. We can't describe to you how Greco it is. Okay, this match I was looking for was 339, so we better make sure it's not out already.
Okay, 339.
Could you check on that,
Chad? Chris?
Yep.
That far mat down there, mat number 4. That's the mat in the other time zone.
Okay, there's a shot in by Cole Schaefer. Doesn't quite get in deep enough. They're both back up again into a pummel position. And over and under by
Schaefer likes this. He loves the throws.
And this is where the throws can come in. And
dangerous.
And we've seen that both wrestlers can do it.
The bleachers are there, so.
Yep. And again, that's where we said before and that there would have been a point in that other match if
double underhooks.
Oh, now we got a body lock by Sheridan, and he's going to drag him down, and they go out of bounds.
No takedown. No takedown.
Okay. They had a body lock. Schaefer turned around and kind of headed for the out of bounds line, and Sheridan went chasing after him. Oh, and are we going to get a warning
because he kind of ran out of bounds.
Yeah, he ran out of
End,
bounds.
so
and now the referee is walking over and saying, "Hey, we're going to give this guy a caution."
They're getting technical, aren't they?
Fleeing the mat.
Yeah.
So
we call that one right, guys, and so that adds a little drama to the thing.
Cole Schaefer here needs to
40 seconds to go. This is the last period. You got to do it now.
Yeah, Schaefer's got to, and that only tie it up and put it into overtime. Really, sudden victory.
Who knows? We could end up with a high amplitude throw onto the back here. I mean, this could go
setting it up.
He is. You can tell.
He got the over.
Oh, he loves to just. He can launch some people. He had a dual meet one. It was against Virginia Tech when they dueled him at Hilton. He ended up losing.
Oh, here we go. Attempted a throw.
Oh, man, it slipped.
Attempted just a lateral drop, a throw, over under hook, and then lateral him over to the side by Cole Schaefer. He slipped out of it, and Sheridan ended up on top, getting the 2 points. That gives Sheridan a lead of 6-2 with 2 seconds to go in the third period. And it looks like Cole Schaefer is the time. Hey, what are they doing? There's still 2 seconds on. There's still 2 seconds on the clock. Hey
technically.
Guys.
Yeah, well.
I don't think the referee or the score people were looking at. There's still time left on the clock. Not that it would have
2
changed
seconds.
things.
Cole could have thrown him on his back.
And so they wind it down now. There's a problem with that one. But, okay, have we found out anything yet on our about
what number?
332, I think it was?
332 or 339?
330, yeah. What is it?
Hadn't popped up. I believe it's in the lighter weights, so
339. Oh, okay.
Do not have an updated bracket.
Who's the Iowa State? Now, did Snyder win from Hofstra? I think Snyder was up. He was wrestling the Pitt heavyweight, 5-0. Last I heard, the Hofstra Pride was winning 5-0. So, but yeah. So, but
okay, I'm getting
here. How about match 335? Who's that? That's about over here.
Yeah.
Okay. 3-2. Is that Swalla? Or no? Swoop. Yeah, Swoop from Johnston.
I'm not sure who he's competing against.
Yeah, he trails 5-2. Swoop gets out 5-3. 10 seconds to go.
And at about 3:39, it's going to be Chris Penny of Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And against, oh, yes, it is. And then against, is that going to be Kempley? Or if I'm doing it,
Swoop goes out of bounds and loses a close one, 5-3.
Klempe, I'm pronouncing that wrong. Sorry, Mr. Klempe, for doing that. Klempay. So that's the match. That'll be coming up at some time, 3:39.
Okay, match 3:39.
So if you guys could mark that.
Yeah, I don't have a consolation bracket, so I'm just writing names down as we go.
Okay.
So. We want to thank everybody for listening today to the 50th anniversary of the Midlands, the Ken Kraft Midlands, Greg Zafros, myself, Steve Foster, and Chad Kriz, Grandview Viking wrestler back in the day, the NAIA National Champions. And the championship has been held where this year?
It's going to be back in Des Moines.
Back in Des Moines.
Yep, on the State Fairgrounds,
out to
Richard
the
O. Jacobson building.
Yeah, the Jacobson building, and that was great. Boy, that was sold out last year, I know.
Yeah, that was a good event.
Let's make sure that match 3:39 doesn't come on mat 8 where we can't see the scoreboard.
Is every title in Iowa this year college? NAIA Division 1, 2, and 3, aren't they? All but one?
I think Division 2 isn't. I think they're down in Alabama.
But all the rest,
all the rest are in Iowa.
1, 3, and NAIA and JUCO.
Yep.
They're all in the state of Iowa this year. So yeah, that's pretty good, huh?
I believe
they'll sell out every one. What do you say?
I bet. I think Division 2. I think their national championship is part of a 3-championship thing, it's not volleyball, but there's 2 other sports that are also holding their national championship that same weekend, or it's like a festival type thing that D2's roped up into it.
Sure, right, yeah. Oh, that's great, I know. D3's been up in Cedar Rapids before.
It returns to Cedar Rapids after being in lacrosse last year.
Used to be in the U.S. Cellular Center.
Still is. They were doing remodeling last 2 years.
U.S. Cellular Center, and then NAIA will be out to the fairgrounds.
Yep.
D1's at the Wells Fargo downtown Des Moines.
Yep.
And then JUCO.
That might also be out at the fairgrounds.
Out the fairgrounds, yeah. I remember when it was.
Was that Vets?
It was Vets because Bedzad Abdurrahmanov was there, and Joe Cologne. A lot of D1 guys came out of that tournament and did a really good job at the D1 tournament.
Okay, we've got going into the heavyweight bouts here. Here's the last of this session here, and we've got another Wisconsin Parkside wrestler out in front of us here in bout number 341.
Against Lehigh?
Yeah, against Lehigh, right. That's James Melichek of Wisconsin Parkside, and he's going against Jack Delia of Lehigh University. And right now it looks like the Parkside wrestler, Wisconsin Parkside, is leading this by a score of 2-1 at the end of the first period. Let's see, we're going into the second period. That table is having a little problem with its clock, and it's So it's Jack Delia going at 341.
Jack Delia.
D-E-L-I-A. Delia, whatever. Again, we're watching for that about 339.
Yep.
Melichek from University of Wisconsin Parkside.
Yeah. And again, that 339, that's going to be Klempe going against Chris Penny of
Virginia Tech.
This is in the heavyweight bout. Chris Penny is the the backup heavyweight to Marone, their regular heavyweight, who is out again with an injury. Same thing last year. So Chris Penny had a lot of experience last year filling in and is now coming back and doing a pretty decent job for them. And we'll just have to see how he does in that match.
And the Parkside wrestler here is wearing the green anklet, and Delia from Lehigh is in red, and he trails. It's 3-1, 1:21 to go in the second period with Melichek from University of Wisconsin Parkside leading right now 3-1. So a lot of wrestling going on here. These are the Consolation Wrestlebacks here at the 50th annual Ken Kraft Midlands. Myself, Steve Foster, Chad Kriz, and the Greg Zafros, who wrestled in the very first match at the Midlands. Correct, Greg?
That is true.
50 years ago.
Well, it was actually, if you stop and think of it, it was 49 years ago.
49 years ago that you wrestled that opening match.
That opening match, yeah.
Did you ever start You opened up a bee's nest, didn't you?
Yeah,
here? It
right.
just kept on going.
I think this whole thing is due to my wrestling that match.
Yeah,
that match.
people said, come on, if we can see that once, we got to see that again.
Yeah.
And they just keep on going.
Yep.
Good job, Greg Zafros.
Okay, let's see how we're doing over in this other heavyweight match while we're waiting for 3:39 or whatever it is. 3:39. We've got that about 3:41. Jack Delia of Lehigh, and he's going against Melichek of Wisconsin Parkside, and it looks like the Wisconsin Parkside wrestler is now up by a score of 3-1.
The Mountain Hawk of Lehigh in there. Remember when they were the Engineers for years?
Right.
They were the Lehigh Engineers. They changed to the Mountain Hawks, and so they're wrestling good. And I know one of the coaches out there, heavyweight, is my good friend Dave Zabriskie. So a former national champ for D1. Thanks for the Merry Christmas text, by the way, Z. I appreciate that. And starting on top now will be Melisek from University of Wisconsin Parkside. Up to his feet, here is Delier. Jack Delier up to his feet, bringing him back down. Boy, good leg control there by Melisek. Kicking out there is Delier from Lehigh. 1:42 to go in the third period. They go out of bounds, are going to get a fresh restart. Pat Santoro in the corner for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. Coaching for Lehigh, a real strong tradition of wrestling. Over the years, Lehigh has produced so many great wrestlers. Okay, remember Colin Kilrain back in the day? Boy, they've had some good ones.
Okay, we have bout 3:42 on mat number 7 right now, and I just bring that up because bout 3:43, the next one, is the start of the next championship round.
Great.
Okay, so I just want to let you all know that. And
we'll be leaving the Consolation Wrestlebacks here shortly. And heading into the championship round, so hopefully I haven't destroyed my bracket here.
Looks like you're well on your way to doing so.
Yeah. Okay, look at this. We've got the Parkside wrestler has got his opponent.
Delier.
Got the 5 count.
Yeah, Delier in the pinning situation there. That gives him 3 more. He's now leading 6-1. And he's got 1:50. He's got 2 minutes now of riding time, so it's basically 7-1. So nice job by the Parkside wrestler.
Wow, it's going to be 6-1, 38 seconds, 2 minutes, 11 seconds of riding time. So the heavyweight out of University of Wisconsin Parkside really doing a good job on the riding time. Just been real tough on top. Lehigh's Jack Delier having a hard time getting out from underneath. And
okay, I just want to announce that the first match of the championship round has started. It's the number 1 seed, Anthony Zanetta, of Pittsburgh, and he's going against Fraley.
That's the far match down there?
That's the far match. That's Tyler Fraley of Clarion.
That's mat number 4, is that correct?
No, mat number 8.
Or 8? Yeah. Go back over here in the corner.
Yeah, it's 3:40, about 3:43, the very first one. So we've got one more match to bring you at heavyweight, the requested match.
This is it.
And then we get back into the championship round. So things are moving along really quick here.
By the way, did win 7-1 with 2:48 of riding time over the Lehigh Mountain Hawk, Jack Delier.
Yeah, it was a pretty good match for heavyweights.
Yes, some points scored. And the difference in that was a lot of riding time for Melisek. Real tough on top. They had tight waist ride, just tight waist, 2-on-1 wrist ride. And it's just hard for a Delier to get up to his base. Went out of bounds a couple times. They ended up right back where they started. So, and then that match has started, you say?
Well, it says we've got 3-4. It says
3:53.
No, what is the match down at the very end? 3. Oh, is that 3:53?
Yeah, it's 3:53.
Oh, okay. So I'm stand corrected on that, but there are a couple of 125 pounders there.
I'll stand. You can be corrected.
Oh, okay. It's the second round of Consolation, so I guess that's what we've got.
Iowa's unattached freshman Corey Clark is up on mat 2 now.
He's in Wrestlebacks?
No, he's on the front
championship,
side.
Yeah, that's a championship match. Corey Clark, the number 3 seed. He's wrestling who?
Looks like Sean Boyle of Michigan. Clark is
the Michigan seed. Wolverine, yeah, yep. Okay.
Boyle's in on a takedown here. Guy's head between the legs and on a high crotch, looks like he's trying to come out and score.
Clark's been a real good looking redshirt freshman here for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Wow, Clark got out of that. Now he's on a leg of his own trying to get a takedown.
Wrestled for Southeast Polk High School Rams, is that correct?
Yep, Altoona, Iowa.
Back there in
Okay, we just got a message here that that match for 339 that we kept looking for up here, we didn't see it, but it's over with, and Rich Klempe filled us in on it. Perry beat Klempe on that, and I know you're disappointed about that, Rich, but that's the way it goes, and we're sorry that we missed it, but we did watch for it. But there are 8 mats going on here, and again,
a lot of these block the other scoreboards.
Scoreboards, we can't see which match is going on where in a couple of spots. It's unfortunate.
Someday they'll put us in the middle.
Okay.
Right now we're in the corner.
Right. So
at least we're not in the custodian's closet.
Yeah. So we are trying our best, folks, and just do what we can do. Okay. We are starting again in the championship rounds at 125 pounds.
This is Delgado right here, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's going against Thomas Gilman, another
that's going to be fun,
red shirt from Iowa.
Right, and Delgado leads, is that correct? 2-0. He's in the green anklet, I believe.
Right, and we had a request for that one, so we're going to put that up and give you the play-by-play on that.
On the other mat with the with Boyle of Michigan and Clark of Iowa.
Boy, Clark's really, look at this.
Clark is up, or it's actually tied 2-2, and it looks like
he's got him on his back, yeah.
Oh.
Boy, it looked like the Michigan wrestler was going to come out on top during that scramble situation.
Well, what happened here? We didn't run out of time.
No.
It looks like a technical is being called for some reason. There was a
locked hands by Clark, I believe.
Yeah.
Or no, by Boyle, maybe.
Boyle. Well, we'll see who gets the point, because it's got to be a point.
But it couldn't be.
Delgado getting 5 count down here against Gilman. Jesse Delgado from the Illinois Fighting Illini. Came with Mark Perry from California, by the way. Wrestled for one of the Bakersfield schools, I believe, Cal State or Cal Bakersfield out there, and then came with
Cal Poly
with Mark Perry. So
Tom Gilman with his name on his uniform. That's one thing I always liked about Central Michigan. They would put their names on the back of their uniforms.
And sure do, the Chippewas.
Right, and that was a good idea. I remember when Bill Veck of the Chicago White Sox got the baseball players to put their names on their back on the White Sox team, and then everybody followed in after that. So, what was that? Charlie Finley. I don't remember which, one or the other. Okay, we had an escape there at Jesse Delgado is up by a score of 5-1 at this point. 48 seconds to go in the first period, so a 4-point lead, and Delgado also has 1:42 in riding time, so basically a 6-1 score, only 2/3 of the way through the first period.
Boyle up on his feet here, inside stand-up, but nice little whizzer situation there for Clark of unattached Iowa. I can't say for Iowa. But
that situation about a minute ago, it appeared that Clark locked his hands before the motion, so the ref stopped everything that happened after that, which would have been a pretty big of exchange of points.
Yeah, right. In favor of Clark, I think, really.
So then that
Clark was taking Boyle to his back. So,
want to remember our listeners that in the All-Star meet, Jesse Delgado wrestled there, and he wrestled Nico Megaluthis, and he was heavily favored, but Megaluthis was, Delgado's got his opponent on his back. There's the pin. There is the, he didn't give it to him. I thought they were going to call the pin on that.
Hit Kevin Tan. Kevin Tan's the ref, so.
Cedar Rapids.
No, there was a. He gave the 3, but that looked like a pin to me.
Well, they haven't yet. It was 5-1 before the situation. So, did he get any points out of that? He should at least got a 2 count.
Maybe he was. Maybe he was off the mat. Maybe we don't see the angle here.
I don't know.
I think his back might have been across the line.
Yeah. Well, they're back to the center with Jesse Delgado on top. But as I was saying, he wrestled in the All-Star meet. He was heavily favored against Nico Megaluthis of Penn State, and Megaluthis just, who was much smaller than Jesse Delgado, by the way, just wrestled a phenomenal match and won it. And it just shows that they're, how even some of these wrestlers are.
Clark unattached with a 2-on-1 Russian tie, really working hard against Boyle, but they go out of bounds, I believe, and going to get a fresh start. Clark leading 6-3 in that match, wrestling unattached against Boyle for the Michigan Wolverines.
Yep.
And he's got an official singlet on, so he's not unattached. He's
And Clark did have the tournament, the pre-seed. He had the #1 pre-seed.
Yeah,
for the official seeds, because he did beat Delgado at the UNI Open.
Yes, he did.
A couple weeks ago.
Yes, he
convincing
did.
5-1 or 6-1.
That's
pretty
some good-looking freshmen here for Iowa. They're going to pick up maybe where Matt McDonough leaves off. What do you think? What's that happen?
Now remember, for those of you who are just tuning in, that you can get the brackets by going to gregzafros.com. I'm trying to make it easy for you. You go right there and it's got the link for it. So it's gregzafros.com, and you'll see the link to the brackets, and those are updated periodically, I guess is probably the best way to say it. Backing into the Jesse Delgado match, he's up now 5-2 with 40 seconds to go in the second period.
Gilman's wrestling smart here. He's not getting overly committed, but needs to score here if he can. Corey Clark in there on a takedown attempt against Boyle, Michigan right now, and seeing if he can't finish that situation maybe. And big roll situation there for Boyle of Michigan. Clark really keeping his head above his opponents on this scramble situation. More times than not in a scramble, if you keep your head higher than your opponent, you'll come out on top. So, team score: Virginia Tech still in first place, 30 points. The Illinois Fighting Illini in second place behind Virginia Tech, 26 points. Edinburgh 22.5, Northwestern 22, Oklahoma 21. Michigan in sixth place with 20 points. North Carolina, Binghamton, and Ryder all tied for eighth with 19 points.
Yeah, and speaking of Virginia Tech, who's in first place at this point, we should be seeing Gerard Garnett coming up shortly. He's about 350, so let's keep our eyes and ears open for about 350, and we'll give you some play-by-play.
He's fun to watch, and this year he's a point winner for Virginia Tech, and Devin Carter's not. So
right.
I think if they could get all Devin Carter's points.
Yeah, so basically what you have to say is that to equal last year, Gerard Garnett has to win it this year, just like Devin Carter did last year, just to be even with last year. So there's a lot of pressure on that young man, but I think he's up to it. He wrestled in the finals against Matt McDonough of Iowa, and McDonough beat him, I think, pretty substantial. Well, I don't think I know pretty substantially, but you have to remember he's in a redshirt year. He didn't have any high-powered matches going into the tournament. I think it was quite good that he even got into the finals. I just think he wasn't mentally and physically prepared to wrestle in the finals against somebody who's been wrestling, half a season already or close to that. So Gerard Garnett has the capability to go all the way in this tournament.
I believe he did take McDonough down right away too off a pretty
he did at the beginning, right?
In
the very beginning. But when McDonough came back and won fairly convincingly on that. But I watched Garnett earlier in the season. He looks to be in great shape, and I think he'll do a good job here. I expect that he'll get into the finals again.
Each time you bring up Matt McDonough, I miss those matches between him and Andrew Long.
Oh, those are great.
Those are some of the best matches ever wrestled. They were some real knockdown dragouts. I always told people, I already know who's going to win. And people would look at me, how do you know? I say, the fans. That's who's going to win in this thing. It's going to be the fans. And I remember when Long beat Brandon Preeson here as a freshman a couple years ago. He was the #1 seed, I believe. And Andrew Long came out and pinned Preeson. But Corey Clark still up 6-3. He's been in on quite a few shots, but wasn't able to finish him. Now Boyle starts on the bottom for Michigan Wolverines. Michigan up to his feet here, kind of setting back into Corey Clark. Clark has got a lot of riding time, 2 minutes and 8 seconds of riding time. I'm not sure about Boyle's, what year he is for Michigan. Sean Boyle, I'm not sure what he is, but he's kept it close, He's kept it within striking distance, but Corey Clark in that one situation looked like he might have picked up a few more points, but there's a locking of hands.
Yep, and Boyle did come out with the first takedown, and looks like Clark's going to take that match 7-3 with riding time.
Okay.
And it looks like Delgado still looked like he's going to take this match here against Thomas Gilman of Iowa unattached. 7 seconds left on the clock. He's leading 6-2 with over a minute of riding time.
So the #3 and possibly the #4 seed is going to move on.
Yep, and Delgado looks big. He's big at 25.
Well, I said earlier that, compared to like Nico Megaludis, Delgado was a giant, and so Delgado gave Matt McDonough his only loss last year.
So, yeah, at home and Iowa City. I think it was at Casber Hawkeye Arena, I believe.
And that's not easy to do.
No, that's going into the snake pit. That's tough, man. So.
Okay. And I'm glad that, I'm sure that Jim Heffernan is glad that Delgado won another one. That's, he's going to need that to try to get this team score. This might go down to the wire on the team score.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to end the way it is, as much as I'm, like to see Virginia Tech do a good job. And that, you never can tell. Now here comes Garnett right now out of mat 6, almost right in front of us. He's going to be the red wrestler.
And ready for some fireworks.
Yeah, and he's wrestling Iwamura. Let's get the first name. Tyler Iwamura from Cal State Bakersfield. An unseeded wrestler, and Gerard Garnett is the second seed. So let's see if this goes as predicted, or you never can know. I mean, I remember watching Travis Lee, come out of nowhere here at the Midlands tournament, and
for Cornell.
Yeah, just do a fantastic job, without much publicity before that. Yeah. So you never can tell what you're going to see here.
Boy, that brings back a.
Oh, the guy was funny. He was wrestling 100. Hawaii. Yeah, he was wrestling 125 pounds then, and he moved up later to win his national championships at 133. But
I bring back memories.
He's one of the better lightweights of the last decade too.
Yeah, Travis Lee was tough. Yeah. Wrestled for Cornell, but out of Hawaii, I believe.
Yeah, Garnett just being very aggressive out there and just trying to overpower his opponent, but he tries to just reach and do an ankle pick on it, but a nice whizzer in by his opponent, Iwamura, and that. But Garnett is lifting up the inside leg, and maybe all he has to do is pull out of it a little bit.
Limp arm that whizzer. He's got to get the limp arm out.
He just limped arm, but Iwamura come around. He's got his ankle, and so there's no points yet.
Potentially dangerous on the knee.
Yeah, the referee is going to stop it.
Good job there. I hate to see either one of these kids get injured.
A really nice scramble and no points on it. A nice job. Garnett came out very aggressive, but Iwamura just held him off. And whether he can do it again, we'll just have to wait and see. But so far, it's been good.
And Garnett is competing for Virginia Tech, which is leading the team race right now with 33 points.
Want to pick up some more points if he can.
Illinois is in the second spot with 26. Edinburgh's in the third spot with 22.5. Coming in at 4 is the host school, Northwestern, with 22.
Wow, match number 359.
Binghamton rounds out the top 5 with 21.5 points.
Yeah, that's Scotty Sentis.
Scotty Sentis getting thrown to his back, I believe.
By the
number 1 seed.
Yeah, that's Jesse Threlke of Wisconsin, is it?
Yep.
Or is he wrestling? He's wrestling unattached, though.
Yeah, that is Threlke. And Sentis is one of the tallest guys there is at that weight. And back when I believe he was at 25. He wrestled at 125.
Yeah, he sure did.
Got to college, and he was tall.
I remember, tall, lean wrestling machine.
Out of Florida.
State of Florida.
I'll tell you, this match here with Garnett and Iwamura is turning into a good one. The score is, there's a minute to go in the first period, and there's still no score. And these guys have been battling from the time the whistle blew.
Iwamura's quick.
I know, and he's
quick.
Yeah, he is not in awe of Garnett at all.
No, he's not.
He's doing a nice job, and he's not quite as big. But little,
not as strong. Strong legs, real quick cat reflexes. I think that's why Garnett hasn't been able to take him down.
Yeah, and he's throwing that whizzer again.
Here we go. Arm. There the limp arm came in and worked.
Right, he had a whizzer. Iwamura threw that whizzer in, and a nice job. When Garnett tried to do that limp arm last time, he wasn't able to get it, but this time he did, so he gets 2 points. So 30 seconds to go, and the score is 2-0. That's a moral victory for one of the wrestlers at this point, whichever one you want to choose.
Garnett's tough on top, boy. He can ride you.
Well, I think he wants to prove something this year, and his last official appearance, was in the finals last year, and
now it's 6-3 with Sentis, the number 1 seed, and Thicky of Wisconsin, wrestling unattached at 6-3. So the number 1 seed trying to stage a comeback, and he just got it to 6-5 with a takedown.
We talked to Barry Davis last night, and he said he was actually pretty excited to see Thielke wrestle here today, just to get some top competition. Because as you know, as a red shirt, you can't usually do that. I believe Barry did say that they have three unattached guys here.
Nice.
So that's
good-looking freshman for him.
Yeah. Okay, we're in the second period now on that Gerard Garnett Iwamura match. and the score is 2-1. There was a takedown and obviously an escape, so the lead is by Garnett. And we go into the second period. Iwamara is down. He does a sit out and spin on that. He's breaking the legs now. Let's see if and Garnett lifts him and throws him back down to the mat, but Iwamara is instantly back up on his hands and feet and hips Garnett out of the mat, and they go back to the center. Nice job on the bottom by Iwamara. He didn't get out, but he got close, and he kind of dictated what was going on. And here he is standing up again at the whistle. He spins and turns, gets the 1-point escape, and that's 2-2. And this is going to be a barn burner, I think, if they're starting out this way. Even Scott Casber's eyes are lighting up.
It is going to be a barn burner. It will burn the barn down.
Yeah. So 1:30 to go in the second period. The score is tied 2-2. That's about 350 if you're looking at your bracket sheet.
And Thelke and Sakati Sintas, you ready? 8-6, 12 seconds go in the second period. The number 1 seed is trailing, guys, by 2 to the unattached wrestler out of Wisconsin. So up by 2 is Barry Davis's redshirt Thelke right now, defeating the very tall, lean wrestling machine, Scotty Sintas.
I do believe Thelke is out of Wisconsin too, so
he's a Wisconsin wrestler. Yeah, he sure did, right there in the great state of Wisconsin. For the Badgers.
Right.
Tell us, what is that Badger all about up there?
Oh, that's a nasty little
badger.
It's a nasty little rodent, but
I live on Badger Creek Road in Iowa. By the way.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, back at Mat 6, about 350, that Jared Garnett and Iwamara, those guys have not stopped since the first whistle blew in that. They've been going back and forth at it. They're in the standing position now, 28 seconds to go, and the score tied 2-2. And Iwamara is not giving up anything.
That whizzer saved him, though.
That
whizzer is outside single right now.
Yep, and we got that whizzer in, but it's loose, and I don't know if he's going to be able to hold it.
Garnett got the tight waist.
Yeah, and the takedown. And he's closing in on riding time here with 47 seconds.
And we could see that whizzer was not tight enough to really hold. Now Iwamara's trying to mule kick out. 3 seconds.
He's got to move up here, otherwise he's going to get called. Oh,
does he get out? No, he doesn't.
Oh, no escape. No, because Garnett very wisely grabbed to hold that leg and stayed up.
Well, actually, what happened here is Iwamara kicked out straight out and was free. That is, he was not being held at all. But
reaction time.
But he didn't turn around enough, and the referee didn't give the 1 point on that. The whistle blew right as Iwamara was actually free of Garnett, but the escape was not given. And we go back into the third period now. Garnett is going to be down.
Ready, guys? Yeah. The number 1 seed is trailing by 3 to a red shirt, Chad Kriz, 9-6. Ready? 22 seconds to go, guys.
Wow.
Scotty Sintas. If I'm correct, 9-8.
Sintas is looking like he's going to try to get. He's got an escape. He's going to try to get a takedown here to tie it. 9 seconds left.
Tie it. Put it into overtime, can he? He's got 6 seconds to tie this thing and put it into sudden victory.
Thelke did get one for stalling.
Got hit for stalling warning. Scotty Sintas.
There it is.
There's 1 point.
No, they gave the wrong. Did they give the wrong point?
No, they gave the right point, but Scotty Sintas was 1 second from getting that takedown.
No.
He did a little hip maneuver, and so Scotty Sintas, the number 1 seed, goes down to Thelke. Thelke wins. He just started off so strong, got so many big points at the beginning that Scotty
just couldn't recover from it.
He just could not stage a comeback.
He did come back.
Okay, we have a real barn burner just continuing on here. I just can't explain it enough. One of the best matches of the day. This young fella, Iwamara, and that he's getting called for stalling now because he was holding on to the ankle, and Garnett was moving forward on it. He couldn't move up.
These guys have burned some injury. Some energy. They have taken in a lot of air.
Okay, there's 1:11 to go, and Garnett is up by a score of 4-2, but it is not, and he's down on the bottom, so that's an advantage for him.
Garnett turns into him. Iwamara.
He turns into him.
There we go. Oh, big move there by Garnett.
Not only the reversal, he's getting him on his back. He's going to get 2 to 3 points. The referee's showing 3 fingers out. He hasn't given it yet. So that's going to make it 9-2.
2 and a 3, right?
Yeah. So it's going to be
reversal, 3 near
9-3. But this match, it's going to end at a wide margin between them. But I'll tell you, this young kid, Iwamara, is just phenomenal.
He hung tough with Garnett, didn't he?
I know. It's he did a great job.
It's up to his feet. Intentional release there by Garnett.
So 9-3.
Garnett trying to get a major, I got a feeling.
Yep.
I think he's hunting for team points now, as we said
sure.
earlier.
Well,
Tech is in the lead.
They want to get some. They're in the race here for the championship, possibly.
He needs he needs the takedown because he doesn't have any riding time.
Boy, he's got to turn the corner here. Iwamara doing a good job of just kind of holding out and stopping him, stopping the motion.
Headlock.
Yep.
That front headlock. A nice little throw by attempt there by by Garnett.
Garnett almost had an ankle
4,
pick.
3, 2, 1. Garnett trying to throw by at the edge. 9-3.
9-3. Not a major decision. A win by Gerard Garnett, but I'll tell you, one of the most impressive young new wrestlers that I've seen. I don't know what year he is, and that this Iwamara of Cal State Bakersfield is Tyler Iwamura, if I get that right. Put on a terrific display. Is that a Hawaiian name? Could he be from
sounds
Hawaii
like he's from Iowa almost. Iowa Mira, but
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it could be an Illinois Mira.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, what a great match. One of the best matches we've seen so far. From start to finish, these guys did not let up. Start to finish. The very first shot was taken in less than 2 seconds of the first period, and it did not let up until the very end.
It was good.
Oh, we're going to have Tyler Graff coming out here.
And Graff just came back down to 133 pounds. He was wrestling at 141.
I was a little
Mango and Wolfensberger up on mat 3. Wolfensberger and Mango. And Mango leads now 2-0 with a big takedown right away there for Mango against Levi Wolfensberger of Northern Iowa.
Now we have to watch for about 366. We had a request on that. That's the Daniel Dennis match, so you're going to want to see it too. So make sure it's not down on mat number 8. And Tyler Graff already has a takedown in about 20 seconds.
Oh, he's fast. I tell you, dropping that weight class really paid off, hasn't it? So far, so good.
I'm surprised he was able to do that, because 2 years ago at 133, he was big for the weight.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's still big now.
But didn't he start at 125 his freshman year?
I think he might have.
I believe he did.
Yeah, I think he did. So
I could call my friend Jim Hochstrasser and find out.
Yeah, right. So, well, you know, when we talked about the weights in the very beginning, Steve and I went through the weight classes, and one of my comments was, any one of the top 4 could win this one in the top 4 seeds. Scotty Santos,
33
who lost
up for grabs
at this point, Daniel Dennis at 133, and then you have Tyler Graff, and A.J. Schopp is about 162. We should watch for that one, too. That's right across the way there from.
Schopp had a good match at the All-Star meet, beating
Edinburgh is winning.
Oh, he did a great job against Dardanes. It was phenomenal. I mean, they both wrestled
late
well.
in the third, not give up the match.
Yep.
And now you got to think that
right now Schopp's up. Look at the score
because of Graff being in the room.
Look at the score there with Schopp, 11-0 already.
Yep.
Holy smokes, he's a scoring machine, guys, from Edinburgh. A.J. Schopp. Good job by him, huh? 11-0.
And Taylor Graff now is up by a score of 4-2. We still have a minute to go in the first period. And he has 44 seconds of riding time already, so pretty dominating performance so far, but you never know how it's going to end.
He's wrestling Jamie Franco. Schopp is from Hofstra Pride.
Yeah. Okay, again, let's watch for about 366. Again, we have to apologize. There's really a scoreboard in the match that we really can't see here.
2 of them block. Well, we got 3 blocking, 2 other. The Dictronics is the scoreboards are blocking one another. So I'm trying to get up on my feet and become more mobile, but I'm bound by a cord.
He was pretty slow on his feet. That left him in the grade B section of wrestlers in his youth.
That's happened. So
whatever.
And as you get older, you don't speed up either.
Yeah, that's right. I know that. Okay, 6-3 for Tyler Graff. Nice job. He's in now. I don't know if it's going for a reversal or a takedown. We weren't watching that for a minute, but he's getting ready to get it, and he'll get some more points in just a minute. There's 2 points for a takedown. That takes him up to 8-3, and we're still still have 25 seconds to go in the first period, so a nice lead there. And then that's A.J. Schopp on the other side.
11-0.
11-0 in the second period.
Look at the riding time, Greg Zafros.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. There's still over a minute to go in the second period, and the score is 11-0.
So in other words, he's just taking them down, throwing them around, and he's definitely one of the elite to compete right here. You're
Yeah.
looking at the elite right there. Tyler Graff up 8-3, representing Greg Zafros' alma mater, the Wisconsin Badgers. That was just a couple days ago.
That's right.
So, but
right after the school was founded. Now remember, on these matches, they're going to go through this next championship round on a weight like 125, and then they'll go to the 100. They're doing the 125-pound consolation round. Right after that, then they're going up to the next weight and working that through with a championship round and a consolation round. So,
and I want to give a shout out and congratulations to my nephew back in Iowa, Joey Ridgway, he beat his record of 11 seconds on a pin. So I need to know if that was 9-8 seconds or whatever, but he's won trophies taller than him at 8 years old, and that's pretty cool, huh? Those trophies are cool when you're small, aren't they, Chris?
Yeah, they just collect dust when you get older.
Yeah, hey, they head for the closet, so, or the garage sale. No, those are all cool, and they're so important to these kids. Those plaques, medals, and trophies, it's fun to win those things.
It sure is.
And Graff now gave up an escape, so it's 8-4, 1 minute and 11 seconds go in the second period. 2 minutes and 3 seconds of riding time for the Badger. What happened?
Just had a high amplitude throw over there at 361. Let's see who that is. That's that was Ryan Mango.
That's Mango and Wolfensberger.
Yeah.
Now Mango's brother is a two-time Olympian.
Yeah.
121 pounds on the Greco team. So
Right.
I think they're pretty good at the upper body.
Yeah. And we just saw it there. I mean, it was a perfect suplex. I mean, he took him completely off the ground, threw him over, but they ended up out of bounds on it.
Now Wolfensberger planted Mango on his head, but Mango comes out with the points instead.
Now remember, Ryan Mango is seeded number 5, but Wolfensberger is number 12. He's a seeded wrestler as well. So
right, yep.
These two guys are going at it, but the score, what is that score there? 14-3, wow.
So Mango really in the driver's seat here against Levi Wolfensberger.
And Mango was an All-American last year, I do believe.
Yeah, he's top-tier wrestlers. He really is nationally, and of course, obviously in the Midlands here as well. So
I'll remind you again, I mentioned that a few years back, when he was a junior, I watched him at the high school nationals in Virginia Beach, and he and Tyler Cox of Wyoming put on the best match of that whole tournament, and they had 20 mats going there. Wow. And so there were a lot of matches, but their match was the best one. And
so you see this, he stepped on a water bottle as they went out of bounds, and the water came clear over and baptized the guys doing got him right in the face, one of the scorekeepers. The water bottle just exploded as they went out of bounds. So it could have been on a highlight reel. I'm not sure what highlight that would go under, but Tyler Graft has got
blooper.
the bloopers, right? That's good, of his own. So Tyler Graft, another 2 points for Greg Zafros' alma mater there, the Wisconsin Badger, 12-5, 141 to go in the third and final period. Ready for the riding time, 2 minutes, 53 seconds of riding time for the new 133-pounder, coming down for 141, Tyler Graff. Man goes up 15-5, so a 10-point lead. 3:30 riding time, 9 seconds to go, so you won't get the tech fall.
Okay,
probably,
do we have our match down over here? No, no, we don't. Do we? 366
for Daniel Dennis.
Yeah.
And his opponent is not up yet.
No, it's not up there. It's Richards of Illinois, Zane Richards of Illinois, wrestling unattached. Okay, over there and over here is the only places that could be. So this match should be coming up. The number 2 seed Daniel Dennis.
2 unattached wrestlers actually in that particular match. Right. Both of them are unattached. So.
But Daniel Dennis could be 5 years older than.
Yep. Yeah, Richards would be a true freshman, and then Dennis, I believe, is 2 years removed from college.
I think he's been out, 2-3 years probably, yeah.
So in Omaha was his, when he was in the NCAA finals against Jason Ness. That would have been his senior year.
Omaha,
And Dan Dennis is out of Illinois, so I believe he's from the Chicagoland area.
Yeah,
he is.
Okay, we're looking over there at Kendrick Maple over on mat 3. He's starting in, and he's wrestling against Goodwin. That's Frank Goodwin of the University of Maryland.
Maple?
Yep. Yeah, but we're going to, again, look for this about 366. Tennis. We see 365 out there, and we see 363 and 364. So we're going to get that one for you for all our Illinois fans, which is the local area right here, and also for our Iowa fans and for wrestling fans in general.
Daniel Dennis had an amazing match. Remember his match with Jimmy Kennedy over here? Real controversial. There was just a lot of
and I believe they were high school teammates too.
Could have been. I mean, I know it was very controversial. The outcome favored Dennis, but to this day, Jim Heffernan talks about that one, says, I have no clue
Tyler Graff just wins his match 23-7.
Wow.
So
3:46 a riding time for Tyler Graff.
Okay.
Of Wisconsin.
And 3:65, we've got Cruz and Brewer over on the far mat, and we're just going to see where Daniel Dennis is. Is Dennis coming out right? Oh, here we've got Jason Surtis coming up.
Four-time state champ out of Indiana. His brother is also a four-time state champ, wrestled for Iowa. He's in the corner. Alex Surtis, I believe their dad is also in the corner. Jason is actually a true freshman here at Northwestern.
Yeah, and Alex never lost in high school, did he?
I don't think he did.
Nope. And Alex Surtis was one of the few high school wrestlers who in his senior year was allowed to wrestle here in the tournament, and I think he took like third or something like that. I mean, he
do remember getting on the podium.
And so that was good. So his younger brother, Jason Surtis, is out there right now, and he is wrestling against, let's take a look at that, 376. That is Vaith, V-A-I-T-H, Luke Vaith of Hofstra. And Surtis is right in, lifts him up, goes in for a double leg, lifts him up, tilts him to the side, and gets the 2 points.
So Vaith's in trouble already.
And Surtis doesn't look like he doesn't have the build of a true freshman.
He had a pin. His last match, you ready? Lasted 1 minute and 55 seconds, guys.
He looks a little bit more mature than an 18-year-old kid.
Okay, and we do have this Daniel Dennis match and Zane Richards going on mat 7 right now. And
up 2-0 already. 2-1.
2-1.
Richards gets the escape. So Dennis leads 2-1, but Richards gets the escape, and they go out of bounds. Well, they're on the edge of the mat still.
Yeah, so we have
2-on-1 Russian tie.
We have some great matches going on right here. Like I say, if you're anywhere near here, get on over because this is just great.
Right off of Central. Just take a left off of
Green Bay Road.
Get on Central. Keep coming east towards the lake.
Yeah,
we'll be right next to the football stadium in Ryan.
It used to be called Dyke Stadium. Now it's Ryan Field or something.
Ryan Field, right? Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, for me it's simple. I just pull out of my driveway and make a left on 219 and a left on 64, and 12 hours later I'm right here.
Yeah.
Right at the front
due
door.
to the traffic.
So
welcome to Chicago.
If I can do that, you can do it too. So.
Well, you got to pay your tolls too. That slows you down.
Yeah, that slows me down a little bit.
Right now we got Surtis still leading 4-0 here. Red shirt freshman. We mentioned high schoolers. Corey Jansen, was he high schooler here?
He was.
Corey Jansen was back in the day. So
Corey Jansen was a good one. I was glad to see when he came back wrestling for Harvard.
Yeah, some injuries. The injury that really hurt him, it was done here originally.
Oh, really?
I think it might have been against one of the Surtis brothers, Alex, maybe. I can't remember. I remember it was up on mat number 3, and he never was able to wrestle the same after that. It's unfortunate when that happened. Corey, the Jansen brothers, all of them were great.
Now, I'm going to have to hold back here, and I'm not going to yell at Surtis in Greek.
That's right.
It's Greek.
So,
I'm going to hold back to yell out my instructions to him, and then nobody else will be able to understand it.
You can give us a sample of that.
It'll be all Greek to you.
Yes, it will be.
So
you're the ones that we have to blame.
Dennis with a nice throw out of bounds, though.
Oh, man.
Out of bounds, no points. He had a double overhook and went for the inside trip. Reminded me of Alan Galagayev almost.
Yeah.
Looked a little bit like that.
Yeah, and threw him down right on his back, but not only out of bounds, but onto the other mat, because there are 3 mats right in front of us. They're all touching each other. They are that close.
Yeah, the out of bounds lines are literally separated by an inch.
So, Galagayev. Well, you just say Galagayev. That just puts chills on me.
Well, the guy that I'm missing here is Lobochenko,
Oh, yeah.
Ivan Lobochenko of Purdue. I mean, I was really looking forward to seeing him here. And that the guy is so exciting. He does all the things that your freshman coach tells you not to do, and he wins with it.
Yeah, he does. I thought his name was on the list earlier.
It was, and that's why I was wondering about it. But We'll see. Okay, let's see how we're doing over here. Jason Surtis is up 4-0 at the end of the first period. They just broke. Over on the other side, Daniel Dennis is up by a score of 2-1, and we have
stall call, stall warning.
Yeah.
Against Richards.
Little programming note here.
Okay.
Generally, there's 380, 370 wrestlers in this event. This year,
There's
411.
411.
And what that's done is put about 45 to 50 additional matches into the first session alone.
Oh.
So here's what's going to happen. We're going to wrestle to approximately 6:30, 6:45. The next round starts at 7 o'clock Central. All right. What we'll do, and we have to do this, we have to literally reset with themat.com and our YouTube stream. We have to reset for session 2. But I want to make you guys aware there'll be about a 15-minute or so break. Might not even be that, given the total number of bouts that are being wrestled here at the Midlands this year. In a salute to the 50th anniversary of this event, Jack and everybody, Ken and everybody, they wanted to say no to nobody, and it's obvious with 411 athletes competing, it's been absolutely tremendous. So, back to you guys. There's your update.
Thank you, Scott Casber. Good job as always. We appreciate you joining us, Scott, and giving us the details.
Yeah, well, actually,
the details is what we're all about, right, Zafros?
Actually, that was the excuse to not have to take us out to dinner, but we'll let that slide.
Scott did that last night.
Okay, let's get back on out here. Jason Surtis now up 5-0, doing a nice job out there. There's still a minute to go in the second period. He's wrestling quite well, and Northwestern University, the home team here, I'm sure is really glad that they have him. He didn't end up at Iowa like a senior. Then over on the other mat over here, Daniel Dennis is really actually kind of close. It's 4-2 at this point. And Dennis was throwing his opponent around, Richards, earlier, but now it's kind of slowed down a little bit. So with a minute to go in the second period, it's a 2-point lead for Alex Surtis with almost no riding time.
Dennis in on, Richard was in on a shot. So,
and I can't see mat number 8, but I don't mind at all because the beautiful Sarah Levin is standing in my way, but that's okay. And I don't mind looking at that at all, so what can I say? Yeah, she always says Sarah Levin rhymes with 11, right?
Rhymes with
okay, yeah. So here we go. Again, it's still 4-2 for Daniel Dennis, and it's still 5-0 for Jason Surtis. And Chad, let's look around and see what other matches are going on.
We got Kendrick Maple. Is he still up and moving? And he is, and he's in the lead, I believe, 8-0. Is that correct?
Yes,
the number 1 seed. Kendrick Maple against Goodwin. Is that his opponent? Am I correct?
Yeah, Frank Goodwin of the
Maryland,
University
of
Maryland, right?
Yeah, one of the Terps. So there you go. But well, it's not true in the wrestling team, but I know in the real world, you get a Terp or turtle on their back, they don't get off. But when that comes to wrestling, that's not true for Maryland, correct? They do get off their back. They've had some great wrestlers over the years. But
okay, it appears
that Goodwin's on the attack right now.
Okay, let's just check and see, because I think that the center 4 mats are the championship round matches, and there are some consolation matches that are going on the 4 side matches here. So we'll focus a little bit on the center matches.
Another Oklahoma wrestler out there, match number 365. Is that one of the Lesters?
Yeah, that's Brewer, Cody Brewer.
Oh, Cody Brewer. Good job by Cody. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of winning today, guys. And right now he's only up by 1, though. 8-7 is match number 365. So 365, does that keep him? Yes, he's still going here against, can't see the college. Do you know who he's wrestling there? Is it a Lehigh opponent or no? Let's see, Brewer. Remember, he defeated Ayersman. Might be Cruz from Lehigh, maybe.
Just want to remind Fabiola that we are going to be trying to give you updates on Ryan Fillingame and let you know what's going on that one. And certainly try to get you the score as the bout goes along. Whether we can give you all the play-by-play on it, we're not quite sure, because we are in this next round of championship matches. But that's about 388, I believe it is.
So
and
Brewer did win 8-7 by point over Randy Cruz of Lehigh. So Brewer moves on for Oklahoma. And Kendrick Maple is Still leading 11-4, but must have got a takedown here by his opponent. 141 pounds, which is Goodwin. So Goodwin took Maple down. He's got 11-4 now. So Goodwin wrestling for the Maryland Terps and Coach Kerry McCoy and company. Coming across the time, we got a 1 point. Oh, Goodwin got called for stall. No, that was the riding time point. So 12-8, a major decision by Kindred Maple. 12-4, he wins over Goodwin of Maryland. So 12-4 is that score. Kindred Maple, the #1 seed in last year's OW, moves on for the Oklahoma Sooners.
And Daniel Dennis is 3 seconds away from a 9-3 win in his match. And he just won it right now. So the #1 and the #2 seeds have both won. And we'll move on to the next round.
Bottom are up to 141 and maybe even
right. We're at pounds, so it's 381 in front of us. Zach Niebert.
Yeah, 381.
And Zach Niebert is from Virginia Tech. He's wrestling Cobb from Penn. Okay, that's right out in front of us. Over on the, let's see what other matches we have. Over on the other side, we have 378. Okay, that's Nielsen against Port. Okay, Port from Edinburgh and Nielsen. Is that Nielsen? Yeah, Nielsen. Let's see where he is from Purdue.
So a Boilermaker out there.
Right.
Trying to become a Spoilermaker.
And we probably have some Lehigh people listening in too, so we've got about 380. And
some
that's well, that's Mangrum out there from Oregon State, and he's getting from Salupo of Lehigh. So Mangrum, one of the, really fine wrestler. He's the #6 seed.
Yeah, Michael Mangrum
from Oregon State. And how's Oregon State doing in the team score?
Team score, they've jumped up to 11th. They got as high as 8th at one time today, and now they're in 11th place right now. And they are without some of their starters. I know we mentioned Sakaguchi. Scott Sakaguchi not wrestling for him in this particular tournament.
Coach Drew Periano of Northwestern talking to Jason Surtis. I'm sure he has a few nice things to say out there for that nice win that he had. And I'm sure he's all smiles for having gotten that. Remember, Northwestern University is a tough school academically to get into.
Yeah, right.
That, not everybody can get in here.
Correct. They had a famous football cheer for many years. Now they're winning football games, so they may have changed it. But for years it was, we don't care if we lost. 10 years from now, we'll be your boss.
Right.
So.
Okay, let's take a look at who's out there. We've got Henderson out there, Evan Henderson of North Carolina. Going against Small, that's Tyler Small of Kent State. That's over on the far side. And we've got 378. That's that Nielsen Port match that I mentioned before. Yes. Port of Edinburgh and Nielsen is from Purdue. And then let's see, BJ Futrell should be coming up in just a minute too.
And
unless we missed that one.
Edinburgh's leading over there 2-0, so 2-0. Match number 378.
Yeah, now this is another one of the Grandview ones that Gustavo Martinez from Grandview is wrestling BJ Futrell. And
Has that started?
That is about 379, and let's look for that one.
Just got to be coming around the corner here.
Right.
It was about 378.
Right.
So.
And we said we would do some of those Grandview matches, and we didn't get a chance to do Martinez's match in the previous round. We focused on the other one, so we're going to try to give you a little bit of play-by-play.
So you think Martinez, what's the latest there, Chad Kriz? You got some news for us? What's up?
I do believe Martinez might injury default this next match. I can check that out.
That'd be tough.
Yeah, we don't like to see that anywhere.
Yeah, it's tough. He's wrestled good, too, for the Grandview Vikings out of Des Moines, Iowa, up there on famous Northeast 14th Street.
Yeah, Martinez will injury default out of the tournament. I hope he's all right. He didn't look bad in that last match. He did wrestle Futrell at the Iowa State Open, though.
Yeah.
Earlier this year. But I'll have to, on the break here, I'll have to get the scoop on that.
The good old famous Harold Nichols Open up there, the Iowa State Open. That's a famous tournament at the beginning of the season. Dr. Harold Nichols winning a lot of D1 titles back in the day.
Yeah, right in front of us, we've got C.J. Cobb from Penn, and he's going against Zach Niebert of Virginia Tech. Both of them are seeded wrestlers. Niebert is 7, and Cobb is 10th. We're at the 141-pound class.
They're scoreless after the first period.
After the first period, right.
0-0 for Cobb.
Great job by the Penn State staff when I say resurrect that program, I mean they were just down a little bit. Always had Matt Valente and some of these really good wrestlers just a few years back. So they just had a kind of an off year or two.
Sure, right.
And now they're right back in there.
They are. Zeke Jones coaching there for a little while, didn't he? Zeke Jones was over there coaching. And
but now they have Jack Griffin, national champion for Northwestern, the home team here, and then the backup on that. Let's see, who's the assistant coach?
Still for Penn or not?
Oh, Matt Valente is the assistant coach. He's down there doing that match right now. A two-time national champion, so they have a good job there.
Before we're done, we'll get the name of their Coliseum they wrestle in, but I know it stands for, it means the House of Wrestling. So
okay.
We'll find out what the name is.
They don't wrestle in the Palestra, do they?
Palestra, that's it. That's
is
what
that
it means, yeah.
Oh.
The House of Wrestling.
Okay.
Man.
Hey, do I get credit for that? We get what do they call that, a fist bump?
I guess, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Good job.
Okay.
Palestra.
Okay, let's just double check again for the matches that we were looking for.
Boy, right now in a scoring situation is Virginia Tech.
And I should say that filling game match is going on right now, about 388 over in the far corner. It has just started. The score is 0-0, so just wanted to keep you up to date on that one.
Cobb doing a good job fighting off this Virginia Tech takedown attempt here by Niebert.
Yeah.
And Niebert in there deep. He
can't step over the leg to get it, and
he's got to cut the corner here and really straighten his opponent out and kind of get his hips free from Cobb. Niebert does from Virginia Tech.
Well,
he did get the escape, so he leads. Niebert does.
Yeah. Cobb has to watch out he doesn't pin himself.
Yeah, he could get caught on his back, so he's going to have to remember if he can't get points when to bail out.
Right. This is just pure funk wrestling there by Cobb. He's reaching over and
nothing. Kevin Tan, stalemate. Start over. So Kevin Tan calls him for a stalemate. I think it was to Niebert's advantage, that situation, but Cobb doing a real good job just stalemating that maneuver.
Yep.
Some of that funk wrestling, as Greg Zafros tells us. Calling it like it is, Greg Zafros doing a good job. Longtime voice of the Midlands. Before Takedown was here, you had with your radio show?
Yeah, the amateur wrestling show, and we had
wrestling show.
We had a lot of fun with that, and we broadcast this for a number of years, and then our partnership from a few years back, we continued on. So
joined up,
it's been
became
great.
a team.
That's it.
So yeah,
got a bump on that one.
Teamed up and making it go. So 1-0 still. Virginia Tech's Niebert leads C.J. Cobb of Penn down here on match number 381, mat number 6. Up to his feet is Cobb. Niebert doing a good job here, kind of a spiral ride. Got the inside leg locked up. Oh, he's going to release Cobb from Penn, so now they're tied up. Each wrestler's gotten a escape 1-1, 143 to go in the third and final period. Well, it could come down to Takedown wins it maybe here between Virginia Tech, Hokie, and Penn. So here we go.
Yep.
So out goes Penn and Virginia Tech.
Okay.
1-1, 122 to go in the third period here, down here in our featured match between Niebert and Cobb.
Over on the far side, we have about 377. That's Henderson against Small. The score is 10-6, and that has to be. Let me stop and see who that is.
Unattached with the multicolor would be Small.
That would be Small, yeah.
And
Henderson
Kent State unattached.
Yeah, Henderson is from North Carolina.
And whose leads that one right now?
Well,
10-6 green anklet is.
That'd be North Carolina.
North Carolina leads,
right.
yeah.
That'd be Small, right?
No.
Oh, excuse me, Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson leads Small, so.
Yeah.
10-6.
Yeah, because it's not a small lead.
No, it's not. It's sizable.
It's sizable, so
yeah,
whatever.
That's right.
Okay.
Sizable lead.
Here we go, 3-2 still on this match here, 381.
Oh
okay, Zach Niebert of
needs a takedown.
Of Virginia Tech, and he's having his hands full with Cobb of Penn.
Needs this takedown to take the lead. Riding time will not be a factor, folks. Just 29 seconds in favor of Penn, but that's not enough for points. So what you see is what you get down here on mat number 6.
Remember that Niebert is the number 7 seed and Cobb is the number 10 seed, so the lower seed is winning this one. Or the higher seed, I
Yes.
think. Well, which is it, lower or higher?
Lower. Niebert needs to get a takedown here. Some nice reaches there, but reaching don't get it.
And he's not going to get it.
Pin gets the win.
Matt Valente's up in the corner there clapping.
The Quaker?
And that's it.
Is that right? Quaker beats the Hokie.
The Italian Quaker there, Matt Valente.
So goes down the Hokie.
Jack Griffin steps out now, congratulates his wrestler, and that's a little bit of a blow to Virginia Tech for holding on to their lead, putting him into that round there. He was the number 7 seed. He could still finish 7th or above, but you know, had he won this match, he would be scoring some of those placement points that he might not get now. So
Cobb from Penn moves on and going to the wrestlebacks or consolations will be Niebert from Virginia Tech. So.
And we've got Montel Marion out there now in front of us, and he's going against Lenzi. We saw Lenzi a little bit earlier. Andrew Lenzi, another wrestler from Penn. And Marion goes right out there and kind of just shucks him down and spins around behind, so 2-0
so we get
lead.
another 2 Penn wrestlers on the same mat in a row.
Right.
So Montel Marion had a tough time with Tatum from Tatum from Grandview, a Viking wrestler.
It's about a 1-1 match until the last.
Yeah, 3-2 I think was the final there. Marion won by a point over Tatum. Isaiah Tatum of Grandview, NAIA Wrestling School. It's good to see all the leagues being represented as much as we can get them here.
Marion's in the front headlock position here.
Some D2 and 3 wrestlers have come here before. Les Sigmund won it not too many years ago.
Right.
Division out of UNO. Wrestling for Coach Mike Denny back in the day for the Mavericks. But that program, unfortunately, was yanked. So, in a very classless way. We'll just leave it at that. That UNO suffered some tough times there in a very classless way.
Yeah, there's not too much to say about that situation.
Okay, Montel Marion.
Plenty to say, but we can't say those words here, right?
Yeah.
And we don't anyway.
Except Mike Denny is doing a heck of a job down in Maryville.
Down by St. Louis. That's right. He's a good man. No matter how many times he's knocked down, will always get back up.
Yep.
That's what I think. I want to hear that saying. I think of Mike Denny. So, okay, Greg Zafros, what do you see, my friend?
Well, we've got a match coming up here, 395. As that another one of our Columbia wrestlers. That's Steve Santos, the number 3 seed. And, you know, we've done several of the Columbia matches because you have asked for it. And we're going to do it. So
some Adam Hall fans out there, Adam Wrestling and coaching, for Columbia, a former Boise State Bronco.
So that's Steve Santos of Columbia, and he's going against Sean Fayette of Northern Illinois.
Montel Marion up 4-2 now down here on match number 391. So 4-2 is the score here for Montel Marion.
Your friend Nick Lester is out there on mat number 7.
Oh, one of the Lester brothers.
Oh, is that what it is?
There's 2 of them down there in Oklahoma.
Okay, this is N. Lester. Do they both start with him?
Matt and Mike, I think, are.
Okay, well, this is Nick Lester.
Nick and Matt.
Yeah,
Nick and Matt.
This is Nick Lester out there on 393, right over on mat number 7.
Good.
So
2 of them.
Kind of a star-studded group out there today. Montel Marion upping his lead to 6-2. 30 seconds to go in the first period. So,
well, he's got Lindsay's arm pulled up behind him too here.
We're looking for a fall here, at least some back points.
Turn this into a chicken wing. He's coming out in the front, really getting some arm control. Trying to turn that shoulder.
He's
Kevin Tan's going to have to keep track of that shoulder there.
Okay. Montel Marion's got his knees squeezing the head. Now he spins around. This is going to get a pin here.
This could be a fall maybe for Marion over there.
Time runs out. 3 points for Montel Marion, making it 9-2. And time ran out in the first period, but he had him down. Another 3 seconds or so and the pin would have occurred. It was that close. But the referee made the right call on it, no question about it.
Montel chooses neutral, which isn't really a surprise to anybody. It's ahead into the second period. He does have riding time, though, with the minute 17.
Yeah, it's just 17 seconds over the minute mark. So that minute mark's magical for you. If you can end up with more riding time than a minute than your opponent, you get that bonus point when it's all over with.
Steve Santos on the other side already getting a takedown in the first part of the first period, and then now with his opponent standing up on him, he just lifts him completely off the ground, almost overhead, and slams him down. So Steve Santos of Columbia just showing how awesome this guy is. I mean,
and
it's,
I'll tell you what, that's about the wrestling weight class that Adam Hall is too.
Yeah.
So I got to believe Adam Hall's over there right now looking him out on the mat saying, here's what you need to do, Santos. This is some of the things that made me great for the Boise State Broncos.
So, and he's leading now 4-0, and he's just kind of, every time his opponent stands up, his opponent from Northern Illinois University, he's just slamming him. Now he's just wrapped around leg lace and grabbing his ankle and pulling up and just kind of punishing him at this point. As I mentioned earlier, and Steve did as well, this guy Santos is just ferocious out there. I mean, this guy is strong as can be.
Like
and
a power puncher.
You know.
Wrestling Sean Fayette, is that right? From Northern Illinois?
From Northern Illinois University.
Husky, I believe they're called the Huskies.
That's correct. Out in DeKalb, which
is... look at this.
Yeah, Montel Marion is just going to put him away. He's got 29 seconds. He's cranked him over there.
He got him. Yep.
So a pin for Montel Marion over Lindsay. That's Andrew Lindsay of Penn.
It's kind of saved by the bell there in period one, and this time Montel got it going before there was closing seconds, and he got the pin, so he gets the pin unattached.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that match over there with Santos. I mean, he is just creaming his opponent over there. He's got him on his back again. And
tough wrestling there.
He's got 7 seconds to go. Let's see if he gets the pin.
in trouble.
Let's see if he gets the pin. 3 seconds to go.
Look at Adam Hall down on his knees. Adam saying, here's how you do it, buddy.
Yep. Okay, I'll tell you, if that were me down there, I'd say, okay, let's get the pin here. I mean, he is just being punished by Steven Santos.
You know you're in pain and you're getting punished when you're giving yourself a lower back massage.
Yeah, right.
And that's just literally what I just saw Mr. Fayette do from Northern Illinois. It's like, oh man, my lower back's killing me.
So the score now over there is 7-0, and now Steve Santos is down, and he gets up and turns and gets out right away, makes it 8-0. He already has a minute 49 in riding time, so he's in absolute command of this match. So 2 guys in this one weight class that have just kind of sprung out at me. Donnie Vincent of Binghamton.
Yeah.
Okay, and Steve Santos.
Yeah.
The 2 and the 3 seeds in this.
Fun to watch.
Just putting on a fantastic show, as does the number 1 seed Montel Marion that we just saw. So, and then the match 384, we haven't covered that one, but that was Bracetta. And we just have to look at that. I don't know what the result is on that. Can we pull that up on the computer?
Abbott and Gregory is...
maybe it hasn't been wrestled yet.
Scoreless here in the first period.
What was the weight and bout number?
394 at 149.
Bracetta and Barber?
Yep.
Christian Barber of North Carolina against Bracetta, Virginia Tech Hokies. Nick Bracetta.
Yeah, and that'll give us the 4 seeded wrestlers.
This Abbott looks strong too down here from Edinburgh.
Right.
He looks very physically strong. His opponent is Alex Gregory from the Indiana, a Hoosier out of Bloomington, Indiana.
Okay, maybe we haven't had that match yet for Bracetta, who's the number 4 seed. We've had the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 seeds wrestle already, and so we're waiting on Bracetta, the 4th.
Now, Donnie Vincent was
well, Donnie Vincent, no, he hasn't wrestled yet. We're working it, but all the others. I'm sorry if I said the 2nd seed, but he'll be coming up in a little bit. He's on 398, and our highest one now is 395. We're actually at 400. Well, that's the consolations on the side matches.
397 is Abbott and Gregory, and they're scoreless still down here.
We got a pin going over there at 393. That's your friend Nick Lester.
Oh, one of the Lester brothers.
And that's
one of the Lester brothers.
Okay, that's for Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, that'd be Oklahoma. That's Nick then, right?
Yeah, and he was going against Mitch Minotti of Lehigh. And
Minotti's wrestling unattached.
Lester did a good. Nick Lester wrestled in the All-Star meet this year. He was about the 8th or 9th ranked wrestler at the time, and had a tough time going against the 1st or 2nd ranked wrestler in the country in that. But the fact that he was chosen for it shows that, you know, he's, if not one of the top wrestlers, one of the rising stars. And he did a good yeoman's job out there, no question about it. Okay, over on the far side, it's a 10-0 lead for Steve Santos of Columbia.
Jared Frere, an Olympian, walking in front of us with his co-coach there, the Mr. Head coach, Mr. Mark Cody. Jared Frere making the Olympic team, and he told me he'd thrown his shoulder out right before the Olympics, practicing and preparing for the Olympics. And
yep, he did get hurt.
He had to have a surgery. So.
Okay, we've got Eric Rahalis out there on mat number 7 of Michigan. He is the number 6 seed, I believe it is, and he's going against Hillman. That's Nick Hillman of North Carolina. Excuse me, I didn't want to say North Carolina.
And you know, North Carolina's scored some points here. I'm not sure they're in the team race, but they were up there.
Well, it's good to see them here. You know, get some teams from down south up here.
Yeah, southeast.
Yeah, I mean, right now Virginia Tech is just about one of the most southern teams that we've got.
Yeah. North Carolina would be farther south, I believe, right?
Yep,
geographically speaking.
Yes, would be. And one of these days we need a good Division I team in the state of Florida. So
yeah,
I'm waiting for the day on that. They're getting some college teams now. We need to, you know, that state puts out enough high school talent. They can they could staff a good Division I team just from within their own state.
That's
and
you look at
Eric Rahalis. He's from the state of Florida, as I recollect, and he was just about the top wrestler in the country 2 years ago, and he's working his way up, and he just does a throw by and gets 2 more points. I shouldn't say 2 more. They're the first points scored, so a 2-0 lead for Eric Rahalis. Yeah, and Chris Bono.
Chris Bono was a great one out of the state of Florida.
Right.
Made some world teams.
So, you know,
Sammy Henson.
It was good. Sammy Henson. Oh, there's been a lot of great ones over the years.
Yeah.
Hayeswinkle, I think.
Yeah, right. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, Sammy Hayeswinkle. Hayeswinkle from Tallahassee Christian, I think, or the Christian Academy. Tallahassee Christian Academy.
Well,
Pensacola Christian Academy. That's it. I'm sorry.
And I knew of his father and uncle and all that. They were kind of in my era, and they were a couple of the great wrestlers. And they were originally from Minnesota. They came down in the Chicago area at times, and you know, beat up on
going south.
Yeah, and then
ended up in Florida.
Yeah, there was a way station there in Chicago. And that, but they were great wrestlers.
Stopped at the rest area, kicked a little butt, and kept on going.
Okay, let's see what we've got on the far side. 394, and that's our match with Bracetta. And we said that
Santos was victorious, by the way, over there for Columbia. Santos did win.
Okay, and at 394, that's the last one there. That's the we still have Donnie Vinson, the number 1 seed, but we had the number 3, and now we have Nick Bracetta out there for Virginia Tech against Christian Barber of North Carolina.
Did Wilson win? Or Wells, you know, Shane Wells from Lehigh.
Yeah, I didn't.
Josh Wilson from Utah Valley.
Yeah. Okay, they're in some funk wrestling over there on mat number 3 with Bracetta going against Barber, and let's see who's going to come out on this. And it looks like Bracetta gets the 2 points on that, so that's minute and 30 seconds to go in the first period. Minute and 15 to go. At the minute and a half point, it looks like Bracetta got that takedown, and he's riding really tough now. I want to probably roll up some riding time. He's got 45 seconds right now, so he's probably going to hold on to him at least until he gets that minute of riding time.
And you know, David Habat is leading now here for Edinburgh, 3-1, although Alex Gregory from Indiana, he gets the escape, so 1 minute and 47 seconds to go. Habat leads now, and he's on the attack, so nice ankle pick attempt there by Habat of Edinburgh. 19 seconds of riding time for Habat.
Okay, and Nick Bracetta of Virginia Tech is getting back points again. He's up 4-1. He's going to get 3 back points. That'll give him a 7-1 lead, and we're still in the first period there with 24 seconds to go. So that one is moving along. I'm looking forward to the Donnie Vinson match coming up, which will be shortly. That's going to be about 380.
And his opponent is?
That's going to be Irwin.
Irwin from Illinois. Caleb Irwin.
I think they're going at it right now on mat number 2.
Okay, great.
Yeah, 398.
Yep. There you go. First period, 1:12 to go. Can you imagine Donnie Vincent's leading? 4-1. He scores them fast, doesn't he? Greg Zafros, scoring machine. We got a stall warning against Gregory of Indiana, backing up against Habat. I'm going to go with.
However it is.
Habat.
That's so.
Nice outside shot there.
Nice shot. Yeah, reach around, grab that far ankle. He'll get the points, but he doesn't have it yet. He's got one leg up in the air.
He's a powerful wrestler.
Just crawls on up, gets the points, and Habat now leads by a score of 5-1. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, you can blame that on Steve Foster.
Yeah, Habat.
Well,
I was thinking of Habit because I was just thinking of all the Pepsi I drink, So
yeah, Grajales' match over on mat number 7 is pretty close. We're a minute into the second period, and Grajales got that takedown toward the beginning of the first period, and there's been no score for that at all, except for the fact that there was 3 minutes of riding time for Grajales.
So Heilman doing a good job there.
Yeah.
For North Carolina, keeping it close, keeping it within striking distance. Habat now up 5-1, 3, 2, 1. Guess what? He just wins. 1 minute, 5 seconds riding time. He gets an extra point. Now it's 6-1 is the score for Habat. So he'll move on there for Edinburgh, and he is the number 7 seed.
Now 375, Kendrick Maple, Oklahoma. Winner by major decision, 12-4.
Okay, so it looks like we have a 4-1 lead for Donnie Vincent over on the far side. We're going into the second period, and Vincent takes down.
And Maple did win, by the way, 12-4. So it's his final score, major decision there for the number 1 seed and last year's outstanding wrestler.
Good. Jason Welch is stepping on the mat here.
Northwestern fireworks, hometown. Like I say, after last year's Midland, which he won in great style, I watched him 2 or 3 times, even the following week, and he seemed to.
It seemed the same.
Well, he seemed to slow down a little bit, to not follow through on some things. He's a very defensive wrestler, very funky wrestler, and he waits for you to make a mistake.
And likes to sucker you in on things and then really take advantage of it.
Right, and so if you don't get suckered in, not a lot happens. Oh, Donnie Vincent is just getting taken down. Let's see if he comes out of it.
Boy, he's got quick reflexes, doesn't he?
Yep. He's wrestling Irwin from the University of Illinois, and Irwin doesn't quite get it. Are they going to go out of bounds? They're not out of bounds yet. If Irwin can grab that other ankle, now they call it out of bounds.
Call it out. So 1:08 to go. Vincent leads 4-1.
Yeah, and a nice shot by the Illinois wrestler.
Oh, could have brought it within a point, be 4-3.
Right, that's Caleb Irwin of Illinois.
Wrestling a real good match against a very tough Donnie Vincent from Binghamton.
Yeah, over on the far side, Nick Brissetta of Virginia Tech is leading now by a score of 10-2.
Major decision so far.
Yeah, and has the extra riding time point. They're going into the third period. Now, they haven't changed the period marker yet, but they will. And Grajales is
3-0.
3-0, so that's been a close match all the way through.
A lot of riding time.
Yep.
But a nice throw-by attempt there by Grajales, but wasn't able to get the throw-by there by Mr. Grajales from the Michigan Wolverines, wrestling in North Carolina wrestler. Heimlam. Well, we'll go with Hillman, I believe it is. Tough on top is Irwin, but just getting rid of some riding time, really, basically, is what he's doing.
Yeah.
He trails Vincent 4-1, so try to wear down Vincent, maybe.
Yeah.
But just keeping Vincent corralled is an accomplishment.
Okay, we had a warning call there on Irwin for not moving up in his match against Donnie Vincent.
Kind of hanging on the leg.
Yeah, well, we were getting some mule kicking by Vincent. And, you know, when you got a guy mule kicking there, it's pretty darn hard to move up because you really have to release your opponent to move up on that. So, and now we get a stand up by Vincent, and he just pulls the hands out and gets out. And a nice job. That increases his lead to 5-1, but, you know, it's not a blowout at this point. Score is still 10-2 over on the far side there with Nick Brissetta winning that, leading in that one over Barber. That's Christian Barber of North Carolina. And Grajales is now up by a score of 5-0 in his match against Heilman. Heilmann. Heilman. Maybe that, maybe not. But we're doing our best. So, and everything's kind of quieted down a little bit. Jason Welsh is in front of us. The score is 0-0 with 18 seconds to go, and there have been no points. And typical. We're basically seeing Jason Welch's butt up in the air because all he does basically is funk wrestling, and the referee just breaks it with 11 seconds to go. Jason Welch's strong point is to take that funk wrestling, and once he gets into it, to really start moving around with it and scoring from it from a defensive position. But he has sort of lacked the spark to do it recently. I think that's one of the reasons he didn't end up in the finals of the NCAAs. He's certainly capable of it. Welch? There's no question about Welch. There's no question about it.
Right.
So, you know, and the other thing about that you have to remember is people know who he is now. They know his style. They know what he's going to do. And I'm sure that people who have to wrestle him start working on that, or at least mentally thinking over what they need to do on it.
You might have to go through Derek St. John's of Iowa Hawkeyes, ranked #1 there, and they're going to meet because they're the Big Ten. So they could meet. You know, I'll have to check their duel, make sure they duel. But there's your.
Is this your apple on the floor?
There's your fruit.
It's not
Help
mine.
yourself.
Your apple. Well, I can eat it because I'm a carpenter, and you know, you all have a 5-second rule, but we carpenters have a 5-minute rule. And that can be modified depending on whether the food's been stepped on or not.
Help yourself.
I think it's 5 minutes since you've noticed it, though.
Yeah. Well, my 5 minutes is up. Darn.
It was actually there yesterday when we were here.
Okay. Okay, here we go. We're starting the second period with Jason Welch on the bottom. He's still there. No score in that match, which is a little bit of a surprise at this point. You've got the #1 seed and the defending champion. And that he's standing up, you know, he's in the bottom position, he's standing up, and now he kicks out and gets the 1 point, goes back after his opponent, shoots at him out of bounds, waste of energy on that one, and then they go back to the center.
Welch has good hips.
Yeah,
always knows where he's at, and that's a lot of your funky wrestlers just have good hips.
And you have to have, along with that, you have to have that, and you have to have excellent balance, and Welch has that.
Good reflexes.
You know. Yeah, that's how he gets himself out of predicaments.
So many times we've seen him, Greg Zafros, where you think, oh boy, he's dead center, he's in trouble. He gets the pin.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, the Grajales match is over at this point.
He was victorious, I believe, 4-0.
4-0, okay.
So Michigan Wolverine picks up a win. Michigan Wolverines do for Grajales. Had a lot of riding time. I believe it came out 4-0. So,
okay, we have a
Donnie Vincent is 5-1. 4 seconds to go in Donnie Vincent's match with Irwin. So he's getting ready to close it up. We'll look at the riding time. 1:55 of riding time. So.
And we have to go ahead and presume that Nick Bracetta won over on the far side over there. He was ahead by 10-2 going, halfway through the third period. And let's see, about 398. That's Donnie Vincent. He wins that. The final score is 6-1 with riding time.
Whoa, man.
So
Irwin he was a gamer.
It was a good one. No question about it.
Caleb kept up with most kids. They can't even keep up with Donnie Vincent, but he kind of tied him up and slowed him down and kept it close. And Heinrich, Virginia Cavalier. That's who the Jay came up and told me. I talked to Jay over here, Porsche, about it, and he said his name was Heinrich.
Okay, we've got about 4:08 going on out there. That's Churchard and O'Hara. Churchard is from Purdue, and O'Hara is from Columbia. So we have another Columbia wrestler out there. We'll be working on that. And later on, we're going to be having Molina and Napoli out there, and then Miller and Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech. How are we doing on the team scores again? Is that the most recent one?
Welch is up 3-0, 1:53 to go in the third and final period. So,
and let's see how Northwestern's doing, because Jason Welch is expected to win this one. We can never say.
His opponent's keeping it close. I mean,
yes,
I don't know how many times he's been in scoring position necessarily, but he's making a match.
Northwestern is in the 5th spot for the team race with 26 points. Edinburgh leads them with 28 points in the number 4 spot.
Okay, well, if you can get a major decision here, he'll pick up a couple of team points. Now, Walter Peppelman on the far side is doing a good job. He's got his opponent on his back. He got a takedown in the first period. Now he's got his opponent on his back, and it looks like he's getting points. He's not quite over that far, but let's see if the referee's going to call that.
I think the opponent here for Welch is Kyle Meyer, correct, from Stanford, I believe.
Well, they would have
Kyle Meyer.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
No, that's Sulzer from Eastern Michigan. It's a green uniform, right?
For Welch's? It's Welch.
No, not Welch's, for Pempel. I was talking about
Peppelman, yes, correct. Yeah, you are right there.
Yeah. And nice working there by Pempelman. His brother wrestles for, who is he? He's at Harvard, and his brother is where?
Yes.
I don't remember, but...
for a different school, I remember that.
It is a different school. Okay, let's see how our Columbia wrestler is doing over there. He is winning by a score of 8-4. That's about 4:08, and that's Churchard and O'Hara. That's Jake O'Hara from Columbia.
Another Columbia wrestler.
Yeah, and it looks like he's the red wrestler, and so he would be up. We're in the second period. He's up by a score of 8-4 with a minute of riding time. So
O'Hara is.
Yeah. So
leading the Boilermaker from Purdue.
A great job by this Columbia team.
Yes, it is. They have done real good. Very well. Welch wins 4-0 with 2 minutes 22 seconds of riding time. So Kyle Myers, tough kid from Stanford. He gave Welch a go, you know.
Okay, we want to give a shout out to our good friend Marla Schaefer. She was not able to make it to the tournament this year, and so she's been listening to our broadcast, and she thanks all of you guys, maybe me as well.
I could watch Cole Schaefer wrestle all day long.
Right, and so good shout out to you, Marla, and just keep listening in here, and your son did a great job out there. In spite of what the outcomes were, he never gave up. He did a great job, and he's one of the favorites of these other guys, so what can I say?
Well, he needs to go to Greco-Roman when he gets out of college.
Right.
I mean, don't you see him doing Greco-Roman?
Yeah, right. And he's one of my favorites now as well. So, Marla, we're glad that you listened in.
Regardless of what school he's for, you could just watch him wrestle, couldn't you, Greg Zafros?
That's it.
You appreciate a style like that.
That's it.
He's got a combination of Greco-Roman funk, if there is such a thing, you know? I mean,
okay, we've got another one of your Iowa State wrestlers out there.
Yeah, Logan?
In front, is
that right? Molina?
Molina going against Napoli. Napoli is from Lehigh.
Number 3 seed.
And Molina, you know more about than I do, Iowa State.
Yeah.
And they're going out right in front of us. We did have a request on that one, and that came from Marla Schaefer as well, so we're putting her out there. Of course, she's going to give us a request on that for all the Iowa State wrestlers.
Sure.
But why not? They're battling back, and their team is improving all the time, and I know they're going to do well with guys like Cole Schaefer, who get better and better all the time.
Molina doing a good job, but we thought Weatherman might be at this weight class. A lot of people thought at the beginning, but I think he battled some more concussion issues. The older but lighter Weatherman.
Yeah, I think his head's kind of been injured a little bit there.
Yeah,
he's kind of never really recovered from
No, he hasn't. Logan Molina has done a real good job, by the way, stepping up for Iowa State at 157 pounds. He's the starter, and guess what? So far in the Midlands, undefeated.
Yeah.
O'Hara now up by a score of 10-5 with the minute of riding time, so 11-5, 6-point lead, and they're in the third period with a minute and 20 to go, so a pretty decent lead. And now he just shoots in. He may get another takedown, and he does. 2 more points for O'Hara of Columbia, and that makes the score now 12-5.
Well, Molina in on a shot here, and he almost had Napoli down and kicked out, went out of bounds. No takedown for Molina. What's going on down here between Columbia?
Okay, there's got now a 12-5 lead for O'Hara over Churchard, and only 53 seconds left, and so a pretty commanding lead at this point. So nice job by O'Hara, and Columbia is really showing their stripes on this. So
good job for Columbia.
That's Logan Molina, by the way. Or is it? And
yeah, Logan.
Logan Molina.
Logan Molina.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wrestling tough here against Napoli.
Okay.
The number 3 seed, by the way.
We're up to about 4:10 over on the far side there, and 4:11 coming up is going to be Miller of Kent State, and he's going to be going against Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech. So number 4:10 out there right now is Sulzer from Eastern Michigan, and he's going against Walter Pempelman of
the number 4 seed.
Yeah, the number 4 seed from Harvard, and Pempelman at this point is up by a score of 5-0. But he has 3 minutes and 51 seconds of riding time already. We're 2/3 of the way through the second period.
That's intelligent wrestling by Harvard, by the way.
Yeah, they can have a propensity towards that, I guess.
They really can.
So
Nice shot there by the Napoli, but nice crossface and sprawl by the Iowa State Molina.
He did a real good job of stuffing the head and getting his hips
Boy,
up.
he did. Took all the momentum away from the number 3 seed, Napoli. So right now, Logan Molina looking good. He's going to start on the top. Napoli, the number 3 seed, will start on the bottom. Now, did R.G. Pinna wrestle for Oregon State? He's over there, and is it over? Did Pinna lose, maybe? Or not? Yeah, I think R.G. Pinna lost.
Wow.
Really
he was the number 5 seed.
Pretty sure Pinna lost.
He's going with unattached Isaac Jordan of University of Wisconsin. Is that another one of the Jordans?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. One of the Jordans, the mini of Jordan's, the congressman.
Out of Ohio, right?
Yeah, out of Ohio. Wrestled for Wisconsin. Dad did. Won his titles up there.
Okay, we've got about 412 starting as well, and that's Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech, and he's going against Miller of Kent State. Jesse Dong is the number 6 seed, and Miller is seeded as well at number 11. So, you know, if you got that, but Virginia Tech is still leading, it appears, in the team score, and so this is an important match for Virginia Tech. They need to win every one of these. They didn't come in here as that strong a team, and so each one of them has to do it. And of course, not having Devin Carter being a point getter for him, I mean, he would add 15 team points to it and kind of seal this thing if they had him.
It'd be in the driver's seat.
That's it.
Devin
And
Carter.
that may come back to haunt Coach Kevin Dresser at this point.
Devin Carter, well, let's see, the year for a 125-pounder of Garnett. Would you know, is he a junior, senior?
Garnett is a senior. Yates is a senior. Carter is a redshirt sophomore, I believe. And that Jesse Dong, I think, might be a senior as well. He's out there wrestling right now.
Going to empty out.
Yeah.
A lot of
and we have an alligator roll throw by against Jesse Dong by Miller of Kent State, and I don't think there were any points given on that because they rolled out of bounds. But man, they did like 3 somersaults going across.
Miller's tough, boy. He wrestled with. He wrestled with metal in his chest.
Yeah, he did.
Isn't that right?
Yeah.
We saw a
bottle top.
A metal bottle top
from a Coke bottle
stuck in his esophagus. Was it? Or
yeah.
Oh, gee.
Jammed in there, rusty one, been in there over a year.
Yep.
that sounds like the movie The Natural. He didn't have a silver bullet stuck in him, did he?
But we listened to went out to eat with his uncle Miller last night, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, Zeb, and he said, "You wait, my nephew can actually breathe now."
Yeah.
They went in there. He said, "I got troubles." They didn't know what was in there, did they?
No. They
took an X-ray, and the X-rayer said, "Hey, you got a metal chunk lodged in your diaphragm."
And I have to say that Miller looks to be the stronger wrestler out there. Jesse Dong is lanky, let's put it that way, but Miller is using his strength. He's coming in now. It looked like he started an inside trip on it, but he is not letting Jesse Dong do anything. Right now, the advantage, the score is 0-0 in that match, Jesse Dong against Miller, but the advantage seems to be with Miller at this point. Remember, we said that Dong is seeded 6th and Miller is seeded 11th, but this is the Midlands tournament, so you can't count on anything.
Napoli trying to take the lead here against the unseeded Logan Molina, and he does. He gets the takedown and now leads 3-1, 1:16 to go in the 3rd period.
Okay, and there's just been a stalling call against Jesse Dong of Virginia Tech, and I don't think Dong can do anything. There's a great wrestling here by Miller.
Miller's tough. He's aggressive.
Yeah.
He's
no points scored yet, but it's been great wrestling, and Dong is on the defensive, and he knows that he is not nearly as strong as Miller is, and I think he's getting a little bit afraid to make that shot. So we'll have to see what happens. That's the end of the 1st period. The score is 0-0, and we're going to see what happens when they have a little bit of mat wrestling. But I am extremely impressed with Ian Miller.
Yeah, well, he can get air in his lungs now. So he was winning matches.
Oh, look at this. They choose standing for the 2nd period. I didn't look to see who got the choice, but there was no takedown. But I think it must have been the choice by Miller because he knows he has the upper hand on their feet.
Logan Molina trying to get a reversal here. Stall call against Napoli. 40 seconds to go. Trying to get the reversal is Molina. Logan Molina trying, I think you probably want to get out of bounds maybe and get a fresh restart. So you got a fresh restart, 31 seconds to go.
And this is one of those
Napoli,
situations.
the number 3 seeds, up only by 2.
This is the situation we talked about earlier where Molina's going to want to get away to get the escape.
Yeah.
And then get the takedown. Because if he's rolling around on the mat there, Napoli's going to be
just hanging tight to him.
Kind of tick the clock down a little bit.
He's got to get up.
Leg in.
He's up to his feet. Tried to get the reversal. 2-point reversal would tie it, but.
Okay, right now we have Matt out on the mat there. We have Matt Lester of Oklahoma, and he's going against Walsh. That's Taylor Walsh of Indiana. And over in the other mat there, we have Fleming, James Fleming of Clarion, who's the number 2 seed out there, and he's going against Shaner, S-C-H-A-N-E-R. Okay, that's Garrett Shaner of Stanford, and there's, let's see, the lead out there is for Fleming, 2-0. Got the takedown, and now he's getting back points. But Shaner tried to roll him over.
Oh, big throw!
And he gets out. There. So we're going to get 3 back points for Fleming and an escape for Shaner. Over on
no riding time. But 3-1. Wow, Napoli wins. Big throw attempt there by Molina.
Wow.
At the end, trying to get those 2 points reversal. But your number 3 seed wins in a tight one against Logan Molina of Iowa State. So Napoli moves on for Lehigh Mountain Hawks. That's a good match. It's entertaining.
Okay, we are going to try to bring you the Taylor Massa match going against Lewandowski. That's coming up at the 165-pound weight class. Right now, the score is still 0-0 in Jesse Dong's match against Ian Miller, and that is a barn burner. We're in the 3rd period, no score and no riding time, but the action has been fast and furious. You'd never know that by the score, but that has been an extremely wild match. And let's see what happens. They started. Jesse Dong is down.
Well, yeah. Do you want me to give you money now or when you get back?
Remember that in the 2nd period, Miller chose standing and didn't get the takedown. So Jesse Dong gets the escape, and he now leads 1-0. Minute and 42 seconds to go. So we have to wonder if this strategy is actually going to work or not for Ian Miller. And that he was really in charge on his feet, but he just wasn't able to get that takedown. So we'll see what happens. And there's a shot in by Jesse Dong. He's in tight. He's in tight, and he might get it. He has to reach across and get a far ankle. It's not given out yet. Okay, he now gets it. Jesse Dong gets the points. He's now up by a score of 3-0. Wow. With 10, is that a minute and 10 seconds to go in the 3rd period?
Miller's wrestled him tough.
That has been an outstanding match. One of the better matches we've seen here.
It's been a good one.
Both wrestlers going good. Ian Miller really impressed me.
Surgically removed from his chest.
Yep.
Come here on fire and wanting to score some points with Kent State. But look at this. Jesse Dong, look at this.
He's got him out. He's got Miller on his back.
Oh, this might not be indicative of what happened during the match. If he gets pinned, huh? 3-pointer.
That's it. Boy, that makes it 6-0.
6-0 for Virginia Tech's Jesse Dong. Dong wrestling tough, so tough on top.
Just give me anything.
Tough on top and wrestling tough on top again, and he gets the pin. Jesse Dong wins by a fall.
What a great match that was! I'll tell you, that's true wrestling. And to not worry about the points and go for that fall, but that match was a lot closer than the score indicates, and the fact that it ended with a pin. An outstanding job by Ian Miller going against Jesse Dong. And okay, so let's see this here. We're going to take a little 15-second break here and catch our breath. Now, you've got your friend Matt Lester out there, right? And he's going against Walsh, Matt Lester of Oklahoma. He's going against Taylor Walsh of Indiana. That match is going on over on mat number 7, and the score is 3-2, and that would be in favor of, let's see, because both are sort of red uniforms. How are we doing on mat 7 there?
Oh, man, 3-2, 1:44 to go in
that's
the
Matt
final
Lester.
period. And Lester's wearing the red, or Lester's leading, but boy, he's in a precarious Keith Poolman out of Waterloo, Iowa, or Clarion, Iowa, formerly out of Waterloo. Out of Clarion, Iowa. He's calling it like it is. And right now he's saying Lester's in jeopardy, but the Indiana Hoosier can't cut the corner. Lester doing a good job. Is that who that is for Oklahoma?
Yeah, Matt Lester.
One of the Lester brothers. There's a Nick and a Matt. Nick is the lighter, Matt's the heavier of the Lester brothers. So, oh wow, what a call. 4-3 now. Indiana did get the reversal.
Okay,
so,
we do have, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Over on mat number 3, we do have that Lewandowski match going against Taylor Massa of Michigan. And, we have the number 9 seed going against the number, I believe it's the number 8 seed on that. So that should be a close one. Right now, we're going to get a takedown for the Columbia wrestler, Lewandowski.
Taylor Walsh has got back.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's not. I said that that was Columbia, but it's actually Buffalo. The University at Buffalo.
University, yeah, they picked it up, moved it.
So Mark Lewandowski, if I got that right. University at Buffalo going against Taylor Massa.
Buffalo Bulls.
Of Michigan.
Not the Buffalo Bills, that'd be their football team.
Right.
This is the Buffalo Bulls. Not far from Niagara Falls. Beautiful Niagara Falls up there. It's pretty country up around Buffalo.
Yeah, and we have backside Abdurrahmanov in front of us right now, and he's going against Clark Glass.
Up 4-1.
But is that 423? Let's make sure we got that. Glass is listed as from Oklahoma. We have, but not unattached.
Bedzov leads after Rachmanov 4-1. He just gets thrown back to the mat, though. No points scored there. Ready? Walsh beats Lester. The Indiana wrestler moves on. The number 10 seed defeats the number 7 seed. So Walsh from Indiana makes Dwayne Goldman, Nick Simmons and company very happy. And Joe LeBlanc from the Wyoming Cowboys is also now coaching for Indiana. Scott Casper's heard of Joe LeBlanc before.
Okay, about 426 is out there right now. That's Hulsworth. And he is the Columbia wrestler. That's the one I confused over before. And he's going against your buddy Stuart Monk of North Dakota State.
Where's that one?
Is that over? That's supposed to be over there, 426. That's the Columbia wrestler, but it doesn't look like, yeah, that is North Dakota State.
What?
Their green uniforms with their initials in front.
426.
The score now is 2-1 in favor of the Columbia wrestler. That's Hulsworth.
Wow. That's 165. So.
Yeah, Monk is the number 4 seed, and Hulsworth is unseeded for Columbia, but he is in the session. He is winning at this point.
Well, Monk's got dangerous cradles, so. But look at that. Look at Adam Hall up on his feet, coaching like a Boise State Bronco. Whew. Boy, they've had some good teams out there. Greg Randleman's done a good job with Boise State, putting them on the map on the great state of Idaho, one of Scott's favorite states, state of Idaho.
And of course,
that's just because Napoleon Dynamite was filmed there, I believe. That's what it said anyway at the end of the movie. So. The great state of only Idaho could put out a movie like Napoleon Dynamite, right?
And you have to remember, you also have North Idaho College there too. Power at the lower divisions.
Yeah, is that by Bonners Ferry, maybe? Bonners Ferry, Idaho, possibly.
That's in Coeur d'Alene.
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Been there,
done that. Beautiful. Monk on top. Here comes his cradles. Ready?
Yep.
He's trying them. Somebody might have warned the Columbia wrestler. He's like the best cradler in the nation right now, so stay out of him. Look at him working for it.
Yep. He's just slowly working his hand up.
Once he gets it, boy. He does the near side, far side, and suicide.
Yeah.
All of them.
Okay, we've got Baksad Abdurrahmanov out on the mat, and his brother Mustafa Abdurrahmanov in the chair out there coaching him on. And Abdurrahmanov with a 7-3 lead.
Cradle.
Yes. And you called it. That's right.
Best cradler in the nation right now.
Monk gets the pin against the Columbia wrestler who was winning at the time, but Monk got that cradle in and put him on his back, and you called it.
Watched him wrestle 4 times this year. You ready?
That's Steve Foster
4 wins,
for you.
4 pins, 4 cradles.
Wow.
So, in case you wrestle him, don't get in the cradle. You're going to be in trouble. He's got these long, very strong arms, and once he locks those hands, it's a 1 and done or 2 and barbecue.
Okay, over on mat 3, we've got that Massa-Lewandowski match, and the score is 7-2.
Wow.
And that's in favor of
Massa?
Let's see, the green wrestler.
That's Michigan.
That would be Taylor Massa then.
Taylor Massa. Doing a good job for Coach Joe McFarland and company.
Right?
Yeah. Donnie Pritzloff up there and Sean Bormat. A whole bunch of good coaching up there going up there. Huh?
Well, they reorganized their assistant coaching staff, and it's I think it's going to pay off.
Huh?
And also, you know, they got some Pritzloff from Wisconsin and whatever, and Wisconsin redid their assistant coaching staff as well, and they're improving. So, you know, it's like a baseball trade where, you know, you want to get it where both teams benefit from it.
Exactly. So. And we talked about the Michigan practice facility, second to none. I mean, they really have.
You're sitting there telling me you think that the University of Wisconsin benefited from that trade?
It's his alma mater.
It's my alma mater, and look at they're doing better. I'm at least admitting that I went wrestle for Wisconsin now. I mean, so what can you say? I mean,
I'm not saying anything bad about Wisconsin. I assure you,
was
Barry
it
Davis
totally voluntary?
Yeah, and Barry Davis would not have been a party to that.
Once Jared Furr leaves, goes to Norman, and Pritzloff to Michigan, then it's involuntary, but it happens, and Wisconsin's had some good wins today.
But you know what it's called? It's called a shake-up.
That's right.
Every program needs a good shake-up.
It's a good shake-up.
Yeah, unless you're in football, then it is a shake-down.
Okay, here.
As long as it's not a pat-me-down. That happens at the airport.
Okay, we had an 12-5 win for Abdurrahmanov.
Yep, Mini Moose.
And that he got that one riding time point, so kind of as expected. Bexad is actually taller than his brother. They both wrestle 165 pounds. But as I mentioned, those Uzbeks, they don't lose weight. You know, Europeans or people around the rest of the world don't cut weight like we do in the United States.
No,
I mean, it's just that
They're
way.
just lean, mean wrestling machines from birth, so they don't need to. They don't get all those extra stuff. Wow.
Ooh.
Well, we would, but we got a friend bringing us something else. So I don't want to spoil it unless you look at it as an appetizer. There,
well, we can have it as a piece.
14-427, so we got Mike. A Big 12 showdown here.
Yeah, okay.
Bobby Graham against Mike Marino. Graham for Oklahoma, Marino for Iowa State. So
and Massa just won that match. It was 13-3 at the end of that one.
So Michigan gets some more points.
And
Taylor Massa.
325, Conrad Poltz coming up, and Ottinger, they're over on mat 7 right now. The score is 5-2 over there, and that would be Conrad Poltz winning that one. He's going against Ottinger, who's from Central Michigan. Okay.
It's big. Conrad Poltz, a real good wrestler. Somebody's defeated him's out on the mat right now. Mike Marino had a big win over Poltz a couple weeks ago up at the Northern Open in Cedar Falls, Iowa.
And again, thinking of the team race, you know, you've got Illinois in second place right now, and so these matches are extremely important. Any match coming up here for Virginia Tech and Illinois, and that is really important, and actually Oklahoma is pretty close too. So.
Yeah, Sooners are in third with 29.5 points. The Fighting Illini of Illinois 31.5. Virginia Tech Hokies, without concluding Devin Carter's points, are in first place with 42 points.
Wow.
So congratulations to Kevin Dresser and the Hokies.
Whether he can hold that, I don't know, but at least he's getting more than 15 minutes of fame out of it.
Just for the fun of it, when it's over, we'll count up Devin Carter's points just to see what would have happened.
What
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Okay.
Maybe not shoulda. You'll need him next year for points too. So, because a lot of seniors, right?
Yeah.
Virginia Tech has a lot of seniors.
Yeah.
And in on a shot is Bubba Graham, but Bubby Graham not able to get any takedown against Mike Marino. Big sprawl there by Marino. So. Oh, big scramble situation down here with Conrad Pulse and Ottinger from Central Michigan. So a Chippewa wrestling a Fighting Illini down here on mat number 7, match number 425. 50 seconds ago, the third and final period. And now I know why Ottinger is shooting in, because he's trailing by 2, and the riding time is in favor of Conrad Pulse. So, and Pulse gets taken down. The difference could be possibly the riding time unless he gets cut. You got to believe that the Chippewa is going to cut Conrad Pulse intentionally. He almost has to, because he cannot mathematically get rid of 35 seconds left, a minute 58 seconds riding time. So he releases him. Pulse up by 1. Takedown will tie it, in essence, including the riding time for Ottinger. Ottinger right now trying to get a takedown here against Conrad Pulse of the Fighting Illini. 18 seconds to go. They go out of bounds. Conrad's got to wrestle smart. He's got to be active. In the corner, Tom Borelli for the Chippewas. Jim Heffernan for the Illinois Illini in the corner there for the Fighting Illini out of Champaign-Urbana. Going to be hosting the Big Tens this year. Scott's going to be there stirring the crowd, getting them ready. I think rumor has it me and Jeff Murphy might show up too. So.
Again,
and it's a win for Conrad Pulse because of the minute and 35 seconds riding time. That's that was the difference maker for Pulse. So he moves on.
Okay, we're gonna
Big win.
We're gonna get.
Illinois in second.
So. Yeah, we're gonna get Peter Yates out there.
Okay.
Who's the number 2 seed at 165 in that last match? That's about 430. And let's see how he does. And again, for all those wrestlers from Illinois and Virginia Tech, every single match, every single point, every single additional point, and that is important.
Marino and Graham in a big scrap down here. Big 12 showdown here between Iowa State and the Oklahoma Sooners. 3-2, Bubby Graham gets out and takes the lead, but tight, good fought match here down here between Graham and Marino. Bubby Graham wrestling for the Oklahoma Sooners. Mike Marino out of Urbandale High School, Urbandale, Iowa. Wrestled for his dad, Mike Marino, in high school and won his state title for the Jayhawks.
And Peter Yates starts out with a very quick takedown. He now leads 2-0 has 30 seconds of riding time and 45 seconds of
Boy, Yates does that. He's just so quick.
Yates is good. You know, he was this gangly wrestler as a freshman, and just continues to add strength and size. And as I mentioned earlier, if he had one more year, which he doesn't, he would be certainly the number 1 wrestler at the weight class next year.
He's filled out, like you said.
Yeah,
so
he really has.
He's just put on a lot of muscle, a lot of power.
I'll tell you, I watched him in the Ohio State match. One of the things is that if you can learn him, that is, if you realize that he goes for these ankle picks and you keep your legs back, you can stop him. Okay, you may not stop him from winning, but you can stop him from scoring a lot of points. And that's the problem when you emphasize just one rule. Now he's got his opponent on his back right now.
Picking up back points.
That's Elder out there from Oregon State, Alex Elder.
He's got the beaver on his back right now.
And he's picking up points, and he wants that extra team point that he can get if he can get that major decision. So
Mike Marino and nice shot there by Marino, but Bubby Graham doing a good job from Oklahoma. Graham looking good. He is the number 3 seed. Mike Marino comes in here unseeded wrestler. So Mike Marino starting in the down position here. Got his feet flat. John Reeder in his corner, national champion. I believe that's either Trent or Travis Polson. Both of them were multi All-Americans. Trent winning it for Iowa State, Trent Polson. Just not too many years ago, out of Council Bluffs through Central High School over there in the Omaha area on the Iowa side of the Missouri River.
Was he also the outstanding wrestler here at the Midlands a few years ago?
I think he was one of the Polsons. I can't remember which one. I remember him and Mark Perry had a match here that would just go down in history. Mark Perry and Travis Polson. I can't remember one. I just remember it was unreal. It was And Marino's out. Gets the escapes. We're all tied up. What you see is what you get. 3-3, 1:31 to go in the third and final period.
Okay.
What else do you see, Greg Zafros?
Well, what's happening here is that we looked away for a few minutes, and now we've got Peter Yates with an 11-0 lead.
Oh, man.
With 4 seconds to go in the first period.
Just got 3 more, I believe.
Yeah, and he's got his opponent
Looking for
on the
tech
back.
fall.
So 17-0.
Riding time. That's it.
In the first period. 18-0.
Tech fall.
For Peter Yates in the first period. And what did
so
what's he saying? Peter Yates is saying down. What do they have that score wrong? Because Peter Yates is getting back down.
Yeah, and he should have got 3 more, I thought. Could have, but yeah. Well,
right.
We'll see.
I think the score was initially wrong. So Peter Yates goes down for the second period. If he gets the stand up, well, I guess you can't get the tech fall with the riding time point, but whatever. The point is that Peter Yates is out there. If he gets the escape, he'll win it. He's pulling the hands. He stood up, pulled the hands apart. He spun around. He's gotten his point. That is it, a tech fall for Peter Yates. And I'm telling you, he's looking good.
Marino was just in on a big shot there by Bubby Graham, and Bubby Graham got out of it just in time. Another shot there by Marino, reshot by Marino, and Graham. Good wrestling going on here in the final 20 seconds. They're all locked up, guys, 3-3. This is going into sudden victory unless somebody gets a takedown. We could have a sudden victory here match between Marino and Bubby Graham. Yeah. So 165 pounds. Marino having a really good year this year. He's not cutting a lot of weight. He wrestled 157 last year. And rumor has it he was cutting a lot of weight to get that weight class and didn't have the strength. So now Marino's out there ready to go. We got a sudden victory here between the two wrestlers. Marino kind of putting the pressure on here. Bubby Graham having a real good match this year and a highly talented Tyler Caldwell from Oklahoma State. That was a great dual match. So, yeah.
Okay, we're going to try to bring you as many of the matches as you request on that. We can't do them all, and we apologize in advance for that, but sometimes it's just not physically possible. But we'll try to do the best that we can. So let us know. Remember that if you tuned in late, you can get the bracket sheets from going to my personal website, which is simply gregzafros.com. GREGZAFROS.
21 seconds here between Graham and Marino, and no score and sudden victory. They're tied up 3-3. These two are going to meet in a duel, and they will meet in the Big 12. So nothing. Oh, they gave it to Graham.
Gave it to Graham.
Over a Granby roll, big Granby roll attempt there by Marino, and came up just a little bit short. So
yeah, so Graham of Oklahoma wins that one in overtime.
Tight match there. Graham coming out on top.
You know, the cream is rising to the top here, and we're seeing some great matches. And,
that was a good one.
Yeah, it really was. They've all been good. And that's the way this Midlands tournament is. It's amazing how it brings the best out of these wrestlers. Okay, we've got a couple of your friends over there, another Iowa State wrestler.
Yeah, another one here. Is that Mikey England, maybe? It might be Mikey England.
Right, and he's going against Dan Yates.
Oh, boy, from Michigan.
From Michigan.
Oh, he's a stud.
And as I said before, we assume that he's not related to, well, one is, yeah, he's not related to Peter Yates of Virginia Tech. Or at least we don't know.
So, and that's match number 442, correct?
That's correct.
So 442,
now,
we're up to.
Yeah, on the next one, we're going to have Lee Munster. And we mentioned that because he's one of the hometown favorites. And not only that, he's the defending champion.
He is for the Northwestern Wildcats.
Right,
Munster won it.
And he peaked at the right time last year, and the question is, can he do the same thing again?
If he wins it again this year, I heard Scott Casper's going to do the Munster mash. I think it is something like that. He's going to demonstrate that for the fans here, the Munster mash. So anyway, 4-1, Michigan leads. Yates leads Mikey England from, I think Mikey England is from Albee, Iowa, I believe, wrestled for the Blue Demons down there, southeast Iowa. And he's out on a Granby. Nice little switch and a stand-up there for England, and now England closes the gap, 4-2. 50 seconds to go in the first period. 52 seconds of riding time in favor of the Michigan Wolverine Yates for the riding time. But Mikey England needs a takedown here against Yates. What What else do we got? We got Lehigh down here.
Well, we've got a great one going over on mat 3 because two of the teams that we're following here.
Yes.
We've got Columbia out there with West. Okay, that's Stephen West of Columbia, and he's going against a young wrestler for Virginia Tech. That's Austin Gable. And West is the number 5 seed. Gable, a young wrestler, but very, very good, is the number 12 seed, and all he needs is a little bit more experience. The guy has all the tools that you need. He's just very young. I think he's a redshirt freshman or something like that. I've watched him wrestle a couple times this year, been very impressed.
Well, there's another freshman named Gable that came in here and didn't do too bad either. So
yeah, I know. I forgot what his first name was.
First name, maybe, was it Don or Dan?
I don't know, something like that.
he was a good one, wasn't he? He was amazing. So Dan Gable back in the day. But we're talking about Austin Gable.
Austin Gable, right. And like I say, he's a very good wrestler. I don't know too much about him except that he's a young wrestler. Actually, I watched him in a match that he lost, but I have to say that I was very impressed with what he did. And right now he's tied 0-0 with a minute to go in the first period. And again, he's the 12th seed. He was wrestling the number 5 seed. So the fact that they're even at this point shows that he's putting up a good fight.
Micah England, he's cut down. He got rid of the riding time that Yates had. So Micah England wrestling pretty tough there for Iowa State against the Michigan Wolverine. Kind of a spiral ride with a claw. Switching off to the single leg now is England. Trying to get a cradle almost. Looked like he's trying for a standing cradle. Both these wrestlers are real physical. I know England's real strong. Some of the Iowa State guys say he's pound for pound, he's the strongest kid on the team. So him and Kyvan Gatson real powerful too. So, but yeah, got refreshments coming in now. So.
Okay, let's see over on mat number 3 again. The score is still 0-0 at the end of the first period, and that was the one that goes with the young Austin Gable of Virginia Tech. He's going against West of Columbia. And this is important for both teams, for the teams as well as the wrestlers themselves. Columbia is trying to make a statement here.
Yeah, they sure are.
And the more they can win, the better statement they're going to make. And Virginia Tech is trying to win the darn thing. So what can we say here? But that's an important match. And we get Austin Gable gets himself an escape, so he's the first one to score. And West only gets 5 seconds riding time out of it. But, of course, West will have a chance to take the down position in the third period. Other matches going on. We've got match 442, and that one is Dan Yates of Michigan going against England of ISU. And the score there, the Michigan wrestler is winning that one by a score of 7-2 right at the end of the second period. So a fairly commanding lead at the end of the second period. Right in front of us here we have mat 440, and that's Tasser of Pitt going against Brown of Lehigh, and it looks like the Lehigh, let's see who's got the red anklet.
I think Lehigh is in the red, I believe. Yeah, Lehigh's red, so he leads 5-2.
Right, and that's Brown, Nate Brown for Lehigh. Out there and over on the far side, about 439 is Jordan Blanton of the University of Illinois.
Number 1 seed.
Right, and he's going against Cameron Croy of Harvard. Okay, and right now the score is
8-3 Blanton.
8-3 Blanton on this one, and
Blanton leads 8-3 in green. Croy is in red. Anklet.
So on the two far mats there, we've got some important matches. We've got Columbia and Virginia Tech battling it out for team status, and then over here we've got Jordan Blanton. Illinois wants to win this thing, and Jordan Blanton wants to win it as well.
We're at 170-1.
At this point, Blanton is ahead by a score of 9-3, where it's a minute and 30 to go in the second period, and he does have a minute and 16 in riding time, so he's essentially at 10-3. He needs one more point. They're standing now. If he can get that takedown, he'll get the major decision and get an extra team point.
Croy wrestling for Harvard.
Right.
He's gonna wrestle intelligently.
Yeah, I know. He's got a slide rule strapped to his back of his singlet there.
That's right, man. Those Harvard guys, that's the way they
Most of
wrestle.
my listeners don't even know what a slide rule is.
Yeah, that's right. Now
that.
it's all on computer programs,
yeah, that's
isn't
right.
it?
You can't even buy a slide rule anymore.
I don't think they sell it. Mine's in my, I don't know what happened to mine. I couldn't figure that out, so I just put it in a box.
Okay, we started in the third period on that match with that we talked about before. We've got Virginia Tech, Austin Gable going against West of Columbia. And as we expected, we went into the third period. West took down and got his escape.
1-1.
So it's going to come down to a takedown because there's 1 second of riding time.
Double underhooks here.
Oh, and here's a try by Gable.
So, wow, big time. That was good underhooks there by Gable.
Yeah, I know. Like I say, he's a fine wrestler. He hasn't won all of his matches. I mean, as I said, I watched him in a match that he actually lost. I believe it was against Ohio State. I'm not quite sure. But he did wrestle well, and
he looks
very
tough.
pleased with it, and he has a lot of potential. I'm not sure if he's a freshman or not. I know that he's a young wrestler, something like a freshman or sophomore, and we'll have to check on that. Especially if he wins this, we'll try to find out for the next round. But right now it's tied up 1-1 with 52 seconds to go in the third period.
Yates defeats England, so Yates moves on for Dan Yates, the number 4 seed. Defeats the unseeded Mikey England. Mikey England had a good tournament, being unseeded for Iowa State, but Michigan comes out with another win there. So the last we saw, they are in the top 10. So they've had a couple good wins here, actually.
Okay, we had a nice level change by Gable, Austin Gable, and dropped down and got the double legs on it, but dropped his opponent completely out of bounds.
Sudden
He stepped
victory?
out of bounds too. Well, they're going to have it in just a minute. Over on mat 3, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, look at a big throw attempt there by Gable. Columbia's
is he gonna
wrestler.
get it? No, he's not going to get it.
Very intelligent wrestling by the Columbia guy. He looked like he was in trouble.
He might get it now. Oh, now he might lose it. Were they
Looks like Gable's in trouble.
Gable's got the leg. The wrestler
West is coming around.
Coming around behind him, but as long as Gable holds that leg, and now he lifts it, which is smart, and the referee stops it.
That's it. Time.
That's the end of time, so
Sudden
we're going to go into
victory.
overtime.
Woo, here we go, sudden victory.
This is big for both teams, especially for Virginia Tech, who's trying to keep that first place, but Columbia is trying to make their statement here.
6th place is Columbia.
Yep.
Little shot there by West of Columbia. Kind of face planted Gable.
Yep. I'll tell you, those Columbia wrestlers are all brutes.
Awesome.
Here we go. No takedown yet.
Inside
trip by West, and he's going to get it.
With that inside trip.
Inside trip. It was a nice one. It was right at the edge of the mat, but he managed to keep his legs back, and he got it. So a win for West of Columbia. That's Stephen West of Columbia. He beats Austin Gable of Virginia Tech. And boy, I'll tell you, Virginia Tech would have liked to have won that one, but fate was not on their side on it. A great statement by the wrestler from Columbia.
From West.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Stephen West.
Stephen West. Let's keep that in mind. So he's moving on to the
quarterfinals.
And as will several of his teammates, so they are really making a statement here.
That's huge, huh?
Okay, we've got Lee Munster is out there with a 2-0 lead.
Munster leads.
And he's rolling up 40 seconds of riding time. We're in the first period with 1:30 to go, so Munster should be able to get his riding time point, but it's only the first period. And let's just check and see. Munster is the number 3 seed. He's wrestling. They don't have it listed right here on ours. Let's see who that
Davis,
is.
maybe? Is it Davis from Eastern Michigan or not? Could it be Matt Reed or Anthony Bell?
Well, it's a green uniform like Eastern Michigan has, so I'm going to guess that right now
Jack Davis?
Yeah, Davis, whoever it is smushed underneath Munster. And we can't see his uniform that much, but the strap is green.
Munster riding tough here.
Yeah. And remember, he peaked here last year to win it. Nobody expected him to win it last year. And he just sort of, I could say, breezed through it and did a great job. So he peaked at the right time and sang it in front of the hometown fans. Didn't finish out the year as strong as he did here at the Midlands, but again, another one of the young wrestlers for Northwestern.
Boy, he's tough on top, Munster is.
And Munster
is riding so tough.
We'll check with Ed Ewald, who knows everything about Illinois wrestling. And we'll ask if Munster is from Illinois. Where is he from in Illinois?
John Martin Cannon is wrestling Kuwait from Ohio Northern.
Yeah.
Down here, 5-2.
Yeah. Okay, Lee Munster is from Fox Lake, Illinois.
Fox Lake.
Okay.
Is that along the Fox River?
I guess so. No, it's going the Fox River. Yeah, right along the lake. Then that was from Ed Ewald, who is our historian. He knows more about Illinois wrestling than anybody in the world. And
maybe it's the Fox River that's filling up the Fox Lake.
That could be
I don't
it.
know. So.
That could be it. Okay, but so Lee Munster has, at the end of the first period, he's got a 2-0 lead, but he has 2 minutes and 18 seconds of riding time. Lee Munster is not a big wrestler for this weight class. It's a 174-pound weight class. I mean, he really looks like he could wrestle 165.
Sure, does.
He's actually quite, he's a couple inches shorter than me, and
yeah,
not that tall.
No.
And he gets out, so now it's 3-0 for Lee Munster.
2 points for Martin there from Cannon, John Martin Cannon from Buffalo. Buffalo at the university, or no.
The university at Buffalo.
University at Buffalo, just in case you forget where it's at when you're trying to drive around and find it.
You could ask for the wrong thing and get in the wrong place.
Yeah, so.
Okay, and you can see that Munster is actually, his opponent is actually tall. There's about a 3 to 4 inch difference between Munster and his opponent. Munster still has that 3-0 lead with 2 minutes.
2-on-1 Russian tie there by Munster. At 2-on-1 Russian tie, there he is. Switches off the double leg takedown and gets it, and now extends his lead 5-0, I believe. Yep, scorekeeper agrees with Greg Zafros and myself, and he gives him 2 more. That's so 5-0 is the score now for Munster. Doing a good job there for the Northwestern Wildcats.
Well, and again, we should make the point that there is the riding time. We hate to repeat that all the time, but on the other hand, the team score is so important. Nobody knows who's going to win this team title here. So every single one of these matches with their bonus points and that is going to be important. Illinois, Virginia Tech, Northwestern, Oklahoma, Edinburgh, they all need those bonus points.
I believe a Northern Illinois Husky. Was he victorious up there? Pretty sure he wrestled a Penn wrestler. Someone from Penn.
Okay, our brackets now are not up to date.
No.
From the 184-pound weight class and above. So we're going to have to look out there and just try to recognize what teams they are.
Yeah.
And guess who it is. And I guess we could ask if there are updated brackets.
Brown was victorious against Tazer.
Yes. The Lehigh wrestler, right? Brown?
Yeah, Brown. Yeah, I remember him because he's wearing Lehigh Brown. Munster leads 5-0, 3:18 riding time. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go in the third and final period here for Munster. Munster doing a good job here for the Northwestern Wildcats. So he's a point winner for him too, I would imagine, being a returning champion, obviously. And as we see here, Northwestern is in 5th place with 25 points. Edinburgh in 4th place, the Fighting Scots with 28.5, and then the Sooners, 3rd place, 29.5. The Fighting Illini in 2nd, 31.5. And even without Devin Carter's points, the Virginia Tech Hokies are up 42 points for the #1 spot right now. They have 8 wrestlers in the championship.
Right. Okay, wow. And we're very soon we'll be seeing the #2 seed at 174 pounds, Robert Kokesh, Nebraska. He's going to be wrestling Harrison Cook of Penn. And Penn has done quite well today.
They have.
We've seen them out in front of us in the what do you call the octafinals or something?
Yeah, that's right.
Quarterfinals?
Octafinals, quarterfinals coming up.
Yeah.
They're fighting to get into the quarters.
Yeah. And Munster has a 7-0 lead at this point in 4 minutes of riding time. So
it's a lot of riding time.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. So he's coasting
to the major
there. And then at 4:45, we've got Hammond and Bonacorsi.
Okay.
Okay, Bonacorsi is from Pitt, and Hammond is from Cal State Bakersfield. And let's see what the score there. The score is 3-2 in the third period.
In favor of Bakersfield, I believe.
Okay.
Is that right? Or
let's
wait
check
a minute.
And see. The Bakersfield is the blue wrestler. Yeah,
Penn
is the
Trails.
green wrestler. So yeah. So
is it Pitt or Penn?
What's that?
Pitt or Penn? It's Pitt. Yeah,
yeah.
Pitt.
Bonacorsi's from Pitt.
Yep.
And Lee Munster just won his match over on the far
Major
side.
decision.
Yeah, and that adds a team point. That's crucial here. So it's amazing when you're here and then we're looking at this. The team scores now are almost overriding what's going on with the individual matches.
Yep.
And it's great, you know. So.
Yeah, Munster doing a good job there, getting some extra points, getting some bonus points with a major decision.
And that's what they needed to do.
They're in 5th place, so.
Yeah, Northwestern doesn't have a lot up top, you know. It's kind
big heavyweight, and then that's about it, you know, after Munster.
Yeah, they've got McMullen, but, you know, nobody between Munster and McMullen.
Big throws down here on match number 456. Wow.
Right, and we're going to have to check and see who that is.
To 184 pounds.
Okay, it's a green uniform out there. So is that North Dakota State? Or they can? Yeah, that's North Dakota State. So Stoll,
Max Stoll, the number 9 seed. Well, we've seen those North Dakota State guys.
Okay,
Roger Kish doing a good job with that program up there.
And
the Bison.
Okay, and he's wrestling against. Let's see.
Oh, let's see
here.
here.
The Princeton wrestler, Scott Gibbons.
Princeton.
Does it say Princeton across the top there?
Scott Gibbons, Princeton. We'll have to see.
Or that could be Elmhurst. I didn't bring my binoculars this time, and they don't tell us. And let me just check and see. Or actually, we can have Chad run
Joe
over
Raul from Elmhurst is the
see if they have any
wrestler.
updated bracket sheets.
The number 8 seed there is
he's going to check and
Joe
see if there's some
Raul.
brackets for 185 and above that are updated.
And we're going to hit the sudden victory on mat number 6 with Bonacorsi and Hammond.
So Hammond, they're in sudden victory. Hammond is from Lehigh. Wow. Bonacorsi, yeah, and Hammond. They're in Hammond from Bakersfield. Bonacorsi in overtime, so right in front of us.
Right. We have Stoll, and we're still trying to get the update and make sure who he's wrestling. It could be from. Well, hold on, I'll just check with the boss here.
Bonacorsi in on a real nice shot here over Hammond, but Hammond doing a good job keeping heavy hips here. Bonacorsi.
Oh, okay. Can you get it?
Coming in maybe for sudden victory. Here comes Bonacorsi. Oh, what a scramble situation. Shoelace to shoelace, and a potentially dangerous move there. So we're going to get a fresh restart. Wow, that's all off of Bonacorsi's shot there. Wrestling Hammond. I thought Bonacorsi had Hammond dead center, but Hammond did a real good job wrestling out of Bakersfield. Now Hammond in on a shot. Bonacorsi doing the trying to come across on top. Cross facing is Bonacorsi. Or kind of coming across the throat area, but Hammond doing a real good job just keeping a hold of that leg of Bonacorsi and not allowing Hammond to get the takedown. So here we go. We're going to go to 30-second rideouts. We got ourselves a real Donnybrook going on down here. Greg Zafros, mat number 6, 445.
Over on mat number 7, we've got the number 1 seed, Robert Hamlin of Lehigh out there.
Oh, the Vermonster.
The Vermonster, right. And we're going to find out who he's wrestling in just a moment.
Some might ask how he gets that name. He's multi-state champ from Vermont. I believe he's the first wrestler to ever become an All-American. Is that right? Yep, Chad Kriz helped me out there. Thank you, Chad, for Vermont, from the state of Vermont. So good job by Vermont, way up there in the New England area.
That's right.
Way up north. Make sure we can hear you here, Greg.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Zafros coming in strong. Good job, buddy.
Okay, we're going to be getting the updated bracket sheets in just a minute from Jeff Kreider.
Yeah, because some of them
right now because we
we're
can't
going by looks.
Yeah,
We can see the names. Some of them we recognize. We know a lot of these wrestlers by looks. If not, we can get the names off their singlet. We can figure it out. But it's a lot easier when it's on a sheet of paper.
Yeah. But there's two problems. One is mats are all the way on the other side of the gym, and secondly, they're often on the other side. They're facing in the other direction, so we don't see names or school names.
They could only be all the Chippewas and put their name on the back.
Right.
Central Michigan's done a great job for years of getting those names printed.
Well, Tom Borelli, we give him credit for that.
I've thanked them on our show on Takedown Radio before. I've thanked them for that. So.
Okay. So we are moving in. We do have matches going on. We're moving in heavily into the 184-pound matches, and we should be getting the bracket sheets on those shortly. And we still have a couple things left at 174. We got the match right in front of us, which is in its period number 7, is what it says on the scoreboard, and this is the 1 minute sudden death.
Or no, another sudden through our second sudden.
Yeah, right. The second set of
sudden victory.
Sudden victories, right, and that's Hammonds against Bonacorsi. Bonacorsi of Pitt and Hammonds from Central Michigan. We're going to get a takedown. Are they going to get it?
They've been in this thing before.
There was a shot in, and then we got Funk Wrestling. They're both laying on their sides. Is anybody going to be able to pull it out? I don't know.
Bonacorsi kind of readjusts his hips, but Hammond doing a good job with the hips.
And
Hammond may be in trouble. Nothing yet. Hammond with that leg.
22 seconds left.
It's a leg grab by Hammond that's kind of been his savior. Bonacorsi has started this before, not been able to finish it.
Okay, if he gets the 2 points on it, he'll be able to work for that pin, but he doesn't have it yet.
Hammond do a good job readjusting his hips. Now he's settling in and trying to get the pin possibly, but still hasn't established a takedown yet.
Okay, and that's time, so they don't get it, and they rolled around.
Nothing because of the leg grab there by Hammond of Bakersfield.
They rolled around for about 35 to 40 seconds. Each grabbing around each other's leg, head to toe on this thing, and never got it. It was close. It looked like, I have to say that...
thought Bonacorsi might have had it.
Bonacorsi was very, very close. But I think the referee made the right calls.
He probably did. I mean, technically, you got your opponent's leg tied up. What do you think, Chad Kriz? I mean, I don't know if you can call the takedown or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you wouldn't really be arguing if he did, but, we're not arguing that he didn't,
It's almost a judgment call, by the referee.
Okay, and before we get started, I want to mention about our match across the way.
Yes.
Match 456.
It is Eastern Michigan or not?
Yeah, and that's Max Stoll.
Oh, yes.
Of North Dakota State, and he is wrestling Joe Rao of Elmhurst. Elmhurst is a Division III school. It's coached by former national champion Steve Marionetti, and he is really building that program out there. So here they've got a wrestler out there, and I mentioned earlier about Elmhurst because it looked like that's how the uniforms are written across the front. And right now, let's see, the red wrestler
is leading.
So
Elmhurst.
Joe Rao from Elmhurst, who is seeded 8th in this, is beating the number 9th seed Stoll from North Dakota State. So
beating the Bison.
A great job there by Steve Marionetti to get the 8th place seed on his Division III team and having him here at the Midlands tournament. There's 50 seconds to go in the third period, and this is probably going to be, and there's another 2 points for Rao. That makes it 11 to 4.
Look at this, you guys. You ready? Another sudden victory. Hammond. And
I know they're up to the 10th period.
Oh, now Hammond is in on the shot.
There it is.
Bonacorsi. Where's the takedown? Was it?
Yeah, he gave it.
That's it.
Yeah, he gave it.
Hammond wins. Bonacorsi goes down in defeat.
After about 11
slick,
minutes
good move. Yeah, you said it, Chad Kriz.
They did that in the
They
did that in the 10th period.
Yeah.
Wow.
They have a 0 up on the
Hammond
scoreboard
from
there.
Bakersfield pulls it off over Bonacorsi of Pitt. Bonacorsi goes down. Hammond continues to go in the winner's bracket, the championship bracket.
Okay, and there's the end across the way. Joe Rao of Elmhurst College defeats the number 9 seed Max Stoll of North Dakota State, and a fantastic
from Elmhurst.
job. And by the Division III wrestler from Elmhurst. Again,
all I can say about Rao is wow.
Yeah, and again we mentioned over there Steve Marionetti shakes his hand right now. The other coaches pat him on the back, and I'll tell you that's a big plus for Division III wrestling to have a win like that. So he will go on to the quarterfinal round. which is pretty exciting for those in the in those programs. A lot of Division III schools in the Chicago area.
Yes.
And I'm sure that they've all been waiting for this time to have that kind of a victory.
It looks like we have Travis Rutt unattached for Oklahoma going against Vince Pickett here on Edinburgh, right in front of us.
And Rutt would be going unattached because he has to wait out a year because of the transfer. Do we presume that's the case?
Yeah.
He transferred from the University of Wisconsin to Oklahoma.
Came with Andrew Howe.
Right, and they're both sitting out this year. Maybe we would have seen Andrew Howe here, but I guess not.
Left Madison, I don't know why. The best pizza I ever ate in my life, by the way, is here up in your alma mater town. It's the cheese.
Yeah, okay.
Up there on the pizza
Well, they
in Madison,
both did
Wisconsin.
have Olympic red shirt last year.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? Yep.
Rutt on the Greco side.
Travis Rutt, I believe he's from around New Prague, Minnesota, I believe.
Okay. You have one of your Iowa
Iowa State, Boaz Baird. Yep, and he trails by 1 with 1:49 second. 1:49 to go. It's 7-6, 46 seconds riding time in favor of Boaz Baird. I'm not sure who he's wrestling.
Okay, but over on mat 7, though, you've got Sammy Brooks from Iowa, unattached for Iowa.
Yeah, Brooks has wrestled good. He pinned Boaz Baird earlier today.
And Boaz Baird
caught him and pinned him.
One of the great names in wrestling. How can you beat that? Just like Bubba Gritter.
Yeah, that's right. Remember Bubba Gritter?
Remember Andy Matter?
Yeah.
You're too young for that.
Yeah, well, I remember Joe Forfeit. I was undefeated against Joe Forfeit.
John By.
Yeah, John By.
And Greg Zafros, what can I say? So, okay, we're back. I want to remind you, you're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio, okay? Chad Chris, Steve Foster, and yours truly, Greg Zafros. We're bringing you the 50th annual Ken Kraft Midlands tournament from Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University. It's been a real pleasure so far. Remind you to get your brackets. You can go to gregzafros.com and take the link there to get the brackets. It is in PDF format. If you want to get in touch with us, just email me at greg@gregzafros.com. Zafros is spelled just like it sounds, Z-A-F-R-O-S. Okay, we've got the brackets now for 184-pound weight class, but they're actually, let's see, what have we got? 184 wrestlebacks. We're actually already up to 197. 471, where you have Justin Kilgore coming out. And this should be a barn burner here. He's going against Pietro.
Kilgore coming out, returning national champ 2 years ago. Beat my buddy Clayton Foster, my distant cousin. Clayton was up by what, 7-1 maybe in that? 8-1, and
he was controlling
Foster got caught and stuck by Kilgore. So
okay, and he's wrestling David Prieto, P-R-I-E-T-O, from Utah Valley. And all I can say is, like I said before, Dustin Kilgore is a monster.
Yeah, he is. He's tough. He's strong. He's real intense. Got to go out to eat with his roommate last night, right?
Yep.
Zeb.
Both of his roommates.
Zeb Miller and Sarah.
Yep.
Went out to eat with us, and they told us some interesting things about Kilgore.
Sarah is his roommate, you said?
Roommate. Well, they all live. The story is they all rent this same house. Or
Zeb owns the house, and they all rent a room from
that's right. Something like that.
Housemate.
Yeah, there you go. Let's call that. Yeah.
Okay. Dustin Skills.
Sounds like a big place, too, because there's a lot of people living there, according to Zeb. But
okay, so as you expect, Dustin Kilgore is the #1 seed. He's the defending national champion. Well-deserved. He's just an outstanding wrestler. And he's putting Kent State wrestling on the map again. But there are also a couple of other decent Kent State wrestlers here as well. And he's wrestling another team that's on the move up. And he's wrestling Prieto, P-R-I-E-T-O, from Utah Valley, a school that's only had a program for a couple of years, but doing an outstanding job.
These two probably could have been in the same tournament earlier this year, maybe the Vegas Open or Vegas tournament, possibly. Out in Las Vegas, of course, where Kilgore beat Alfonso Hernandez by a point, 5-6 or 6'5" or 4'3", something of that nature, from Wyoming Cowboys. But his friend did tell us Dustin had been really fighting some flu bug and been sick for a while. But
and of course, Dustin is coming off an Olympic redshirt year. I believe he was wrestling up at 211. Spent a lot of time out at the Olympic Training Center. and just traveling around. So you can only imagine that he got better in that time.
Yeah, he's just looked tough, and he's got a takedown on a big crossface here. They're so far into the other mat, I'm surprised they haven't called it.
Okay, we have an important match going on the other far side there. It's about 460, and that's Vic Avery of Edinburgh, but he's going against Tony Delago of the University of Illinois. And again, we are emphasizing the teams as well as the wrestlers here.
Sure.
Because University of Illinois is still in second
place, right behind the Hokies of Virginia Tech.
Right, and so every match there is important. And actually, Edinburgh is in 4th place right now. So the winner of that match over there is going to really help that team move up, because they'll not only get points for this match, they'll go on to the next round and possibly be able to get 1 or 2 extra team points, if not go to the championship. So we've got Tony Delago of the University of Illinois, 184 pounds. And he's going against Vic Avery of Edinburgh. Right now the score is 2-0 in favor of Avery. Avery is the number 11 seed, and Delago is the number 6 seed. But Avery is winning this one at this point. But they are just in the first period.
I believe Brooks.
No, they're actually in the second period. I'm sorry.
I believe Brooks unattached for Iowa still leading down here. Isn't he, Sammy Brooks? 5-1, I believe. Against not sure, is his opponent unattached as well?
He is.
Or is it Utley from North Carolina, maybe? Alex Utley, the number 10 seed.
And Tony Delago is down in the second period, and he hasn't been able to get out. And so his opponent, Avery, now has 1 minute and 13 in riding time. So Tony Delago is in a hole, and he needs to get out of it.
He does. He needs to dig like a badger. Or a fighting Illini. He needs to fight like an Illini.
Okay, and in a minute.
Up to his feet. Nice Granby roll.
Yeah.
Dustin Kilgore, the defending national champ and number 1 seed, is still up, leads, but only 3-0. So the young man from Utah Valley doing a good job keeping it close as Dustin gets another takedown. It's a lead 5-0 now for Dustin Kilgore.
Okay, and over at Delago's match there, they roll around, and there was almost an escape by Tony Delago, but they rolled and rolled and rolled and rolled onto the other mat, and so the referee called it, braked it as he should have, and didn't give any points. So Tony Delago is still down. His opponent is gaining riding time and still has a 2-0 lead. So I think Jim Heffernan is probably a bit concerned right now as to what's going on.
Yes.
Although I have to say that Jim Heffernan is not in his corner right there. So he must have. Well, Jim Heffernan usually stands in the background.
Yeah, he does.
So,
he has been known
he
for that,
doesn't sit down right on the mat. His assistants do that.
And it's Avery from Edinburgh, correct?
That's correct.
Unattached.
Yeah, Vic Avery. Yes, unattached.
Heffernan usually lets associate head coach
right.
Mark Perry.
Mark Perry takes over
he does.
on that.
Yep.
And I believe that's Win Mahalik. So it looks like sitting next to Mark.
Right, and Win Mahalik was a fantastic wrestler here at the Midlands tournament for a number of years for Central Michigan. I remember that. We used to mispronounce his name all the time.
Yeah, well, Mahalik, it was one of those names you could go 3 different ways with it, maybe. But.
Okay, and we get an escape by Tony Delago. That makes it 2-1, and Delago has to get himself a takedown. We are 20 seconds left in the second period, so there is time. But he's actually down 3-1 at this point, given the riding time. And there's a shot in by Delago, and he's in tight on the leg. A nice counter by Avery. He's back, and Delago's going to have. Oh, the referee stops it.
Stall call against Brooks as he gets thrown by his opponent there. Still trying to find out if that is the North Carolina wrestler, Utley, possibly Alex Utley, but Brooks wins 5-2. So. By 3 points, I believe it's Sammy Brooks of Iowa moving on, so he does. So he's victorious. Brooks makes it to the quarterfinals.
Okay, we have to see that the scoreboard is messed up over on that Tony Delago match.
Yeah, he got it 2-1 right now.
Well, it looks like they're going into. They've got 1 minute for the third period. Are they going into overtime? Is it actually 2-2? The whole scoreboard is messed up.
2-1, third period.
Okay, it's 2-1. They are going to the third period. They have it straightened out now. They're showing 2 minutes for the third period. Unfortunately for Tony Delago, he is the top wrestler. So he's gonna have to turn Avery or let him.
Or cut him.
He can't cut him and take him down because he's gonna. He's got the riding time going against him as well.
Yeah, right.
Well,
he does. So now he's got to be on the attack.
Right. He didn't cut him. Avery got out. Delago was doing better on the takedown attempts at the end of the second
Avery
period.
looks tough, too. I like it because the best defense is offense, and he just did some nice shots there, Greg
Right,
Zafros.
and he's a huge wrestler. He's much, much bigger than Tony Delago.
Very strong. Some strong legs, real powerful. Wrestling unattached for Edinburgh. In on a shot is Avery again.
Yeah. Even if Tony Delago gets the takedown, he's not going to win it because he doesn't.
Kilgore up 13-5, 3 minutes, 5 seconds riding time. In on another shot. Probably like to get a tech fall maybe. He's up 15-5, up by 10 now. Is Dustin Kilgore.
He's got 3 minutes and 12 seconds of riding time to add to that as well.
Oh, he's tough on top, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a beast.
Okay, we've got
national champ Dustin Kilgore.
Yeah, we've got Ben Bennett going over in the far corner over there. He's going against Morrison. That's Clint Morrison of Ryder.
Got a developing situation down here in 473. A wrestler on his back, maybe from Binghamton possibly. I'm trying to. There's the fall. So
okay, 473 is Scheidel. Okay, Scheidel from Binghamton, and he was going against Beasley of Old Dominion.
Wow.
And we say that was that was the Binghamton wrestler?
Yeah.
Okay, a pin for Binghamton.
Big pin there. First period, right off the start. Kilgore was victorious. I didn't see the final score, but it was a lot of points. Let's just say that. And in a commanding fashion.
Yeah. And it doesn't, I have to say, it doesn't look like Tony Delago is going to pull this one out. He's down 5-2, actually 6-2 with riding time, and there's 12 seconds left. And that's a setback for the University of Illinois.
Yeah, it is. See if Gonzalez can pick it up for him, maybe. Gonzalez should be coming out here pretty soon, I think. Match 474. He's right in front of us. This is Mario Gonzalez.
Right.
Against Lewis.
Yep.
Against Jackson Lewis of Central Michigan Chippewas.
Yeah. And Mario Gonzalez has an incredible amount of potential. The issue now is drawing it out of him.
Yeah.
He is spectacular at times.
Big Ten champ.
And unspectacular at other.
Mario Gonzalez.
And if Coach Heffernan can get him straightened out, he can be really terrific out there. But let's see which Mario Gonzalez shows up here today.
Yep. He's trying to wrestle tough here for the Fighting Illini. Heavily taped right knee. This is Mario Gonzalez. 2:23 to go. No score here. 197. 15-0.
We should mention that over on mat number 2, we have another Virginia Tech wrestler.
Yes, we do.
Concerned about the team points there. Max Huntley of Michigan is wrestling Derek Borley of Virginia Tech. That's at 190.
He beat Boley earlier. He was the big upset over Boley, right?
Right. Kristen Boley of the University of Maryland. So that was a big plus for Virginia Tech. Let's see if he can do the same type of thing here. Borley is unseeded, and Huntley of Michigan is the number 9 seed. But this could be Borley's day. We'll have to see. And of course, he knows that the team title may rest on his ability to do it, because these secondary wrestlers, if you want to call them that, the unseeded wrestlers, have to come through for Virginia Tech to win this tournament.
So Mario Gonzalez is trailing Lewis.
And that
Jackson Lewis of Central Michigan Chippewas.
And that would be a
no, he's leading. I apologize. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that if he loses, that's a setback for Delago.
Yeah, Delago.
Yeah,
they both went back-to-back losses.
Yeah.
It'd be tough.
Yeah. Okay, no score over there with Virginia Tech and Michigan. We still have a minute and a half to go in the first period. Let's see how we're doing over on mats 3 and 7 over there. We've got 475. That's Hudson Taylor of the Lions Wrestling Club, formerly of the University of Maryland. And then Wittenberg, he's going against Wittenberg. That's Nick Wittenberg of Eastern Michigan.
Hudson Taylor leading right now, 2-0.
Right. Hudson Taylor was one of those guys who put Maryland on the map in the last
he
years.
did. unfortunately for him, if I remember right, he showed up about the same time Jake Varner showed up.
He
Is
did,
that right?
he did.
So he ran into what we call what was ultimate crowbar. Remember his half Nelson?
Oh, yeah.
He put a lot of guys on stretchers.
Okay.
Jake Varner was Jake the Snake, as we called him. Wrestled for Iowa State, 4-time finalist, 2-time champ, Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's all. So.
Okay, over on mat number 7, we've got Jackson Hine. Did he have a brother that wrestled for Wisconsin too? I'm trying to think about that. And he's going against Taylor Meeks of Oregon State. That should be a good matchup.
Could be a real good matchup.
Yeah, you got two teams who really want to show something here. Wisconsin wants to show that they're alive.
Right.
And Oregon State wants to show that they can be up with the big boys. And so that's going to be a good match.
Missing some players, so I think they got 2 varsity guys out, really. But.
Right. Still no score over there on the far side with the Virginia Tech wrestler.
Oregon State in 7th place right now, 25 points. 3-way tie, according to this, Columbia, North Carolina, and Oregon State. All tied for a 7th 3-way tie.
How many points difference between 1st place and 7th place?
1st and 7th, 20.
Do you need your
20 points? Yeah.
Okay, and you didn't even need your calculator.
No, you know.
It's even 20.
Chad said it first, so I just quickly followed him.
One champion will get you those 20 points from this point on.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, you win a championship. It's a lot of points real fast. I mean.
Okay, we're in the 2nd period on the far mat, and Borley of Virginia
Hudson
Tech.
Taylor must have won.
Yep. Must have.
Ben, I think he must have won by a fall. So Hudson Taylor for Maryland wins by a fall.
Yeah, or the Lions Wrestling Club, whichever it is.
Yeah.
Now we've got Borley of Virginia Tech. Just allowed that escape. He is down 1-0 in the 2nd period with 1:30 to go. And like I said, Borley is unseeded, but he's wrestling against a wrestler who's not one of the high seeds. Okay, Hundley is the number 9 seed, but still, we have to see what happens here.
Is it Huntley? Yeah.
Yeah, Huntley is out by virtue of that escape he had, taking the down position in the 2nd period. They had no takedowns in the 1st period. It's only 1-0, and there weren't that many shots either. So, and I don't see any shots really taking place here in the 2nd period either.
No, I don't either.
2 of them are up.
Nope. Mario Gonzalez now up 4-2 in his match over Jackson Lewis of Central Michigan Chippewa. So. Mario Gonzalez doing just enough to stay out in the lead. Got his head highly taped and his knees taped, and looking a little Paul Bradley-like from Iowa. Do you remember him?
Yeah, just have to have
his face up.
Have his head taped. You can always identify him.
You knew it was Paul Bradley of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Well, Mario Gonzalez sort of has to win this one to keep the momentum going.
They really do for Illinois.
Yeah, because of the loss earlier by Tony Delago.
And then their heavyweight, who was ranked highly nationally, would have came here and won the top few seeds, but broke his ankle.
Right.
He was 16 wins and 1 loss, by the way, 16-1 on the year. We saw him setting up here. He's got a cast on his leg, so he's just not faking it, folks. He unfortunately broke his bone. I believe Jimmy told us in 3 different places.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going into the 3rd period on that match for Borley of Virginia Tech, and he's taking the down position now, as you'd expect, and his opponent got the escape at the 1st period, Hundley of Michigan, in about 5 seconds. Borley is up. He's pulling the hands apart to see if he can
tie it up. Can he tie it up?
He turns. He doesn't get out.
Good job by Hundley, just keeping his hips behind him.
And they go out of bounds, and the table for that mat is only a couple feet away from the circle. We have 8 mats in here, and it's very, very tight.
It is tight.
There's not much you can do about it at this point.
On mat 3, we got the 9 seed Eric Thompson at Grandview going against the 8 seed Ernest James at Edinburgh.
Which mat?
Mat number 3. Minute left in the 1st period. We're tied at 0.
So you got the Grandview Viking. And his opponent from Edinburgh?
Ernest James.
Ernest James. James and Eric Thompson. Last year's NAIA. Was he the OW?
He wasn't the tournament OW, but he was the season OW.
Okay, what they call the OW for NAIA. And sold out crowd out there at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Doing a good job there for the Vikings. It's cool Grandview started wrestling.
It is.
Look what they've done. I mean, Does that show that wrestling's kind of important in State Iowa? A little bit. I mean, that's a pretty neat story.
Then it's showing other NAIA teams that it's possible to get started with the right administration and be successful.
Get that administration involved is very important.
Are you telling me that Grandview is NAIA?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they're NAIA, and they're
so
tough.
We've had,
he's getting some big points, too. Eric Thompson is.
Takedown to the back.
For Grandview.
Time expires. He's up 5-0 now at the end of the first against Ernest James.
Okay, and let's check on mat number 2 because that's, again, an important match, and the score is tied 1-1 with 30 seconds to go, and that's Hundley of Michigan going against Borley of Virginia Tech.
Gonzalez, I believe, is victorious for the Fighting Illini with 1 minute 28 seconds. So riding time 7-4 for Mario Gonzalez. Moves on for Illinois and gives the team some more points.
Right, a much needed match. And here's a shot in by Hundley of Michigan on Borley, and he's going to, see if they can stay in bounds or not. Are they going to give the points? No, Borley got himself a whizzer in right at the end.
Oh, wait a minute.
And Hundley thought that that he had the takedown, but he did. The referee didn't call it.
Well, he almost did, and it looked like he kind of waved it off. So,
okay. Sudden victory, right. And there was a shot in there by Borley, but Hundley really jumped out of it. And Hundley goes right in. Is he going to get it now? And there's the 2 points, a win with a takedown in about 10 seconds for Hundley of Michigan.
Wow, Borley needed that for team points.
Right. Well, we have to say he was the unseeded wrestler, and he was wrestling the 9th seed.
Yeah,
but he wrestled to a tie, but he was not alert in that overtime period, getting taken down within the first 8 or 10 seconds.
Ivan Gatson getting a big quick takedown over here on mat number 7. Ivan Gatson, so he's up 2-0.
Is that our fellow? Who is our fellow who we said was 6'5"? Who was that?
Matt Gibson. He's coming up. Right. Kind of the 1-2 punch for the Clones there.
He reminded me of another wrestler from there, Greg Gibson.
Yeah, Greg Gibson. Yeah, wrestled for the Navy, maybe.
I remember he was with the Marine Corps.
Marines, that's it. Marine Corps. Yeah.
I used to referee the international matches.
He was great at freestyle and Greco.
Right, and he was
both.
And I watched him wrestle when he was about 35 years old, and he was just as good as anybody else.
He's a stud. I remember Greg Gibson. He was an absolute stud. I remember making an Olympic team at Valley State up there in East Grand Rapids, or Grand Rapids, Michigan.
The second period of the
Grand Valley State
between Grandview's Eric Thompson and Edinburgh's Ernest James comes to an end. Thompson's up now 8-0 with a minute 3 riding time. Ernest chooses neutral, start the third period.
Okay, we have our first heavyweight matches going on out there, and Jared Trice, the number 1 seed, is out there, and he is wrestling. Let me just double check this. Okay, Jared Trice is going against Habala. Let's try Kodar Habala of Eastern Michigan, and Kodar Habala looks like a 184-pounder out there, and Jared Trice, who is probably about 5'7", but weighs about 265 pounds, far outsizes him. Over on the other side, we've got James, Ernest James of Edinburgh, and he's going against Eric Thompson of Grandview.
Thompson up by a major so far, 8-0 for the Grandview Vikings out of Des Moines, Iowa. And Ivan Gatson got the takedown against Atwood, the number 7 seed, I believe Atwood is.
Yeah, so we have two 197-pound matches going on the near side, and two heavyweight matches going on the far side.
Yeah, so
we're gonna finish this round in just a few minutes, and then we'll have about a 30-second break, and we start in the evening session.
And we're gonna eat our cheeseburgers.
Yeah, which is supposed to start in 4 minutes. So,
That's right.
I'm gonna have to talk to Scott Casber about overtime.
Yeah, overtime. Yeah. Double overtime.
Right, and I'm not talking about overtime.
It's a holiday weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's double overtime because it's a holiday. So he paid for the cheeseburgers we are going to eat.
And I thank you very much for those. Okay, we have Jared Trice over on the other side there. A minute gone in that period, and he's locking up with double overhooks. I know he's got an over and under hook there, but he just far outsizes, as I mentioned, his opponent. So we'll have to see what happens. And
Gatson throws Atwood onto his back. off of a move by Atwood, picks up 2 and 2, so a big move by Kyvan Gatson out of Waterloo East. Back in the state of Iowa. Big move there by Kyvan over the number 7 seed, 6-1. So Atwood came in on him, and Kyvan just slipped right by, threw him up, threw him down, got him on his back, 6-1. Starting second period, Atwood will start on top for the Purdue Boilermakers. Up to his feet is Kyvan Gatson.
Jared Trice still 0-0 out there with a minute to go in the first period, and I haven't actually seen a shot by either wrestler.
No, that's just kind of typical here. Trice just kind of looks at you like, I dare you to shoot on me. I really do. If you do, you will suffer the consequences. That's what I think he just kind of subconsciously tells his opponents.
Okay, we finished that match over there.
Down on
mat number 3. Let's see who was there, and then we're going to see. We should be seeing Mike McMullen from Northwestern coming out pretty quickly for his heavyweight match.
We've got an alumni here wrestling on mat number 6. I believe it's Mike Tamillo.
Oh, Tamilo
against Matt Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Tamilo. That'd be good.
Yeah, we've talked about him. That comes from an athletic family. As I mentioned, his brother was a football player at the University of Chicago.
Right, yeah.
At the, just about the same time that he was wrestling here for Northwestern. So I can imagine what their living room furniture looks like.
Oh, my.
You know?
I think Mom won a gold medal in women's weightlifting.
Yeah, that's probably it. So it's a fine athletic family, and here he is out wrestling unattached. This is one of the great things about the Midlands tournament. These wrestlers get a chance to test themselves against some really seasoned veteran graduates of college wrestling. And as we mentioned, we had that fella from Harper who was wrestling in his 16th consecutive Midlands tournament, and Joe Williams of Iowa won like 10 or 11 of them in a row. 10 in a row, that's right.
Joey Lightning Williams.
Yeah, Joe Williams.
Joey Lightning Williams.
He's a Chicago guy.
He is,
Right.
Him and his brother.
Wrestled for the Twisters, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Harvey Twisters.
Yeah, if he's listening or here, I want to say hello to Verzell James. He and his brother started that wrestling club down there on the south side.
Harvey Twisters.
The Harvey Twisters, right. And
produced a lot of good wrestlers.
So many of the great
years.
wrestlers came from there.
They really did.
And Verzell had a great part to do with that. Okay, let's see what we're going to get here. We're just going to get a couple points there.
2 more. Tamlo trailing 8-0.
Yep. And he looks a little tired, I have to say that.
Kyvan Gatson up 7-1, 18 seconds to go in the second period. So trying to upset the number 7 seed Atwood from Purdue Boilermakers.
Jared Trice still does not have any points. That's 0-0 in that match over there. We've got a minute and a half to go in the second period. We mentioned that he's probably got about a 50-pound advantage over his opponent, who looks like a 184-pounder on the other side over there.
His opponent did choose down to start the second, so Trice is racking up about 35 seconds of riding time right now.
Right.
As they go to start again.
Remember that Trice is the defending champion here.
He was.
He did defeat
Bobby Telford.
No, he beat Mike McMullen last year in the finals here. And am I correct in that?
I thought he beat Bobby Telford from Iowa in the finals, but I think he might beat.
Maybe they met in the semis.
Yeah, maybe they met in the semifinals.
Yeah,
I remember that at one point McMullen did lose to Telford.
Because at that point too, McMullen was. I mean, he wasn't unknown, but I don't think he had established himself yet.
Well, like this fella out here, McMullen is a very small heavyweight.
Yeah, he is.
And that's not to say that he can't do it, because we used the example of Kurt Angle, Olympic gold medalist
out of Clarion.
At 211 pounds and a 2-time national champion at heavyweight.
And McMullen is tough because, last year he was only a redshirt freshman as well.
Chalfant wrestling good too for Indiana, by the way. Adam Chalfant from Indiana. I believe that's how you pronounce his name, and he's got a good match. Kyvan Gatson leads 7-2 here with a minute to go in the third period against the higher-ranked wrestler.
I have to be corrected here, because I notice now that David Marone of Virginia Tech is wrestling. So they've had Chris Penny and David Marone out there. And remember that I told you that the team can designate 10 10-point getters, and
They
so
might have 2 at heavy, maybe.
right,
Heavyweight.
and I think that's very likely so. And so David Marone is out there. He won his first match.
Tambolo goes down big time, by the way.
Oh yeah,
10-0.
He's out of gas.
Whelps is no slouch, though.
No, Whelps has been training, and I'm not sure about Tambolo's training.
I do believe Whelps pinned Quentin Wright in the All-Star
Yeah, in the All-Star meet. I mean, it was.
And that was a back-and-forth match before that happened.
Yeah.
Now, could we get a Gatson-Whelps match?
Actually, I think that
could we?
Quentin Wright was leading that match when he got pinned.
Was he?
Gatson up, guys, 7-2, 16 seconds to go in the third and final period. Kyvan Gatson of Iowa State. Could we end up with a Whelps-Gatson? We could. I think that's coming. That could be fun.
Okay, David Marone looks like he's behind on this one, 3-1, and they are in the. Let's see if it gives the period.
Gatson wins 7-2. He moves on to take on Mr. Whelps. So victorious for Iowa State is the young Kyvan Gatson, whose dad is a 2-time Midlands champ. His uncle Charlie won some championships back here in the Midlands back in the day. Trying to keep that family tradition going in the Gatson family. Yeah. So, boy, we got all heavies out here now, huh? Yep. Do I see Chad Hankey? Oh, boy. That says fireworks.
Right, Chad Hankey of Oregon State. We mentioned earlier that he got beat up by Clayton Jack for the last couple of years, and so he's tough, and he knows what it's going to take. And we also mentioned the fact that his style is very much like we used to see with Clayton Jack, so it's very interesting to see if that's going to work for him just like it did for Clayton Jack. Clayton Jack, even given his size, was a very excellent athlete, I thought. And, did a great job.
Built like a lumberjack.
Yep.
Chalfont leads 5-2. Is that correct down there against Virginia Tech?
Yeah, 5-2. And they're going into the third period now. And David Marone had his ups and downs. He very.
Do you know what year he is?
Well, I think he might be a senior. He's been injury prone, and he wrestles a third of a season, then he gets injured, and he's out for the rest of the season.
Chalfont's the number 5 seed. So.
Yeah, and Marone, is he unseeded?
He actually is seeded 12th.
12th, right. That's probably about right. I've watched him wrestle once this year, and
5-3 gets the takedown. Yeah. Hey, you know, because riding time's not really a factor.
Right.
I hear Fickle. Is that his name? Or
Robin Ficker.
Robin,
right? I think it's Robin. Now his son wrestled. I think it was DeMatha High School in Washington. I think that's it. And I can't remember if the Robin Ficker was the son or the father, but the last name is Ficker. And Scott and I had him standing right behind us in a match we did over at American University. And the only good part about it is one time he praised us for our work. And that, but the rest of the time,
probably for putting up with him.
If you do get bored, you can Google search his name, and ESPN did a nice little 5-minute video special on him.
Yeah,
because he used to go.
Kind of explains his background. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he used to go to basketball games and just harass Michael Jack. Well, Michael Jordan had a hard time with him.
And I mentioned during our broadcast back then that he ran for Congress. He was a lawyer or whatever, all kinds of things. So I would like to take a look at that.
I believe he still is a lawyer.
Yep.
Still practicing.
Yeah, he hasn't been disbarred yet, is what you're saying. 38 seconds to go with David Marone out there.
Hankey's scoreless down there. Hankey's is scoreless, so his opponent from Penn is Cowan. Kyle Cowan. So Cowan from Penn is Hankey's opponent. They're tied up 0-0. 50 seconds to go in the first period here. In on a shot is Cowan, and Hankey just spins around and gets the takedown. So, and Cowan's hurt. His left arm's numb. He's just kind of dangling there. So.
Okay, well, I think the fun is over with for our top teams. We've got Chris Lopez of Illinois at heavyweight, who is behind at this point, and did we have a loss there for David Marone of Virginia Tech? So the top teams are starting to peter out a little bit here at the heavyweights, and we're going to have to see how that affects the team score. Not necessarily unexpected. David Marone, an unseeded wrestler at this point, and not that I would be surprised if he won, but he's been in and out of the lineup for the last year and a half or so, something like that. Now we've got Chris Lopez of the University of Illinois. At heavyweight in front of us, he's down by a score of 2-0 in the second at the start of the second period.
87-10 matchup between the number 7 seed Connor Midbury of Wisconsin and the 10 seed Matt Gibson of Iowa State.
Matt Gibson for Iowa State in on a big, fast, quick takedown there. No point. Oh, there. Yep. No. Yep.
No.
Nothing.
Nope.
Woo. Fireworks. That's for sure. But you don't get points for doing fireworks. Apparently.
We mentioned earlier he is 6'5". We kind of knew that when we're up on we're up on the stage up here, and he was looking at us. He's looking at Steve eye to eye.
I think he's wrestling somebody from your alma mater, the number 7 seed,
Wisconsin,
I believe. Yeah,
from Wisconsin.
Medbury, maybe.
Could be. Yeah,
Connor Medbury.
Right, and Medbury is Connor Medbury from Wisconsin. He's not wrestling unattached.
So he's a point winner for the Wisconsin Badgers. And
okay, let's see who's going. Who's the Chad Hanky over there is at 2-0.
Cowan has a lot of problems with his shoulder. I don't know. Surprised his coach hasn't almost thrown the towel in, but he's really got a stinger up there in his rotator cuff, looks like. Cowan starts on top. Hanky on the bottom. Trying to keep some pressure on there is Cowan, but
are we going to get a reversal here?
Yeah,
for
he just
Chad Hanky just come around.
His shoulder's just giving out on him, Cowan. So Hanky going in for maybe some bonus points if he can get them, maybe.
Okay, we have 23 seconds to go in the second period for the wrestler from Illinois. They're the heavyweight match at about 391.
I think Jim Walker was the wrestler for Illinois that got injured. That was 16-1.
I think it was Pat Walker.
Pat Walker, that's it. Pat Walker, yeah. His last name was Walker, I remember. Yeah, Pat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chad Chris.
I only know that because Eric Thompson beat him at the Iowa State Open.
Yeah, he sure did. In the finals, wasn't it? At the Harold Nichols Open or the Iowa Cyclone Open,
Yep.
Yeah, he was tough too. Walker's a stud, you know. It's tough for Illinois because he could have got a lot of points through the year, duels and everything for him. But
yeah, it definitely leaves a hole in the lineup for duels.
Hanky now leading again. Cowan over here. The trainer's really looking at Cowan's shoulder, and the coaches are trying to determine maybe if he'll injury default out of there. But grabbing his left shoulder is Cowan.
Over on mat number 6, that match between Lopez and Thomaset. Thomaset from Pitt, Zach Thomaset. And right now Thomaset is winning, and we're going into by a score of 2-0, and he's taking the down position in the third period, and he has 3 minutes of riding time. So we have to say that Lopez is unfortunately in a tight spot.
He is. And technically he trails 3-0 at the time, but anything can happen. He's just going to have to become offensive. And into the tables down here come these wrestlers.
And we just had a reversal for Zach Thomaset, and so it's now 4-2.
Even tougher for Lopez now.
Yep.
Lopez got his work cut out for him. Are they going to call this match maybe with I think it is going to be an injury default. No. Wow, this Cowan, tough guy. He straps his helmet back on, as we call it, the headgear, and here we go. Chad Hanky starts on top. He leads 5-0. And
is that still 0-0 over there with Gibson?
Gibson, still 0-0. Gibson starts on top.
Oh, and there's a 1-point escape. Are we only in the second period there?
I think Matt Gibson got us dinged in the head there.
I'm wondering, have they had an injury timeout or something? Because that match has been going on for a long time.
There's an injury now to Gibson. He kind of got dinged. Iowa State has just been notorious the last year and a half or two for injuries, have they? I mean, how many concussions can one team receive? They got you don't get team points for concussions, but they'd be national champ.
I think Sorensen's now done for career-wise
because of concussions.
They've had a couple guys get their careers cut short because of it.
And that John Meeks, that superstar high school kid coming out, rumor has he's got a stinger too going. So
the only match left after these 4 heavyweight matches out in the center court there, the Octa quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And that is the one with Mike McMullen, and he's wrestling against Colin Jansen of Nebraska.
All right.
And that's going to be the last match out here, and then we're going to take just a couple-minute break here.
Eat our cheeseburgers.
Yeah, and
at room temperature.
And Scott Casber is going to be singing to you while
He's
going to do the Munster Mash. Remember
the Munster Mash, and
don't forget about your soggy French fries.
Oh, the soggy French. They're my favorite. Yeah, they're my favorite. Broadcaster's specialty, I call it. That's what happens at the tournaments.
Okay,
man.
Chad Henke working on is getting taken down now for 2 points, and that's going to make it 5-3 at the end of the second period.
He injured. Cowan takes him down.
Yeah. And I'll tell you that
Cowan.
He had the shot on it, but Henke just threw in a half-hearted whizzer on that to try to stop it and got taken down. I think, he's probably out of gas at this point. But we'll have to see.
Mess.
He's leading by 2 points going into the third period. They're in the standing position.
Matt Gibson trails here. And the Wisconsin wrestler getting up to his feet.
You got Northwestern's McMullen out on the mat.
Yeah, Michael McMullen, the number 2 seed for the Wildcats in Northwestern.
Right in front of us.
Yep, here he goes. And his opponent is tall and lean.
Yes, Colin Jansen from Nebraska.
From Nebraska, maybe unattached.
He's unattached.
I got a feeling he doesn't have a big white N on his singlet. So.
And we can always tell the unattached ones because they not only don't wear their team uniform, but they all have these real fancy, colorful ones.
Right. Some of them are more interesting than others.
Mike McMullen goes in. He gets the leg. We got a little funk wrestling, but McMullen comes right out the back and takes him down. 28 seconds into the third period, and McMullen gets that takedown, and he made it look easy. He's rolling up some riding time now. Let's see what happens. We should mention that Jansen is an unseeded wrestler, as well as...
yeah, he is.
Yeah, and then McMullen, of course, is the number 2 seed. So the takedown is not a surprise, but it was a very nice move by McMullen.
Escape by Wisconsin.
And McMullen puts him over on his back.
So 2-0 now.
Okay, roll him over. He's going to get at least 2. He should get 2 points for that, but the referee doesn't seem to call it. He's going to call it a roll through.
Yeah, I think the ref swiped once and then stopped and swiped again, and the exposure
called
was
it
over
off.
at that time.
Right.
It was Henke. Let's put it away. Another takedown. So Henke now up 8-3.
Yeah.
Gibson now trails the Wisconsin Badger Connor Medberry 2-0. 43 seconds to go in the second period.
And we're tied over with, we're going to go into overtime, it looks like, over on mat number 2. That's the Michigan wrestler over there. That's Appland against Mulliners, if I've got that right.
Yeah, match number 492. Appland been wrestling for Michigan for a while.
Okay, Matt Mulliners, is he the... Is Matt Mulliners the heavyweight that wrestled that exhibition bout? He was from Northern State. He wrestled the exhibition bout at the All-Star meet, and he wrestled the heavyweight from...
Yeah, out in D.C.
He wrestled the heavyweight from George Mason, and
sure
had a technical fall in the first or second period.
Sure did.
An outstanding wrestler.
He is.
And he just got himself 2 points against the Michigan wrestler in overtime to win it. And he is not a huge guy, but he is so well built.
He wrestles
so powerful. But that's it. He's from Northern States, and he just won his match to go into the quarterfinals. A nice job by the Northern States wrestler. So we've had an NAIA, a Division II, and a Division III wrestler all win to get into the next round.
That's right.
It can't get any better than that, folks.
It cannot get any better than that.
Okay, Mike McMullen of Northwestern now up 4-0 at the end of the first period. 5 seconds to go in it.
Matt Gibson now trails 4-0 as well.
Yeah, he was just down 2-0.
4-0.
He got taken down as time ran out in the second, which
Connor Medberry. Edge of the mat and the end of the period. So when you want to score, not get scored on.
What a job by that Matt. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. I'm going to put my glasses on to see.
Yeah.
It looks like Melleners, M-E-U-L-E-N-E-R-S. Okay, Matt, the big guy from Northern States.
You know what? We get to see Trice Thompson coming up.
We've got a shot in on Mike McMillan. And they go out of bounds, but a nice single leg lift by his opponent Jansen from Nebraska, unattached from Nebraska.
A little bit more room. He might have had the takedown.
I know.
It's big. Real big.
Or what did they have? They started the second period. I guess the deal was that
started down.
McMullen got up and got out, and
Jansen took him back to the mat.
Jansen did a nice job of bringing him back to the mat.
Yeah.
But it sort of looks like McMullen's going to come around and at least get an escape, if not a reversal. Have we seen a reversal yet in this tournament?
Not too many. There hasn't been too many reversals at all.
That might be the first one, and Mike McMullen of Northwestern gets a reversal, brings them up 6-0 with 1:30 to go in the second period. You're listening to Takedown Wrestling Radio, and we're glad to be bringing you this 50th annual Ken Kraft Midlands Championships from Welsh Ryan Arena on the campus of Northwestern University.
Matt Gibson in trouble here with 4-0, 27 seconds to go, trailing 4-0. On the bottom of your alma mater.
Yep.
Greg Zafros, Connor Medberry wrestling for the Wisconsin Badgers.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm not in any of the record books at the University of Wisconsin. I think they used whiteout to get rid of my name.
Matt Gibson gets thrown back down to the mat. Was a record book set this weekend by my nephew, Joey Ridgway.
Okay.
Beat his record of 11 seconds of wrestling back in the state of Iowa, 8 years old, and loves to climb the rope.
You mean he lasted longer than 8
no,
seconds?
No, actually he beat his record
I thought
of 11 seconds.
I thought you thought he hadn't lasted any longer than 11 seconds. Gibson goes
down to Connor Medberry.
Right, from the University of Wisconsin. And it's the long and the short of it.
Medberry looking good.
Yeah, Medberry was good. He's short and stocky, and
so Chalfont advances. Trice, Thompson, Hankey. Applin's up here now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Applin up 5-0. Is that correct?
Yes.
And let's see. We have McMullen leading here 6-0.
Plus 3 minutes and 30 seconds of riding time.
That's 5:01. I guess I don't understand.
Okay, let's, we're looking for match 5:01.
It's a Wisconsin up.
Oh, you know what? Are they going right into the
Consolation?
Another round of Consolation?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So, well, forget that break that we're going to have. We only started about 8 o'clock this morning to get going on this.
I'm taking my cheeseburger break here as soon as these are over.
We're going on 12 hours.
Broadcasting.
With the morning show, which started at 9. And went on and
arrived, set up the equipment at 7 a.m. this morning. The Welsh Ryan Arena for the 50th annual Ken Kraft Midlands Championship Wrestling Tournament, or the tournament here, and the Welsh Ryan Arena.
Okay, that match there at match number 5:01 is Melichek and Beal. Melichek is from UW Parkside, and Beal is from northern Iowa. I believe what it might be is that you have to wait a certain amount of time from one round to the other. So I think that match probably got delayed because of that. That was one of the consolation matches, and I'm hoping that's the case because I hope we get at least a few-minute break. But that happens quite often at the heavyweight bouts where there's just not enough time between one round and the other.
So they have to technically, and to meet the NCAA criteria, they have to wait a certain amount of time.
I believe it might be something like 40 minutes.
Applin out and about there for the escape now, leads 9-0 against his opponent there from Northern. Is that who's wrestling down here? Molinas, I believe, is his opponent, Matt Molinas.
Okay.
Is that right?
Is that Melaners?
Melaners.
Yeah, Melaners.
Melaners from Northern.
But I thought that was the match. Yeah. That was the one that was over with.
So Ampland is.
Yeah, that one was over because we said that Melaners won that one. He was the outstanding heavyweight wrestler from Northern State. So you must be looking at another match over there.
Another Michigan wrestler at heavyweight. They must have two weighed in, maybe. his opponents from Michigan here.
Yeah, so we're getting a couple of these heavyweight matches.
We are, yeah.
To finish them off.
Mike McMullen is probably the last of the championship.
It is the last numbered match, but they go
and he
by
leads 6-0.
Yeah, they go by.
Look at his riding time he ended up with, Greg Zafros. Look at the riding time.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And that is the end of it. So win 8-0, which gives Northwestern an extra point and moves them up a little bit. So we're going to wait just a few minutes and see what the team scores are. And like I said, this is so close at this point, the possibilities on it, that the team score is starting to overshadow the actual individual bouts. We're more concerned about, or people are more concerned about, who's winning from what teams rather than just who is winning at this point. The last update we had still showed Virginia Tech with a reasonable lead at this point with 45 points, Illinois second with 38, Oklahoma third with 34.5, and Edinburgh in fourth place with 29.5. Columbia tied with fifth with Northwestern.
Wow.
Is that 28.5?
Yeah, 28.5. Yep, 28.5. Yep.
So a great job by Columbia.
Yeah, really. In top 10, Central Michigan Chippewas in 7th, 27. Wisconsin 26.5 and 8th. Oregon State in 9th with 26, and then Michigan with 25.5. The other ones to mention, honorable mention, we'll call them Lehigh, North Carolina, North Dakota State, Pitt, Rider, Binghamton, Penn, Bakersfield, Northern Iowa.
We want to take a minute and thank...
those aren't going to be the latest,
right,
though.
Right. We want to take a minute and thank Jeff and John Kreider, who do a great job running Kreider tournaments, or whatever their company is called, and they provide all the statistics on this.
They've been here for years, clear back with the amateur wrestling show.
Oh, yeah, right. They've been around a long time, and they do a great job. They've got great software, and they help us an awful lot.
Yeah, they do.
Jeff, we were short on a runner today, and Jeff's been hustling brackets and
awesome
bout sheets over to us, and we thank both of them, Jeff and John. And John Jr., if you're at home listening to this, just want you to know that your brother and your dad are doing a great job out here, and we wish you were here too. The very first time that I met them, I actually met the son John, and he did a great job here as well. We're getting down most of them. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 matches going on in the 8 mats down there, so we are winding down. We will take a short break. What kind of entertainment are we going to provide? I don't know.
Well, is Scott going to do the Monster Mash or not? I don't know.
So.
At some point, we are going to have to...
we have to take a break,
stop the broadcast, and we got to start it over for the second session.
Yeah. Okay, and I think we'll
Steve Foster's eating his supper.
Okay, again, I want to remind you, you're listening to the to Takedown Wrestling Radio and the Amateur Wrestling Show.
Yeah, all wrapped up in one.
All wrapped up in one. Yours truly, Greg Zafros, along with Steve Foster, Chad Kriz, and then in the background here, who's keeping us all in line, our good friend Scott Casber, doing a great job here getting this all set up for us.
Scotty too hotty.
Yep. And so as soon as this is over, we're going to try to take some kind of a break, and then we'll try to give you an idea.
Inhale some supper and keep going.
The first round was supposed to end around 4 o'clock, and the second round started at 7. It's already 7:30, and we just finished. And if you heard earlier, Scott Casber told us they have about 75 more wrestlers, between 50 and 75 more wrestlers this year than in the past, and that put a load on the time schedule.
It did.
And caused the, not delays actually, but just the lengthening of the sessions. And but what's wrong with that? It was great wrestling all the way through. We just
great matches.
Yeah, we just have the Michigan heavyweight winning over on the far side there. And so we're going to be back with you in a little bit. We're going to check with Scott and see what kind of a schedule we can have for getting back in, and we'll see what he says. We're going to flag him down.
We'll need to do a restart, I know, eventually here.
Okay, we're going to check with Scott. We'll check with Scott Casber on our restart and when we can tell you to come back in, or whether we're going to just continue keep an open mic here.
Why don't we go ahead and
wrap it up this session.
We're ready.
Just stand by, give it 5 minutes, we'll sign back on.
We'll sign back on about 5 minutes.
In about 10 minutes.
Okay,
Alrighty, 10 minutes.
Okay, we got about 8 minutes to garf down our dinner. And so we're going to sign off in just a second. We have to do that. That's part of the process. So just hang in there. You may have to come back and click on us again, but we'll be back, and then the session may start right away, or we may get a few minutes to recap what's happened today.
That'll be fun to get some updates possibly and some team scores too. So thanks for listening. For Greg Zafros, Steve Foster, Chad Kriz, we'll be back shortly. Thank you.